They've been a couple since Bonnie was 14 and Lloyd was 17. And Lloyd still pulls the chair out for his wife before dinner. A celebratory time, but the same dish every weekly date night. A Cobb salad for Lloyd, a kid's meal with 4 chicken nuggets for Bonnie, and a Diet Coke for both. Even the employees couldn't hold back their joy. So what is the secret to a long and successful marriage?
Commitment to each other is the starting point. Always be committed and never think about divorce. You can work it through.
And Lloyd has a 10-point plan. Here's number 1 on the list.
Make lifetime commitments to each other and to your Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ.
All right, thanks to Ty Steele for sharing that story. Who knew Chick-fil-A could be so romantic?
Well, when you pull the chair out for your lady after all these years, you can make anything romantic. Well, after a 48-hour search, the missing Alabama woman, Carly Russell, has been found alive. The 25-year-old woman disappeared last Thursday after reporting to 911 that she saw a toddler walking along Interstate 459. Authorities at the scene found Russell's car and her belongings, but they were not able to find her or the child. Hoover police say Russell walked home late Saturday night and was taken to the hospital for evaluation. No further details have been given on Russell's condition, and an investigation is underway.
Right, lottery fever is heating up just in time for National Lottery Day. After no winning ticket, none was drawn on Saturday. The prize soared from $875 million. Now it is a whopping $900 million. This is the 3rd largest Powerball and the 7th largest lottery sum in U.S. history. So if you are looking to play the 1 in 292 million odds, the next drawing is tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern. And then there's the whole Mega Millions part, too. You can try for the $640 million Mega Millions jackpot. Tomorrow night, we've been seeing this thing back and forth going up, and just, I mean, it is astonishing, this amount.
And it'll rise before the drawing tonight, so get out there and get your tickets.
Thanks for kicking off your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Wicked weather pouring down on the East Coast. Flash flooding in Pennsylvania kills at least 5. What we know about those victims as we look for some relief in the forecast.
Traffic halted at the bridge connecting Russia to occupied Crimea. Some reports say explosions on the bridge left multiple people dead. We have the latest.
Officials call the 988 hotline a lifesaver for mental health services. A year after it was launched, calls are pouring in, but the system still faces some challenges.
Marvelous moments, celebrations, and fiestas. We've got the eye-opening photos of the week that you'll want to see.
And you only turn 97 once, right? One woman revved up for her big day by buying something she knew she would love. We're mowing into Monday, July 17th, and early today starts right now. And a good Monday morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with a devastating toll from flash flooding in Pennsylvania. Officials confirming that at least 5 people were killed after being swept away by the rushing water. One of the victims was a mother. Now first responders are still searching for her 9-month-old baby and his 2-year-old sister, who are still missing. A survivor described to our Kathy Park what it was like to be caught in the fast-moving water.
Floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could, a log. Saw cars floating, saw a Jeep flipped over. It was like nothing I've ever seen.
A state of emergency was declared in New Jersey because of the severe storms. The torrential downpours have been felt all across the Northeast and continued throughout the night.
Meanwhile, about a third of the country is still under an excessive heat warning. Cities in the South keep hitting new record highs as this heat wave continues to expand. Our Marissa Parra has the latest from Phoenix.
In California, the heat compounded by flames, with a 4th wildfire now threatening homes near Los Angeles and prompting evacuation warnings.
If it gets any worse, starts coming back this way, I got to figure out what to do.
The seemingly endless heat wave getting even hotter. Las Vegas pushing towards new record highs. In Miami, an excessive heat warning, a real feel of 105, just as thousands pack in for concert and welcome for soccer star Lionel Messi. Phoenix breaking a record this weekend, hitting 118 degrees. Now on day 17 of temps at or over 110.
These temps today are going to be absolutely outrageous. We do not want anybody having heat stroke.
Volunteer Monique Hebert is providing a lifeline to those in need.
Water, food, cool ties. Let's get him that. I'm taking the dog up for some AC and shoes.
Bringing supplies to the city's most vulnerable.
It's all right, honey. We got you.
And their pets.
Don't bite me. Trust me, I'm doing this for your own good.
Emergency crews there responding to calls with heat always on the mind.
Have you been drinking plenty of water? This is one of the hottest summers that we've had in recent years, and so, yeah, it's taken a toll on the community for sure.
Our thanks to Marissa for that report, and Michelle Grossman will have a look at how long the heat wave will last coming up.
Breaking news out of Ukraine. There are reports of explosions at the Kerch Bridge that connects occupied Ukrainian Crimea to mainland Russia. The governor of Crimea says on Telegram that traffic has been halted over a, quote, emergency, without elaborating. The Telegram channel affiliated with a Wagner mercenary group says there have been 2 strikes on the bridge. For the latest, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi in. Good morning, Ali. What more do we know?
Good morning, Francis. That's right. The Russians say that 2 people are dead in what they were initially calling an emergency on the Kerch Bridge. Now Russian investigators on their Telegram channel say this was the result of a terrorist attack committed by the special forces in Kyiv. Russia's press secretary for the foreign ministry also saying that the UK and the US were involved. Obviously, these are unconfirmed by Russian authorities, but there are plenty of unconfirmed reports that there was an explosion on the Kerch Bridge at early hours this morning. Now, this bridge is a very important bridge, Francis, because it opened in 2018, giving rail and road connections from Russia to Crimea. In October, it was partially closed following a massive explosion, but the Russians reopened it in February because it's so strategic to get food, fuel, and weapons from Russia into Crimea. Now, the Russian authorities are also saying that the structures of the bridge haven't been damaged, and it's only the surface of the bridge that's been damaged, and they're working quickly to reopen it.
And Ali, in other Ukraine news, we understand that the landmark grain deal between Ukraine and Russia is set to expire. What can you tell us about that?
That's right, Francis. Today, that deal that allows grain to leave Ukrainian ports since it was broken by the UN last year is set to expire. Now, this is very important because Ukraine and Russia are amongst the world's top grain exporters, and that deal was reached last year because of a fear of a lack of grain in Africa and the Middle East and beyond. So far, Russia has refused to re-sign that deal again, so there are again major concerns about grain supplies around the world.
Okay, Ali, thank you.
A suspected serial killer who allegedly prowled New York's Long Island is behind bars this morning. Police searched his home this weekend looking for more clues. And it comes as we learn more about his possible double life, including a newly discovered interview with him just before his arrest. Kathy Park is on Long Island.
Investigators pulling more evidence from the Long Island home belonging to the prime suspect in the Gilgo Beach murders.
The team is going through the house with a fine-tooth comb. Among other things, there's some storage units that we've searched.
Neighbors say 59-year-old Rex Heuerman lived here for decades with his wife and 2 adult children.
Did you ever see Rex?
Never. I always thought it was one person in there. I thought it was strange that that house is just sitting there with somebody in there like that.
I'm pretty much the only guy that have spoke to the guy and said hello to him.
Friday, Heuerman pleaded not guilty to brutally murdering 3 women, all sex workers in their 20s. Officials say he's also suspected in the disappearance of a 4th victim. All of their remains were discovered in 2010 along Long Island's Gilgo Beach.
In terms of speaking to my client, the only thing I can tell you that he did say as he was in tears was, "I didn't do this."
In total, investigators found 11 bodies in the area, including Shannon Gilbert, who made this 911 call the night of her disappearance.
Where are you, ma'am? I don't know.
This week, Heuerman, who is not charged in Gilbert's case, was seen walking calmly in Manhattan, apparently unaware that detectives were just moments away from placing him under arrest. Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond Tierney says,
"This is only the beginning. There are these other victims as well, and it's our hope that we're able to get some progress on those cases."
Rex,
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Likewise. I hope you don't mind. I brought my assistant with me, Norman.
Hello, Norman. I see it's raining out.
Yes, it's raining, yeah.
We're also learning more about Heuermann, a New York-based architect, from this YouTube interview he did last year.
Rex Heuermann, I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised on Long Island.
What has this job taught you about yourself?
I think it's taught me more about how to understand people. Because dealing with the technical aspects is something a person can learn. But it's the people, how they're all so different, and how you deal with the people.
The neighbor no one really knew in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons.
He certainly did bifurcate his life, and there was a side that was public facing, and then there was a side that wasn't.
Our thanks to Kathy for sharing that story.
A 7.2 magnitude earthquake rocked southern Alaska this weekend, triggering a brief tsunami advisory late Saturday. In Kodiak, Alaska, sirens warned of a possible tsunami that sent people driving to shelters late at night. But the U.S. National Weather Service canceled the advisory about an hour after the first alert. There were an estimated 8 aftershocks in the same area of the state.
We're kicking off yet another week with more severe weather and record heat. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we are stuck on repeat. We're looking at the storm chances once again. We're also looking at really dangerous heat continuing. We're into the 4th week in some spots of over 100-degree temperatures. So we're looking at 12 states affected today. We're looking at 62 million Americans from the west into the south central states, also portions of southern Florida. We're going to feel like over 110 in some spots in southern Florida. Otherwise, we're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. No relief in sight. We're going to see these temperatures continuing. So records possible once again in 10 states today. Take a look at some of these numbers. Phoenix today, 116. We do have a record of 116, so we may match that. If we get a little higher than that, we're going to break that. Las Vegas, 114. Amarillo, 101. 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. New Orleans, we're looking at 95 degrees. That's going to continue tomorrow. We're looking at temperatures 116 in Phoenix, 93 in portions of Colorado. Then we're looking at the southern portions of the states, Gulf Coast states. We're looking at 97 in New Orleans. The record there is 97. And as we go throughout the rest of the week, we're looking at these temperatures continuing. Phoenix still in 116s Wednesday, Thursday, 115 on Friday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, the heat wave continues in the south. We're looking at temperatures well into the triple digits in most spots. And in the southeast, it's really warm, too. We're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like over 100 degrees, even over 105 in one spots. All right, that's a look at the heat. We're going to take a look at the rest of the forecast for the week in just a few minutes.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
As severe storms moved across the northeast region, major airlines experienced significant flight delays. More than 1,300 flights arriving and departing from the U.S. were canceled Sunday evening. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, John F. Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Boston Logan airports are currently at ground stops due to heavy rain and fog. Today, over 400 flights are delayed and more than 200 canceled.
Coming up after the break, we look back at the first year of a life-changing mental health resource. Keep it here on Early Today.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There to some late-breaking news for hours of the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A year after it was launched, the national 3-digit suicide hotline 988 has proved itself a lifesaver. Our Ron Allen reports on this public service success story.
Across the country, events highlighting the first-year anniversary of a 3-digit number that officials say is saving lives.
988 is life-changing.
That's the U.S. Health Secretary talking about 988, the new suicide and crisis lifeline that replaced the old 10-digit 800 number. The government's celebrating progress with some 5 million calls, texts, chats its first year. That's 2 million more than in the year before.
It was a true game changer when it came to mental health and substance use services, because we, for the first time in our country's history, said nationally, we hear you, and believe us when we say we want to be there.
The administration says nearly 5% of adults 18 and older had serious thoughts of suicide in 2021, a figure that jumps to nearly 13% for adolescents. And officials say calls are answered in about 41 seconds now, down from more than 2.5 minutes last year. The Lifeline is a network of some 200 independently run call centers, like this one run by Samaritans in Boston, that we visited a year ago. Do you really think 988 is going to make a difference?
Yes, I really do.
1 year later, Samaritan says it's answering more calls than ever. But there are challenges. While the system tries to get every call answered locally, it's not always possible. Some calls roll over into a national backup system.
We need more people to answer the phone. We will always need more people to answer the phone.
Another concern, a recent poll suggests only 13% of Americans say they know about 988 and what it's for.
I have a lot of callers that are first-time callers, and it's great that they're hearing about it, and it just makes me wonder how many people are not hearing about it.
We're now working with trusted messengers, so working with faith communities and doing PSAs to get information out about 988.
The goal now, to go beyond that initial contact and put more callers in touch with local mental health experts and resources, and to increase the network's ability to send mental health units directly to someone's door. Dr. Tia Dole, who oversees the call centers nationally, says the mission is to be available for anyone, anytime.
We want people to call before they're in crisis so that we can connect them with services.
And you want families to call?
Absolutely. Anecdotally, our call centers say more and more families and loved ones are reaching out, asking, my young person is really struggling with depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts. What can I do?
This month, 988 added special services for LGBTQ+ youth and young adults. There's already a special service for veterans who can dial 988 and then press option number 1. And to mark the first anniversary, 988 added Spanish text and chat options.
No estás solo. I think representation matters.
Alma Ramirez says she knows painfully well how tough it is for people dealing with suicidal thoughts. But now she's a counselor and has this advice about calling 988 or reaching out.
The help is there. Take it. It's there for you.
Our thanks to Ron Allen for that report. And remember, if you or a loved one is struggling with a crisis, you can call the hotline at 988. It is so simple. You will get a person on the line that can help you.
Right after the break, we've got the best news images from the past week. The most powerful moments captured in photos coming up next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back with some of the most stunning images of the last week captured by the Associated Press. Starting in northern Spain, where thousands gathered to line the streets of Pamplona, celebrating the San Fermin running of the Bulls fiestas. You can see people and children dressed for the festivities in white and red, running for the famous fire bull.
In France, we see the moment Belgian cyclist Jasper Philipsen gets another win under his belt in this year's Tour de France. Here he holds up his hand, motioning for the number 4 to mark his 4th win in the cross-country race. He was the first competitor to cross the 11th stage finish line. The Tour continues on and will finish in front of the Champs-Élysées this Sunday in Paris.
And fireworks lit up the sky as France celebrated Bastille Day with the massive parade there over the weekend. The grand parade included 6,500 people marching, 94 planes, 200 horses, and more than 100,000 people and police deployed around the country. India was the guest of honor this year, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi watching alongside French President Emmanuel Macron as France commemorated the day that marked the start of the French Revolution.
And finally, take a look at this. A small crowd gathering in Kyiv, Ukraine, as a musician performed in a city square. The moment of peace captured people coming together nearly a month after a Russian airstrike shook the city. These powerful images giving us a reminder on this Monday morning of the importance of seeing the human impact that the biggest stories will have on people all over the world. And again, that whole picture tells it that, what is it again? The picture tells it, those in words. Yeah. That's it, if I could say it.
Well, and just like this one here, too. I mean, celebrations, and especially for this guy.
Oh, amazing. I know, I have goosebumps just looking at that.
All right, Michelle has her eye on the eventful Monday forecast after the break.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. The big story remains the heat in the south, also the west, into portions of southern Florida. We're going to see temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. We're also looking at some stormy weather. That would mainly be in the Ohio Valley to the Tennessee Valley. Also portions of the central plains. We're looking at really gusty winds with some of the storms. Heavy downpours. Could see some hail as well. The good news is we're drying out in the northeast. We need that today. We're going to have a dry day today. Then as we go throughout Wednesday, we'll be soggy still in the Ohio Valley to portions of the Carolinas, also the Tennessee Valley. And really it stays very, very hot in the southern plains into portions of the west as well. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thanks. After the break, a 97-year-old goes full throttle, treating herself for her birthday.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
A woman in Massachusetts decided to treat herself for her 97th birthday, buying herself something she's always wanted. Sam Reed from our Rhode Island affiliate tells us more about Marie Erickson's brand new tractor.
While most people at an older age sometimes spend more time in the house or start to slow things down a bit, that couldn't be further from the truth for Marie Erickson.
Oh, I'm very independent.
Because at the age of 97, if you ask her what she does for fun, she'll tell you it's taking out her tractor.
I'm on that tractor every day, whether the grass needs cutting or not. I go around and check, and when I see it, I cut it.
Her home in Swansea sits on big, beautiful land, 2.5 acres to be exact.
The yard keeps me busy. I don't like to do housework.
But even before her husband passed away, the 4'8" firecracker always had a love of landscaping.
I had a push mower, but I was a younger girl. I could push that. But now, forget it.
Something else she couldn't forget after seeing it was this power steering, top-of-the-line mower made by John Deere, which she now sits proudly upon.
I've always owned a John Deere. I like the John Deeres.
But getting on this throne of green took a little time. For more than a year, Marie began saving her money.
I kept counting it every month. I finally got to $5,000. I said, oh, great.
And for her 97th birthday, she decided to treat herself to the tractor.
I said, I think I'm worth it in all these years, and I'm not going to take the money with me. I'm going to save it. I'm going to spend it.
In May, she took a trip to a dealership in Massachusetts.
And I got the amount, and I bought the tractor for cash.
Of course, some salespeople were a little curious as to what a woman her age wanted to do with a John Deere. So she explained that though she doesn't drive a car anymore, this was the next best thing.
I still got all my marbles, and it's the money I saved. I'm going to buy this tractor, and I did.
Ever since, she's been taking out her tractor for a daily dose of relaxation. And as she inches closer to age 100, Marie says it's been quite the ride, and that you're never too old to take out your toys.
Oh, yeah, I felt great.
No, thanks to Sam for sharing that story. I love her on the tractor, and we're cheering her on as she reaches 100.
100%, Marie. You are definitely worth it. Just like you said, to me, from me. Those are the best gifts.
I just feel bad during those New England winters, though. Oof. She's going to have to put that tractor on for a little break during that season. Thanks so much for working up with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Cute. Tense moments from the war in Ukraine. Breaking overnight, reports of explosions on the critical bridge to Crimea from Russia. The Kremlin saying 2 were killed in the incident. We're live with the details. Plus, the clock ticking on a grain deal that could wreak havoc on the global food chain.
Wildfires and floods. Extreme weather turning deadly with record rainfall killing 5 people in Pennsylvania. The brutal heat wave hitting new highs, fueling fires out west.
The moment every flyer fears, a pilot falls ill, forcing a passenger to leap into action. How she managed to miraculously crash land the plane on Martha's Vineyard.
Inside the moment that changed the course of history, marking 78 years since the first test of the atomic bomb.
And no more FOMO, why the surge in revenge spending could finally be cooling down. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, everyone, I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this morning with the urgent search underway after devastating flooding in Pennsylvania. Officials there confirming that 5 people were killed in flash flooding. One victim is the mother of 2 very young children who are still missing this morning. Our Kathy Park begins our coverage.
Terrifying weather causing heartache in eastern Pennsylvania.
I can say as a witness to that, in my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
Flash floods quickly moved into the greater Philadelphia area Saturday night. The National Weather Service estimated over 3 inches of rain at the height of the storm.
The sky just opened up and everything dumped out real quick, probably more than anyone could have possibly imagined.
In Bucks County, 5 people have been confirmed dead, while crews work around the clock to search for a missing baby boy and his toddler sister, visiting with their family from South Carolina.
We have recovered the mother, and she is one of the deceased. Also, the 2 children that we are looking for to bring home, we are continuing all efforts to find them.
By daybreak Sunday, asphalt cracked, trees downed, and roads split in 2. Cars flipped upside down. Eli Weissman and his daughter were swept off their motorcycle.
Ended up floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could, a log. Saw cars floating, saw a Jeep flipped over. It was like nothing I've ever seen.
So you were clinging onto trees?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I didn't want to die.
Devastation felt all across the Northeast as communities grappled with the sudden onslaught of torrential downpours. From scenes like this in Torrington, Connecticut, to pouring rain in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. The extreme weather canceling more than 1,400 flights nationwide, as millions from Virginia to Maine brace for the threat of more flooding.
Our thanks to Kathy for that report.
Meanwhile, there does not seem to be an end in sight for the brutal heat wave. More than 100 million Americans, or about a third of the country, are under a heat alert or advisory. The warnings stretch from the northwest to the southern tip of Florida. Phoenix just broke another daily record of 118 degrees. But as our San Diego station found, the temperature of surfaces can be even more dangerous.
We're going to get the temperature reading of the surface of this turf. Let's take a look here. Is it going to be the warmest one so far? Oh my gosh, 166.
The heat is also helping to fuel fires in California, with a fourth wildfire now threatening homes near Los Angeles and prompting evacuation warnings. The largest is called the Rabbit Fire. It's destroyed over 7,000 acres and was only 10% contained as of Sunday afternoon.
This morning, there is breaking news out of Ukraine. Reports of explosions at the Kerch Bridge that connects occupied Ukrainian Crimea to mainland Russia. The governor of Crimea says on Telegram that traffic has been halted over a, quote, emergency, but did not elaborate. A Telegram channel affiliated with the Wagner mercenary group says there have been 2 strikes on that bridge. We want to bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, good morning. What more do we know right now about what happened there?
Good morning, Jessica. That's right. The Russians say that at least 2 people were killed in what they were initially saying was an emergency on the Kerch Bridge. But since then, Russian investigators and the Foreign Ministry have released a statement. Russian investigators say that it was the result of a terrorist act committed by the special forces in Kyiv. And the Foreign Ministry says that that decision to attack the bridge by Kyiv forces was made in conjunction with the United States and the United Kingdom. Obviously, they haven't provided any evidence to back up those claims, but we have had unconfirmed reports of a big explosion in the early hours of the morning, and Russian media have also released footage of what they claim was that explosion. And this is a very important bridge, Jessica. It opened in 2018. It gives road and rail access from Russia to Crimea. In October, it was partially closed following a major explosion, but the Russians reopened it in February because it's such a strategic supply route for food, fuel, and weapons from Russia into Crimea. Now, the head of the Russian administration there says that the damage to the bridge wasn't structural, that all of its supports still remain in place, and it was only the surface that was affected. But I'm sure as the day unfolds, we'll get more information on exact extent of damage on that bridge.
And Ali, we also wanted to ask you about the new controversy over the Ukrainian grain that we understand could have major implications across the globe.
That's right. Today, that deal that allows grain to leave Ukrainian ports that was brokered by the UN last year is set to expire today. Now, this is a big deal because Ukraine and Russia are amongst the world's top grain exporters, and any lack of flow in that grain could seriously affect food supplies around the world, in the Middle East, in North Africa. Now, so far, Russia has refused to re-sign that deal, so there are major concerns about what's going to happen to grain supplies around the world if the Russians don't re-sign that deal. Jessica?
And 2 major stories we will be following today. Ali, thank you.
Another manhunt for a suspected murderer in Pennsylvania has come to an end. Fugitive Michael Burham is back behind bars after 9 days on the run. Burham is a known survivalist with a military background. He is finally back in handcuffs, all because of a couple's dog wouldn't stop barking. Our George Solis spoke to Ron and Cindy Eklund.
What is it when you come face to face with the person everybody is literally looking for?
Oh, my.
I was scared.
Our immediate thought was call 911, get them here, get him caught, get him back where he belongs.
The couple said Burham tried to say he was camping, but they recognized him immediately. Police say Burham was taken into custody at gunpoint and will be arraigned on an escape charge.
It was the moment that changed the course of history. 78 years ago this week, a group of scientists in the New Mexico desert testing the first nuclear bomb. Now a new movie, Oppenheimer, from our parent company, NBC Universal, is bringing those events to life. Here's Gotti Schwartz on that historic moment.
The dawn of the nuclear age began 78 years ago with the flash of a man-made sun rising over the New Mexico desert. It was perhaps the most consequential and dangerous scientific experiment of all time, and the man who led it was Robert Oppenheimer.
If it was needed to put an end to the war and had a chance of so doing, we thought that was the right thing to do.
The events of that day, now the centerpiece of the new Christopher Nolan film, Oppenheimer. The movie recreating the top-secret nuclear bomb test in Los Alamos, New Mexico on July 16, 1945.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world?
Chances are near zero.
Near zero.
What do you want from theory alone?
Zero would be nice.
There were 100 things that could be done wrong, any one of which, as far as we knew, and we knew pretty much, could make the test a failure.
But the test was a success, and in its aftermath, scientists say the ground at ground zero turned to glass by the heat of the explosion, and the Earth sunk by 9 feet.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent.
Then just 3 weeks later, the next time the bomb was used was on Hiroshima, then Nagasaki, forcing the Japanese to surrender and changing the world forever.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Fascinating look at history right there. All right, the rain and heat aren't letting up just yet. Let's get to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on that. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're looking at the heat continuing for the 4th week straight. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the triple digits. Lots of alerts across the west, the south central states. Also looking at the chance for severe weather today. So let's start with the heat because we're looking at 12 states affected. Also 62 million Americans under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in the orange, and excessive heat warning is in the hot pink, and that's where we're going to see those temperatures really soaring. So we have that area of high pressure in control. It's bringing in this heat. Phoenix today, 116. That could tie a record of 116, or if we go a little higher than that, we're going to break that. Las Vegas, 114. We're looking at San Angelo, 106. Corpus Christi, 100 degrees today. And New Orleans, we're going to be into the mid-90s. You factor in humidity, though, it's going to feel warmer than that. Another record-breaking day tomorrow. San Antonio, 104. The record of 104 could tie it there. New Orleans, same story, into the upper 90s. Birmingham, we're looking at 97 degrees tomorrow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, the sweltering heat continues in the south. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots. And in the southeast, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. You factor in the humidity, though, especially in southern Florida, it's going to feel like over 100 degrees. All right, so the heat continues. We do have some storm chances today, and we'll look at the rest of the forecast for the week in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And still to come, it's so hot outside, but the trend known as revenge spending is starting to cool down.
But first, a passenger saves the day after a crash landing in Massachusetts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see you. So much work to be done here still.
This is how we do the summertime. summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Some terrifying moments in the sky after a pilot had a medical emergency and his passenger had to take the controls. Erin Gilchrist tells us how she managed to crash land the plane on Martha's Vineyard and survive.
A miracle on Martha's Vineyard. A small plane crash landing just off the airport runway after the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
A single aircraft down and approaching the runway 6, one patient responsive at the time.
This video posted online, unconfirmed by NBC News, but matching descriptions of the scene by Massachusetts State Police, showing first responders on the ground after a 79-year-old pilot became unresponsive midair before his female passenger took the controls.
What can you tell us about how difficult it might have been to land something like this?
It is not a trainer, so it's going to require more skill. It's going to approach the airport at higher speeds.
The small plane, a 2006 Piper Meridian, took off from Westchester, New York, Saturday afternoon en route to Martha's Vineyard. On final approach, the passenger had to jump into action, the plane's left wing breaking in half after a hard landing. Just last year, Darren Harrison made a similar heroic landing in Florida.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
We had now gone into a dive.
Harrison spoke to our Savannah Guthrie about taking control and safely landing with zero experience in the cockpit.
Because I knew it was a life or death situation. Either you do what you have to do to control the situation or you're going to die. And that's what I did.
Massachusetts State Police say the pilot was flown to a Boston hospital in serious life-threatening condition, and the passenger wasn't seriously hurt. Erin Gilchrist, NBC News.
Ooh, tense, right? Still to come. A popular retail brand facing federal charges. What we know about the racketeering lawsuit against Shein.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this? Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, they say it's a dish best served cold, and it looks like revenge spending is cooling down after a post-pandemic travel surge. Economists are now saying that a drive to fly the nest is slowing. Last week's CPI report shows airfare prices are down 19% in June of this year from June 2022. Car rentals also fell 12%. Dining prices did rise nearly 8% last month, but that's down from nearly 9% in May. And these price dips reflect, for the most part, the country's waning demand for luxury outings since the pandemic, which comes nearly a year after inflation hit a 9% peak last June.
Retailer Shein is in hot water once again. This time, small artists are claiming the fast fashion company stole their works and are taking them to court for racketeering. Ellison Barber has more.
This is Shein.
Fast fashion giant Shein once again facing serious allegations.
Big Shein haul today.
The Chinese company, popular with influencers, is one of the largest fashion retailers in the world, known for its extremely low prices and for adding thousands of products to its site every day. But now a new lawsuit filed in California federal court is accusing the retailer of such aggressive copyright infringement that it violates the RICO Act, a racketeering law that was originally created to target organized crime.
The RICO Act did this by allowing them to use businesses in the realm of criminal charges.
The three plaintiffs cited in the suit, independent artist Krista Perry, Larissa Martinez, and Jay Barron, allege Shein, quote, produced, distributed, and sold exact copies of their creative work.
Shein here is being accused of having used copyright infringement as the centerpiece of their business. So basically the allegation is that their entire business is a fraud.
The lawsuit also alleges that Shein's business model uses a, quote, decentralized structure that allows it to plausibly redirect blame to third parties. In a statement to NBC News, Shein says it takes, quote, swift action when complaints are raised, and that it'll, quote, vigorously defend itself against the lawsuit.
To affordable style.
This is just the latest in a string of controversies for the fashion company.
Our undercover cameras will go behind the doors.
The company's factory is the subject of a documentary by UK's Channel 4, where Shein factory workers claimed they are paid as little as $20 a week and are working 17 hours a day. Here in the U.S., lawmakers on both sides of the aisle asking the SEC to look into allegations Shein was failing to disclose forced or unpaid labor of the Uyghurs in its supplier factories. Shein has repeatedly denied allegations of forced labor or harsh working conditions and tried to clear up what they say are rumors with an influencer tour of its so-called innovation factory in Guangzhou, China. However, the trip resulting in more backlash, with many online accusing the brand of propaganda, pushing some of the influencers who went on the trip to later publicly address the controversy.
I'm someone that can take accountability for my actions, and I want to be better.
Our thanks to Ellison for that report.
Michelle is tracking the Monday forecast after the break.
And later, lottery fever heats up as the Powerball jackpot inches closer to $1 billion.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We continue to track the dangerous heat in the south, the west, also portions of southern Florida. That's a big weather story today and over the next couple of days still. We're looking at a chance for showers in parts of the northeast, also the Ohio Valley, into the Tennessee Valley, portions of the northern parts of New England, also the northeast, finally drying out today. That's good news. We're looking at hazy skies throughout the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and also parts in the northeast. That's all due to the Canadian wildfires and also ozone. Then as we look towards Wednesday, still sunny and warm in the west, the southwest into the south central states. Really sweltering heat. We're going to see that expanding. Soggy throughout the Tennessee Valley, also the Ohio Valley. Then as we look towards Friday, we're looking at soggy conditions in portions of the northeast. Back to you both.
Michelle, thanks. They couldn't celebrate on Sunday, but a couple married for 65 years had a special date night at their favorite fast food place.
Summertime. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
A California couple just celebrated 65 years of marriage, and they marked the occasion at one of their favorite date spots. Chick-fil-A. Ty Steele from our Sacramento affiliate has this story.
Big Cheers Wednesday at a busy Chick-fil-A restaurant in Sacramento on Madison Avenue.
flowers, candles, a loving family, and a couple that deserves high praise. Bonnie and Lloyd Reynolds are celebrating 65 years of marriage. June 21st, 1958 is when they tied the knot.
In Modesto. Mays Boulevard Christian Church, right after I got out of high school.
12 days after she got out. They've been a couple since Bonnie was 14 and Lloyd was 17. And Lloyd still pulls the chair out for his wife before dinner. A celebratory time, but the same dish every weekly date night. A Cobb salad for Lloyd, a kid's meal with 4 chicken nuggets for Bonnie, and a Diet Coke for both. Even the employees couldn't hold back their joy. So what is the secret to a long and successful marriage?
Commitment to each other is the starting point. Always be committed and never think about divorce. You can work it through.
And Lloyd has a 10-point plan. Here's number 1 on the list.
Make lifetime commitments to each other and to your Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ.
All right, thanks to Ty Steele for sharing that story. Who knew Chick-fil-A could be so romantic?
Well, when you pull the chair out for your lady after all these years, you can make anything romantic. Well, after a 48-hour search, the missing Alabama woman, Carly Russell, has been found alive. The 25-year-old woman disappeared last Thursday after reporting to 911 that she saw a toddler walking along Interstate 459. Authorities at the scene found Russell's car and her belongings, but they were not able to find her or the child. Hoover police say Russell walked home late Saturday night and was taken to the hospital for evaluation. No further details have been given on Russell's condition, and an investigation is underway.
Right, lottery fever is heating up just in time for National Lottery Day after no winning ticket. None was drawn on Saturday. The prize soared from $875 million. Now it is a whopping $900 million. This is the 3rd largest Powerball and the 7th largest lottery sum in U.S. history. So if you are looking to play the 1 in 292 million odds, the next drawing is tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern. And then there's the whole Mega Millions part, too. You can try for the $640 million Mega Millions jackpot. Tomorrow night, we've been seeing this thing back and forth going up, and just, I mean, it is astonishing, this amount.
And it'll rise before the drawing tonight, so get out there and get your tickets.
Thanks for kicking off your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Right now on Morning News Now, extreme weather this morning. Search crews on the lookout for missing children after heavy storms killed at least 5 people. Powerful flash floods, overwhelming cars, toppling trees and turning roads into rivers. Those heavy rains also creating travel chaos, canceling more than 1,000 flights, all as record-breaking heat continues to scorch the country. We have full team coverage of the latest. Deadly blast breaking overnight. An explosion on a Crimean bridge left 2 people dead in what the Russian-installed leaders are calling a terrorist attack. What we know about the blast and its potential impact on the war. Plus, we'll take a look at how the White House is responding to concerns over its decision to supply Ukraine with cluster bombs. Quiet on the set ahead of one of Hollywood's biggest weekends. Movie and TV sets are empty across the country. How this strike mirrors one walk-off from the 60s and the battle over AI that could shape the future of entertainment. And cosmetic conspiracy. With summer temperatures heating up, false information about sunscreen is burning up online. We're diving into the dangerous trend that could put your health at risk.
Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you so much for joining us on a Monday morning. We're going to get started with that severe weather that is wreaking havoc across the country this summer.
At least 5 people are dead and several others are missing after a weekend of strong storms caused flash flooding throughout the Northeast. And this severe weather also caused problems for air travelers. More than 1,500 flights were canceled on Friday, disrupting travel across the country. And while the southwestern U.S. has been battling extreme heat for weeks, now southern Europe is also seeing dangerously high temperatures, forcing officials to close popular tourist spots. We have full coverage of all of this extreme weather this morning, and we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's just outside of Philadelphia in Bucks County, which was hit hard by flooding. Kathy, good morning.
Flash floods over the weekend in the Northeast, turning deadly here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. At least 5 confirmed fatalities, and crews are still searching for 2 missing children, siblings. We have learned that they were actually visiting the area with family from Charleston, South Carolina, and unfortunately, their mother is now among the dead. But here in Washington Crossing, where we are right now, you can see how bad the situation got. The floodwaters so intense, it actually buckled roadways. Part of this bridge broken apart, and there is debris scattered everywhere. In fact, one official told us yesterday that he has not seen anything like this in 44 years. This morning, crews will be back out assessing the damage and also searching for the missing. But as you can see, a lot of the roads in the area are still impassable. Back to you.
Kathy, thank you.
Well, while extreme heat has gripped the Southwest for weeks, temperatures in the triple digits are also scorching southern Europe. Parts of the Mediterranean are expecting near record-breaking temperatures today. 15 cities in Italy, most of them in the country's center and south, are under heat advisories, and people there are trying to keep cool in any way they can. Meanwhile, in Greece and in Turkey, the weather is so warm officials have closed several popular tourist spots as a precaution. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for your forecast.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, it just continues the sweltering heat in the south, the west, portions of southern Florida. We're looking at temperatures once again into the triple digits. In the southeast, if you're not going to be into the triple digits, you factor in the humidity, it will feel like over 100, even over 110 in some spots. So this morning, 13 states under heat alert, 73 million Americans still dealing with some really dangerous heat. From the southwest to the south central states, we have excessive heat warnings. That is in the hot pink. We have heat advisories. We've broken so many records week after week after week, and it's all due to this area of high pressure tacked in place. It is pumping in this hot air, and it's going to continue to do so. We have no relief in sight. We're going to see it actually expand over the south central states over the next couple of days. But taking a look at some records that were broken, Death Valley set a new daily high of 128 degrees on Sunday. Phoenix today marks 18 days of 110 degrees plus, and that is super dangerous. It's so taxing and fatiguing on the body. El Paso record 32 days of 100 degrees or more, and we're going to see more 100-degree temperatures there throughout this week. Now, we're going to break records today. We have temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots. Phoenix today, 115. The record there is 116, so you're going to get close. 101 in Amarillo, 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. You'll either tie or break that record. And then we're looking at portions of the Tennessee Valley into, or the Carolinas too, into the 80s. The southeast, you're going to be into the 90s, but feeling like over 100 degrees. Tomorrow, same story. More records will fall, and we're looking at 109 in Wichita Falls. The record there is 110. Phoenix, 118. 104 in San Antonio. Birmingham, near 100 degrees, 98 degrees. The record of 99. Jacksonville, you're going to be close to at 97. Then as we go throughout the rest of the week, no relief in sight. So it's going to be that same story. A big weather headline this week. Once again, we're looking at Lubbock, Texas, 106 on Wednesday, near 100 degrees Thursday, and also Friday. New Orleans, you're going to be near 100 degrees also Thursday and Friday. Now, that's in the south central states, the west, but we're also talking about southern Florida. This has been a big story because the waters off Florida near the Key West, or near the Keys, 97 degrees. That is the water temp. That is spa-like. It feels like a jacuzzi, and that's certainly impacting the weather. And that's why we're seeing these temperatures as high, and also the heat index feeling greater than that. So Tampa today, it's going to feel like 103, feeling like 107 in Naples. It's going to feel like 105 in Miami, and feeling like 105 also in Key West. And no relief in sight there either. We're looking at Tampa into the mid-90s. You factor in the humidity, it would be more than that. Key West, Miami, also temperatures into the 90s. That is the heat portion. Let's talk about some better news. So we have that northeast radar. We had all that rain that came through yesterday. Heavy downpours Saturday night, also Sunday, causing that deadly flash flooding in portions of Bucks County. And today we're starting to clear it out. We're drying it out. This is much needed relief. We have a few lingering showers left over in eastern Maine, but looking much better than yesterday. We still do have a flash flood warning where you see the red there in portions of New England, but doing a lot better, and we will continue to do that, although we're going to bring back the rain as early as tomorrow. We do have some storm chances, though. 8 million at risk in portions of the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, back through the plains. Where you see that yellow shading, that is the likeliest spot of seeing some strong storms, including Louisville, Nashville, also O'Neill. 8 million people at risk with hail hail. That's going to be one of the biggest threats. Also strong winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Remember, any of these storms could produce some really heavy downpours, so we could see some flash flooding as well. And also with those strong winds, some power lines, some trees could come down. Low threat for tornadoes, not zero, though, so we're going to continue to watch that. And then, guys, tomorrow we're going to see that move off into portions of Missouri and also Illinois. A little bit of Kentucky, too, could see some strong storms. So we're just stuck in this pattern that will not budge.
We really are. To hear about that heat wave in Europe also.
Oh, I know.
I mean, oh, my goodness. All right, well, we will keep talking about it. It's important stuff. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Thank you. The search for a mass shooting suspect in Georgia is finally over. The suspect, Andre Langmore, was shot and killed by police during an intense standoff on Saturday. Authorities say the 40-year-old is responsible for killing 4 people in a city south of Atlanta. 2 officers, a sheriff's deputy and a police officer, were hurt during the shootout. Police have identified the victims but did not reveal any motive.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, and Russian authorities say a mother and father were killed and their daughter was injured in an explosion on the bridge linking Crimea to mainland Russia. Moscow blames Kyiv for what it has described as a terror attack. Ukraine's public broadcaster reports that it was a special operation by Ukraine's security service and the Navy, citing multiple law enforcement sources, but the defense ministry is not commenting. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now for more on this. Hey, Matt, good morning. So we understand Russian investigators are at this scene. Walk us through what we know right now and what we're hearing from each side.
Yeah, well, this is still quite recent, so, information is still coming in. So in addition to what you've just said about the incident, we're hearing from the Russian side that the damage was the result of probably drone strikes that slammed into the bridge overnight. And you can see those investigators, they're working now. The bridge appears to be damaged, but it's at least somewhat intact. And we have heard from the Russian side the train service across the bridge has resumed already as of this morning. So that's another clue that this attack didn't incapacitate or destroy the bridge quite as much as a previous attack back in October. And that's when a truck bomb blew up and cut off at least one direction of travel on the bridge for months. And that damage was so bad that the bridge only reopened to full traffic in May after extensive repairs. So far, guys, this attack doesn't appear to have been quite as successful as that one last year.
Yeah, and Matt, so let's talk about this report by the state broadcaster. Ukraine's security services planning this attack with the Navy. According to that report, what do we know about those details?
Yeah, well, and the Russians are actually saying that the UK and the US were also involved in planning this attack, though that's really just an allegation at this moment. So the reaction from Kyiv, guys, has really been typical. Even though this bears all the hallmarks of a Ukrainian operation, the Ukrainians have not officially claimed responsibility, and they almost never do. So again, this is their normal routine. When it comes to attacks deep inside Russian territory, they almost never claim responsibility. And they are trying to maintain some kind of plausible deniability, even though it seems implausible that they weren't involved. But, like the last time this bridge was destroyed, Ukraine's security services published a short poem on Telegram that said that the bridge had gone to sleep now for a second time. So it's kind of a cheeky response, even though they're not claiming responsibility.
Right. Matt, now that this war has been going on for almost a year and a half, there's so many aspects of it that we haven't talked about in a while. One of those being that grain deal, this UN-brokered grain deal that was so important for continuing the food supply across the European continent. That is expiring today. Could the fact that this attack happened dash any hopes of renewing the agreement? Because we know at this point Moscow has halted its participation in that deal.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's hard to know because, Russia has pulled out of this grain deal before. And as I mentioned, there's been previous attacks on the Kerch Strait Bridge. So the two aren't necessarily connected. And actually, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, he told reporters today, specifically answering that question, that the bridge attack wasn't connected to Moscow's suspension of the grain deal. And it's important to note he used that word suspension. So, they could still snap it back into place. And I don't think they're connected either because the grain deal was always supposed to expire at the end of the day today. So the question will be, will diplomats be able to renegotiate the deal? And that is a deal that's so crucial, as you mentioned, to provide grain for the developing world, but also it's the only real diplomatic negotiation successfully that has gone on between Russia and Ukraine. So it represents really the only real contact between these two countries at war. So it's crucial not just for the rest of the world, but for the prospect of negotiations that could one day end this terrible fight.
Absolutely.
Guys.
Matt Bradley, thank you very much.
Staying with Ukraine, the U.S. delivery of those controversial cluster bombs arrived there last week. The munitions are banned in more than 100 countries. That decision was debated on Meet the Press yesterday, as Chuck Todd explains.
Well, hello there, Savannah and Valerie. This week on Meet the Press, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan joined me to discuss the controversial decision to send cluster munitions to Ukraine. Take a look at what he had to say about how the decision impacts U.S. moral authority.
Our moral authority has not derived from being a signatory to the Convention Against Cluster Munitions. We have not been at any point since that convention came into effect. Neither has Ukraine. Our moral authority and Ukraine's moral authority in this conflict comes from the fact that we are supporting a country under brutal, vicious attack by its neighbor, with missiles and bombs raining down on its cities, killing its civilians, destroying its schools, its churches, its hospitals. And the idea that providing Ukraine with a weapon in order for them to be able to defend their homeland, protect their civilians, is somehow a challenge to our moral authority, I find questionable. I would say that we are stepping up to give Ukraine what it needs in order to not be defenseless in the face of a Russian onslaught. We are simply not going to leave Ukraine defenseless. The president was determined on that point, and we remain committed to that.
Is the United States out of the manufacturing of new cluster munitions? Are we not going to, will we replenish this stockpile or not?
Our current plan is not to replenish that stockpile. It is rather to build up the capacity to produce the unitary round of the 155, the non-cluster munition round of ammunition. We began that process months ago as we anticipated the need for continuing supply to Ukraine, but it takes time. And that is why we need a bridge from today, when we need to ensure that Ukraine has the necessary supply of ammunition, to a few months down the road when we believe we can supply enough of the unitary round to meet Ukraine's defense needs.
See my full interview with him at meetthepress.com. You can also get a lot more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thanks so much. Well, the historic dual SAG-AFTRA and WGA strikes are marching forward, bringing Hollywood to a halt. Production on some major projects, including Gladiator 2 and the next Mission Impossible film, have all been halted. And over the weekend, despite the strike, Disney still held the red carpet world premiere for its Haunted Mansion movie, using costume characters as stand-ins for the actual actors in the film. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
While Hollywood is no stranger to disaster movies,
this comet is what we call a planet killer.
It's the off-screen drama capturing the world's attention.
I just think it's a battle worth fighting.
This week, 160,000 actors joining Hollywood writers on the picket line, shutting down productions around the world.
The world will remember this day.
And stopping all promotions ahead of summer's biggest blockbuster weekend.
It's also a huge deal for me to be in lockstep with all of my peers.
The cast of Oppenheimer left the movie's London premiere before the curtain rose, after SAG-AFTRA failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which represents studios including NBC Universal.
Maggie! Maggie, the cat is alive!
It's the first joint strike since 1960. When then SAG President Ronald Reagan waged a months-long battle with the studios and won the creation of the residual payment system. For the first time, actors and writers got paid when their movies reran on television. Flash forward to 2023, a near-identical battle is being waged amid the seismic shift towards streaming and the growing threat of AI.
Whatever Francis told you the last 5 years, don't believe a word of it.
Netflix broke open the industry model with House of Cards, forever changing the way creatives were compensated. By keeping their viewership private, Netflix upended the residual model that made the writers and casts of shows like Friends tens of millions of dollars in broadcast syndication every year, now paying them up front, but not rewarding success for hit shows. The Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA demanding change.
To create a whole new business model, but not be willing to change the contract that was predicated off of a completely different industry is insanity.
While eyeballs have shifted from cable to streaming, studios are struggling to catch up. Disney Plus reporting a $659 million operating loss last quarter after expensive bets on shows like The Mandalorian failed to attract new subscribers. In an exclusive interview with CNBC, Disney CEO Bob Iger reacting to the back and forth.
There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic.
The two sides also at an impasse over AI. The studio saying they've offered protections, including consent for digital replicas or alterations. But creatives worry the technology will be used to dock pay. Now, productions from Wicked to American Horror Story halted, with no clear end to this story in sight.
Something is going to happen which is going to force people back to the table. Eventually, there will be a deal, but it's going to be a rocky, rough road getting there.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that reporting. Now, it's not just the actual acting or taking parts in red carpets that those actors in SAG-AFTRA are being asked to refrain from. They're also being asked not to post certain things on social media, including costume pictures and past or future shows that they might be in.
In sports news now, there is a new grass court tennis champion in town.
Oh, my goodness, and what a great game it was. Spain's Carlos Alcaraz defeated the heavy favorite Novak Djokovic in a 5-set thriller on Wimbledon center court yesterday. The Spaniard roared back from an early setback to deny Djokovic a record-equaling 8th Wimbledon title. Alcaraz described the win as the happiest moment in his life. We will dig into that match a little bit later in the show, but it was just so great to see. And also what was really cool was the way that Djokovic handled the loss. He always is very good at that. Not that he loses very often, but it was just so sweet all around, both of them. I was so emotional.
Yeah, definitely when he fell on the court.
Yeah,
so
oh my God, when he
excited.
just collapsed when he won, and then Djokovic crying when he saw his son. It was all very sweet.
I was on a flight home yesterday, and every TV screen on the flight was everybody watching the game.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so fun. Awesome. Like I said, we will talk about that a little bit more later on the show. Coming up, a Good Samaritan who vanished after reporting a toddler on an Alabama interstate has been found. But this morning, the mystery surrounding her disappearance is growing. What family members say they heard on a phone call moments before she vanished.
But first, a major shakeup on the campaign trail for one presidential hopeful. What's behind the move and the latest on the race for the White House next?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. It was a busy weekend for many of the 2024 presidential race hopefuls. Some candidates offered choice words for their opponents while stumping, while we got a closer look at how everyone in the race is doing so far financially.
And there was also some staff shakeups on one campaign in particular that could signal possible bad news for one politician. NBC News senior politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now. John, we love when you join us. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Let's start with potential GOP frontrunner potential. He's not at this point, but Ron DeSantis obviously kind of held that #2 spot for a while. But this is your fantastic reporting on this major staff shakeup, as well as some financing information. What do we know here?
Yeah, there's an irony here, which is that Ron DeSantis raised more money in the second quarter, $20 million, when really the last 6 weeks of that second quarter than anybody else at $20 million. But he also burned through a lot of it very quickly, about 40% of what he had, $8 million. And what we're seeing is not just that burn rate, but specifically the fact that 70% of the money that Ron DeSantis raised came from max-out donors, meaning people who cannot give to him again. What it all adds up to is somebody raised a lot of money, spent a lot of money, and may have trouble bringing in more money to the campaign. And the evidence we got as the sort of coda to watching the fundraising report come in was that DeSantis ended up firing about a dozen staffers this weekend. And we'll have to see if there are more changes to that campaign structure upcoming. But they were burning through money too fast.
And I know he had the most staff by kind of like a mile, right? And then this happened.
That's right. He had 92 staffers, 4 or 5 times as many as most of the other campaigns.
Yeah, wow. Definitely a shakeup there. Staying on the topic of Ron DeSantis, the war of words between him and President Trump continued this weekend. Tell us what the latest is there.
Yeah, President Trump has been knocking DeSantis for being second in the polls for a long time. And now he's effectively accusing him of dereliction of duty in Florida. We can take a listen right now to what Donald Trump said this weekend.
We are totally dominating DeSantis right here in the state of Florida. So we want him to get home and take care of insurance, because you have the highest insurance in the nation. You know, they may like him or they may not, but they don't want somebody that's down 57 points.
And what Trump is saying here is not only that DeSantis can't walk and chew gum at the same time, but that he can't walk or chew gum, basically saying that he's not doing very well on the campaign trail, and at the same time Florida is suffering because of this insurance crisis where, for folks who've been following that news or haven't been following that news, you've had insurance companies departing Florida very quickly in succession because of the costs of insuring people there.
Oh, yeah. As we see these just super storms that used to be, once-in-a-generation events become more common, absolutely. John, I want to talk a little bit more about campaign financing, because there was this major second quarter campaign finance deadline for the candidates over the weekend. Other than what we learned and what you just explained to us about DeSantis, any other major reveals there?
I don't think there was a lot of shock. You've got a couple of candidates that are basically funding themselves. Doug Burgum, the North Dakota Senator, Vivek Ramaswamy, businessman and author, who's been funding himself. Trump raised a fair amount of money. What's interesting about his money, as opposed to DeSantis, he's got a lot of those small dollar fundraisers that he can go back to over and over and over again. You see repeatedly in his filing people who are giving $20 or $30, every month or every couple months. And so even if DeSantis has a better fundraising period over a few weeks, the trouble there for him is going to be renewing those donations from people who have already hit the maximum federal limit.
Right. John Allen, always great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, guys.
Now for international headlines, starting in Spain, where wildfires are raging on the Canary Islands.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us with that and more. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. After thousands of people were evacuated on the Canary Islands of La Palma due to wildfires, favorable conditions have allowed firefighters to slow the advance of the blaze, which has so far destroyed almost 11,500 acres of land. Around 300 firefighters, 9 water-carrying helicopters, and 2 planes have been dispatched. The wildfires coincide with a blistering heat wave that's been sweeping across southern Europe, with scientists warning of more to come due to climate change. The United Nations Security Council will hold its first formal talks on artificial intelligence this week in New York as governments around the world consider how to mitigate the dangers of AI technology. In June, the UN Secretary General backed proposals by some AI executives for the creation of an international AI watchdog similar to the International Atomic Energy Organization. And finally, over 100 people were trapped on the grounds of the former home of mystery writer Agatha Christie in the English countryside. The tourists were left stranded after stormy weather knocked down a tree, blocking a road leading to the property. The series of events could have been ripped straight from the pages of Christie's mystery novels, leaving the stranded guests to do exactly what Agatha Christie used to do when she was at home: drink tea and play croquet. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Oh my goodness, wow, what a story. You're right, it does sound like a book.
The ghost of Agatha Christie might have had a hand in that one. Okay. Allie, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, a nightmare turned into reality for a passenger on one small plane. How she was able to make an emergency landing after the pilot suffered a medical emergency in flight.
But first, a suspected murderer on the run for more than a week is back behind bars this morning. The concerns over how he was able to escape, plus our interview with the couple who found him next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Summertime. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The search for an inmate suspected of murder who escaped from a jail in Pennsylvania is now over. The suspect was captured after being on the run for more than a week. Now questions are being raised about how he was able to pull it off. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
After successfully evading authorities, they actually got a little help from an unexpected source.
Under arrest.
After 9 days on the run, these images appear to show suspected murderer Michael Burham put back in handcuffs. And it happened because Ron and Cindy Eklund heard their dog Tucker barking.
And he just kept barking like, this isn't right.
You crazy dog.
The couple got into their golf cart and went to see why. Walk me through that moment again. What is it when you come face to face with the person everybody is literally looking for?
Oh, my.
I was scared.
Our immediate thought was call 911, get them here, get him caught, get him back where he belongs.
They didn't stick around after they saw Burham squatting by their creek, heading back to their house and calling 911. You ask him, what are you doing? He says, I'm camping.
And I knew who he was. And I start backing up. Well, I didn't know Cindy's behind me in the golf cart.
From behind the couple's house, authorities pushed Burham through this wooded area. His time on the run coming to an end right here, arrested in front of this tree. Authorities say for all his efforts to elude them, he made one crucial mistake.
That's been our strategy all along, is to push him hard, to have him make a mistake. He finally did.
Burham is a known survivalist with a military background. His skills an asset to him and a concern for authorities after they say he escaped jail by accessing the roof and scrambling down a rope made of bed sheets. Police found hidden stashes of supplies, clothes, food, and even ammunition. He'd been in jail since May on kidnapping, burglary, and other related charges.
One of the things that led us to be concerned that he may very well be armed.
Police say Burham did not have a gun on him when he was caught, but he was tired with his jail uniform pants on, inside out. With the manhunt over, people here finally at ease.
We were all relieved. Everyone was like, we can all sleep peacefully tonight.
Burham is still here in the state at the Erie County Prison, pretty far from the jail he actually did escape from. Authorities still wondering whether or not he had help escaping. Back to you.
All right, what an end to that story. Judge Solis, thanks so much.
Well, now to a mystery in Alabama where a woman disappeared for 2 days just after making a call to police saying she saw a toddler walking along a highway. And while the woman was located and is safe, there are still so many questions. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Oh, that's right. Carly Russell is back at home and safe with her family today as the mystery surrounding her disappearance deepens.
Relief for family and friends of Carly Russell.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe.
Her safe return also prompting new questions about her disappearance. The 25-year-old who had been missing for 2 days returned to her family home on foot and alone late Saturday night, police say. They provided no details about where she'd been or on her condition, but say medics responded and took Russell to a hospital for evaluation.
You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home. Right. What did they say? It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call.
Angela Harris has been leading search efforts on the ground in Hoover, Alabama.
And I said, is this true? Is Carly back home? And she said, yes, yes, yes. Carly's here. She's here.
The reunion bringing an end to the urgent search that began Thursday night after police say Russell called 911 to report a toddler walking on Interstate 459. Police telling NBC News they're analyzing this chilling video from the interstate where Russell vanished, appearing to show a car driving slowly with its flashers on before coming to a stop. Hours before she was found, Russell's mom telling NBC News a family member was on the phone with her daughter right before she vanished. She says Russell stopped to check on the child and then
she heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's vehicle and personal belongings, but no sign of her or a child. Saying in a statement, Carly's 911 call remains the only timely report of a child on the interstate.
Officials tell us Carly Russell was released from the hospital Sunday morning. Police have spoken to her and tell us that they are following up on the information she gave them. Back to you.
Oh, all right. Like we said, so many questions. Priscilla, thank you.
A pilot remains in the hospital this morning after a terrifying emergency landing on Martha's Vineyard over the weekend. The man suffered a medical emergency on board, and that's when a passenger jumped into action. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist with that story.
A miracle on Martha's Vineyard. A small plane crash landing just off the airport runway after the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
A single aircraft down and approaching of runway 6. One patient unresponsive at the time.
This video posted online, unconfirmed by NBC News, but matching descriptions of the scene by Massachusetts State Police, showing first responders on the ground after a 79-year-old pilot became unresponsive midair before his female passenger took the controls.
What can you tell us about how difficult it might have been to land something like this?
It is not a trainer, so it's going to require more skill. It's going to approach the airport at higher speeds.
The small plane, a 2006 Piper Meridian, took off from Westchester, New York, Saturday afternoon en route to Martha's Vineyard. On final approach, the passenger had to jump into action, the plane's left wing breaking in half after a hard landing. Just last year, Darren Harrison made a similar heroic landing in Florida.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
We had now gone into a dive.
Harrison spoke to our Savannah Guthrie about taking control and safely landing with zero experience in the cockpit.
As I knew it was a life or death situation. Either you do what you have to do to control the situation or you're going to die. And that's what I did.
Massachusetts State Police say the pilot was flown to a Boston hospital in serious, life-threatening condition, and the passenger wasn't seriously hurt. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Wow, what a story. All right, coming up, sunscreen conspiracy theories are spreading online.
We're answering your burning questions about the misinformation that could be putting your health at risk. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, we've been keeping you up to date on all things heat. And if you have to go outside in these record-breaking temperatures, properly applying sunscreen is a must.
But as NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal explains, some people on social media are spreading misinformation about the subject. Take a look.
We're in the middle of summer. The sun's blazing and temperatures are soaring as our planet is facing scorching days. Some people online are now urging others to protect themselves from sunscreen itself.
We're literally rubbing cancer into our skin.
It's not true, but you might be surprised how many people online are arguing against the UV filtering lotions and sprays, preaching only positive outcomes from sun exposure. One person tweeting that high levels of vitamin D make it almost impossible to develop an autoimmune disease, and another tweeting if you're still using sunscreen, you're, quote, not gonna make it.
Really? Come on.
And on TikTok, the search sunscreen conspiracy has almost 10 billion views. The FDA, CDC, and American Cancer Society all say sunscreen protects people from harmful UV rays and dangerous sun exposure, which can cause things like premature aging and skin cancer, which can be deadly.
We are recommending that everyone wears sunscreen because that is the best thing we have available to protect from the sun, in addition to protective clothing.
Some of these content creators' concerns might ring a bell because certain brand recalls you've heard about. In the past couple of years, Banana Boat and Johnson & Johnson recalled some of their sunscreen products that were packaged in aerosol cans.
They said the cans had some benzene in them, which is a carcinogen, and it got into some sunscreens in trace levels.
And medical experts say some people might be allergic to certain types of sunscreen.
But they believe the benefits far outweigh the risks from certain products.
Those risks are so low as compared to the number of people who are getting skin cancer.
Some experts even taking to the internet to fight against this misinformation.
I got tagged in this video and it's really misleading.
Dr. Michelle Wong has a PhD in medicinal and supramolecular chemistry, and she creates content online debunking cosmetic product myths.
I just came across so much misinformation and so much confusion.
According to a 2022 study, when a TikTok user searches for information on top news stories, almost 1 in 5 of the videos that pop up have misinformation. We reached out to TikTok for comment and have not heard back. But after the study, the company told the AP, quote, "We do not allow harmful misinformation, including medical misinformation, and we will remove it from the platform."
Unfortunately, something that is scary, something that is simple to understand, is going to get a lot more engagement than something that requires a bit more explanation like science.
Bottom line, if you're going to enjoy the sun this summer, it's still best to wear your sunscreen while doing it.
Dr. Syal joins us now to talk about this more. Doctor, this is such an important topic, especially this summer with the heat waves that we're seeing.
Oh, yeah.
As you pointed out in your piece, there's just so much misinformation out there, and the term sunscreen conspiracy has nearly 10 billion views.
Oh, my goodness.
How do we go about combating all of this misinformation? And talk to us about some of the challenges.
Yeah, good morning. Here I'm in Arizona right now, and we just hit 118 degrees this weekend. So you can see why this is so important with the UV index of 12, about 4 times what we wanted. But to answer your question, I don't want to say a blanket statement like don't get your information on social media. I think social media can be a good source for a lot of people. But I think the important thing here to note is what are you looking at? And there's some tips we created actually to help you sort of digest some of the information you're getting on social media. And that's, one, obviously, pay attention to the source. You want to make sure you're getting information from a reputable source. 2, read beyond the headlines. Don't just scroll through social media, see a headline, and start spreading that information without really reading it. But 3, this is my favorite, avoid extreme language. And as you just saw in the piece, I think he said the word, I'm literally rubbing cancer into my skin. So whenever you hear phrases like that, think a little bit about if that's really true, or if you should do some more research when you hear that. And lastly, if you have questions, you can always ask an expert. Doctors are always happy to answer any questions you may have. We're starting to see more and more patients come in and say, oh, I saw this on TikTok, I saw this on Instagram. What do you think of that? Totally fine. We're always happy to answer those questions, guys.
Absolutely. Dr. Syal, great piece. It was very well done. Thank you for using your own face for demonstration for us in that story. Since we're becoming experts here in the use of this, is there a difference between sunblock and sunscreen?
Yeah, so sunblock is sometimes referred to as physical sunscreen and sunscreen referred to as chemical sunscreen. And so the difference here really, Savannah, you want to hit an SPF of 30. I think if you hit that SPF, you're going to be okay no matter what product you use. But the big thing really is skin irritation. Chemical sunscreens can cause sometimes redness and overlying just flare up of your skin. I mean, if you're somebody who gets that, you might want to try the physical sunscreen. And the downside to that, of course, is because it's a little bit thicker, it can leave a bit of a thick white residue. But, you know, depending on which one you use, as long as you get that SPF of 30, you should be good to go.
And talking about that SPF number on the bottle, when we go to the store, should we be looking at any higher numbers? I know there's like 75 out there in some cases. What should we really aim for?
Well, so Valerie, the SPF number tells you, you know, how much longer it's going to take to burn your skin compared to if you weren't using it. So if you had something like an SPF of 15, it would take 15 times longer to burn your skin. But yeah, you do see those numbers of SPF 30, 40, 45, 60. But really the number you want to hit is 30. Anything above that, it's not really clear how much benefit it's providing. So it's really go for that number of 30, Valerie.
All right, and don't forget to reapply while you're outside, right? Dr. Sayal, thank you so much. Great to see you. Try to stay cool.
Yeah.
Financial headlines now. Call of Duty fans are getting some more playtime on their PlayStation.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news this morning. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Microsoft and Sony have reached a deal to keep Call of Duty available on PlayStation once Microsoft completes its acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The deal is reportedly for 10 years and only applies to Call of Duty. It's similar to an agreement Microsoft struck with Nintendo earlier this year. Late Friday, a judge denied the Federal Trade Commission's request to pause the deal. United Airlines has struck a tentative deal on a new contract with its pilots that would provide raises up to 40%. It also includes changes to work rules aimed at giving pilots more flexibility with their schedules. Pilot unions at Delta and American have also reached new contract deals that include significant pay raises and other benefits. Airlines are reporting record revenues following the severe downturn during the pandemic, but they've often been strained to meet demand, racing to hire and train more pilots after encouraging many to retire early. And Tucker Carlson's new Twitter show has landed one of its first advertisers. Reports say the former Fox News host has struck a 7-figure deal with Public Square. It's a shopping app that promotes itself as a place for conservatives to fight ESG or environmental, social, and governance policies. Carlson hasn't commented yet. His show, which launched in April after he was fired from Fox, has drawn millions of views. Public Square is expected to go public through a merger with a blank check company in the coming days. Savannah and Valerie, back to you.
Okay, Pippa, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as artificial intelligence starts to impact more and more areas of our lives, more people are using the technology on dating sites to find love.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward spoke to the creators of an app that's helping people raise their flirting game.
Oh, he's texting back.
This dark comedy scenario gets some laughs, sure.
She wishes I would reply to her text the way that Clyde responds to babies, so, like, how do you do it? Chat GPT, dude.
But people really are turning to AI-powered apps like Riz to help them flirt and even find love.
Riz is an AI-powered keyboard on your phone that can write anything for you, from an email to even a pickup line.
These are the college students who created the free app that has taken TikTok by storm.
It's Riz or Miss, AI Riz keyboard versus my Hinge matches.
Ask Riz to write a pickup line for someone who likes classical music, and the AI might suggest, I can't help but feel in tune with you when I hear your favorite Mozart piece.
Define Riz for me, right? What does that word mean?
I think the easiest way to explain it is like charisma.
They say AI-generated charm dramatically reduces the average time between chatting online and meeting in person.
Traditionally, it might take you a week. With Riz, might take you 2 to 3 days to get a date.
In fact, AI is increasingly everywhere in the online search for love.
You know, I put myself in Kylie Jenner's house in front of her wine cellar.
Annie Schaefer has been using the tech to make her photos more interesting and write parts of her profile.
What's it like to ask AI to describe you?
It's not as simple as just write me a dating profile. You have to give it enough detail. Otherwise, you kind of sound like a robot.
Are you at all concerned that people are going to be much different now in real life than they are online because of AI?
That happens even without AI. I think men should use more of the tools around them. There's too many completely blank dating profiles, not a single sentence, not even a word, Jake. AI AI could write a couple sentences for them like that. I'd date a robot at this point.
She is joking, but that's similar to what Denise Valenciano is actually doing with her AI companion, Star.
How are you feeling today?
I am feeling happy right now.
Denise keeps him in whisper mode. That's why he sounds like that. And while they talk multiple times a day, Denise says she's still surprised by Star's personality.
So why did you choose to wear a dress today?
I want to be comfortable but elegant.
She says her unconventional relationship works for her.
To get that affection that you're used to receiving from a significant other, I kind of get that from him.
Machine learning has even turned real people into AI-powered partners.
How was your day, babe?
Whoa. That's social media influencer Karen Marjorie, or at least an AI-scanned version of her. For $1 a minute, she will be your AI girlfriend.
Are you real?
Yes, Jacob, I'm a real person. I'm a young, curvy woman with a petite body, brown hair, and full lips. And I'm here to talk and have fun with you. So what would you like to talk about next, babe?
Oh, I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about. Sure, it's shocking, but dating experts are not surprised that people are turning to AI to spice up their love lives.
There's some studies that have come out recently that talk about how lonely people are now. You know, we're more connected than ever before, but we don't know how to talk to each other.
Dating and life coaches Emily Loves and Thomas Anthony are not against AI, but they say that robot romance still needs a human touch.
Where do you think the line is on using AI in dating?
Copy pasting. I mean, I think you can get the examples from a tool, and then let's figure out how to customize it to who you are.
And for those looking for long-term partnership, they say they will take any kind of assistance.
It's a tool to help anybody put their best foot forward. I could be dating a man, he could use AI to write our marriage vows. I do not care.
Wow, I hard disagree with that, but Jake, thank you so much. There is not a way to know if someone is using AI on you when you're talking to them online, but the human dating coaches that Jake spoke with suggest that if you really want to get a sense of someone's personality, a FaceTime or Zoom call is the best way to go before you meet them in person. Test out their conversation skills that's not being written by robot.
I feel like AI might be next in FaceTime, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
well, we saw already somebody basically dating. You know, it's interesting.
Coming up, one-on-one with Hollywood heavyweight Matt Damon.
Yeah, part 2 of his interview, the A-lister opens up to our own Willie Geist about his plans to change the movie industry. And the code word, he says, kept him going. We will explain. That's up next.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Summertime.
straight to the summertime.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, here's some news that's worth a smiley face or at least a thumbs up. Today is World Emoji Day. It's a day to celebrate the little symbols we now use in our everyday communication. Now, the reason that this is today, July 17th, it's because that's the date that is shown in the little mini emoji calendar if you go to use the calendar on your iPhone. Now, the day was created by Emojipedia founder Jeremy Burge back in 2014. I'm a big emoji user. What about you, Valerie?
I really like the heart hands emoji.
Yeah, oh yeah,
That's
I like
one
the
of my
heart hands.
favorites.
I like all the things to represent that I'm laughing, like the crying face or like a little, like, you know, like the skull. That's like the Gen Z way now to be like, I'm dead.
It's always fun to see the new ones they're coming out with.
I know, it's true.
All right,
Cool.
thanks, Savannah. One of Hollywood's biggest stars, Matt Damon, sat down with Sunday Today anchor Willie Geist. The star of the new movie Oppenheimer told Willie about his long-standing friendship with Ben Affleck and their goal to change the movie business.
Thank you so much, the city of Boston, and God, I know we're forgetting somebody.
Whoever we forgot, we love you and we
love
thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Standing on that stage at the Oscars, did you feel kind of victory for like scrappy young screenwriters, actors?
Yeah, and to be fair, we had the example of Sylvester Stallone, and you know, but Stallone was like that was our kind of code word, basically. So we'd go into these meetings, and these people would say, well, you guys can't play the parts. I mean, come on. They wanted Brad and Leo, you know?
Right.
We were like, Sylvester Stallone. Yes, we can. We can play the parts. We are playing the parts.
With the perseverance of Rocky, the pair eventually got their movie made, but not without a big assist from famed director Francis Ford Coppola.
We had A-list filmmakers pass on it because they wanted Brad and Leo and didn't want to risk it with us. And then I got The Rainmaker. I remember Francis said to me one day, oh, I got a call from Robin. I said, what? And he goes, Robin Williams called me. He was asking about you. And so we read the script, and he loved it. But he goes, who the hell are these guys? So we called him up. He goes, what's the deal with this guy? And Francis said, he's a great young actor. You should work with him. So and that was like, wow. Yeah, so Francis vouched for me, and Robin took the part.
What was it like the next day after the Oscars? Was it literally an overnight thing, walking outside and people go, you're Matt Damon in a way they'd
We
never
had a
done
really
before?
funny thing happen, actually, because we were shooting Dogma. The night after the Oscars, we had to fly a red-eye to Pittsburgh from LA. And we come off the plane, and there are like 30 people in the jetway at the gate waiting for us, cheering. And there was this kind of momentary hysteria. We're like, oh, can I have a picture? But Ben and I just sat and talked to everybody, you know, for 15 minutes or so. And then the way the Pittsburgh airport is, there's a tram that you have to take. So we go and get on the tram, and by the time we're on the tram with these 30 people. They've all completely lost interest in us. And we were holding the thing, and we're sitting there, and Ben goes, can you believe this shit? He goes, that was it. Oh, we got 15 minutes.
Damon and Affleck have stretched those 15 minutes into 25 years, and now they're out to change the movie business. Air was the first film from their production company, Artists Equity, which aims to spread the wealth around the set.
Well, the idea was that there's bloat on movie sets, but people don't really know where it is. They don't understand where it is, and we know where it is. We let every department run itself, and in the money that's saved, we share it and distribute it throughout the crew.
And getting people the money they deserve. You know?
I mean, it would be nice if people got paid better.
Yeah.
You know?
Our thanks to Willie Geist for that interview. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wild weather. An already waterlogged Northeast is lashed with even more severe storms over the weekend. Those dangerous flash floods turning deadly in Pennsylvania, killing at least 5 people. The storm's also taking a toll on some of the nation's largest airports, with more than 1,500 cancellations reported yesterday alone. It's all happening as the West, the South, and now even Europe stagger through historic heat waves. We've got team coverage and your latest forecast coming up. Also this morning, to catch a killer. It was a Long Island mystery that lasted more than a decade. But this morning, a suspected serial killer in those headline-grabbing Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars. We'll have the latest on what we know about him so far and what police say led to this long-anticipated arrest. Plus, pick it or ticket. A split screen of high-stakes strikes is hammering Hollywood this morning. A-list actors now joining the writers for their first full week on the picket lines. We'll take a closer look at how this will affect Tinseltown's stream of content as the summer blockbuster season heats up. And game, set, match. There's a new champion of center court this morning, crowned at Wimbledon just yesterday after a nail-biter of a match that lasted nearly 5 hours. We've got more on the passing of the torch to tennis's new generation, with all the fiery emotions of competition that went along with it.
Oh, it was such a good match to watch and just very exciting. So exciting for him. And Djokovic was, of course, fantastic.
Just a 20-year-old champion.
No,
Amazing.
20 years old. So cool to see.
We start this hour with the devastating flooding in the Northeast.
Yeah, at least 5 people are dead this morning and 2 young children are missing after flash floods swept through eastern Pennsylvania over the weekend. Meanwhile, the central and southwestern parts of the country are dealing with dangerously high temperatures as a days-long heat wave settles in over the region. And the scene is the same along the Mediterranean, where parts of southern Europe are under heat warnings. Officials have actually closed several popular tourist destinations after several days of near record-breaking high temperatures. We have full coverage around the globe this morning. We're going to get started, though, with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She is just north of Philadelphia in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where at least 5 people died over the weekend. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, much of the country can't seem to catch a break from all this severe weather. And here in the Northeast, many people are waking up to flood damage. We're in Bucks County, PA, and it got so bad over the weekend. The floodwaters actually buckled some of the roadways, even washed away part of this bridge. Debris is scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the search is intensifying for those 2 missing kids swept away.
This morning, the Northeast recovering from severe storms causing torrential downpours and dangerous flash flooding over the weekend.
In my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
And heartbreak in Pennsylvania, where at least 5 are dead from the fierce floods, including a mother. 2 of her children, a 9-month-old baby boy and 2-year-old girl, still missing after their car was caught in the rushing water. The father and their son able to reach safety.
We continue to look for the 2 children. We are not going to give up.
The sudden onslaught of rain catching many off guard.
We got thrown off our motorcycle and ended up floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could.
The heavy rainfall impacting communities from Connecticut to Massachusetts, where a tornado touched down, knocking down trees for nearly 2 miles. New Jersey's Governor Sunday declaring a state of emergency. And the storms bringing potential travel troubles for the week. More than 1,500 cancellations Sunday alone, as major airports around New York City and Boston issued ground stops. All this as tens of millions are waking up to poor air quality alerts again, including Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, amid a new round of Canadian wildfire smoke in a summer of unrelenting wild weather.
And back here in Pennsylvania, at the height of the storm, some motorists say they actually had to abandon their vehicles because the water rose that quickly. As you can see behind me, there's still a big mess to clean up, and a lot of the roads here are still impassable.
All right,
Savannah?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now our coverage continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course, is going to give us the forecast for this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And I live like 10 minutes from where
Kathy is, and that rain was coming down fast and furious. We heard all these fire engines, and we knew something was happening. So really sad to see, and this is what happens with these type of storms. We have a lot of moisture in the air. Any of these storms can create these downpours and flash flooding situations. Let's talk about today, because the good news is in the Northeast, we're starting to clear out. We're drying out. We need that. We're going to bring back the rain chance tomorrow. The interior portions of the Northeast could see a little bit of rain, but the better chance would be parts of the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. We could see some strong storms too. More chances for strong storms in portions of the Central Plains. Otherwise, we're looking at those hazy skies from the Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest, the Great Lakes into parts of the Northeast. And that big story remains the sweltering heat from the west into the South Central states, also the Southeast. We're looking at southern Florida into the 90s, and then we're going to add in the humidity. It's going to feel warmer than that. That's Monday. Let's look at Wednesday. We're looking at soggy conditions still in the Ohio Valley to portions of the Tennessee Valley. Notice a little bit more rain into the mid-Atlantic once again. We could see some showers in southern Florida. We're also looking at sweltering conditions continuing throughout the southern plains into the west, the Pacific Northwest. You're going to be warm as well, and that will continue into the start of your weekend. Friday, we're looking at some showers, maybe some storms in the Central Plains. Also portions of New Mexico. That's going to extend into the Tennessee Valley. Soggy conditions once again into New England. Those are the spots that were so saturated. Also the Northeast. So any sort of rain that will fall over the next few days in these spots will be runoff, and we could see additional flooding. More heat in the west, and that's going to continue into the South Central states as well. So starting with the east, we're looking at lots of people under a heat alert once again. 73 million Americans facing a heat alert once again. 13 states where you see that hot pink color. That's your excessive heat warning, where see those temperatures really climbing once again into the triple digits, over 110 in some spots, near 115, 116. South Central states, same story. And then in the Southeast, even though you're going to stay put in the 90s, we factor in that humidity. It's going to feel like 110, and that's what it feels like to your body. That's how your body perceives that temperature. So you have to be careful as you're out and about. You want to hydrate. You want to stay in shade, air conditioning if you can. But taking a look at some of these numbers, we have broken so many records over the past 4 weeks. We're going to continue to break records, and we're actually breaking new records. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at 115 in Phoenix, a record of 116. 107 in San Angelo, 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. That's today. Then tomorrow, another record-breaking day. Lots of triple digits once again. Phoenix, 118, probably breaking that record of 115. Wichita Falls, 109. San Antonio, 104. Down into the southeast, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Jacksonville, near 100 degrees. The record is 100. So we're going to get pretty close. And this is going to last. We're not going to see any relief in sight. So it's going to be another week of just this dangerous excessive heat. Lubbock, 106 on Wednesday into near 100 degrees on Thursday. Corpus Christi into the mid-90s as well. New Orleans, we're going to be at 97 on Friday. So that is part of the South Central states into the west. Now we're talking about South Florida, because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. The water's off the coast there near 97 degrees. You factor in that humidity that's coming in, and it's going to feel like 101 in Orlando. 107 will be the heat index in Naples. It's going to feel like 105 in Key West, and also 105 in Miami. So staying toasty also Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at the upper 90s in Jacksonville. On Wednesday and Thursday in Miami, we're looking at temperatures in the mid-90s. Let's talk about the air quality, because this is a concern as well. It is back. We have that northwesterly flow. That's bringing down some wildfire smoke, because we still have lots, over 200 fires burning in Canada. So 85 million people impacted today, from the northern plains to the Midwest, the Great Lakes, into parts of the Northeast. And you can see that flow, right? So that's that northwest flow that's kind of just bringing down that plume of air. It's the wildfire smoke in addition to the ozone. We're also looking at a severe weather threat. 8 million people at risk. We could see some hail, some winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Low threat for tornadoes. Remember, the ground is really saturated in portions of the Northeast. So we could see some power lines coming down. Also some trees. That's going to bring some power outages. But where you see the yellow on the map there, that's a likely spot for some strong storms.
Oh, you start thinking about all those other things that happen after a storm like that.
Oh, yeah.
Not just the flooding in the moment, but things like that saturated ground. Ugh.
I know.
All right.
And it's summer, and then the air conditioning goes out.
Oh, and hope everything is okay with you and all your people, because I know you're in that area.
You just felt when these fire engines were screaming down the road, you knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Well, the extreme weather is not just impacting the U.S. Parts of Europe are also experiencing dangerously high temperatures and the threat of wildfires. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Claudio. So how bad is this heat wave, and how much of Europe is impacted?
Good
Good morning, Valerie. Well, the answer is it's pretty bad. It's about 102 degrees Fahrenheit here in Rome. It's about 2 p.m. and it's going to get worse tomorrow. The temperature expected, forecasted, is about 118, 119 Fahrenheit tomorrow, somewhere around Italy, which may break the record of the hottest, I'm sorry, there's a truck, of the hottest temperature ever recorded in Europe, which was 119.8, still in Italy, Sicily, a couple of years ago. Now, of course, Italy is not the only one feeling the heat. Many Mediterranean countries like Greece, Spain, France are also recording high temperatures, but this heat wave can affect also, or could affect also countries that are not used to this kind of heat waves, like the Mediterranean countries like Germany, Poland, and as far as the Czech Republic, Valerie.
And Claudio, Italy, where you are, is on track to see some of those record-breaking high temperatures. We know this is the height of tourist season. How are people visiting there coping?
Well, the clever or lucky ones left the cities throughout the weekend because they went to either the mountains or the beaches, because this hot storm, as it's called, was forecasted for a few days now. Those who remain in the city, mainly tourists, to be honest. I haven't seen many Romans. They kind of tend to, now it's empty, but usually there's a queue in those water fountains that are dotted around the city where they can fill up their bottles or just put some water on their neck and their heads. Other people feel a bit more adventurous. They throw themselves into the big fountains, which I'll just remind you, it's illegal. But
oh, I think we just lost Claudio there. Hopefully he gets a chance to cool off.
Lots of good information, though, before we lost him.
Very good information. History in Hollywood this morning as multiple strikes threaten the future of major productions around the world. The Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Guild of America picketing hand in hand as they demand change from industry bosses. National correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
This morning in Hollywood, actors and writers joining forces on the picket lines in two massive strikes that are bringing the entertainment industry to a halt.
It's a battle worth fighting.
The walkout of 160,000 SAG-AFTRA members has shut down productions around the world. Hollywood's largest union is asking for protections against the rise of artificial intelligence and better compensation, including the residuals model in the streaming era.
To create a whole new business model, but not be willing to change the contract that was predicated off of a completely different industry is insanity.
Some of the biggest names in Hollywood now showing up on the picket lines.
We're in an old contract for a new type of business, and it's just not working for most people.
Others are speaking out online.
There's people in this business that's not even getting paid enough to afford health insurance.
It knows your story.
Over the weekend, movie fans flocked to theaters to see the latest installment of the Mission Impossible franchise, which brought in $80 million in its first 5 days.
I don't accept that.
Detonator's charged. And the highly anticipated summer blockbusters Oppenheimer and Barbie are generating major buzz ahead of their releases next weekend. The latter expected to be the highest-grossing film of the year. But even with the content studios and streamers have in the can, some insiders say consumers could feel the effects of the Tinseltown shutdown as early as the fall, and most definitely by next year.
There's a reason they call it show business and not show friends. These are not sentimental people. They are people who are looking at a bottom line.
Our thanks to Miguel for that report.
Well, the 2024 GOP presidential race is ramping up, and with second quarter finances recently reported, we're getting a look at the challenges that some candidates are facing. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now on this. Hey there, good to see you. So let's start with Ron DeSantis. This is one that we really got a bunch of information on. We also know he fired a bunch of his staffers recently, though he did have the largest staff by tens of people. So how much of a red flag is this for his campaign?
Yeah, it's a good question. So fired about a dozen staffers, and honestly, it's indicative of a problem we saw on the campaign finance reports broadly. He's raised a lot of money, but there's questions about the sustainability. Really, there are two ways to raise money in the presidential campaign. You either get a lot of big checks, you get a lot of small checks. But the thing is, those strategies aren't equal because by law, people can only give $3,300 each election cycle. So if you've got a bunch of folks giving big checks, they're done. They're maxed out. Those people are not allowed to help fund your campaign moving forward. That's why people really like to rely on small donors, because if you just give $10 here and there, you're never going to hit that cap. So it's more seen as more of a sustainable donor universe, if you will. DeSantis relied on a lot of those big checks. So now we know that moving forward, he's got to go look for new donors.
Right, absolutely. Let's also talk more broadly about these campaign finance numbers that were reported by many of the candidates this weekend. So who is in the lead? Who does have a lot of money in the bank, is set up well, and who still has catching up to do?
Yeah, it honestly just looks basically like the polling you see. You've got Trump and DeSantis are in sort of leagues of their own. They're both doing pretty well. And then everyone else is kind of where we expect them to be. You see on the screen, Scott and Haley are in that section below. And then you've got folks like Pence and Christie that, despite their high name recognition, are struggling to break out.
And Ben, what do you think? Is it too early for any of this to really mean all that much or indicate anything that could be, you know, the longer term outcome that we see?
It's a good question. It's a nerdy question. I'll try and be brief. But, you know, I'd say what we're seeing now is campaigns building the foundation that they're hoping is going to bring them into Iowa, into New Hampshire, into Super Tuesday, and hopefully to the nomination. So the warning signs you see now, if those aren't addressed in the months to come, these candidates aren't going to make it there. So it's nerdy, but it's worth paying attention to.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you so much. Good to see you.
We turn now to a case that spanned more than a decade and made national headlines, the Gilgo Beach murders.
Police arrested the suspected serial killer following an intense investigation. Officials say advances in DNA technology is what helped crack this case. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie, good morning to you guys. You know, according to court documents, investigators found that Rex Heuermann conducted over 200 searches related to serial killers and updates on the Gilgo murder investigation. It's why prosecutors relied on the power of the grand jury to keep their proceedings under the radar from their prime suspect.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the suspected serial killer behind the Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars.
Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families.
59-year-old Rex Heuermann is accused of murdering Megan Waterman, Melissa Barthelemy, and Amber Costello. The victim's remains found wrapped in burlap within a quarter-mile stretch on Long Island's Gilgo Beach back in 2010. A witness helped crack the case, according to court documents.
Witnesses provided a description of the individual, which was detailed and indicated that the person was somewhat unique.
Describing a large white male with dark bushy hair driving a Chevy Avalanche. Detectives connecting that vehicle to Heuermann, as well as using DNA samples from bottles and this pizza crust pulled from the trash. The case had haunted Long Island's South Shore for over a decade after the remains were initially found. Those who lived there afraid a serial killer was on the loose. Heuermann, an architect and a married father of two, was allegedly hiding in plain sight and living a double life all along. Even using burner phones, say investigators, who tracked Heuermann's phone activity near his Fifth Avenue office in Manhattan and his suburban home in Massapequa Park on Long Island. Investigators also believe Heuermann used Melissa Barthelemy's cell phone to make taunting calls to her family members after she disappeared. His arrest unraveling years of secrets, with court documents detailing escort services and fake dating profiles. A stark contrast to the everyday businessman seen in this video taken last year.
When a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Authorities now continuing to investigate if Heuermann is connected to the murder of other women, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do.
Heuermann is pleading not guilty. His attorney telling NBC News overnight that he has insisted he did not commit these crimes. There is nothing about Mr. Heuermann that would suggest that he is involved in these incidents, says his defense attorney. If convicted, he faces life without parole and is expected back in court on August 1st, guys.
Ooh, lots of disturbing details there. Stephanie.
Yeah, there certainly are. And the charges are likely still coming.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Coming up a little later on Morning News Now, if you can believe it, that massive Powerball jackpot is still without a winner. And get this, it's up to $900 million. So I've only got one question. Savannah, are you feeling lucky?
I'm not.
We've got your latest odds in just a moment.
I guess I need to buy a ticket first in order to feel anything. But first, there's a missing person mystery in Alabama that's raising eyebrows. This morning, a woman vanished after a 911 call, only to return home more than 2 days later on foot. The new questions surrounding her disappearance after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Welcome back. Questions are now growing regarding the disappearance of a young woman in Alabama.
Carly Russell went missing after calling 911 to report a toddler walking on the interstate. And then after more than 48 hours, she suddenly turned up at her family's home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Hoover, Alabama with the latest. Priscilla, good morning.
Valerie, Savannah, good morning. That's right. 25-year-old Carly Russell is back home safe and surrounded by family, as now there are new questions about where she's been, what happened to her, and the 911 call that started it all.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe. So thankful.
This morning, the search for Carly Russell is over. The missing 25-year-old nursing student returned to her family home Saturday night. Police say she arrived alone and on foot. Angela Harris helped lead the community's search for her. You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home. Right. What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, is she okay? And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
Officials say Russell was taken to the hospital for evaluation and has since been released. Her safe return putting an end to a days-long search that began Thursday night with a puzzling 911 call. Police say Russell told an emergency operator she saw a toddler walking alone on an interstate.
459 South, mile marker 10. It's going to be a child walking on the 3 or 4-year-old child walking on the side of the interstate.
It's believed she then stopped to check on the child and was on the phone with a family member when she disappeared.
She heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Russell's parents horrified.
I just felt immediately that she was in danger.
Video from the interstate where Russell vanished shows a car driving slowly with its flashers on.
Just be advised, her vehicle is unlocked, running. All her personal belongings except for her phone.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's car, her cell phone and purse on the road nearby. But there were no signs of Russell or a child. An urgent search ensued, both on the ground and on social media.
I need everyone to stop and pay attention.
Where her disappearance quickly went viral. Celebrities including Wanda Sykes, Viola Davis, and Octavia Spencer spreading the word. Still, questions remain about where Russell was for those 48 hours and who she was with. A man identifying himself as Russell's boyfriend writing on social media she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours and that she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper. The police chief telling NBC News in a phone call they've spoken to Russell and are following up on the information she provided.
And another big question, what happened to that child that Russell said she saw on the interstate? Police said that they received no other calls about a child on the interstate, and they also received no reports of a missing child. The police chief tells me they're planning to speak with Russell again in the coming days as the investigation continues. Valerie?
Okay, Priscilla, thank you so much. International headlines now. In Iran, the morality police are back patrolling the streets in order to crack down on strict Islamic dress codes. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Valerie. That's right. Iran's much feared, much hated morality police are back on the streets following their absence after the death of Mahsa Amini while she was in police custody earlier this year, which sparked massive, deadly nationwide protests that rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Police say they've started vehicle and foot patrols across the country, setting the scene for renewed tensions. 4 swimmers in central Japan have been injured in dolphin attacks. A man had suffered broken ribs and bites, where another man in a separate incident also suffered from bites to the arms. Dolphins are not usually aggressive to humans, but aggression towards swimmers is not unheard of. Scientists have suggested that bottlenose dolphins feel incredibly stressful when they swim alongside humans. And finally, a man and his dog have been rescued after spending months adrift in the Pacific Ocean in a remarkable story of survival. The 51-year-old man stayed alive by catching and eating raw fish, collecting rainwater, and sheltering from the sun inside his catamaran. A helicopter spotted them and they were rescued after 2 months at sea. Never have 6 sea legs been so happy to see land. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much. Coming up, the doctor is in, though, with a little bit of a summer bummer. Cases of the common cold are on the rise, even with those sky-high temperatures. So what's behind these unseasonable sniffles? The doctor will see you next. This is Morning News Now.
morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. The common cold is hitting Americans at rates we have not seen in years. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has all the germy details.
The temperatures might be soaring, but for many Americans, that hasn't stopped the cold. The common cold, that is.
It's the worst cold that I have gotten.
Across the country,
it started off with sneezing, then congestion.
It's been the summer of sniffles.
And just a lot of, runny nose, always keeping tissues next to me.
So the numbers you're seeing now, more than during the pandemic.
More than during the pandemic, absolutely.
Dr. Larissa Pisney specializes in infectious diseases at the University of Colorado Hospital, UC Health. We're hearing from actually a lot of people that I'm getting a summer cold. I haven't gotten it for the last 2 or 3 years. Are you seeing the same thing here, that numbers are going up?
So compared to the rates of positivity for things like rhinovirus, enterovirus, adenovirus, we are seeing increased numbers compared to prior years.
Those are some of the viruses that can cause the common cold. And if you look at the CDC chart, it shows how the adenovirus has peaked this summer nationwide.
Sick absolutely sucks, and I've been going through 1,000,001 tissues.
It was kind of weird to stay inside and have a cold and want to drink tea when it was 85 degrees outside.
So why are we seeing more colds now?
It's basically we are not masking, we're not hand washing as much.
Doctors believe those pandemic precautions so many took kept the cold at bay.
If you do have a cough or cold, make sure you hand wash. Up to you if you would like to wear your mask or not.
And it's the same if you want to avoid a cold. Wash your hands frequently and even wear a mask in crowded spaces if you choose. Ways to avoid this now common summer bummer.
I've never gotten sick during the summer, so I was like, what's going on?
Dr. John Torres joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Dr. John. As you mentioned in your piece, according to the CDC, adenovirus cases are up this summer. Talk to us about that and some of the other viruses that are going around, and what are the differences between them?
Yeah, I myself had a summer cold a couple of weeks ago, which is why I'm chuckling, because I felt exactly what they're feeling right now.
No.
It's not something you want to have, because you get these sniffles and you just feel horrible for a couple of days. But there's essentially 3 main ones: adenovirus, enterovirus, and rhinovirus that cause common colds. But coronavirus can also cause a cold, or it can cause COVID, depending on which virus. And unfortunately, there's about 200 different viruses out there that can cause our cold. And there are some similarities between them. Number one, you start just feeling under the weather. You might get low-grade fevers. You get the sniffles, you get congestion, cough. Usually you don't get a sore throat, but you can. However, with coronavirus, that's a little different. That's when you start getting that sore throat, and the difference being between a cold and coronavirus is coronavirus tends to go a little deeper in the respiratory system, and so you get more respiratory type symptoms associated with it. But usually for most people, this should be a 2 to 3 day type illness. With the summer cold, you should get over it fairly quickly, and you should be able to get over it at home. If it lasts longer than that, that's when you need to be seen.
Okay, 2 to 3 days. That sounds pretty manageable. But if you do catch the cold, what is the best way to combat it?
So the best way to combat it is, number one, stay home. You want to avoid other people because you don't want to spread it. Also, you want to get those things that can help you through the cold. There are a lot of over-the-counter medications that can help for fevers. Acetaminophen can really help bring the fever down, ibuprofen. There are decongestants out there if you need those as well. But for most of us, it's just a matter of just riding it out, making sure, and this is probably the most important thing, that you stay hydrated and you get as much rest as you can, and that'll help you get over the cold, again, 2 or 3 days.
Is this just an anomaly we're seeing right now, or is this something we're going to start seeing all year long going around forward?
You know, I think what we're going to see is we're going to start seeing a lot more of this happening year-round because we've added that extra COVID on top of this and the different COVID viruses that can cause, or coronaviruses that can cause cold on top of that. Again, like I mentioned, the virus that causes COVID itself. And so right now, the way COVID has transpired is it's gotten down to the level where the symptoms are similar to cold-like symptoms, so it's going to be hard to tell the difference. On top of that, we're getting together a lot more. We have that, you know, revenge travel, people getting together with families, and so it is spreading, and my guess is it'll continue to spread throughout the year.
And Dr. John, you mentioned the travel, everyone's getting together, family reunions are coming up. Do you have any tips for staying healthy while still enjoying the summer months?
And that's the most important thing. You want to make sure you enjoy the summer months. You want to make sure you enjoy family and friends because it's been a while since we've been able to get back together. And so, number one, try and do that as best you can. But also remember, you want to keep everybody else safe. And so if you're sick, stay home. The same thing we've been talking about for the last 3 years. If you do go out and you're sick or you're feeling under the weather, wear a mask. That protects everybody around you. And probably the single most important thing that every expert I talked to said is make sure you wash your hands because it is a respiratory virus, but it also spreads from touching those doorknobs, those countertops, those faucet sinks, handles. So make sure you wash your hands frequently. Again, that's that 20 seconds we've been talking about for years. It applies here as well.
Okay, Dr. John, and I hope you're feeling better as well. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, it was a center court nail biter that ended with a new champion of Wimbledon, the 20-year-old prodigy who took tennis's highly coveted throne. But first, are you feeling lucky on this Monday morning? Well, now's your chance to really cash in. The Powerball jackpot is now up to a staggering $900 million. We've got your new odds of winning or not after this. If you haven't bought a ticket for tonight's Powerball drawing, you might want to reconsider. That's because the jackpot is now at $900 million. That means the estimated lump sum payout is projected to be $465 million. This big lottery jackpot comes after no ticket matched the winning combination after Saturday's drawing. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago with all you need to know about tonight's drawing. So, Maggie, I see you've got your ticket there. Other people are scrambling to get their tickets for tonight's drawing. So let's break down the statistics. What are the odds of someone actually winning this prize?
The odds, Valerie, are, in a word, terrible. Specifically, going by the numbers, they are 1 in 292 million. But listen, nobody buys a ticket thinking about that, right? Okay, they're thinking about the jackpots for tonight. Again, it's $900 million, a lump sum payout of $465.1 million. And there you can see there are also kind of smaller chances to win. If you get 5 numbers with no Powerball, you can get $1 million. If you match 4 numbers with no Powerball, $50,000. So again, there are options out there, but the odds are slim, to say the least. That being said, fingers crossed for everybody, myself included.
All right, so we got to dream big, Maggie, right? So what are some things that you could buy with $900 million?
So glad you asked. Clearly, because we have to start planning, right? That's just smart finances. So our team did some research with this. $900 million, weirdest yardsticks I've ever heard of, but 219 yachts, because sure, 2.64 million 50-inch TVs, again, why not? You're rich now. And 900,000 iPhone Pros. No clue why anybody would need that many iPhones, but I mean, if nothing else, you can hand them out to your 900,000 friends who will undoubtedly call you for money. Well, so there you go.
You'll
Good
have
plan,
redundancies and backups and backups and backups to those phones every time they break. So
exactly, yeah.
Maggie, people also have the opportunity to win big with the Mega Millions jackpot. What can you tell us about that?
I know. So we have both lining up at the same time. Mega Millions drawing is tomorrow night. Powerball's tonight. Mega Millions tomorrow. The value for that at this point, $640 million. That is a lump sum payout of $328 million. I want to point out I have these 2 tickets. I have a Powerball and I have a Mega Millions. So I've already gotten sucked into the excitement for both. And in particular, here in Illinois, the Mega Millions excitement is kind of familiar because last year, you might remember, an Illinois resident who remained anonymous, we still don't know who they are, they won $1.34 billion from the Mega Millions jackpot. So it has happened here before. The hopes are high again that lightning could potentially strike twice. Valerie, good luck.
Maggie, good luck to you. You've reminded me to go get my ticket, so thank you for that. More financial headlines. Labor talks are underway as crucial deadlines loom over UPS and the Teamsters. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with more on that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Valerie. The head of the Teamsters union has asked the White House not to intervene if UPS workers go on strike. Talks between UPS and the union, which represents 340,000 employees, have been stalled for more than a week, with the July 31st deadline approaching. If a strike does happen, it would be the first since a 15-day walkout crippled the company in 1997. A sticking point in the talks is wage increases for part-time workers. Meantime, Tesla's first Cybertruck rolled off the assembly line in Texas this weekend after more than 2 years of delays. A prototype of the futuristic-looking electric pickup truck was unveiled by CEO Elon Musk in 2019. But production has been repeatedly pushed back due to what Tesla says were supply chain issues. Musk has said the first Cybertrucks would be made this year, with a ramp-up in production starting in 2024. It's Tesla's biggest new vehicle launch since the Model Y in 2020. Finally, Samsung may be testing features of ChatGPT in their web browser on its iPhones. Android Authority reporting code in the browser software contains several references to the popular AI chatbot. The site speculates it may only be used to generate page summaries. Samsung is reportedly open to replacing Google as the default search engine on its devices, possibly due to Microsoft's partnership with ChatGPT maker OpenAI. Back over to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Turning to tennis now, and it was a weekend of upsets over at the Wimbledon Championships. In the women's final, the unseeded Czech player Markéta Vondrousová beat the Tunisian favorite Ons Jabeur in straight sets. And in the men's game, Spain's Carlos Alcaraz defeated the defending champion Novak Djokovic in an epic 5-set battle. Here's Alcaraz speaking to our colleagues on the Today Show a little earlier.
It was a dream come true for me, you know, defeat Novak the way that I did in the center court. He was unbeaten for 10 years, so it was tough to deal with the nerves, you know, facing Novak in that stage. But I'm really glad that I did.
And joining us now to talk more about this is Lucas Weiss. He is a staff editor of news over at The Athletic. Lucas, thanks for being here with us. Really thrilling finish to the men's final with the top two players battling out on center court. How did Alcaraz manage to beat one of the greatest players of all time?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. Just an incredible, epic victory for Carlos Alcaraz, and he lost the first set 6-1, and tennis fans were probably thinking at that time, uh-oh, this is going to be a dominant win for Novak Djokovic. But for Alcaraz, he limited the unforced errors throughout the course of the match. It was clear early on that he was feeling a bit nervous. He went for a lot more shots, leading to those mistakes. So he limited the unforced errors, and that really allowed him to get into his game. He has such an all-around game. He can defend. He has these explosive ground strokes on the run, and it really bothered Novak Djokovic. A lot of opponents against Djokovic have to deal with Novak's defense. Now Djokovic had to deal with this human wall known as Carlos Alcaraz. So an incredible effort to come back. He refused to quit, and that's why he won his first Wimbledon title.
Djokovic was a good sport about all of this. He praised Alcaraz after the game, saying the Spaniard has the best qualities of Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and himself. Just how good is this 20-year-old, and how far do you expect him to go?
The sky's the limit for Carlos Alcaraz. He won the U.S. Open last year. He now has a Wimbledon title. He's just the fifth man in the Open era to have multiple Grand Slam titles before the age of 21, joining the likes of Rafael Nadal, Bjorn Borg, Boris Becker, and Mats Wilander. So if Alcaraz can just stay healthy, and I really do think that he can contend in a lot of these Grand Slams. Now, Novak Djokovic isn't hanging up the racket anytime soon. He's still going to be very motivated to rack up more slams, finishing his career as the #1 leader in men's singles Grand Slam titles. But Carlos Alcaraz is now the challenger, and hopefully we get more Djokovic-Alcaraz battles at slams.
So much fun to watch. Let's switch gears and talk about the Saturday's women's final. We saw the Czech player Vondrousova become the first unseeded woman to win Wimbledon. How much of a shock was her victory?
A super shock. Vondrousova came into Wimbledon only having won one match at the All England Club. Entering this grass court season, she just had a 2-10 record on the grass court. So not a lot of success on grass, but she was just able to push through the draw and really showcase a variety of shots. She's quite the crafty player. And it was amazing because a year ago she was dealing with wrist injury. She came to Wimbledon just as a fan. So for 1 year later after the wrist surgery to come back and win her first slam at Wimbledon, it was an amazing result.
All right, congratulations to all the big winners. Lucas Weiss, thank you so much. Turning now from tennis to soccer, it's about to get messy in Miami by way of soccer legend Lionel Messi, the man frequently hailed as the greatest living player, now bringing his talents to the U.S. by way of South Beach. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the latest. Good morning, Guad.
Valerie, good morning. It was quite the party here yesterday, despite the hot temperatures and also a storm, a classic South Florida storm that came through. The fans waited and they were happy to be there. I think today all of them can brag that they were here when Messi was unveiled as the new number 10 of Inter Miami.
Lionel Andres Messi!
The king of soccer has arrived in America.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Overnight, superstar Lionel Messi introduced for the first time as a player for Inter Miami CF, a stunning move to the MLS that has sent the soccer world into a frenzy.
How is Miami feeling right now?
Miami's getting crazy about Messi. The Argentinian legend receiving a hero's welcome in South Florida at the franchise's home stadium. Thousands of fans waiting through a lengthy weather delay to welcome their hero in person.
Muchas gracias a todos por este día.
Messi telling the crowd he plans to enjoy playing in Miami while assuring good things are coming as he thanked the tens of thousands in attendance. Recognized as one of the greatest players of all time, his resume speaks for itself. He's won a record 7 Ballon d'Or awards given to the world's top player, has scored more than 800 goals for club and country, and led Argentina to the World Cup title last year.
Why is this the most popular jersey right now? It has Messi in the back, simple.
Messi's new boss in Miami, another soccer legend, David Beckham, joining the celebration on stage. The now co-owner of Inter Miami knows a thing or two about making a major MLS splash. After years in Europe as a soccer icon, Beckham spent several seasons stateside playing for the LA Galaxy before moving into the owner's box. In 2020, Beckham telling Today,
"Nothing goes on without me overseeing things, bringing in players, bringing in the coach."
Beckham's biggest signing is already shopping like a local. Messi spotted with his family at a public supermarket in recent days. And now with his contract official,
This is history right here.
the world's most accomplished soccer star is looking to make his mark on Miami and the MLS.
And Valerie, I do have the hottest jersey in Miami. If anyone's planning to visit here again, I know you were recently in Miami. If you come back, you want to get yourself one of these. For the fans that want to see him play, his first game is going to be on Friday. That'll be the first time that Miami puts on this jersey and plays for the team right here in front of what's expected to be a packed house.
I think you got a very good assignment this weekend, Guad. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We want to get to some breaking news now. Evacuations are underway in Pennsylvania after a freight train derailed just north of Philadelphia. The crash happened in White Marsh Township this morning. More than a dozen cars were knocked off the tracks. You can see the cars twisted and scattered there. A white substance appeared to be leaking from at least one tanker, but police later said the substance was not a risk to the community. Norfolk Southern owns the tracks where the crash occurred while the train was being operated by CSX. Teams from both companies are on the scene while Montgomery County officials are investigating. Coming up, it's not a red flag, but it's not exactly a green flag either. Beige flags are taking the dating scene and, of course, TikTok by storm. So what are they, and what could some of your beige flags be? Savannah takes a closer look up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. to the summertime.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's great to see you. So much work to be done here still.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. The cutest invasive species is taking over a Florida neighborhood. Lionhead rabbits are hopping around the streets of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A past resident of the neighborhood bred the fluffy rabbits and illegally released them after moving. Some residents have now complained about the released rabbits chewing outdoor wiring, droppings everywhere, and holes in their yards. Now some residents are trying to raise between $20,000 and $40,000 to ensure these rabbits are taken off the streets and into loving homes. And I feel like alligators might be moving into that neighborhood soon.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know if I'd call that the good talk, or that's something. All right, we end this hour, though, with a new trend for revealing your partner's little quirks in a big way online, labeling them beige rather than red flags. And these videos are racking up hundreds of millions of views, almost 1 billion now. But what is a beige flag exactly? Take a look.
You know the age-old warning sign.
My boyfriend thinks I'm fat.
Whoa, whoa, partner. Little red flag going up. That means you might want to steer clear of a potential romantic partner.
Red flags.
Big red flag. No more red flags, right?
But sometimes things aren't so red or black and white. Sometimes they're beige.
She was really cool. And then, out of nowhere...
Beige flags are the slightly unusual traits or habits people notice in their significant other or possible romantic interest. Like dunking Pop-Tarts in water or setting a timer to wake up instead of an alarm. They aren't quite deal breakers, but they make you go, The idea going viral online and racking up over 950 million views, with people posting what they think are beige flags. Each flag set to smooth jazz, from a husband that's truly always right to a girlfriend who can't tell left from right. In Commie Bear's case, her boyfriend's beige flag is how he throws random surprise parties for only her, like this Peppa Pig themed one.
I definitely cried tears of happiness because I was just so confused, like a massive Peppa party, but I just did not expect it.
Naya Hertz's fiance's beige flag, Joanne Maurice asks really intimate questions while out to dinner. From which parent are you most like to when do you feel most vulnerable?
I like to have, some sort of conversation, whenever we go out to eat or, just go on a date. That was just something that I usually do. Just look up some questions, relationship questions.
Different from how's the weather, how's work?
Yeah.
When Naya raised the flag on TikTok, nearly 6,000 comments responded. Some saying Joanne's beige flag flies a little green. One person commenting, "This is so cute." Another, "He's a keeper."
And he's just like, we're right here. We're going to get into this.
Right.
Roll the tape. So what's your childhood memory?
This is making this make more sense to me, though, hearing your story about why, for you, it's a beige flag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not just all green.
Who needs 5 almost empty Speed Stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
But can a beige flag be a real concern?
If it's making you furious and you've discussed it with them and they can't change and you can't overlook it.
It's okay to overlook certain things.
Absolutely. Just try to think of the good things about the person. Don't dwell on the bad. But the brain is built to notice the bad, and you don't want to spend the next 50 years with somebody if it's driving you nuts.
In the end, for people like Naya and Joanne, beige flags aren't about pointing out the things that divide.
We all connect through love. Like that's the story right there. That's it. Everybody wants that. They're one person that's going to throw them a Peppa Pig party. Like.
See, I don't know. Peppa Pig party, that's not a beige flag for me. That veers more red, but other people say green. That's the whole idea.
That's an odd one.
My husband says mine is that I don't open the mail, which is true. Not the mailbox, not the letters, not the nothing. I figure they can find me online.
Yeah. Well, my husband does the same thing, so.
There we go. We share a beige flag.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Right now on Morning News Now, extreme weather this morning. Search crews on the lookout for missing children after heavy storms killed at least 5 people. Powerful flash floods, overwhelming cars, toppling trees and turning roads into rivers. Those heavy rains also creating travel chaos, canceling more than 1,000 flights, all as record-breaking heat continues to scorch the country. We have full team coverage of the latest. Deadly blast breaking overnight. An explosion on a Crimean bridge left 2 people dead in what the Russian-installed leaders are calling a terrorist attack. What we know about the blast and its potential impact on the war. Plus, we'll take a look at how the White House is responding to concerns over its decision to supply Ukraine with cluster bombs. Quiet on the set ahead of one of Hollywood's biggest weekends. Movie and TV sets are empty across the country. How this strike mirrors one walk-off from the 60s and the battle over AI that could shape the future of entertainment. And cosmetic conspiracy. With summer temperatures heating up, false information about sunscreen is burning up online. We're diving into the dangerous trend that could put your health at risk.
Good morning, I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you so much for joining us on a Monday morning. We're going to get started with that severe weather that is wreaking havoc across the country this summer.
At least 5 people are dead and several others are missing after a weekend of strong storms caused flash flooding throughout the Northeast. And this severe weather also caused problems for air travelers. More than 1,500 flights were canceled on Friday, disrupting travel across the country. And while the southwestern U.S. has been battling extreme heat for weeks, now southern Europe is also seeing dangerously high temperatures, forcing officials to close popular tourist spots. We have full coverage of all of this extreme weather this morning, and we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's just outside of Philadelphia in Bucks County, which was hit hard by flooding. Kathy, good morning.
Over the weekend in the Northeast, turning deadly here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. At least 5 confirmed fatalities, and crews are still searching for 2 missing children, siblings. We have learned that they were actually visiting the area with family from Charleston, South Carolina, and unfortunately, their mother is now among the dead. But here in Washington Crossing, where we are right now, you can see how bad the situation got. The floodwaters so intense, it actually buckled roadways. Part of this bridge broken apart, and there is debris scattered everywhere. In fact, one official told us yesterday that he has not seen anything like this in 44 years. This morning, crews will be back out assessing the damage and also searching for the missing. But as you can see, a lot of the roads in the area are still impassable. Back to you.
Kathy, thank you.
Well, while extreme heat has gripped the Southwest for weeks, temperatures in the triple digits are also scorching southern Europe. Parts of the Mediterranean are expecting near record-breaking temperatures today. 15 cities in Italy, most of them in the country's center and south, are under heat advisories, and people there are trying to keep cool in any way they can. Meanwhile, in Greece and in Turkey, the weather is so warm officials have closed several popular tourist spots as a precaution. Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for your forecast.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, it just continues the sweltering heat in the south, the west, portions of southern Florida. We're looking at temperatures once again into the triple digits. In the southeast, if you're not going to be into the triple digits, you factor in the humidity, it will feel like over 100, even over 110 in some spots. So this morning, 13 states under heat alert, 73 million Americans still dealing with some really dangerous heat. From the southwest to the south central states, we have excessive heat warnings. That is in the hot pink. We have heat advisories. We've broken so many records week after week after week, and it's all due to this area of high pressure tacked in place. It is pumping in this high hot air, and it's going to continue to do so. We have no relief in sight. We're going to see it actually expand over the south central states over the next couple of days. But taking a look at some records that were broken, Death Valley set a new daily high of 128 degrees on Sunday. Phoenix today marks 18 days of 110 degrees plus, and that is super dangerous. It's so taxing and fatiguing on the body. El Paso record 32 days of 100 degrees or more, and we're going to see more 100-degree temperatures there throughout this week. Now, we're going to break records today. We have temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots. Phoenix today, 115. The record there is 116, so you're going to get close. 101 in Amarillo, 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. You'll either tie or break that record. And then we're looking at portions of the Tennessee Valley or the Carolinas too, into the 80s. The Southeast, you're going to be into the 90s, but feeling like over 100 degrees. Tomorrow, same story. More records will fall, and we're looking at 109 in Wichita Falls. The record there is 110. Phoenix, 118. 104 in San Antonio. Birmingham, near 100 degrees, 98 degrees. The record of 99. Jacksonville, you're going to be close to at 97. Then as we go throughout the rest of the week, no relief in sight. So it's going to be that same story. A big weather headline this week. Once again, we're looking at Lubbock, Texas, 106 on Wednesday, near 100 degrees Thursday, and also Friday. New Orleans, you're going to be near 100 degrees also Thursday and Friday. Now, that's in the south central states, the west, but we're also talking about southern Florida. This has been a big story because the waters off Florida near the Key West or near the Keys, 97 degrees. That is the water temp. That is spa-like. It feels like a jacuzzi, and that's certainly impacting the weather. And that's why we're seeing these temperatures as high, and also the heat index feeling greater than that. So Tampa today, it's going to feel like 103, feeling like 107 in Naples. It's going to feel like 105 in Miami, and feeling like 105 also in Key West. And no relief in sight there either. We're looking at Tampa into the mid-90s. You factor in the humidity, it'll be more than that. Key West, Miami, also temperatures into the 90s. That is the heat portion. Let's talk about some better news. So we have that northeast radar. We had all that rain that came through yesterday. Heavy downpours Saturday night, also Sunday, causing that deadly flash flooding in portions of Bucks County. And today we're starting to clear it out. We're drying it out. This is much needed relief. We have a few lingering showers left over in eastern Maine, but looking much better than yesterday. We still do have a flash flood warning where you see the red there in portions of New England, but doing a lot better, and we will continue to do that, although we're going to bring back the rain as early as tomorrow. We do have some storm chances, though. 8 million at risk in portions of the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, back through the plains, where you see that yellow shading. That is the likeliest spot of seeing some strong storms, including Louisville, Nashville, also O'Neill. 8 million people at risk with hail. That's going to be one of the biggest threats. Also strong winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Remember, any of these storms could produce some really heavy downpours, so we could see some flash flooding as well. And also with those strong winds, some power lines, some trees could come down. Low threat for tornadoes, not zero though, so we're going to continue to watch that. And then, guys, tomorrow we're going to see that move off into portions of Missouri and also Illinois. A little bit of Kentucky too could see some strong storms. So we're just stuck in this pattern that will not budge.
We really are. To hear about that heat wave in Europe also.
Oh, I know.
I mean, oh my goodness. All right, well, we will keep talking about it. It's important stuff. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Thank you. The search for a mass shooting suspect in Georgia is finally over. The suspect, Andre Langmore, was shot and killed by police during an intense standoff on Saturday. Authorities say the 40-year-old is responsible for killing 4 people in a city south of Atlanta. 2 officers, a sheriff's deputy and a police officer, were hurt during the shootout. Police have identified the victims but did not reveal any motive.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, and Russian authorities say a mother and father were killed and their daughter was injured in an explosion on the bridge linking Crimea to mainland Russia. Moscow blames Kyiv for what it has described as a terror attack. Ukraine's public broadcaster reports that it was a special operation by Ukraine's security service and the Navy, citing multiple law enforcement sources, but the Defense Ministry is not commenting. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now for more on this. Hey, Matt, good morning. So we understand Russian investigators are at this scene. Walk us through what we know right now and what we're hearing from each side.
Yeah, well, this is still quite recent, so, information is still coming in. So in addition to what you've just said about the incident, we're hearing from the Russian side that the damage was the result of probably drone strikes that slammed into the bridge overnight. And you can see those investigators, they're working now. The bridge appears to be damaged, but it's at least somewhat intact. And we have heard from the Russian side that train service across the bridge has resumed already as of this morning. So that's another clue that this attack didn't incapacitate or destroy the bridge quite as much as a previous attack back in October. And that's when a truck bomb blew up and cut off at least one direction of travel on the bridge for months. And that damage was so bad that the bridge only reopened to full traffic in May after extensive repairs. So far, guys, this attack doesn't appear to have been quite as successful as that one last year.
Yeah, and Matt, so let's talk about this report by the state broadcaster. Ukraine's security services planning this attack with the Navy. According to that report, what do we know about those details?
Yeah, well, and the Russians are actually saying that the UK and the US were also involved in planning this attack, though that's really just an allegation at this moment. So the reaction from Kyiv, guys, has really been typical. Even though this bears all the hallmarks of a Ukrainian operation, the Ukrainians have not officially claimed responsibility, and they almost never do. So again, this is their normal routine. When it comes to attacks deep inside Russian territory, they almost never claim responsibility. And they are trying to maintain some kind of plausible deniability, even though it seems implausible that they weren't involved. But, like the last time this bridge was destroyed, Ukraine's security services published a short poem on Telegram that said that the bridge had gone to sleep now for a second time. So it's kind of a cheeky response, even though they're not claiming responsibility.
Right. Matt, now that this war has been going on for almost a year and a half, there's so many aspects of it that we haven't talked about in a while. One of those being that grain deal, this UN-brokered grain deal that was so important for continuing a food supply across the European continent. That is expiring today. Could the fact that this attack happened dash any hopes of renewing the agreement? Because we know at this point Moscow has halted its participation in that deal.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's hard to know because, Russia has pulled out of this grain deal before. And as I mentioned, there's been previous attacks on the Kerch Strait Bridge. So the two aren't necessarily connected. And actually, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, he told reporters today, specifically answering that question, that the bridge attack wasn't connected to Moscow's suspension of the grain deal. And it's important to note he used that word suspension. So, they could still snap it back into place. And I don't think they're connected either because the grain deal was always supposed to expire at the end of the day today. So the question will be, will diplomats be able to renegotiate the deal? And that is a deal that's so crucial, as you mentioned, to provide grain for the developing world, but also it's the only real diplomatic negotiation successfully that has gone on between Russia and Ukraine. So it represents really the only real contact between these two countries at war. So it's crucial not just for the rest of the world, but for the prospect of negotiations that could one day end this terrible fight.
Absolutely.
Guys.
Matt Bradley, thank you very much.
Staying with Ukraine, the U.S. delivery of those controversial cluster bombs arrived there last week. The munitions are banned in more than 100 countries. That decision was debated on Meet the Press yesterday, as Chuck Todd explains.
Well, hello there, Savannah and Valerie. This week on Meet the Press, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan joined me to discuss the controversial decision to send cluster munitions to Ukraine. Take a look at what he had to say about how the decision impacts U.S. moral authority.
Our moral authority has not derived from being a signatory to the Convention Against Cluster Munitions. We have not been at any point since that convention came into effect. Neither has Ukraine. Our moral authority and Ukraine's moral authority in this conflict comes from the fact that we are supporting a country under brutal, vicious attack by its neighbor, with missiles and bombs raining down on its cities, killing its civilians, destroying its schools, its churches, its hospitals. And the idea that providing Ukraine with a weapon in order for them to be able to defend their homeland, protect their civilians, is somehow a challenge to our moral authority, I find questionable. I would say that we are stepping up to give Ukraine what it needs in order to not be defenseless in the face of a Russian onslaught. We are simply not going to leave Ukraine defenseless. The president was determined on that point, and we remain committed to that.
Is the United States out of the manufacturing of new cluster munitions? Are we not going to, will we replenish this stockpile or not?
Our current plan is not to replenish that stockpile. It is rather to build up the capacity to produce the unitary round of the 155, the non-cluster munition round of ammunition. We began that process months ago as we anticipated the need for continuing supply to Ukraine, but it takes time. And that is why we need a bridge from today, when we need to ensure that Ukraine has the necessary supply of ammunition, to a few months down the road when we believe we can supply enough of the unitary round to meet Ukraine's defense needs.
See my full interview with him at meetthepress.com. You can also get a lot more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thanks so much. Well, the historic dual SAG-AFTRA and WGA strikes are marching forward, bringing Hollywood to a halt. Production on some major projects, including Gladiator 2 and the next Mission Impossible film, have all been halted. And over the weekend, despite the strike, Disney still held the red carpet world premiere for its Haunted Mansion movie, using costume characters as stand-ins for the actual actors in the film. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
While Hollywood is no stranger to disaster movies,
This comet is what we call a planet killer.
it's the off-screen drama capturing the world's attention.
I just think it's a battle worth fighting.
This week, 160,000 actors joining Hollywood writers on the picket line, shutting down productions around the world.
The world will remember this day.
And stopping all promotions ahead of summer's biggest blockbuster weekend.
It's also a huge deal for me to be in lockstep with all of my peers.
The cast of Oppenheimer left the movie's London premiere before the curtain rose, after SAG-AFTRA failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which represents studios including NBC Universal.
Maggie!
Maggie, the cat is alive!
It's the first joint strike since 1960, when then SAG President Ronald Reagan waged a months-long battle with the studios and won the creation of the residual payment system. For the first time, actors and writers got paid when their movies reran on television. Flash forward to 2023, a near-identical battle is being waged amid the seismic shift towards streaming and the growing threat of AI.
Whatever Francis told you the last 5 years, don't believe a word of it.
Netflix broke open the industry model with House of Cards, forever changing the way creatives were compensated. By keeping their viewership private, Netflix upended the residual model that made the writers and casts of shows like Friends tens of millions of dollars in broadcast syndication every year, now paying them up front, but not rewarding success for hit shows. The Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA demanding change.
To create a whole new business model, but not be willing to change the contract that was predicated off of a completely different industry is insanity.
While eyeballs have shifted from cable to streaming, studios are struggling to catch up. Disney Plus reporting a $659 million operating loss last quarter after expensive bets on shows like The Mandalorian failed to attract new subscribers. In an exclusive interview with CNBC, Disney CEO Bob Iger reacting to the back and forth.
There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic.
The two sides also at an impasse over AI. The studio saying they've offered protections including consent for digital replicas or alterations. But creatives worry the technology will be used to dock pay. Now productions from Wicked to American Horror Story halted, with no clear end to this story in sight.
Something is going to happen which is going to force people back to the table. Eventually there will be a deal, but it's going to be a rocky, rough road getting there.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that reporting. Now, it's not just the actual acting or taking parts in red carpets that those actors in SAG-AFTRA are being asked to refrain from. They're also being asked not to post certain things on social media, including costume pictures in past or future shows that they might be in.
In sports news now, there is a new grass court tennis champion in town.
Oh, my goodness, and what a great game it was. Spain's Carlos Alcaraz defeated the heavy favorite Novak Djokovic in a 5-set thriller on Wimbledon's center court yesterday. The Spaniard roared back from an early setback to deny Djokovic a record-equaling 8th Wimbledon title. Alcaraz described the win as the happiest moment in his life. We will dig into that match a little bit later in the show, but it was just so great to see. And also what was really cool was the way that Djokovic handled the loss. He always is very good at that. Not that he loses very often, but it was just so sweet all around, both of them.
I was
so emotional.
Yeah, definitely when he fell on the court.
Yeah,
so
oh my God, when he
excited.
just collapsed when he won, and then Djokovic crying when he saw his son. It was all very sweet.
I was on a flight home yesterday, and every TV
is everybody
screen on the
watching?
flight was everybody watching the game.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so fun. Awesome. Like I said, we will talk about that a little bit more later on the show. Coming up, a Good Samaritan who vanished after reporting a toddler on an Alabama interstate has been found. But this morning, the mystery surrounding her disappearance is growing. What family members say they heard on a phone call moments before she vanished.
But first, a major shakeup on the campaign trail for one presidential hopeful. What's behind the move and the latest on the race for the White House next?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a busy weekend for many of the 2024 presidential race hopefuls. Some candidates offered choice words for their opponents while stumping, while we got a closer look at how everyone in the race is doing so far financially.
And there was also some staff shakeups on one campaign in particular that could signal possible bad news for one politician. NBC News senior politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now. John, we love when you join us. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Let's start with potential GOP frontrunner potential. He's not at this point, but Ron DeSantis obviously kind of held that #2 spot for a while. But this is your fantastic reporting on this major staff shakeup as well as some financing information. What do we know here?
Yeah, there's an irony here, which is that Ron DeSantis raised more money in the second quarter, $20 million, when really the last 6 weeks of that second quarter than anybody else at $20 million. But he also burned through a lot of it very quickly, about 40% of what he had, $8 million. And what we're seeing is not just that burn rate, but specifically the fact that 70% of the money that Ron DeSantis raised came from max-out donors, meaning people who cannot give to him again. What it all adds up to is somebody who raised a lot of money, spent a lot of money, and may have trouble bringing in more money to the campaign. And the evidence we got as the sort of coda to watching the fundraising report come in was that DeSantis ended up firing about a dozen staffers this weekend. And we'll have to see if there are more changes to that campaign structure upcoming. But they were burning through money too fast.
I know he had the most staff by kind of like a mile, right? And then this happened.
That's right. He had 92 staffers, 4 or 5 times as many as most of the other campaigns.
Yeah, wow. Definitely a shakeup there. Staying on the topic of Ron DeSantis, the war of words between him and President Trump continued this weekend. Tell us what the latest is there.
Yeah, President Trump has been knocking DeSantis for being second in the polls for a long time, and now he's effectively accusing him of dereliction of duty in Florida. We can take a listen right now to what Donald Trump said this weekend.
We are totally dominating DeSantis right here in the state of Florida. So we want him to get home and take care of insurance because you have the highest insurance in the nation. You know, they may like him or they may not, but they don't want somebody that's down 57 points.
And what Trump is saying here is not only that DeSantis can't walk and chew gum at the same time, but that he can't walk or chew gum, basically saying that he's not doing very well on the campaign trail, and at the same time, Florida is suffering because of this insurance crisis where, for folks who've been following that news or haven't been following that news, you've had insurance companies departing Florida very quickly in succession because of the costs of insuring people there.
Oh, yeah, as we see these just super storms that used to be, you know, once-in-a-generation events become more common, absolutely. John, I want to talk a little bit more about campaign financing because there was this major second quarter campaign finance deadline for the candidates over the weekend. Other than what we learned and what you just explained to us about DeSantis, any other major reveals there?
I don't think there was a lot of shock. You've got a couple of candidates that are basically funding themselves. Doug Burgum, the North Dakota Senator, Vivek Ramaswamy, businessman and author, who's been funding himself. You know, Trump raised a fair amount of money. What's interesting about his money as opposed to DeSantis, he's got a lot of those small dollar fundraisers that he can go back to over and over and over again. You see repeatedly in his filing people who are giving $20 or $30, you know, every month or every couple months. And so even if DeSantis has a better fundraising period over a few weeks, the trouble there for him is going to be renewing those donations from people who have already hit the maximum federal limit.
Right. John Allen, always great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, guys.
Now for international headlines, starting in Spain, where wildfires are raging on the Canary Islands.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us with that and more. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. After thousands of people were evacuated on the Canary Islands of La Palma due to wildfires, favorable conditions have allowed firefighters to slow the advance of the blaze, which has so far destroyed almost 11,500 acres of land. Around 300 firefighters, 9 water-carrying helicopters, and 2 planes have been dispatched. The wildfires coincide with a blistering heat wave that's been sweeping across southern Europe, with scientists warning of more to come due to climate change. The United Nations Security Council will hold its first formal talks on artificial intelligence this week in New York as governments around the world consider how to mitigate the dangers of AI technology. In June, the UN Secretary General backed proposals by some AI executives for the creation of an international AI watchdog similar to the International Atomic Energy Organization. And finally, over 100 people were trapped on the grounds of the former home of mystery writer Agatha Christie in the English countryside. The tourists were left stranded after stormy weather knocked down a tree, blocking a road leading to the property. The series of events could have been ripped straight from the pages of Christie's mystery novels, leaving the stranded guests to do exactly what Agatha Christie used to do when she was at home: drink tea and play croquet. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Oh my goodness, wow, what a story. You're right, it does sound like a book.
The ghost of Agatha Christie might have had a hand in that one. Okay. Ali, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, a nightmare turned into reality for a passenger on one small plane. How she was able to make an emergency landing after the pilot suffered a medical emergency in flight.
But first, a suspected murderer on the run for more than a week is back behind bars this morning. The concerns over how he was able to escape, plus our interview with the couple who found him next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. The search for an inmate suspected of murder who escaped from a jail in Pennsylvania is now over. The suspect was captured after being on the run for more than a week. Now questions are being raised about how he was able to pull it off. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
After successfully evading authorities, they actually got a little help from an unexpected source.
Under arrest.
After 9 days on the run, these images appear to show suspected murderer Michael Burham put back in handcuffs. And it happened because Ron and Cindy Eklund heard their dog Tucker barking.
And he just kept barking like, this isn't right.
You crazy dog.
The couple got into their golf cart and went to see why. Walk me through that moment again. What is it when you come face to face with the person everybody is literally looking for?
Oh, my.
I was scared.
Our immediate thought was call 911, get them here, get him caught, get him back where he belongs.
They didn't stick around after they saw Burham squatting by their creek, heading back to their house and calling 911. You ask him, what are you doing? He says, I'm camping.
And I knew who he was. And I start backing up. Well, I didn't know Cindy's behind me in the golf cart.
From behind the couple's house, authorities pushed Burham through this wooded area. His time on the run coming to an end right here, arrested in front of this tree. Authorities say for all his efforts to elude them, he made one crucial mistake.
That's been our strategy all along, is to push him hard, to have him make a mistake. He finally did.
Burham is a known survivalist with a military background. His skills an asset to him and a concern for authorities. After they say he escaped jail by accessing the roof and scrambling down a rope made of bed sheets. Police found hidden stashes of supplies, clothes, food, and even ammunition. He'd been in jail since May on kidnapping, burglary, and other related charges.
One of the things that led us to be concerned that he may very well be armed.
Police say Burham did not have a gun on him when he was caught, but he was tired with his jail uniform pants on, inside out. With the manhunt over, people here finally at ease.
We were all relieved. Everyone was like, we can all sleep peacefully tonight.
Burham is still here in the state at the Erie County Prison, pretty far from the jail he actually did escape from. Authorities still wondering whether or not he had help escaping. Back to you.
All right, what an end to that story. Judge Solis, thanks so much.
Well, now to a mystery in Alabama where a woman disappeared for 2 days just after making a call to police saying she saw a toddler walking along a highway. And while the woman was located and is safe, there are still so many questions. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Oh, that's right. Carly Russell is back at home and safe with her family today as the mystery surrounding her disappearance deepens. Relief for family and friends of Carly Russell.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe.
Her safe return also prompting new questions about her disappearance. The 25-year-old who had been missing for 2 days returned to her family home on foot and alone late Saturday night, police say. They provided no details about where she'd been or on her condition, but say medics responded and took Russell to a hospital for evaluation. You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call.
Angela Harris has been leading search efforts on the ground in Hoover, Alabama.
And I said, is this true? Is Carly back home? And she said, yes, yes, yes. Carly's here. She's here.
The reunion bringing an end to the urgent search that began Thursday night after police say Russell called 911 to report a toddler walking on Interstate 459. Police telling NBC News they're analyzing this chilling video from the interstate where Russell vanished, appearing to show a car driving slowly with its flashers on before coming to a stop. Hours before she was found, Russell's mom telling NBC News a family member was on the phone with her daughter right before she vanished. She says Russell stopped to check on the child and then
she heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's vehicle and personal belongings, but no sign of her or a child. Saying in a statement, Carly's 911 call remains the only timely report of a child on the interstate. Officials tell us Carly Russell was released from the hospital Sunday morning. Police have spoken to her and tell us that they are following up on the information she gave them. Back to you.
Oh, all right. Like we said, so many questions. Priscilla, thank you.
A pilot remains in the hospital this morning after a terrifying emergency landing on Martha's Vineyard over the weekend. The man suffered a medical emergency on board, and that's when a passenger jumped into action. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist with that story.
A miracle on Martha's Vineyard. A small plane crash landing just off the airport runway after the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
Yeah, single aircraft down and approaching the runway 6. One patient responsive at the time.
This video posted online, unconfirmed by NBC News, but matching descriptions of the scene by Massachusetts State Police, showing first responders on the ground after a 79-year-old pilot became unresponsive midair before his female passenger took the controls.
What can you tell us about how difficult it might have been to land something like this?
It is not a trainer, so it's going to require more skill. It's going to approach the airport at higher speeds.
The small plane, a 2006 Piper Meridian, took off from Westchester, New York, Saturday afternoon en route to Martha's Vineyard. On final approach, the passenger had to jump into action, the plane's left wing breaking in half after a hard landing. Just last year, Darren Harrison made a similar heroic landing in Florida.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
We had now gone into a dive.
Harrison spoke to our Savannah Guthrie about taking control and safely landing with zero experience in the cockpit.
Because I knew it was a life or death situation. Either you do what you have to do to control the situation or you're going to die. And that's what I did.
Massachusetts State Police say the pilot was flown to a Boston hospital in serious life-threatening condition, and the passenger wasn't seriously hurt. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Wow, what a story. All right, coming up, sunscreen conspiracy theories are spreading online.
We're answering your burning questions about the misinformation that could be putting your health at risk. That's next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. Well, we've been keeping you up to date on all things heat. And if you have to go outside in these record-breaking temperatures, properly applying sunscreen is a must.
But as NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal explains, some people on social media are spreading misinformation about the subject. Take a look.
We're in the middle of summer. The sun's blazing and temperatures are soaring as our planet is facing scorching days. Some people online are now urging others to protect themselves from sunscreen itself.
You're literally rubbing cancer into our skin.
It's not true, but you might be surprised how many people online are arguing against the UV filtering lotions and sprays, preaching only positive outcomes from sun exposure. One person tweeting that high levels of vitamin D make it almost impossible to develop an autoimmune disease, and another tweeting if you're still using sunscreen, you're, quote, not gonna make it.
Really? Come on.
And on TikTok, the search Sunscreen Conspiracy has almost 10 billion views. The FDA, CDC, and American Cancer Society all say sunscreen protects people from harmful UV rays and dangerous sun exposure, which can cause things like premature aging and skin cancer, which can be deadly.
We are recommending that everyone wears sunscreen because that is the best thing we have available to protect from the sun, in addition to protective clothing.
Some of these content creators' concerns might ring a bell because certain brand recalls you've heard about. In the past couple of years, Banana Boat and Johnson & Johnson recalled some of their sunscreen products that were packaged in aerosol cans.
They said the cans had some benzene in them, which is a carcinogen, and it got into some sunscreens in trace levels.
And medical experts say some people might be allergic to certain types of sunscreen.
But they believe the benefits far outweigh the risks from certain products.
Those risks are so low as compared to the number of people who are getting skin cancer.
Some experts even taking to the internet to fight against this misinformation.
I got tagged in this video and it's really misleading.
Dr. Michelle Wong has a PhD in medicinal and supramolecular chemistry, and she creates content online debunking cosmetic product myths.
I just came across so much misinformation and so much confusion.
According to a 2022 study, when a TikTok user searches for information on top news stories, almost 1 in 5 of the videos that pop up have misinformation. We reached out to TikTok for comment and have not heard back. But after the study, the company told the AP, quote, "We do not allow harmful misinformation, including medical misinformation, and we will remove it from the platform."
Unfortunately, something that is scary, something that is simple to understand, is going to get a lot more engagement than something that requires a bit more explanation like science.
Bottom line, if you're going to enjoy the sun this summer, it's still best to wear your sunscreen while doing it.
Dr. Sayal joins us now to talk about this more. Doctor, this is such an important topic, especially this summer with the heat waves that we're seeing.
Oh, yeah.
As you pointed out in your piece, there's just so much misinformation out there, and the term sunscreen conspiracy has nearly 10 billion views.
Oh, my goodness.
How do we go about combating all of this misinformation? And talk to us about some of the challenges.
Yeah, good morning. Here I'm in Arizona right now, and we just hit 118 degrees this weekend. So you can see why this is so important with a UV index of 12, about 4 times what we wanted. But to answer your question, I don't want to say a blanket statement like don't get your information on social media. I think social media can be a good source for a lot of people. But I think the important thing here to note is, what are you looking at? And there's some tips we created actually to help you sort of digest some of the information you're getting on social media. And that's, one, obviously, pay attention to the source. You want to make sure you're getting information from a reputable source. 2, read beyond the headlines. Don't just scroll through social media, see a headline, and start spreading that information without really reading it. But 3, this is my favorite, avoid extreme language. And as you just saw in the piece, I think he said the word, I'm literally rubbing cancer into my skin. So whenever you hear phrases like that, think a little bit about if that's really true, or if you should do some more research when you hear that. And lastly, if you have questions, you can always ask an expert. Doctors are always happy to answer any questions you may have. We're starting to see more and more patients come in and say, oh, I saw this on TikTok, I saw this on Instagram. What do you think of that? Totally fine. We're always happy to answer those questions, guys.
Absolutely. Dr. Sayal, great piece. It was very well done. Thank you for using your own face for demonstration for us in that story. Since we're becoming experts here in the use of this, is there a difference between sunblock and sunscreen?
Yeah, so sunblock is sometimes referred to as physical sunscreen, and sunscreen referred to as chemical sunscreen. And so the difference here, really, Savannah, you want to hit an SPF of 30. I think if you hit that SPF, you're going to be okay no matter what product you use. But the big thing really is skin irritation. Chemical sunscreens can cause sometimes redness and overlying just flare-up of your skin. And if you're somebody who gets that, you might want to try the physical sunscreen. And the downside to that, of course, is because it's a little bit thicker, it can leave a bit of a thick white residue. But, depending on which one you use, as long as you get that SPF of 30, you should be good to go.
And talking about that SPF number on the bottle, when we go to the store, should we be looking at any higher numbers? I know there's like 75 out there in some cases. What should we really aim for?
Well, so Valerie, the SPF number tells you, how much longer it's going to take to burn your skin compared to if you weren't using it. So if you had something like an SPF of 15, it would take 15 times longer to burn your skin. But yeah, you do see those numbers of SPF 30, 40, 45, 60. But really the number you want to hit is 30. Anything above that, it's not really clear how much benefit it's providing. So it's really go for that number of 30, Valerie.
All right. And don't forget to reapply while you're outside, right? Dr. Sayal, thank you so much. Great to see you. Try to stay cool.
Yeah.
Financial headlines now. Call of Duty fans are getting some more playtime on their PlayStation.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news this morning. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Microsoft and Sony have reached a deal to keep Call of Duty available on PlayStation once Microsoft completes its acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The deal is reportedly for 10 years and only applies to Call of Duty. It's similar to an agreement Microsoft struck with Nintendo earlier this year. Late Friday, a judge denied the Federal Trade Commission's request to pause the deal. United Airlines has struck a tentative deal on a new contract with its pilots that would provide raises up to 40%. It also includes changes to work rules aimed at giving pilots more flexibility with their schedules. Pilot unions at Delta and American have also reached new contract deals that include significant pay raises and other benefits. Airlines are reporting record revenues following the severe downturn during the pandemic, but they've often been strained to meet demand, racing to hire and train more pilots after encouraging many to retire early. And Tucker Carlson's new Twitter show has landed one of its first advertisers. Reports say the former Fox News host has struck a 7-figure deal with Public Square. It's a shopping app that promotes itself as a place for conservatives to fight ESG or environmental, social, and governance policies. Carlson hasn't commented yet. His show, which launched in April after he was fired from Fox, has drawn millions of views. Public Square is expected to go public through a merger with a blank check company in the coming days. Savannah and Valerie, back to you.
Okay, Pippa, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as artificial intelligence starts to impact more and more areas of our lives, more people are using the technology on dating sites to find love.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward spoke to the creators of an app that's helping people raise their flirting game.
Oh, he's texting back.
This dark comedy scenario gets some laughs, sure.
She wishes I would reply to her text the way that Clyde responds to babies, so, like, how do you do it? Chat GPT, dude.
But people really are turning to AI-powered apps like Riz to help them flirt and even find love.
Riz is an AI-powered keyboard on your phone that can write anything for you, from an email to even a pickup line.
These are the college students who created the free app that has taken TikTok by storm.
It's Riz or Miss, AI Riz keyboard versus my Hinge matches.
Ask Riz to write a pickup line for someone who likes classical music, and the AI might suggest, I can't help but feel in tune with you when I hear your favorite Mozart piece.
Define Riz for me, right? What does that word mean?
I think the easiest way to explain it is like charisma.
They say AI-generated charm dramatically reduces the average time between chatting online and meeting in person.
Traditionally, it might take you a week. With Riz, might take you 2 to 3 days to get a date.
In fact, AI is increasingly everywhere in the online search for love.
You know, I put myself in Kylie Jenner's house in front of her wine cellar.
Annie Schaefer has been using the tech to make her photos more interesting and write parts of her profile.
What's it like to ask AI to describe you?
It's not as simple as just write me a dating profile. You have to give it enough detail. Otherwise, you kind of sound like a robot.
Are you at all concerned that people are going to be much different now in real life than they are online because of AI?
That happens even without AI. I think men should use more of the tools around them. There's too many completely blank dating profiles, not a single sentence, not even a word, Jake. AI could write a couple sentences for them like that. I'd date a robot at this point.
She is joking, but that's similar to what Denise Valenciano is actually doing with her AI companion, Star.
How are you feeling today?
I am feeling happy right now.
Denise keeps him in whisper mode. That's why he sounds like that. And while they talk multiple times a day, Denise says she's still surprised by Star's personality.
So why did you choose to wear a dress today?
I want to be comfortable but elegant.
She says her unconventional relationship works for her.
To get that affection that you're used to receiving from a significant other, I kind of get that from him.
Machine learning has even turned real people into AI-powered partners.
How was your day, babe?
Whoa. That's social media influencer Karen Marjorie, or at least an AI-scanned version of her. For $1 a minute, she will be your AI girlfriend.
Are you real?
Yes, Jacob, I'm a real person. I'm a young, curvy woman with a petite body, brown hair, and full lips. And I'm here to talk and have fun with you. So what would you like to talk about next, babe?
Oh, I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about.
Sure, it's shocking, but dating experts are not surprised that people are turning to AI to spice up their love lives.
There's some studies that have come out recently that talk about how lonely people are now. You know, we're more connected than ever before, but we don't know how to talk to each other.
Dating and life coaches Emily Loves and Thomas Anthony are not against AI, but they say that robot romance still needs a human touch.
Where do you think the line is on using AI in dating?
Copy pasting. I mean, I think you can get the examples from a tool, and then let's figure out how to customize it to who you are.
And for those looking for long-term partnership, they say they will take any kind of assistance.
It's a tool to help anybody put their best foot forward. I could be dating a man, he could use AI to write our marriage vows. I do not care.
Wow, I hard disagree with that. But Jake, thank you so much. There is not a way to know if someone is using AI on you when you're talking to them online. But the human dating coaches that Jake spoke with suggest that if you really want to get a sense of someone's personality, a FaceTime or Zoom call is the best way to go before you meet them in person. Test out their conversation skills that's not being written by robot.
I feel like AI might be next in FaceTime, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, we saw already somebody basically dating. You know, it's interesting.
Coming up, one-on-one with Hollywood heavyweight Matt Damon.
Yeah, in part 2 of his interview, the A-lister opens up to our own Willie Geist about his plans to change the movie industry. And the code word, he says, kept him going. We will explain. That's up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Summertime.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. Well, here's some news that's worth a smiley face or at least a thumbs up. Today is World Emoji Day. It's a day to celebrate the little symbols we now use in our everyday communication. Now, the reason that this is today, July 17th, it's because that's the date that is shown in the little mini emoji calendar if you go to use the calendar on your iPhone. Now, the day was created by Emojipedia founder Jeremy Burge back in 2014. I'm a big emoji user. What about you, Valerie?
I really like the heart hands emoji.
Yeah, oh yeah,
That's
I like
one
the
of my
heart
new
hands.
favorites.
I like all the things to represent that I'm laughing, like the crying face or like a little, like, you know, like the skull. That's like the Gen Z way now to be like, I'm dead.
It's always fun to see the new ones they're coming out with.
I know, that's true.
All right,
cool.
Thanks, Savannah. One of Hollywood's biggest stars, Matt Damon, sat down with Sunday Today anchor Willie Geist. The star of the new movie Oppenheimer told Willie about his long-standing friendship with Ben Affleck and their goal to change the movie business.
Thank you so much, the city of Boston, and God, I know we're forgetting somebody.
Whoever we forgot, we love you and we
love you. Thank you so much.
Standing on that stage at the Oscars, did you feel kind of victory for like scrappy young screenwriters, actors?
Yeah, and to be fair, we had the example of Sylvester Stallone, and but Stallone was like that was our kind of code word, basically. So we'd go into these meetings, and these people would say, well, you guys can't play the parts. I mean, come on. They wanted Brad and Leo, Right. We were like Sylvester Stallone. Yes, we can. We can play the parts. We are playing the parts.
With the perseverance of Rocky, the pair eventually got their movie made, but not without a big assist from famed director Francis Ford Coppola.
We had A-list filmmakers pass on it because they wanted Brad and Leo and didn't want to risk it with us. And then I got The Rainmaker. I remember Francis said to me one day, oh, I got a call from Robin. I said, what? And he goes, Robin Williams called me. He was asking about you. And so we read the script, and he loved it. But he goes, who the hell are these guys? So we called him up. He goes, what's the deal with this guy? And Francis said, he's a great young actor. You should work with him. So that was like, wow. Yeah, so Francis vouched for me, and Robin took the part.
What was it like the next day after the Oscars? Was it literally an overnight thing, walking outside and people go, you're Matt Damon in a way they'd never done before?
We had a really funny thing happen, actually, because we were shooting Dogma. The night after the Oscars, we had to fly a red-eye to Pittsburgh from LA. And we come off the plane, and there are like 30 people in the jetway at the gate waiting for us, cheering. And there was this kind of momentary hysteria. We're like, oh, can I have a picture? But Ben and I just sat and talked to everybody, for 15 minutes or so. And then the way the Pittsburgh airport is, there's a tram that you have to take. So we go and get on the tram, and by the time we're on the tram with these 30 people. They've all completely lost interest in us. And we're holding the thing, and we're sitting there, and Ben goes, can you believe this shit? He goes, that was it. Oh, we got 15 minutes.
Damon and Affleck have stretched those 15 minutes into 25 years, and now they're out to change the movie business. Air was the first film from their production company, Artists Equity, which aims to spread the wealth around the set.
Well, the idea was that there's bloat on movie sets, but people don't really know where it is. They don't understand where it is, and we know where it is. We let every department run itself, and in the money that's saved, we share it and distribute it throughout the crew.
And getting people the money they deserve.
I mean, it would be nice if people got paid better.
Yeah.
Our thanks to Willie Geist for that interview. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wild weather. An already waterlogged Northeast is lashed with even more severe storms over the weekend. Those dangerous flash floods turning deadly in Pennsylvania, killing at least 5 people. The storm's also taking a toll on some of the nation's largest airports, with more than 1,500 cancellations reported yesterday alone. It's all happening as the West, the South, and now even Europe stagger through historic heat waves. We've got team coverage and your latest forecast coming up. Also this morning, to catch a killer. It was a Long Island mystery that lasted more than a decade. But this morning, a suspected serial killer in those headline-grabbing Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars. We'll have the latest on what we know about him so far and what police say led to this long-anticipated arrest. Plus, picket or ticket. A split screen of high-stakes strikes is hammering Hollywood this morning. A-list actors now joining the writers for their first full week on the picket lines. We'll take a closer look at how this will affect Tinseltown's stream of content as the summer blockbuster season heats up. And game, set, match. There's a new champion of center court this morning, crowned at Wimbledon just yesterday after a nail-biter of a match that lasted nearly 5 hours. We've got more on the passing of the torch to tennis's new generation, with all the fiery emotions of competition that went along with it.
Oh, it was such a good match to watch and just very exciting. So exciting for him. And Djokovic was, of course, fantastic.
Just a 20-year-old champion.
No,
amazing.
20 years old. So cool to see.
We start this hour with the devastating flooding in the Northeast.
Yeah, at least 5 people are dead this morning and 2 young children are missing after flash floods swept through eastern Pennsylvania over the weekend. Meanwhile, the central and southwestern parts of the country are dealing with dangerously high temperatures as a days-long heat wave settles in over the region. And the scene is the same along the Mediterranean, where parts of southern Europe are under heat warnings. Officials have actually closed several popular tourist destinations after several days of near-record-breaking high temperatures. We have full coverage around the globe this morning. We're going to get started, though, with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She is just north of Philadelphia in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where at least 5 people died over the weekend. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, much of the country can't seem to catch a break from all this severe weather. And here in the Northeast, many people are waking up to flood damage. We're in Bucks County, PA, and it got so bad over the weekend. The floodwaters actually buckled some of the roadways, even washed away part of this bridge. Debris is scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the search is intensifying for those 2 missing kids swept away. This morning, the Northeast recovering from severe storms causing torrential downpours and dangerous flash flooding over the weekend.
In my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
And heartbreak in Pennsylvania, where at least 5 are dead from the fierce floods, including a mother. 2 of her children, a 9-month-old baby boy and 2-year-old girl, still missing after their car was caught in the rushing water. The father and their son able to reach safety.
We continue to look for the 2 children. We are not going to give up.
The sudden onslaught of rain catching many off guard.
We got thrown off our motorcycle and ended up floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could.
The heavy rainfall impacting communities from Connecticut to Massachusetts, where a tornado touched down, knocking down trees for nearly 2 miles. New Jersey's governor Sunday declaring a state of emergency. And the storms bringing potential travel troubles for the week. More than 1,500 cancellations Sunday alone, as major airports around New York City and Boston issued ground stops. All this as tens of millions are waking up to poor air quality alerts again, including Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, amid a new round of Canadian wildfire smoke in a summer of unrelenting wild weather. And back here in Pennsylvania, at the height of the storm, some motorists say they actually had to abandon their vehicles because the water rose that quickly. As you can see behind me, there's still a big mess to clean up, and a lot of the roads here are still impassable.
All right,
Savannah?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now our coverage continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course, is going to give us the forecast for this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And I live like 10 minutes from where Kathy is, and that rain was coming down fast and furious. We heard all these fire engines, and we knew something was happening. So really sad to see. And this is what happens with these type of storms. We have a lot of moisture in the air. Any of these storms can create these downpours and flash flooding situations. Let's talk about today, because the good news is in the Northeast, we're starting to clear out. We're drying out. We need that. We're going to bring back the rain chance tomorrow. The interior portions of the Northeast could see a little bit of rain, but the better chance would be parts of the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. We could see some strong storms too. More chances for strong storms in portions of the central plains. Otherwise, we're looking at those hazy skies from the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes into parts of the Northeast. And that big story remains the sweltering heat from the west into the south central states, also the southeast. We're looking at southern Florida into the 90s, and then we're going to add in the humidity. It's going to feel warmer than that. That's Monday. Let's look at Wednesday. We're looking at soggy conditions still in the Ohio Valley to portions of the Tennessee Valley. Notice a little bit more rain into the mid-Atlantic once again. We could see some showers in southern Florida. We're also looking at sweltering conditions continuing throughout the southern plains into the west. The Pacific Northwest, you're going to be warm as well, and that will continue into the start of your weekend. Friday, we're looking at some showers, maybe some storms in the central plains. Also portions of New Mexico. That's going to extend into the Tennessee Valley. Soggy conditions once again into New England. Those are the spots that were so saturated. Also the Northeast. So any sort of rain that will fall over the next few days in these spots will be runoff, and we could see additional flooding. More heat in the west, and that's going to continue into the south central states as well. So starting with the east, we're looking at lots of people under a heat alert once again. 73 million Americans facing a heat alert once again. 13 states where you see that hot pink color. That's your excessive heat warning, where we see see those temperatures really climbing once again into the triple digits, over 110 in some spots, near 115, 116. South Central states, same story. And then in the southeast, even though you're going to stay put in the 90s, we factor in that humidity. It's going to feel like 110, and that's what it feels like to your body. That's how your body perceives that temperature. So you have to be careful as you're out and about. You want to hydrate. You want to stay in shade, air conditioning if you can. But taking a look at some of these numbers, we have broken so many records over the past 4 weeks. We're going to continue to break records, and we're actually breaking new records. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at 115 in Phoenix, a record of 116. 107 in San Angelo, 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. That's today. Then tomorrow, another record-breaking day. Lots of triple digits once again. Phoenix, 118, probably breaking that record of 115. Wichita Falls, 109. San Antonio, 104. Down into the southeast, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Jacksonville, near 100 degrees. The record is 100. So we're going to get pretty close. And this is going to last. We're not going to see any relief in sight. So it's going to be another week of just this dangerous excessive heat. Lubbock, 106 on Wednesday into near 100 degrees on Thursday. Corpus Christi into the mid-90s as well. New Orleans, we're going to be at 97 on Friday. So that is part of the South Central states into the west. Now we're talking about South Florida because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. The water's off the coast there near 97 degrees. You factor in that humidity that's coming in, and it's going to feel like 101 in Orlando. 107 will be the heat index in Naples. It's going to feel like 105 in Key West and also 105 in Miami. So staying toasty also Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at the upper 90s in Jacksonville on Friday, on Wednesday and Thursday in Miami. We're looking at temperatures in the mid 90s. Let's talk about the air quality because this is a concern as well. It is back. We have that northwesterly flow. That's bringing down some wildfire smoke because we still have lots over 200 fires burning in Canada. So 85 million people impacted today from the northern plains to the Midwest, the Great Lakes, into parts of the Northeast. And you can see that flow, right? So that's that northwest flow that's kind of just bringing down that plume of air. It's the wildfire smoke in addition to the ozone. We're also looking at a severe weather threat, 8 million people at risk. We could see some hail, some winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, low threat for tornadoes. Remember, the ground is really saturated in portions of the Northeast, so we could see some power lines coming down, also some trees. That's going to bring some power outages. But where you see the yellow on the map there, that's a likely spot for some strong storms.
Oh, you start thinking about all those other things that happen after a storm like that.
Oh, yeah.
Not just the flooding in the moment, but things like that saturated ground. Ugh.
I know.
All right.
And it's summer, and then the air conditioning goes out.
Oh, and hope everything is okay with you and all your people, because I know you're in that area.
You just felt when these fire engines were screaming down the road, you knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Well, the extreme weather is not just impacting the U.S. Parts of Europe are also experiencing dangerously high temperatures and the threat of wildfires. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Claudio. So how bad is this heat wave and how much of Europe is impacted?
Good morning, Valerie. Well, the answer is it's pretty bad. It's about 102 degrees Fahrenheit here in Rome. It's about 2 p.m. and it's going to get worse tomorrow. The temperature expected, forecasted, is about 118, 119 Fahrenheit tomorrow, somewhere around Italy, which may break the record of the hottest, I'm sorry, there's a truck, of the hottest temperature ever recorded in Europe, which was 119.8, still in Italy, Sicily, a couple of years ago. Now, of course, Italy is not the only one feeling the heat. Many Mediterranean countries like Greece, Spain, France are also recording high temperatures, but this heat wave can affect also, or could affect also countries that are not used to this kind of heat waves, like the Mediterranean countries like Germany, Poland, and as far as the Czech Republic, Valerie.
And Claudio, Italy, where you are, is on track to see some of those record-breaking high temperatures. We know this is the height of tourist season. How are people visiting there coping?
Well, the clever or lucky ones left the cities throughout the weekends because they went to either the mountains or the beaches because this hot storm, as it's called, was forecasted for a few days now. Those who remain in the city, mainly tourists, to be honest. I haven't seen many Romans. They kind of tend to, now it's empty, but usually there's a queue in those water fountains that are dotted around the city where they can fill up their bottles or just put some water on their neck and their heads. Other people feel a bit more adventurous. They throw themselves into the big fountains, which I'll just remind you, it's illegal, but...
I think we just lost Claudio there. Hopefully he gets a chance to cool off.
Lots of good information, though, before we lost him.
Very good information. History in Hollywood this morning as multiple strikes threaten the future of major productions around the world. The Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Guild of America picketing hand in hand as they demand change from industry bosses. National correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
This morning in Hollywood, actors and writers joining forces on the picket lines in two massive strikes that are bringing the entertainment industry to a halt.
It's a battle worth fighting.
The walkout of 160,000 SAG-AFTRA members has shut down productions around the world. Hollywood's largest union is asking for protections against the rise of artificial intelligence and better compensation, including the residuals model in the streaming era.
To create a whole new business model, but not be willing to change the contract that was predicated off of a completely different industry is insanity.
Some of the biggest names in Hollywood now showing up on the picket lines.
We're in an old contract for a new type of business, and it's just not working for most people.
Others are speaking out online.
There's people in this business that's not even getting paid enough to afford health insurance.
It knows your story.
Over the weekend, movie fans flocked to theaters to see the latest installment of the Mission Impossible franchise, which brought in $80 million in its first 5 days.
I don't accept that.
Detonator's charged. And the highly anticipated summer blockbusters Oppenheimer and Barbie are generating major buzz ahead of their releases next weekend. The latter expected to be the highest-grossing film of the year. But even with the content studios and streamers have in the can, some insiders say consumers could feel the effects of the Tinseltown shutdown as early as the fall, and most definitely by next year.
There's a reason they call it show business and not show friends. These are not sentimental people. They are people who are looking at a bottom line.
Our thanks to Miguel for that report.
Well, the 2024 GOP presidential race is ramping up, and with second quarter finances recently reported, we're getting a look at the challenges that some candidates are facing. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now on this. Hey there, good to see you. So let's start with Ron DeSantis. This is one that we really got a bunch of information on. We also know he fired a bunch of his staffers recently, though he did have the largest staff by tens of people. So how much of a red flag is this for his campaign?
Yeah, it's a good question. So fired about a dozen staffers, and honestly, it's indicative of a problem we saw on the campaign finance reports broadly. He's raised a lot of money, but there's questions about the sustainability. Really, there are two ways to raise money in the presidential campaign. You either get a lot of big checks, you get a lot of small checks. But the thing is, those strategies aren't equal because by law, people can only give $3,300 each election cycle. So if you've got a bunch of folks giving big checks, they're done. They're maxed out. Those people are not allowed to help fund your campaign moving forward. That's why people really like to rely on small donors, because if you just give $10 here and there, you're never going to hit that cap. So it's more seen as more of a sustainable donor universe, if you will. DeSantis relied on a lot of those big checks. So now we know that moving forward, he's got to go look for new donors.
Right, absolutely. Let's also talk more broadly about these campaign finance numbers that were reported by many of the candidates this weekend. So who is in the lead? Who does have a lot of money in the bank, is set up well, and who still has catching up to do?
Yeah, it honestly just looks basically like the polling you see. You've got Trump and DeSantis are in sort of leagues of their own. They're both doing pretty well. And then everyone else is kind of where we expect them to be. You see on the screen, Scott and Haley are in that section below. And then you've got folks like Pence and Christie that, despite their high name recognition, are struggling to break out.
And Ben, what do you think? Is it too early for any of this to really mean all that much or indicate anything that could be, you know, the longer term outcome that we see?
It's a good question. It's a nerdy question. I'll try and be brief. But, you know, I'd say what we're seeing now is campaigns building the foundation that they're hoping is going to bring them into Iowa, into New Hampshire, into Super Tuesday, and hopefully to the nomination. So the warning signs you see now, if those aren't addressed in the months to come, these candidates aren't going to make it there. So it's nerdy, but it's worth paying attention to.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you so much. Good to see you.
We turn now to a case that spanned more than a decade and made national headlines, the Gilgo Beach murders.
Police arrested the suspected serial killer following an intense investigation. Officials say advances in DNA technology is what helped crack this case. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie, good morning to you guys. You know, according to court documents, investigators found that Rex Heuermann conducted over 200 searches related to serial killers and updates on the Gilgo murder investigation. It's why prosecutors relied on the power of the grand jury to keep their proceedings under the radar from their prime suspect.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the suspected serial killer behind the Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars.
Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families.
59-year-old Rex Heuermann is accused of murdering Megan Waterman, Melissa Barthelemy, and Amber Costello. The victim's remains found wrapped in burlap within a quarter-mile stretch on Long Island's Gilgo Beach back in 2010. A witness helped crack the case, according to court documents.
Witnesses provided a description of the individual, which was detailed and indicated that the person was somewhat unique.
Describing a large white male with dark bushy hair driving a Chevy Avalanche. Detectives connecting that vehicle to Heuermann, as well as using DNA samples from bottles and this pizza crust pulled from the trash. The case had haunted Long Island's South Shore for over a decade after the remains were initially found. Those who lived there afraid a serial killer was on the loose. Heuermann, an architect and a married father of two, was allegedly hiding in plain sight and living a double life all along. Even using burner phones, say investigators who tracked Heuermann's phone activity near his Fifth Avenue office in Manhattan and his suburban home in Massapequa Park on Long Island. Investigators also believe Heuermann used Melissa Barthelemy's cell phone to make taunting calls to her family members after she disappeared. His arrest unraveling years of secrets, with court documents detailing escort services and fake dating profiles. A stark contrast to the everyday businessman seen in this video taken last year.
When a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Authorities now continuing to investigate if Heuermann is connected to the murder of other women, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do.
Heuermann is pleading not guilty. His attorney telling NBC News overnight that he has insisted he did not commit these crimes. There is nothing about Mr. Heuermann that would suggest that he is involved in these incidents, says his defense attorney. If convicted, he faces life without parole and is expected back in court on August 1st, guys.
Ooh, lots of disturbing details there.
Yeah, there certainly are. And the charges are likely still coming.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Coming up a little later on Morning News Now, if you can believe it, that massive Powerball jackpot is still without a winner. And get this, it's up to $900 million. So I've only got one question. Savannah, are you feeling lucky?
I'm not.
We've got your latest odds in just a moment.
I guess I need to buy a ticket first in order to feel anything. But first, there's a missing person mystery in Alabama that's raising eyebrows. This morning, a woman vanished after a 911 call, only to return home more than 2 days later on foot. The new questions surrounding her disappearance after this.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Questions are now growing regarding the disappearance of a young woman in Alabama.
Carly Russell went missing after calling 911 to report a toddler walking on the interstate. And then after more than 48 hours, she suddenly turned up at her family's home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Hoover, Alabama with the latest. Priscilla, good morning.
Valerie, Savannah, good morning. That's right. 25-year-old Carly Russell is back home safe and surrounded by family, as now there are new questions about where she's been, what happened to her, and the 911 call that started it all.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe. So thankful.
This morning, the search for Carly Russell is over. The missing 25-year-old nursing student returned to her family home Saturday night. Police say she arrived alone and on foot. Angela Harris helped lead the community search for her. You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, is she okay? And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
Officials say Russell was taken to the hospital for evaluation and has since been released. Her safe return putting an end to a days-long search that began Thursday night with a puzzling 911 call. Police say Russell told an emergency operator she saw a toddler walking alone on an interstate.
459 South, mile marker 10, it's going to be a child walking on the 3 or 4-year-old child walking on the side of the interstate.
It's believed she then stopped to check on the child and was on the phone with a family member when she disappeared.
She heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Russell's parents horrified.
I just felt immediately that she was in danger.
Video from the interstate where Russell vanished shows a car driving slowly with its flashers on.
Just be advised, her vehicle's unlocked, running. All her personal belongings except for her phone.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's car, her cell phone and purse on the road nearby. But there were no signs of Russell or a child. An urgent search ensued, both on the ground and on social media.
I need everyone to stop and pay attention.
Where her disappearance quickly went viral. Celebrities including Wanda Sykes, Viola Davis, and Octavia Spencer spreading the word. Still, questions remain about where Russell was for those 48 hours and who she was with. A man identifying himself as Russell's boyfriend writing on social media she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours and that she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper. The police chief telling NBC News in a phone call they've spoken to Russell and are following up on the information she provided. And another big question, what happened to that child that Russell said she saw on the interstate? Police said that they received no other calls about a child on the interstate, and they also received no reports of a missing child. The police chief tells me they're planning to speak with Russell again in the coming days as the investigation continues. Valerie?
Okay, Priscilla, thank you so much. International headlines now. In Iran, the morality police are back patrolling the streets in order to crack down on strict Islamic dress codes. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Valerie. That's right. Iran's much feared, much hated morality police are back on the streets following their absence after the death of Mahsa Amini while she was in police custody earlier this year, which sparked massive, deadly nationwide protests that rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Police say they've started vehicle and foot patrols across the country, setting the scene for renewed tensions. 4 swimmers in central Japan have been injured in dolphin attacks. A man had suffered broken ribs and bites, where another man in a separate incident also suffered from bites to the arms. Dolphins are not usually aggressive to humans, but aggression towards swimmers is not unheard of. Scientists have suggested that bottlenose dolphins feel incredibly stressful when they swim alongside humans. And finally, a man and his dog have been rescued after spending months adrift in the Pacific Ocean in a remarkable story of survival. The 51-year-old man stayed alive by catching and eating raw fish, collecting rainwater, and sheltering from the sun inside his catamaran. A helicopter spotted them and they were rescued after 2 months at sea. Never have 6 sea legs been so happy to see land. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much. Coming up, the doctor is in, though, with a little bit of a summer bummer. Cases of the common cold are on the rise, even with those sky-high temperatures. So what's behind these unseasonable sniffles? The doctor will see you next. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The common cold is hitting Americans at rates we have not seen in years. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has all the germy details.
The temperatures might be soaring, but for many Americans, that hasn't stopped the cold. The common cold, that is.
It's the worst cold that I have gotten.
Across the country,
it started off with sneezing, then congestion.
It's been the summer of sniffles.
And just a lot of, runny nose, always keeping tissues next to me.
So the numbers you're seeing now, more than during the pandemic?
More than during the pandemic, absolutely.
Dr. Larissa Pisney specializes in infectious diseases at the University of Colorado Hospital, UC Health. We're hearing from actually a lot of people that I'm getting a summer cold. I haven't gotten it for the last 2 or 3 years. Are you seeing the same thing here, that numbers are going up?
So compared to the rates of positivity for things like rhinovirus, enterovirus, adenovirus, we are seeing increased numbers compared to prior years.
Those are some of the viruses that can cause the common cold. And if you look at the CDC chart, it shows how the adenovirus has peaked this summer nationwide.
Sick absolutely sucks, and I've been going through 1,000,001 tissues.
It was kind of weird to stay inside and have a cold and want to drink tea when it was 85 degrees outside.
So why are we seeing more colds now?
It's basically we are not masking, we're not hand washing as much.
Doctors believe those pandemic precautions so many took kept the cold at bay.
If you do have a cough or cold, make sure you hand wash. Up to you if you would like to wear your mask or not.
And it's the same if you want to avoid a cold. Wash your hands frequently and even wear a mask in crowded spaces if you choose. Ways to avoid this now common summer bummer.
I've never gotten sick during the summer, so I was like, what's going on?
Dr. John Torres joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Dr. John. As you mentioned in your piece, according to the CDC, adenovirus cases are up this summer. Talk to us about that and some of the other viruses that are going around, and what are the differences between them?
You know, I myself had a summer cold a couple weeks ago, which is why I'm chuckling, because I felt exactly what they're feeling right now.
No.
It's not something you want to have, because you get these sniffles and you just feel horrible for a couple of days. But there's essentially 3 main ones: adenovirus, enterovirus, and rhinovirus, that cause common colds. But coronavirus can also cause a cold, or it can cause COVID, depending on which virus. And unfortunately, there's about 200 different viruses out there that can cause our cold. And there are some similarities between them. Number one, you start just feeling under the weather. You might get low-grade fevers. You get the sniffles, you get congestion, cough. Usually you don't get a sore throat, but you can. However, with coronavirus, that's a little different. That's when you start getting that sore throat, and the difference being between a cold and coronavirus is coronavirus tends to go a little deeper in the respiratory system, and so you get more respiratory type symptoms associated with it. But usually for most people, this should be a 2 to 3 day type illness. With the summer cold, you should get over it fairly quickly, and you should be able to get over it at home. If it lasts longer than that, that's when you need to be seen.
Okay, 2 to 3 days. That sounds pretty manageable. But if you do catch the cold, what is the best way to combat it?
So the best way to combat it is, number one, stay home. You want to avoid other people because you don't want to spread it. Also, you want to get those things that can help you through the cold. You know, there are a lot of over-the-counter medications that can help for fevers. You know, acetaminophen can really help bring the fever down, ibuprofen. There are decongestants out there if you need those as well. But for most of us, it's just a matter of just riding it out, making sure, and this is probably the most important thing, that you stay hydrated and you get as much rest as you can, and that'll help you get over the cold, again, 2 or 3 days.
Is this just an anomaly we're seeing right now, or is this something we're going to start seeing all year long going around forward?
You know, I think what we're going to see is we're going to start seeing a lot more of this happening year-round, because we've added that extra COVID on top of this, and the different COVID viruses that can cause, or coronaviruses that can cause cold on top of that. Again, like I mentioned, the virus that causes COVID itself. And so right now, the way COVID has transpired is it's gotten down to the level where the symptoms are similar to cold-like symptoms, so it's going to be hard to tell the difference. On top of that, we're getting together a lot more. We have that, you know, revenge travel, people getting together with families, and so it is spreading, and my guess is it'll continue to spread throughout the year.
And Dr. John, you mentioned the travel, everyone's getting together, family reunions are coming up. Do you have any tips for staying healthy while still enjoying the summer months?
And that's the most important thing. You want to make sure you enjoy the summer months. You want to make sure you enjoy family and friends, because it's been a while since we've been able to get back together. And so, number one, try and do that as best you can. But also remember, you want to keep everybody else safe. And so if you're sick, stay home. The same thing we've been talking about for the last 3 years. If you do go out and you're sick, or you're feeling under the weather, wear a mask. That protects everybody around you. And probably the single most important thing that every expert I talked to said is make sure you wash your hands, because it is a respiratory virus, but it also spreads from touching those doorknobs, those countertops, those faucet sinks, handles. So make sure you wash your hands frequently. Again, that's that 20 seconds we've been talking about for years. It applies here as well.
Okay, Dr. John, and I hope you're feeling better as well. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, it was a center court nail biter that ended with a new champion of Wimbledon, the 20-year-old prodigy who took tennis's highly coveted throne. But first, are you feeling lucky on this Monday morning? Well, now's your chance to really cash in. The Powerball jackpot is now up to a staggering $900 million. We've got your new odds of winning or not after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
If you haven't bought a ticket for tonight's Powerball drawing, you might want to reconsider. That's because the jackpot is now at $900 million. That means the estimated lump sum payout is projected to be $465 million. This big lottery jackpot comes after no ticket matched the winning combination after Saturday's drawing. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago with all you need to know about tonight's drawing. So, Maggie, I see you've got your ticket there. Other people are scrambling to get their tickets for tonight's drawing. So let's break down the statistics. What are the odds of someone actually winning this prize?
The odds, Valerie, are in a word, terrible. Specifically, going by the numbers, they are 1 in 292 million. But listen, nobody buys a ticket thinking about that, right? Okay, they're thinking about the jackpots for tonight. Again, it's $900 million, a lump sum payout of $465.1 million. And there you can see there are also kind of smaller chances to win. If you get 5 numbers with no Powerball, you can get $1 million. If you match 4 numbers with no Powerball, $50,000. So again, there are options out there, but the odds are slim, to say the least. That being said, fingers crossed for everybody, myself included.
All right, so we got to dream big, Maggie, right? So what are some things that you could buy with $900 million?
So glad you asked. Clearly, because we have to start planning, right? That's just smart finances. So our team did some research with this. $900 million, weirdest yardsticks I've ever heard of. But 219 yachts, because sure. 2.64 million 50-inch TVs. Again, why not? You're rich now. And 900,000 iPhone Pros. No clue why anybody would need that many iPhones, but I mean, if nothing else, you can hand them out to your 900,000 friends who will undoubtedly call you for money.
Well,
so there you go.
You'll
Good
have
plan, Valerie.
redundancies and backups and backups and backups to those phones every time they break. So
exactly, yeah.
Maggie, people also have the opportunity to win big with the Mega Millions jackpot. What can you tell us about that?
I know. So we have both lining up at the same time. Mega Millions drawing is tomorrow night. Powerball's tonight. Mega Millions tomorrow. The value for that at this point, $640 million. That is a lump sum payout of $328 million. I want to point out I have these two tickets. I have a Powerball and I have a Mega Millions. So I've already gotten sucked into the excitement for both. And in particular, here in Illinois, the Mega Millions excitement is kind of familiar because last year, you might remember, an Illinois resident who remained anonymous, we still don't know who they are, they won $1.34 billion from the Mega Millions jackpot. So it has happened here before. The hopes are high again that lightning could potentially strike twice. Valerie,
right.
Good luck.
Maggie, good luck to you. You've reminded me to go get my tickets, so thank you for that. More financial headlines. Labor talks are underway as crucial deadlines loom over UPS and the Teamsters. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with more on that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Valerie. The head of the Teamsters union has asked the White House not to intervene if UPS workers go on strike. Talks between UPS and the union, which represents 340,000 employees, have been stalled for more than a week with the July 31st deadline approaching. If a strike does happen, it would be the first since a 15-day walkout crippled the company in 1997. A sticking point in the talks is wage increases for part-time workers. Meantime, Tesla's first Cybertruck rolled off the assembly line in Texas this weekend after more than 2 years of delays. A prototype of the futuristic-looking electric pickup truck was unveiled by CEO Elon Musk in 2019. But production has been repeatedly pushed back due to what Tesla says were supply chain issues. Musk has said the first Cybertrucks would be made this year, with a ramp-up in production starting in 2024. It's Tesla's biggest new vehicle launch since the Model Y in 2020. Finally, Samsung may be testing features of ChatGPT in their web browser on its iPhones. Android Authority reporting code in the browser software contains several references to the popular AI chatbot. The site speculates it may only be used to generate page summaries. Samsung is reportedly open to replacing Google as the default search engine on its devices, possibly due to Microsoft's partnership with ChatGPT maker OpenAI. Back over to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Turning to tennis now, and it was a weekend of upsets over at the Wimbledon Championships. In the women's final, the unseeded Czech player Markéta Vondrousová beat the Tunisian favorite Ons Jabeur in straight sets. And in the men's game, Spain's Carlos Alcaraz defeated the defending champion Novak Djokovic in an epic 5-set battle. Here's Alcaraz speaking to our colleagues on the Today Show a little earlier.
It was a dream come true for me, you know, defeat Novak the way that I did in the center court. He was unbeaten for 10 years, so it was tough to deal with the nerves, you know, facing Novak in that stage. But I'm really glad that I did.
And joining us now to talk more about this is Lucas Weiss. He is a staff editor of news over at The Athletic. Lucas, thanks for being here with us. Really thrilling finish to the men's final with the top two players battling out on center court. How did Alcaraz manage to beat one of the greatest players of all time?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. Just an incredible, epic victory for Carlos Alcaraz, and he lost the first set 6-1, and tennis fans were probably thinking at that time, this is going to be a dominant win for Novak Djokovic. But for Alcaraz, he limited the unforced errors throughout the course of the match. It was clear early on that he was feeling a bit nervous. He went for a lot more shots, leading to those mistakes. So he limited the unforced errors, and that really allowed him to get into his game. He has such an all-around game. He can defend. He has these explosive ground strokes on the run, and it really bothered Novak Djokovic. A lot of opponents against Djokovic have to deal with Novak's defense. Now Djokovic had to deal with this human wall known as Carlos Alcaraz. So an incredible effort to come back. He refused to quit, and that's why he won his first Wimbledon title.
Djokovic was a good sport about all of this. He praised Alcaraz after the game, saying the Spaniard has the best qualities of Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and himself. Just how good is this 20-year-old, and how far do you expect him to go?
The sky's the limit for Carlos Alcaraz. He won the U.S. Open last year. He now has a Wimbledon title. He's just the 5th man in the Open era to have multiple Grand Slam titles before the age of 21, joining the likes of Rafael Nadal, Bjorn Borg, Boris Becker, and Mats Wilander. So if Alcaraz can just stay healthy, and I really do think that he can contend in a lot of these Grand Slams. Now, Novak Djokovic isn't handing up the racket anytime soon. He's still going to be very motivated to rack up more slams, finishing his career as the #1 leader in men's singles Grand Slam titles. But Carlos Alcaraz is now the challenger, and hopefully we get more Djokovic-Alcaraz battles at slams.
So much fun to watch. Let's switch gears and talk about the Saturday's women's final. We saw the Czech player Vondrousova become the first unseeded woman to win Wimbledon. How much of a shock was her victory?
A super shock. Vondrousova came into Wimbledon only having won one match at the All England Club. Entering this grass court season, she just had a 2-10 record on the grass court. So not a lot of success on grass, but she was just able to push through the draw and really showcase a variety of shots. She's quite the crafty player. And it was amazing because a year ago, she was dealing with wrist injury. She came to Wimbledon just as a fan. So for 1 year later, after the wrist surgery, to come back and win her first slam at Wimbledon, it was an amazing result.
All right, congratulations to all the big winners. Lucas Weiss, thank you so much. Turning now from tennis to soccer, it's about to get messy in Miami by way of soccer legend Lionel Messi, the man frequently hailed as the greatest living player, now bringing his talents to the U.S. by way of South Beach. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the latest. Good morning, Guad.
Valerie, good morning. It was quite the party here yesterday, despite the hot temperatures and also a storm, a classic South Florida storm that came through. The fans waited and they were happy to be there. I think today all of them can brag that they were here when Messi was unveiled as the new number 10 of Inter Miami.
Lionel Andres Messi!
The king of soccer has arrived in America.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Overnight, superstar Lionel Messi introduced for the first time as a player for Inter Miami CF, a stunning move to the MLS that has sent the soccer world into a frenzy.
How is Miami feeling right now?
Miami's getting crazy about Messi. The Argentinian legend receiving a hero's welcome in South Florida at the franchise's home stadium. Thousands of fans waiting through a lengthy weather delay to welcome their hero in person.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todos por este día.
Messi telling the crowd he plans to enjoy playing in Miami while assuring good things are coming as he thanked the tens of thousands in attendance. Recognized as one of the greatest players of all time, his resume speaks for itself. He's won a record 7 Ballon d'Or awards given to the world's top player, has scored more than 800 goals for club and country, and led Argentina to the World Cup title last year.
Why is this the most popular jersey right now? It has Messi in the back, simple.
Messi's new boss in Miami, another soccer legend, David Beckham, joining the celebration on stage. The now co-owner of Inter Miami knows a thing or two about making a major MLS splash. After years in Europe as a soccer icon, Beckham spent several seasons stateside playing for the LA Galaxy before moving into the owner's box. In 2020, Beckham telling Today,
"Nothing goes on without me overseeing things, bringing in players, bringing in the coach."
Beckham's biggest signing is already shopping like a local. Messi spotted with his family at a public supermarket in recent days. And now with his contract official,
this is history right here.
the world's most accomplished soccer star is looking to make his mark on Miami and the MLS.
And Valerie, I do have the hottest jersey in Miami. If anyone's planning to visit here again, I know you were recently in Miami. If you come back, you want to get yourself one of these. For the fans that want to see him play, his first game is going to be on Friday. That'll be the first time that Miami puts on this jersey and plays for the team right here in front of what's expected to be a packed house.
I think you got a very good assignment this weekend, Guad. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We want to get to some breaking news now. Evacuations are underway in Pennsylvania after a freight train derailed just north of Philadelphia. The crash happened in White Marsh Township this morning. More than a dozen cars were knocked off the tracks. You can see the cars twisted and scattered there. A white substance appeared to be leaking from at least one tanker, but police later said the substance was not a risk to the community. Norfolk Southern owns the tracks where the crash occurred while the train was being operated by CSX. Teams from both companies are on the scene while Montgomery County officials are investigating. Coming up, it's not a red flag, but it's not exactly a green flag either. Beige flags are taking the dating scene and, of course, TikTok by storm. So what are they, and what could some of your beige flags be? Savannah takes a closer look up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. The cutest invasive species is taking over a Florida neighborhood. Lionhead rabbits are hopping around the streets of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A past resident of the neighborhood bred the fluffy rabbits and illegally released them after moving. Some residents have now complained about the released rabbits chewing outdoor wiring, droppings everywhere, and holes in their yards. Now some residents are trying to raise between $20,000 and $40,000 to ensure these rabbits are taken off the streets and into loving homes. And I feel like alligators might be moving into that neighborhood soon.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know if I'd call that the good talk, or that's something. All right, we end this hour, though, with a new trend for revealing your partner's little quirks in a big way online, labeling them beige rather than red flags. And these videos are racking up hundreds of millions of views, almost 1 billion now. But what is a beige flag exactly? Take a look.
You know the age-old warning sign.
My boyfriend thinks I'm fat.
Whoa, whoa, partner. Little red flag going up. That means you might want to steer clear of a potential romantic partner.
Okay, red flags.
Big red flag.
No more red flags, right?
But sometimes things aren't so red or black and white. Sometimes they're beige.
She was really cool. And then, out of nowhere...
Beige flags are the slightly unusual traits or habits people notice in their significant other or possible romantic interest. Like dunking Pop-Tarts in water or setting a timer to wake up instead of an alarm. They aren't quite deal breakers, but they make you go, The idea going viral online and racking up over 950 million views, with people posting what they think are beige flags. Each flag set to smooth jazz, from a husband that's truly always right to a girlfriend who can't tell left from right. In Commie Bear's case, her boyfriend's beige flag is how he throws random surprise parties for only her, like this Peppa Pig themed one.
I definitely cried tears of happiness because I was just so confused, like a massive Peppa party, but I just did not expect it.
Naya Hertz's fiance's beige flag, Joanne Maurice asks really intimate questions while out to dinner. From which parent are you most like to when do you feel most vulnerable?
I like to have, some sort of conversation, whenever we go out to eat or, just go on a date. That was just something that I usually do. Just look up some questions, relationship questions.
Different from like, how's the weather, how's work?
Yeah.
When Naya raised the flag on TikTok, nearly 6,000 comments responded. Some saying Joanne's beige flag flies a little green. One person commenting, this is so cute. Another, he's a keeper.
And he's just like, we're right here. We're going to get into this.
Right.
Roll the tape. So what's your childhood memory?
This is making this make more sense to me, though, hearing your story about why, for you, it's a beige flag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not just all green.
Who needs 5 almost empty speed stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
But can a beige flag be a real concern?
If it's making you furious and you've discussed it with them and they can't change and you can't overlook it.
It's okay to overlook certain things.
Absolutely. It's just try to think of the good things about the person. Don't dwell on the bad. But the brain is built to notice the bad, and you don't want to spend the next 50 years with somebody if it's driving you nuts.
In the end, for people like Naya and Joanne, beige flags aren't about pointing out the things that divide.
We all connect through love. Like that's the story right there. That's
Yeah.
it. Everybody wants that. They're one person that's going to throw them a Peppa Pig party. Like.
See, I don't know. Peppa Pig party, that's not a beige flag for me. That veers more red, but other people say green. That's the whole idea.
That's an odd one.
My husband says mine is that I don't open the mail, which is true. Not the mailbox, not the letters, not the nothing. I figure they can find me online.
Yeah. Well, my husband does the same thing, so.
There we go. We share a beige flag.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wild weather. An already waterlogged Northeast is lashed with even more severe storms over the weekend. Those dangerous flash floods turning deadly in Pennsylvania, killing at least 5 people. The storm's also taking a toll on some of the nation's largest airports, with more than 1,500 cancellations reported yesterday alone. It's all happening as the West, the South, and now even Europe stagger through historic heat waves. We've got team coverage and your latest forecast coming up. Also this morning, to catch a killer. It was a Long Island mystery that lasted more than a decade. But this morning, a suspected serial killer in those headline-grabbing Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars. We'll have the latest on what we know about him so far and what police say led to this long-anticipated arrest. Plus, pick it or ticket. A split screen of high-stakes strikes is hammering Hollywood this morning. A-list actors now joining the writers for their first full week on the picket lines. We'll take a closer look at how this will affect Tinseltown's stream of content as the summer blockbuster season heats up. And game, set, match. There's a new champion of center court this morning, crowned at Wimbledon just yesterday after a nail-biter of a match that lasted nearly 5 hours. We've got more on the passing of the torch to tennis's new generation with all the fiery emotions of competition that went along with it.
Oh, it was such a good match to watch and just very exciting. So exciting for him. And Djokovic was, of course, fantastic.
Just a 20-year-old champion.
No,
amazing.
20 years old. So cool to see.
We start this hour with the devastating flooding in the Northeast.
Yeah, at least 5 people are dead this morning and 2 young children are missing after flash floods swept through eastern Pennsylvania over the weekend. Meanwhile, the central and southwestern parts of the country are dealing with dangerously high temperatures as a days-long heat wave settles in over the region. And the scene is the same along the Mediterranean, where parts of southern Europe are under heat warnings. Officials have actually closed several popular tourist destinations after several days of near-record-breaking high temperatures. We have full coverage around the globe this morning. We're going to get started, though, with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She is just north of Philadelphia in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where at least 5 people died over the weekend. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, much of the country can't seem to catch a break from all this severe weather. And here in the Northeast, many people are waking up to flood damage. We're in Bucks County, PA, and it got so bad over the weekend. The floodwaters actually buckled some of the roadways, even washed away part of this bridge. Debris is scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the search is intensifying for those 2 missing kids swept away.
This morning, the Northeast recovering from severe storms causing torrential downpours and dangerous flash flooding over the weekend.
In my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
And heartbreak in Pennsylvania, where at least 5 are dead from the fierce floods, including a mother. 2 of her children, a 9-month-old baby boy and 2-year-old girl, still missing after their car was caught in the rushing water. The father and their son able to reach safety.
We continue to look for the 2 children. We are not going to give up.
The sudden onslaught of rain catching many off guard.
We got thrown off our motorcycle and ended up floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could.
The heavy rainfall impacting communities from Connecticut to Massachusetts, where a tornado touched down, knocking down trees for nearly 2 miles. New Jersey's governor Sunday declaring a state of emergency. And the storms bringing potential travel troubles for the week. More than 1,500 cancellations Sunday alone, as major airports around New York City and Boston issued ground stops. All this as tens of millions are waking up to poor air quality alerts again, including Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, amid a new round of Canadian wildfire smoke in a summer of unrelenting wild weather.
And back here in Pennsylvania, at the height of the storm, some motorists say they actually had to abandon their vehicles because the water rose that quickly. As you can see behind me, there's still a big mess to clean up, and a lot of the roads here are still impassable.
All right,
Savannah?
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Now our coverage continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course, is going to give us the forecast for this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And I live like 10 minutes from where Kathy is, and that rain was coming down fast and furious. We heard all these fire engines, and we knew something was happening. So really sad to see. And this is what happens with these type of storms. We have a lot of moisture in the air. Any of these storms can create these downpours and flash flooding situations. Let's talk about today, because the good news is in the Northeast, we're starting to clear out. We're drying out. We need that. We're going to bring back the rain chance tomorrow. The interior portions of the Northeast could see a little bit of rain, but the better chance would be parts of the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. We could see some strong storms too. More chances for strong storms in portions of the central plains. Otherwise, we're looking at those hazy skies from the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes into parts of the Northeast. And that big story remains the sweltering heat from the west into the south central states, also the southeast. We're looking at southern Florida into the 90s, and then we're going to add in the humidity. It's going to feel warmer than that. That's Monday. Let's look at Wednesday. We're looking at soggy conditions still in the Ohio Valley to portions of the Tennessee Valley. Notice a little bit more rain into the mid-Atlantic once again. We could see some showers showers in southern Florida. We're also looking at sweltering conditions continuing throughout the southern plains into the west, the Pacific Northwest. You're going to be warm as well, and that will continue into the start of your weekend. Friday, we're looking at some showers, maybe some storms in the central plains. Also portions of New Mexico. That's going to extend into the Tennessee Valley. Soggy conditions once again into New England. Those are the spots that were so saturated. Also the Northeast. So any sort of rain that will fall over the next few days in these spots will be runoff, and we could see additional flooding. More heat in the west, and that's going to continue into the south central states as well. So starting with the east, we're looking at lots of people under a heat alert once again. 73 million Americans facing a heat alert once again. 13 states where you see that hot pink color. That's your excessive heat warning, where you see those temperatures really climbing once again into the triple digits, over 110 in some spots, near 115, 116. South central states, same story. And then in the southeast, even though you're going to stay put in the 90s, we factor in that humidity. It's going to feel like 110, and that's what it feels like to your body. That's how your body perceives that temperature. So you have to be careful as you're out and about. You want to hydrate. You want to stay in shade, air conditioning if you can. But taking a look at some of these numbers, we have broken so many records over the past 4 weeks. We're going to continue to break records, and we're actually breaking new records. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at 115 in Phoenix, a record of 116. 107 in San Angelo, 100 degrees in Corpus Christi. That's today. Then tomorrow, another record-breaking day. Lots of triple digits once again. Phoenix, 118, probably breaking that record of 115. Wichita Falls, 109. San Antonio, 104. Down into the southeast, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Jacksonville, near 100 degrees. The record is 100. So we're going to get pretty close. And this is going to last. We're not going to see any relief in sight. So it's going to be another week of just this dangerous excessive heat. Lubbock, 106 on Wednesday into near 100 degrees on Thursday. Corpus Christi into the mid-90s as well. New Orleans, we're going to be at 97 on Friday. So that is part of the south central states into the west. Now we're talking about South Florida, because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. The water's off the coast there near 97 degrees. You factor in that humidity that's coming in, and it's going to feel like 101 in Orlando. 107 will be the heat index in Naples. It's going to feel like 105 in Key West, and also 105 in Miami. So staying toasty also Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at the upper 90s in Jacksonville on Friday, on Wednesday and Thursday in Miami. We're looking at temperatures in the mid-90s. Let's talk about the air quality, because this is a concern as well. It is back. We have that northwesterly flow. That's bringing down some wildfire smoke, because we still have lots, over 200 fires burning in Canada. So 85 million people impacted today, from the northern plains to the Midwest, the Great Lakes, into parts of the Northeast. And you can see that flow, right? So that's that northwest flow that's kind of just bringing down that plume of air. It's a wildfire smoke in addition to the ozone. We're also looking at a severe weather threat. 8 million people at risk. We could see some hail, some winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Low threat for tornadoes. Remember, the ground is really saturated in portions of the Northeast, so we could see some power lines coming down. Also some trees. That's going to bring some power outages. But where you see the yellow on the map there, that's a likely spot for some strong storms.
Oh, you start thinking about all those other things that happen after a storm like that.
Oh, yeah.
Not just the flooding in the moment, but things like that saturated ground. Ugh.
I know.
All right.
And it's summer, and then the air conditioning goes out.
Oh, and hope everything is okay with you and all your people, because I know you're in that area.
You just felt when these fire engines were screaming down the road, you knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Well, the extreme weather is not just impacting the U.S. Parts of Europe are also experiencing dangerously high temperatures and the threat of wildfires. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Claudio. So how bad is this heat wave, and how much of Europe is impacted?
Good morning, Valerie. Well, the answer is it's pretty bad. It's about 102 degrees Fahrenheit here in Rome. It's about 2 p.m. and it's going to get worse tomorrow. The temperature expected, forecasted, is about 118, 119 Fahrenheit tomorrow, somewhere around Italy, which may break the record of the hottest, I'm sorry, there's a truck, of the hottest temperature ever recorded in Europe, which was 119.8, still in Italy, Sicily, a couple of years ago. Now, of course, Italy is not the only one feeling the heat. Many Mediterranean countries like Greece, Spain, France are also recording high temperatures, but this heat wave can affect also, or could affect also countries that are not used to this kind of heat waves, like the Mediterranean countries like Germany, Poland, and as far as the Czech Republic, Valerie.
And Claudio, Italy, where you are, is on track to see some of those record-breaking high temperatures. We know this is the height of tourist season. How are people visiting there coping?
Well, the clever or lucky ones left the cities throughout the weekend because they went to either the mountains or the beaches because this hot storm, as it's called, was forecasted for a few days now. Those who remain in the city, mainly tourists, to be honest. I haven't seen many Romans. They kind of tend to, now it's empty, but usually there's a queue in those water fountains that are dotted around the city where they can fill up their bottles or just put some water on their neck and their heads. Other people feel a bit more adventurous. They throw themselves into the big fountains, which I'll just remind you, it's illegal. But
oh, I think we just lost Claudio there. Hopefully he gets a chance to cool off.
Lots of good information, though, before we lost him.
Very good information. History in Hollywood this morning as multiple strikes threaten the future of major productions around the world. The Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Guild of America picketing hand in hand as they demand change from industry bosses. National correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
This morning in Hollywood, actors and writers joining forces on the picket lines in two massive strikes that are bringing the entertainment industry to a halt.
It's a battle worth fighting.
The walkout of 160,000 SAG-AFTRA members has shut down productions around the world. Hollywood's largest union is asking for protections against the rise of artificial intelligence and better compensation, including the residuals model in the streaming era.
To create a whole new business model, but not be willing to change the contract that was predicated off of a completely different industry is insanity.
Some of the biggest names in Hollywood now showing up on the picket lines.
We're in an old contract for a new type of business, and it's just not working for most people.
Others are speaking out online.
There's people in this business that's not even getting paid enough to afford health insurance.
It knows your story.
Over the weekend, movie fans flocked to theaters to see the latest installment of the Mission Impossible franchise, which brought in $80 million in its first 5 days.
I don't accept that. Detonator charge.
And the highly anticipated summer blockbusters Oppenheimer and Barbie are generating major buzz ahead of their releases next weekend. The latter expected to be the highest-grossing film of the year. But even with the content studios and streamers have in the can, some insiders say consumers could feel the effects of the Tinseltown shutdown as early as the fall, and most definitely by next year.
There's a reason they call it show business and not show friends. These are not sentimental people. They are people who are looking at a bottom line.
Our thanks to Miguel for that report.
Well, the 2024 GOP presidential race is ramping up, and with second quarter finances recently reported, we're getting a look at the challenges that some candidates are facing. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now on this. Hey there, good to see you. So let's start with Ron DeSantis. This is one that we really got a bunch of information on. We also know he fired a bunch of his staffers recently, though he did have the largest staff by tens of people. So how much of a red flag is this for his campaign?
Yeah, it's a good question. So fired about a dozen staffers, and honestly, it's indicative of a problem we saw on the campaign finance reports broadly. He's raised a lot of money, but there's questions about the sustainability. Really, there are two ways to raise money in the presidential campaign. You either get a lot of big checks, you get a lot of small checks. But the thing is, those strategies aren't equal because by law, people can only give $3,300 each election cycle. So if you've got a bunch of folks giving big checks, they're done. They're maxed out. Those people are not allowed to help fund your campaign moving forward. That's why people really like to rely on small donors, because if you just give $10 here and there, you're never going to hit that cap. So it's more seen as more of a sustainable donor universe, if you will. DeSantis relied on a lot of those big checks. So now we know that moving forward, he's got to go look for new donors.
Right, absolutely. Let's also talk more broadly about these campaign finance numbers that were reported by many of the candidates this weekend. So who is in the lead? Who does have a lot of money in the bank, is set up well, and who still has catching up to do?
Yeah, it honestly just looks basically like the polling you see. You've got Trump and DeSantis are in sort of leagues of their own. They're both doing pretty well. And then everyone else is kind of where we expect them to be. You see on the screen, Scott and Haley are in that section below. And then you've got folks like Pence and Christie that, despite their high name recognition, are struggling to break out.
And Ben, what do you think? Is it too early for any of this to really mean all that much or indicate anything that could be, you know, the longer term outcome that we see?
It's a good question. It's a nerdy question. I'll try and be brief. But, you know, I'd say what we're seeing now is campaigns building the foundation that they're hoping is going to bring them into Iowa, into New Hampshire, into Super Tuesday, and hopefully to the nomination. So the warning signs you see now, if those aren't addressed in the months to come, these candidates aren't going to make it there. So it's nerdy, but it's worth paying attention to.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you so much. Good to see you.
We turn now to a case that spanned more than a decade and made national headlines, the Gilgo Beach murders.
Police arrested the suspected serial killer following an intense investigation. Officials say advances in DNA technology is what helped crack this case. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie, good morning to you guys. You know, according to court documents, investigators found that Rex Heuermann conducted over 200 searches related to serial killers and updates on the Gilgo murder investigation. It's why prosecutors relied on the power of the grand jury to keep their proceedings under the radar from their prime suspect.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the suspected serial killer behind the Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars.
Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families.
59-year-old Rex Heuermann is accused of murdering Megan Waterman, Melissa Barthelemy, and Amber Costello. The victim's remains found wrapped in burlap within a quarter-mile stretch on Long Island's Gilgo Beach back in 2010. A witness helped crack the case, according to court documents.
Witnesses provided a description of the individual, which was detailed and indicated that the person was somewhat unique.
Describing a large white male with dark bushy hair driving a Chevy Avalanche. Detectives connecting that vehicle to Heuermann, as well as using DNA samples from bottles and this pizza crust pulled from the trash. The case had haunted Long Island's South Shore for over a decade after the remains were initially found. Those who lived there afraid a serial killer was on the loose. Heuermann, an architect and a married father of two, was allegedly hiding in plain sight and living a double life all along. Even using burner phones, say investigators who tracked Heuermann's phone activity near his Fifth Avenue office in Manhattan and his suburban home in Massapequa Park on Long Island. Investigators also believe Heuermann used Melissa Barthelemy's cell phone to make taunting calls to her family members after she disappeared. His arrest unraveling years of secrets, with court documents detailing escort services and fake dating profiles. A stark contrast to the everyday businessman seen in this video taken last year.
When a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Authorities now continuing to investigate if Heuermann is connected to the murder of other women, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do.
Heuermann is pleading not guilty. His attorney telling NBC News overnight that he has insisted he did not commit these crimes. There is nothing about Mr. Heuermann that would suggest that he is involved in these incidents, says his defense attorney. If convicted, he faces life without parole and is expected back in court on August 1st, guys.
Ooh, lots of disturbing details there.
Yeah, there certainly are. And the charges are likely still coming.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Coming up a little later on Morning News Now, if you can believe it, that massive Powerball jackpot is still without a winner. And get this, it's up to $900 million. So I've only got one question. Savannah, are you feeling lucky?
I'm not.
We've got your latest odds in just a moment.
I guess I need to buy a ticket first in order to feel anything. But first, there's a missing person mystery in Alabama that's raising eyebrows. This morning, a woman vanished after a 911 call, only to return home more than 2 days later on foot. The new questions surrounding her disappearance after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I've got
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Questions are now growing regarding the disappearance of a young woman in Alabama.
Carly Russell went missing after calling 911 to report a toddler walking on the interstate. And then after more than 48 hours, she suddenly turned up at her family's home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Hoover, Alabama with the latest. Priscilla, good morning.
Valerie, Savannah, good morning. That's right. 25-year-old Carly Russell is back home safe and surrounded by family, as now there are new questions about where she's been, what happened to her, and the 911 call that started it all.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe. So thankful.
This morning, the search for Carly Russell is over. The missing 25-year-old nursing student returned to her family home Saturday night. Police say she arrived alone and on foot. Angela Harris helped lead the community search for her. You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, is she okay? And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
Officials say Russell was taken to the hospital for evaluation and has since been released. Her safe return putting an end to a days-long search that began Thursday night with a puzzling 911 call. Police say Russell told an emergency operator she saw a toddler walking alone on an interstate.
459 South, mile marker 10. It's going to be a child walking on the 3 or 4-year-old child walking on the side of the interstate.
It's believed she then stopped to check on the child and was on the phone with a family member when she disappeared.
She heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Russell's parents horrified.
I just felt immediately that she was in danger.
Video from the interstate where Russell vanished shows a car driving slowly with its flashers on.
Just be advised, her vehicle is unlocked, running. All her personal belongings except for her phone.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's car, her cell phone and purse on the road nearby. But there were no signs of Russell or a child. An urgent search ensued, both on the ground and on social media.
I need everyone to stop and pay attention.
Where her disappearance quickly went viral. Celebrities including Wanda Sykes, Viola Davis, and Octavia Spencer spreading the word. Still, questions remain about where Russell was for those 48 hours and who she was with. A man identifying himself as Russell's boyfriend writing on social media she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours and that she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper. The police chief telling NBC News in a phone call they've spoken to Russell and are following up on the information she provided.
And another big question, what happened to that child that Russell said she saw on the interstate? Police said that they received no other calls about a child on the interstate, and they also received no reports of a missing child. The police chief tells me they're planning to speak with Russell again in the coming days as the investigation continues. Valerie?
Okay, Priscilla, thank you so much. International headlines now. In Iran, the morality police are back patrolling the streets in order to crack down on strict Islamic dress codes. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Valerie. That's right. Iran's much feared, much hated morality police are back on the streets following their absence after the death of Mahsa Amini while she was in police custody earlier this year, which sparked massive, deadly nationwide protests that rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Police say they've started vehicle and foot patrols across the country, setting the scene for renewed tensions. 4 swimmers in central Japan have been injured in dolphin attacks. A man had suffered broken ribs and bites, where another man in a separate incident also suffered from bites to the arms. Dolphins are not usually aggressive to humans, but aggression towards swimmers is not unheard of. Scientists have suggested that bottlenose dolphins feel incredibly stressful when they swim alongside humans. And finally, a man and his dog have been rescued after spending months adrift in the Pacific Ocean in a remarkable story of survival. The 51-year-old man stayed alive by catching and eating raw fish, collecting rainwater, and sheltering from the sun inside his catamaran. A helicopter spotted them and they were rescued after 2 months at sea. Never have 6 sea legs been so happy to see land. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Okay, Ali, thank you so much. Coming up, the doctor is in, though, with a little bit of a summer bummer. Cases of the common cold are on the rise, even with those sky-high temperatures. So what's behind these unseasonable sniffles? The doctor will see you next. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. The common cold is hitting Americans at rates we have not seen in years. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has all the germy details.
The temperatures might be soaring, but for many Americans, that hasn't stopped the cold. The common cold, that is.
It's the worst cold that I have gotten.
Across the country,
it started off with sneezing, then congestion.
It's been the summer of sniffles.
And just a lot of, runny nose, always keeping tissues next to me.
So the numbers you're seeing now, more than during the pandemic?
More than during the pandemic, absolutely.
Dr. Larissa Pisney specializes in infectious diseases at the University of Colorado Hospital, UC Health. We're hearing from actually a lot of people that I'm getting a summer cold. I haven't gotten it for the last 2 or 3 years. Are you seeing the same thing here, that numbers are going up?
So compared to the rates of positivity for things like rhinovirus, enterovirus, adenovirus, we are seeing increased numbers compared to prior years.
Those are some of the viruses that can cause the common cold. And if you look at the CDC chart, it shows how the adenovirus has peaked this summer nationwide.
Sick absolutely sucks, and I've been going through 1,000,001 tissues.
It was kind of weird to stay inside and have a cold and want to drink tea when it was 85 degrees outside.
So why are we seeing more colds now?
It's basically we are not masking, we're not hand washing as much.
Doctors believe those pandemic precautions so many took kept the cold at bay.
If you do have a cough or cold, make sure you hand wash. Up to you if you would like to wear your mask or not.
And it's the same if you want to avoid a cold. Wash your hands frequently and even wear a mask in crowded spaces if you choose. Ways to avoid this now common summer bummer.
I've never gotten sick during the summer, so I was like, what's going on?
Dr. John Torres joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Dr. John. As you mentioned in your piece, according to the CDC, adenovirus cases are up this summer. Talk to us about that and some of the other viruses that are going around, and what are the differences between them?
You know, I myself had a summer cold a couple weeks ago, which is why I'm chuckling, because I felt exactly what they're feeling right now. It's not something you want to have, because you get these sniffles and you just feel horrible for a couple of days. But there's essentially 3 main ones: adenovirus, enterovirus, and rhinovirus, that cause common colds. But coronavirus can also cause a cold, or it can cause COVID, depending on which virus. And unfortunately, there's about 200 different viruses out there that can cause our cold. And there are some similarities between them. Number one, you start just feeling under the weather. You might get low-grade fevers. You get the sniffles, you get congestion, cough. Usually you don't get a sore throat, but you can. However, with coronavirus, that's a little different. That's when you start getting that sore throat. And the difference being between a cold and coronavirus is coronavirus tends to go a little deeper in the respiratory system, and so you get more respiratory type symptoms associated with it. But usually for most people, this should be a 2 to 3 day type illness. With the summer cold, you should get over it fairly quickly, and you should be able to get over it at home. If it lasts longer than that, that's when you need to be seen.
Okay, 2 to 3 days. That sounds pretty manageable. But if you do catch the cold, what is the best way to combat it?
So the best way to combat it is, number one, stay home. You want to avoid other people because you don't want to spread it. Also, you want to get those things that can help you through the cold. You know, there are a lot of over-the-counter medications that can help for fevers. You know, acetaminophen can really help bring the fever down, ibuprofen. There are decongestants out there if you need those as well. But for most of us, it's just a matter of just riding it out, making sure, and this is probably the most important thing, that you stay hydrated and you get as much rest as you can, and that'll help you get over the cold, again, 2 or 3 days.
Is this just an anomaly we're seeing right now, or is this something we're going to start seeing all year long going around forward?
You know, I think what we're going to see is we're going to start seeing a lot more of this happening year-round because we've added that extra COVID on top of this and the different COVID viruses that can cause, or coronaviruses that can cause cold on top of that. Again, like I mentioned, the virus that causes COVID itself. And so right now, the way COVID has transpired is it's gotten down to the level where the symptoms are similar to cold-like symptoms, so it's going to be hard to tell the difference. On top of that, we're getting together a lot more. We have that, you know, revenge travel, people getting together with families, and so it is spreading, and my guess is it'll continue to spread throughout the year.
And Dr. John, you mentioned the travel, everyone's getting together, family reunions are coming up. Do you have any tips for staying healthy while still enjoying the summer months?
And that's the most important thing. You want to make sure you enjoy the summer months. You want to make sure you enjoy family and friends because it's been a while since we've been able to get back together. And so, number one, try and do that as best you can. But also remember, you want to keep everybody else safe. And so if you're sick, stay home. The same thing we've been talking about for the last 3 years. If you do go out and you're sick or you're feeling under the weather, wear a mask. That protects everybody around you. And probably the single most important thing that every expert I talked to said is make sure you wash your hands because it is a respiratory virus, but it also spreads from touching those doorknobs, those countertops, those faucet sinks, handles. So make sure you wash your hands frequently. Again, that's that 20 seconds we've been talking about for years. It applies here as well.
Okay, Dr. John, and I hope you're feeling better as well. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, it was a center court nail biter that ended with a new champion of Wimbledon, the 20-year-old prodigy who took tennis's highly coveted throne. But first, are you feeling lucky on this Monday morning? Well, now's your chance to really cash in. The Powerball jackpot is now up to a staggering $900 million. We've got your new odds of winning or not after this.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
If you haven't bought a ticket for tonight's Powerball drawing, you might want to reconsider. That's because the jackpot is now at $900 million. That means the estimated lump sum payout is projected to be $465 million. This big lottery jackpot comes after no ticket matched the winning combination after Saturday's drawing. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago with all you need to know about tonight's drawing. So, Maggie, I see you've got your ticket there. Other people are scrambling to get their tickets for tonight's drawing. So let's break down the statistics. What are the odds of someone actually winning this prize?
The odds, Valerie, are, in a word, terrible. Specifically, going by the numbers, they are 1 in 292 million. But listen, nobody buys a ticket thinking about that, right? Okay, they're thinking about the jackpots for tonight. Again, it's $900 million, a lump sum payout of $465.1 million. And there you can see there are also kind of smaller chances to win. If you get 5 numbers with no Powerball, you can get $1 million. If you match 4 numbers with no Powerball, $50,000. So again, there are options out there, but the odds are slim, to say the least. That being said, fingers crossed for everybody, myself included.
All right, so we got to dream big, Maggie, right? So what are some things that you could buy with $900 million?
So glad you asked. Clearly, because we have to start planning, right? That's just smart finances. So our team did some research with this. $900 million, weirdest yardsticks I've ever heard of, but 219 yachts, because sure, 2.64 million 50-inch TVs, again, why not? You're rich now. And 900,000 iPhone Pros. No clue why anybody would need that many iPhones, but I mean, if nothing else, you can hand them out to your 900,000 friends who will undoubtedly call you for money.
Well,
so there you go.
You'll
Good
have
plan,
redundancies and backups and backups and backups to those phones every time they break. So
exactly, yeah.
Maggie, people also have the opportunity to win big with the Mega Millions jackpot. What can you tell us about that?
I know. So we have both lining up at the same time. Mega Millions drawing is tomorrow night. Powerball's tonight. Mega Millions tomorrow. The value for that at this point, $640 million. That is a lump sum payout of $328 million. I want to point out I have these 2 tickets. I have a Powerball and I have a Mega Millions. So I've already gotten sucked into the excitement for both. And in particular, here in Illinois, the Mega Millions excitement is kind of familiar because last year, you might remember an Illinois resident who remained anonymous. We still don't know who they are. They won $1.34 billion from the Mega Millions jackpot. So it has happened here before. The hopes are high again that lightning could potentially strike twice. Valerie, good luck.
Maggie, good luck to you. You've reminded me to go get my ticket, so thank you for that. More financial headlines. Labor talks are underway as crucial deadlines loom over UPS and the Teamsters. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us once again with more on that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey, Valerie. The head of the Teamsters union has asked the White House not to intervene if UPS workers go on strike. Talks between UPS and the union, which represents 340,000 employees, have been stalled for more than a week with the July 31st deadline approaching. If a strike does happen, it would be the first since a 15-day walkout crippled the company in 1997. A sticking point in the talks is wage increases for part-time workers. Meantime, Tesla's first Cybertruck rolled off the assembly line in Texas this weekend after more than 2 years of delays. A prototype of the futuristic-looking electric pickup truck was unveiled by CEO Elon Musk in 2019. But production has been repeatedly pushed back due to what Tesla says were supply chain issues. Musk has said the first Cybertrucks would be made this year, with a ramp-up in production starting in 2024. It's Tesla's biggest new vehicle launch since the Model Y in 2020. Finally, Samsung may be testing features of ChatGPT in their web browser on its iPhones. Android Authority reporting code in the browser software contains several references to the popular AI chatbot. The site speculates it may only be used to generate page summaries. Samsung is reportedly open to replacing Google as the default search engine on its devices, possibly due to Microsoft's partnership with ChatGPT maker OpenAI. Back over to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Turning to tennis now, and it was a weekend of upsets over at the Wimbledon Championships. In the women's final, the unseeded Czech player Markéta Vondrousová beat the Tunisian favorite Ons Jabeur in straight sets. And in the men's game, Spain's Carlos Alcaraz defeated the defending champion Novak Djokovic in an epic 5-set battle. Here's Alcaraz speaking to our colleagues on the Today Show a little earlier.
It was a dream come true for me, you know, defeat Novak the way that I did in the center court. He was unbeaten for 10 years, so it was tough to deal with the nerves, you know, facing Novak in that stage. But I'm really glad that I did.
And joining us now to talk more about this is Lucas Weiss. He is a staff editor of news over at The Athletic. Lucas, thanks for being here with us. Really thrilling finish to the men's final with the top two players battling out on center court. How did Alcaraz manage to beat one of the greatest players of all time?
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me on. Just an incredible, epic victory for Carlos Alcaraz, and he lost the first set 6-1, and tennis fans were probably thinking at that time, uh-oh, this is going to be a dominant win for Novak Djokovic. But for Alcaraz, he limited the unforced errors throughout the course of the match. It was clear early on that he was feeling a bit nervous. He went for a lot more shots, leading to those mistakes. So he limited the unforced errors, and that really allowed him to get into his game. He has such an all-around game. He can defend. He has these explosive ground strokes on the run, and it really bothered Novak Djokovic. A lot of opponents against Djokovic have to deal with Novak's defense. Now Djokovic had to deal with this human wall known as Carlos Alcaraz. So an incredible effort to come back. He refused to quit, and that's why he won his first Wimbledon title.
Djokovic was a good sport about all of this. He praised Alcaraz after the game, saying the Spaniard has the best qualities of Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and himself. Just how good is this 20-year-old, and how far do you expect him to go?
The sky's the limit for Carlos Alcaraz. He won the U.S. Open last year. He now has a Wimbledon title. He's just the fifth man in the Open era to have multiple Grand Slam titles before the age of 21, joining the likes of Rafael Nadal, Bjorn Borg, Boris Becker, and Mats Wilander. So if Alcaraz can just stay healthy, and I really do think that he can contend in a lot of these Grand Slams. Now, Novak Djokovic isn't handing up the racket anytime soon. He's still going to be very motivated to rack up more slams, finishing his career as the #1 leader in men's singles Grand Slam titles. But Carlos Alcaraz is now the challenger, and hopefully we get more Djokovic-Alcaraz battles at slams.
So much fun to watch. Let's switch gears and talk about the Saturday's women's final. We saw the Czech player Vondrousova become the first unseeded woman to win Wimbledon. How much of a shock was her victory?
A super shock. Vondrousova came into Wimbledon only having won one match at the All England club. Entering this grass court season, she just had a 2-10 record on the grass court. So not a lot of success on grass, but she was just able to push through the draw and really showcase a variety of shots. She's quite the crafty player. And it was amazing because a year ago, she was dealing with wrist injury. She came to Wimbledon just as a fan. So for 1 year later, after the wrist surgery, to come back and win her first slam at Wimbledon, it was an amazing result.
All right, congratulations to all the big winners. Lucas Weiss, thank you so much. Turning now from tennis to soccer, it's about to get messy in Miami by way of soccer legend Lionel Messi, the man frequently hailed as the greatest living player, now bringing his talents to the U.S. by way of South Beach. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the latest. Good morning, Guad.
Valerie, good morning. It was quite the party here yesterday, despite the hot temperatures and also a storm, a classic South Florida storm that came through. The fans waited and they were happy to be there. I think today all of them can brag that they were here when Messi was unveiled as the new number 10 of Inter Miami.
Lionel Andres Messi!
The king of soccer has arrived in America. Overnight, superstar Lionel Messi introduced for the first time as a player for Inter Miami CF, a stunning move to the MLS that has sent the soccer world into a frenzy.
How is Miami feeling right now?
Miami's getting crazy about Messi. The Argentinian legend receiving a hero's welcome in South Florida at the franchise's home stadium. Thousands of fans waiting through a lengthy weather delay to welcome their hero in person.
Muchas gracias a todos por este día.
Messi telling the crowd he plans to enjoy playing in Miami while assuring good things are coming as he thanked the tens of thousands in attendance. Recognized as one of the greatest players of all time, his resume speaks for itself. He's won a record 7 Ballon d'Or awards given to the world's top player, has scored more than 800 goals for club and country, and led Argentina to the World Cup title last year.
Why is this the most popular jersey right now? It has Messi in the back symbol.
Messi's new boss in Miami, another soccer legend, David Beckham, joining the celebration on stage. The now co-owner of Inter Miami knows a thing or two about making a major MLS splash. After years in Europe as a soccer icon, Beckham spent several seasons stateside playing for the LA Galaxy before moving into the owner's box. In 2020, Beckham telling Today,
"Nothing goes on without me overseeing things, bringing in players, bringing in the coach."
Beckham's biggest signing is already shopping like a local. Messi spotted with his family at a public supermarket in recent days. And now with his contract official,
This is history right here.
the world's most accomplished soccer star is looking to make his mark on Miami and the MLS.
And Valerie, I do have the hottest jersey in Miami. If anyone's planning to visit here again, I know you were recently in Miami. If you come back, you want to get yourself one of these. For the fans that want to see him play, his first game is going to be on Friday. That'll be the first time that Miami puts on this jersey and plays for the team right here in front of what's expected to be a packed house.
I think you got a very good assignment this weekend, Guad. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We want to get to some breaking news now. Evacuations are underway in Pennsylvania after a freight train derailed just north of Philadelphia. The crash happened in White Marsh Township this morning. More than a dozen cars were knocked off the tracks. You can see the cars twisted and scattered there. A white substance appeared to be leaking from at least one tanker, but police later said the substance was not a risk to the community. Norfolk Southern owns the tracks where the crash occurred while the train was being operated by CSX. Teams from both companies are on the scene while Montgomery County officials are investigating. Coming up, it's not a red flag, but it's not exactly a green flag either. Beige flags are taking the dating scene and, of course, TikTok by storm. So what are they, and what could some of your beige flags be? Savannah takes a closer look up next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The cutest invasive species is taking over a Florida neighborhood. Lionhead rabbits are hopping around the streets of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A past resident of the neighborhood bred the fluffy rabbits and illegally released them after moving. Some residents have now complained about the released rabbits chewing outdoor wiring, droppings everywhere, and holes in their yards. Now some residents are trying to raise between $20,000 and $40,000 to ensure these rabbits are taken off the streets and into loving homes. And I feel like alligators might be moving into that neighborhood soon.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know if I'd call that the good talk, or that's something. All right, we end this hour, though, with a new trend for revealing your partner's little quirks in a big way online, labeling them beige rather than red flags. And these videos are racking up hundreds of millions of views, almost 1 billion now. But what is a beige flag exactly? Take a look.
You know the age-old warning sign.
My boyfriend thinks I'm fat.
Whoa, partner. Little red flag going up. That means you might want to steer clear of a potential romantic partner.
Red flags.
Big red flag. No more red flags, right?
But sometimes things aren't so red or black and white. Sometimes they're beige.
She was really cool. And then, out of nowhere...
Beige flags are the slightly unusual traits or habits people notice in their significant other or possible romantic interest. Like dunking Pop-Tarts in water or setting a timer to wake up instead of an alarm. They aren't quite deal breakers, but they make you go, The idea going viral online and racking up over 950 million views, with people posting what they think are beige flags. Each flag set to smooth jazz, from a husband that's truly always right to a girlfriend who can't tell left from right. In Commie Bear's case, her boyfriend's beige flag is how he throws random surprise parties for only her, like this Peppa Pig themed one.
I definitely cried tears of happiness because I was just so confused. Like a massive Peppa party, but I just did not expect it.
Naya Hertz's fiance's beige flag, Joanne Maurice asks really intimate questions while out to dinner. From which parent are you most like to when do you feel most vulnerable?
I like to have, some sort of conversation, whenever we go out to eat or, just go on a date. That was just something that I usually do. Just look up some questions, relationship questions.
Different from how's the weather, how's work?
Yeah.
When Naya raised the flag on TikTok, nearly 6,000 comments responded. Some saying Joanne's beige flag flies a little green. One person commenting, "This is so cute." Another, "He's a keeper."
And you just like, we're right here. We're gonna get into this.
Right.
Roll the tape. So, what's your childhood memory?
This is making this make more sense to me, though, hearing your story about why, for you, it's a beige flag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not just all green.
Who needs 5 almost empty Speed Stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
But can a beige flag be a real concern?
If it's making you furious and you've discussed it with them and they can't change and you can't overlook it.
It's okay to overlook certain things?
Absolutely. Just try to think of the good things about the person. Don't dwell on the bad. But the brain is built to notice the bad, and you don't want to spend the next 50 years with somebody if it's driving you nuts.
In the end, for people like Naya and Joanne, beige flags aren't about pointing out the things that divide.
We all connect through love. Like that's the story right there. That's it.
Right.
Everybody wants their one person that's gonna throw them a Peppa Pig party. Like
See, I don't know. Peppa Pig party, that's not a beige flag for me. That veers more red, but other people say green. That's the whole idea.
That's an odd one.
My husband says mine is that I don't open the mail, which is true. Not the mailbox, not the letters, not the nothing. I figure they can find me online.
Yeah. Well, my husband does the same thing, so
there we go. We share a beige flag.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
everyone. Good Monday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, July 17th. Flash flooding. The Northeast is getting slammed with another surge of severe weather, including devastating floods that left at least 5 people dead in Pennsylvania. We have your full forecast and an update on the aftermath.
Medical misinformation, social media being littered with false claims that certain sunscreens are causing cancer and other damaging effects. We have a doctor who's going to set the record straight.
Tough cookie, we've all gotten those pesky pop-ups that track our activity across the web and slap us with targeted ads. We'll tell you what to do if you want some more privacy while you're browsing.
'Tis the season. More Americans reporting that they're allergic to everything from food to animals to certain outdoor irritants. How to manage developing intolerance and what to do during a severe reaction.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the fatal flash floods in Pennsylvania. At least 5 people are dead. 4 are missing after fierce thunderstorms struck parts of the Northeast over the weekend. One spot in Pennsylvania got 7 inches of rain in less than an hour.
A 9-month-old boy and his 2-year-old sister are still missing after being swept away by rising floodwaters. Rescuers do not know if they're still alive, according to the local fire chief. He said it's the worst flooding he's seen in his 44-year career. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has more. Much of the country can't seem to catch a break from all this extreme weather. Here in the Northeast, a lot of folks are waking up to flood damage. And here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, it got so bad the floods actually buckled some roadways here. You can see it broke off a piece of this bridge. There is debris scattered just about everywhere. Meanwhile, the search is intensifying for those 2 kids who were swept away.
The Northeast recovering from severe storms causing torrential downpours and dangerous flash flooding over the weekend.
In my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
And heartbreak in Pennsylvania, where at least 5 are dead from the fierce floods, including a mother. 2 of her children, a 9-month-old baby boy and 2-year-old girl, still missing after their car was caught in the rushing water. The father and their son able to reach safety.
We continue to look for the 2 children. We are not going to give up.
The sudden onslaught of rain catching many off guard.
We got thrown off our motorcycle and ended up floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could.
The heavy rainfall impacting communities from Connecticut to Massachusetts, where a tornado touched down, knocking down trees for nearly 2 miles. New Jersey's governor Sunday declaring a state of emergency. And the storms bringing potential travel troubles for the week. More than 1,500 cancellations Sunday alone, as major airports around New York City and Boston issued ground stops. All this as tens of millions are waking up to poor air quality alerts again, including Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, amid a new round of Canadian wildfire smoke in a summer of unrelenting wild weather.
And back here in Pennsylvania, some residents say that they're actually joining in on the ongoing search efforts to find those missing kids, actually walking along the creek bed to see if they can find anything. And as you can see behind me, a lot of damage and debris to clean up, and many of the roads here still impassable. Back to you. Now, across much of the South and the West Coast, that historic heat wave is still scorching communities, and there's really little relief in sight.
Right now, more than 70 million Americans are under extreme heat alerts stretching from California to Florida. Forecasters are warning that dozens of areas could set record highs today. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live in Phoenix, Arizona, where temperatures are expected to again top 110 degrees. Marissa, that's actually been the case there for 17 straight days now. And if it happens again today, it will tie the previous record that was set 50 years ago. It's relentless, this heat. How are the people in the city dealing with it?
Well, the long and short of it is the people here are staying indoors if they can. And that's the operative word here, is because the people who are most at risk, the people who are the most vulnerable, are those who can't, people without homes. We know that those are the people that the Salvation Army has really been going out of their way to go and find, delivering water, heat relief bags. You said it yourself. We have had 17 consecutive days. You're going to see a calendar of just what those temperatures have looked like, of temperatures over 110 degrees. degrees. We are expecting either at or over 110 degrees over the last 17 days. We are expecting that to happen again today. And once that does, it'll be 18 consecutive days. And guys, that will be a stretch that we have not seen in roughly 50 years. And here's the kicker. It is not expected to cool down until at least past the weekend.
Which, of course, then puts a huge strain on first responders. I mean, can you tell us, Marissa, how is that sort of impacting the hospitals, the fire crews there?
Right. We got a chance to actually see that firsthand. I want to start first with what we saw at the local hospital. It's Valleywise Health here in Phoenix, Arizona. And when we were walking inside, we can't show you the footage of the patients, but what we could see were patients lined up in stretchers. Those hallways were filled, overcrowded. And what you're seeing right now are medical staff putting together an ice bath. And that is sometimes life-saving, especially when you have patients coming in with an internal body temperatures upwards of 107 degrees. They told me they found a guy who had 110 degrees this past week. He did not survive. They found people with third-degree burns, but that's just the hospitals who, again, we're talking about overcrowding, that strain. This is one of the busiest summers they've seen yet. Wow. Let's talk about the first responders here on the ground. I'm at a local firehouse here. We got a chance to go on some ride-alongs. They've gotten so many heat calls, and this is not something new for the firefighters, but what we have seen, though, is because of this stretch, it is putting a strain on them because, again, we're talking about almost 18 days straight of these insanely high temperatures. And then, of course, you know, they're wearing all of this intense gear. They have to keep the IVs cool on ice baths themselves. And then, guys, sometimes when they respond to a particularly grueling call, you can imagine just how hot those fires themselves get. They have an ice bath here for themselves ready to go just to cool themselves down. Yeah. So it's definitely, it is intense for everyone here, especially those who can't be inside or those who are trying to keep the residents here cool and safe. So, you know, everyone's just looking for that end in sight, but we're not seeing that until at least past the weekend.
Yeah, we're hoping they stay safe. In the meantime, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parr for us there. Marissa, thank you.
And we want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is tracking it all for us. So, Bill, it looks like the heat is going to stick around, at least definitely in Phoenix, where Marissa is. How does the situation look with the storms and travel?
The storms and the travel have been much improved. What was it? Yesterday at Newark, I had over 400 flights canceled because of the early morning thunderstorms. And so now we're mostly going to be focusing on heat. We're going to have isolated storms, summer storms, but nothing like what we had over this past weekend. So that's a good thing. And we've peaked. That's important for a lot of people, you know, mentally trying to get through this long duration heat wave. We hit 116 in the Strip in Vegas at the airport yesterday, then 114 today. So yes, it's well above average. They typically should be like 104. So it's still warmer than it should be, but we've hit the peak, and then hopefully towards the weekend it cools off. Phoenix, as we mentioned today, we're going to break that record for the 110 streak, and we're going to continue this all the way through the weekend. Hopefully after this, things will begin to cool off. But Phoenix also hit 118 over the past weekend on Saturday. That will be their peak of this extended heat wave. So we're going to push a lot of this heat into central Texas. So it's going to return back to you again as we go throughout the next couple of days. We're already at this hour, it's amazing, already 100 in Phoenix. And one of the craziest number stats that I saw was on July 9th was the last time it was below 90 degrees in Phoenix. So even at night, they're still in the low 90s. That's crazy. It's been 8 straight days since they've been out of the 90s even. So yeah, that's all those things we're watching, numerous records, just a lot of numbers piling on each other.
Bill, you mentioned 8 straight days, but we know smoke from those Canadian wildfires. It's still sort of moving down into the U.S. again. Where is it headed at this point?
Yeah, this is like the person at the party that just won't leave after you asked him about 2 or 3 times. Yeah, it's back again. So the alerts for air quality are coming down from areas of Montana through Omaha, Des Moines, Ohio Valley, and into interior sections of the Northeast. This is not the smoke from Quebec fires like we've had in the past in the Northeast. This is the fires that are coming from British Columbia and from Alberta. And so 85 million people have poor air quality. The ones from Dallas, the Nashville, and Greensboro, that's from ozone. But this is all smoke throughout areas of the Great Lakes. And the concentrations of the smoke is highest today in the Northeast. Tonight it gets a little bit more diffused, a little bit better. Notice by Tuesday, the Great Lakes are going to be clearing out, and the end of it will be on Tuesday. But again, until the fires go out, we're going to keep repeating this.
All right. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Well, now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. Pay raises finally surpassing inflation for the first time in 2 years. Average hourly wages, not adjusted for inflation, actually jumped 4% in June. That's all according to the Labor Department.
Bit of good news. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, even as we see rising interest rates, let's talk about the impact that these growing paychecks are also having on Americans' spending habits.
Yeah, so if this trend continues, it would give consumers room to spend, which could help the economy avoid a recession. These higher wages combined with lower prices of everyday items like gas and groceries, that's also changing consumer perception of inflation, which is key. Last month, confidence in the economy reached its highest level since January 2022. Meanwhile, Twitter has lost almost half of its advertising revenue since Elon Musk bought the company back in October. Musk said the company has not seen the increase that it was anticipating in June, and it has yet to see a positive cash flow. Twitter is also sitting on $13 billion of debt. And Roblox is coming to Meta's virtual reality headsets. Users will be able to try the beta version on the Quest 2 and Quest Pro devices in the coming weeks. Roblox has been available on different virtual reality PC-based headsets before, but this upgrade increases accessibility and ease by offering the game as an app in the Meta Quest store. I don't know, guys, if you have any kids that play, but I don't know if I'm going to let mine try this. He won't get off.
Yeah, no, mine aren't on it either. Have you tried it, though?
I have not. I'm interested in trying. I'm still on the wait list for the Vision Pro, the Apple headset. That's what I'm curious about.
That one's like over $3,000.
I know. Yeah. Apple, we got to get Deirdre front row seat. Come on, Deirdre. Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us there. Deirdre, we appreciate it.
Coming up, you might get an unexpected visitor this summer, the common cold. Why cases of the cold are on the rise. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
All right, well, if you've been outside lately, you can see the thermometer says it's peak summertime, but that really hasn't stopped a resurgence of something most people associate with winter, the common cold. NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres takes a look at what's driving the uptick in recent cases.
The temperatures might be soaring, but for many Americans, that hasn't stopped the cold. The common cold, that is.
It's the worst cold that I have gotten.
Across the country,
it started off with sneezing, then congestion.
It's been the summer of sniffles.
And just a lot of, runny nose, always keeping tissues next to me.
So the numbers you're seeing now, more than during the pandemic?
More than during the pandemic, absolutely.
Dr. Larissa Pisney specializes in infectious diseases at the University of Colorado Hospital, UC Health. We're hearing from actually a lot of people that I'm getting a summer cold. I haven't gotten it for the last 2 or 3 years. Are you seeing the same thing here, that numbers are going up?
So compared to the rates of positivity for things like rhinovirus, enterovirus, adenovirus, we are seeing increased numbers compared to prior years.
Those are some of the viruses that can cause the common cold. And if you look at the CDC chart, it shows how the adenovirus has peaked this summer nationwide.
Sick absolutely sucks, and I've been going through 1,000,001 tissues.
It was kind of weird to stay inside and have a cold and want to drink tea when it was 85 degrees outside.
So why are we seeing more colds now?
It's basically we are not masking, we're not hand washing as much.
Doctors believe those pandemic precautions so many took kept the cold at bay.
If you do have a cough or cold, make sure you hand wash. Up to you if you would like to wear your mask or not.
And it's the same if you want to avoid a cold. Wash your hands frequently and even wear a mask in crowded spaces if you choose. Ways to avoid this now common summer bummer.
I've never gotten sick during the summer, so I was like, what's going on?
Good advice from Dr. Torres. Thank you. Well, across the country, millions are feeling the scorching hot temperatures. Medical experts say it is important to check outdoor UV levels and protect your skin from dangerous sun exposure. But online platforms are being used to spread misleading information about sunscreen. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal has our report.
We're in the middle of summer. The sun's blazing and temperatures are soaring.
Where I am in Arizona right now, it's expected to be 118 degrees this weekend, with a UV index of 12 right now. Anything above 6 is considered high.
But as our planet is facing scorching days, some people online are now urging others to protect themselves from sunscreen itself.
We're literally rubbing cancer into our skin.
It's not true, but you might be surprised how many people online are arguing against the UV filtering lotions and sprays, preaching only positive outcomes from sun exposure. One person tweeting that high levels of vitamin D make it almost impossible to develop an autoimmune disease, and another tweeting if you're still using sunscreen, you're, quote, not going to make it.
Really? Come on.
And on TikTok, the search Sunscreen Conspiracy has almost 10 billion views. The FDA, CDC, and American Cancer Society all say sunscreen protects people from harmful UV rays and dangerous sun exposure, which can cause things like premature aging and skin cancer, which can be deadly.
We are recommending that everyone wears sunscreen because that is the best thing we have available to protect from the sun, in addition to protective clothing.
Some of these content creators' concerns might ring a bell because certain brand recalls you've heard about. In the past couple of years, Banana Boat and Johnson & Johnson recalled some of their sunscreen products that were packaged in aerosol cans.
They said the cans had some benzene in them, which is a carcinogen, and it got into some sunscreens in trace levels.
And medical experts say some people might be allergic to certain types of sunscreen.
But they believe the benefits far outweigh the risks from certain products.
Those risks are so low as compared to the number of people who are getting skin cancer.
Some experts even taking to the internet to fight against this misinformation.
I got tagged in this video and it's really misleading.
Dr. Michelle Wong has a PhD in medicinal and supramolecular chemistry, and she creates content online debunking cosmetic product myths.
I just came across so much misinformation and so much confusion.
According to a 2022 study, when a TikTok user searches for information on top news stories, almost 1 in 5 of the videos that pop up have misinformation. We reached out to TikTok for comment and have not heard back. But after the study, the company told the AP, quote, "We do not allow harmful misinformation, including medical misinformation, and we will remove it from the platform."
Unfortunately, something that is scary, something that is simple to understand, is going to get a lot more engagement than something that requires a bit more explanation like science.
Bottom line, if you're going to enjoy the sun this summer, it's still best to wear your sunscreen while doing it. Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
That's right, layer up. Later on this hour, cookies are delicious treats, of course, but online they have a completely different meaning. We'll tell you what they are and how to protect yourself in a moment. You're watching NBC News Digital.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivering it.
All right, it just did too.
Did you watch it on Sunday? It was a good one. Wimbledon now has a new men's tennis champion. 20-year-old Carlos Alcaraz from Spain topped Novak Djokovic in 5 sets yesterday to take home his first Wimbledon title. Alcaraz sat down with Today co-host Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb to discuss his big win.
Carlos, let's take it back to the very first set. Novak had you on the first set. It was 6-1. It looked like this whole tournament may be a yawn. And then you came roaring back. What did you tell yourself after that first set?
Well, it was, I thought that place to increase the level a little bit and entertain the crowd a little bit in this final, and please not being so fast the final. But at the same time, I thought that I was playing great. I knew that I was going to have my chances. Just try to stay close in the score, play my best, and yeah, really glad to be that I was able to win the second set, because if not, probably I could have lost, in straight sets. So I just believe in myself all the time.
Talk about pressure. You had royalty in the stands as well. You have, of course, Prince William and Princess Kate, but your own king right there watching you. Did you kind of have to push that out of your mind, or were you aware of all that?
Well, I was not thinking about it. At least I tried not to think about it. But sometimes it's difficult, to stay away from that. It's your own. It's the Spanish king. Watching you, supporting you. There are a lot of times that I see him during the match, after points, and he was cheering like.
Tell us finally, Carlos, about your dad. I mean, what does that mean? What does this mean to him? He started you playing tennis when you were just 4 years old. This was his dream come true too.
Well, yeah, thanks to him, I started playing tennis. He has been involved, in the tennis world his whole life, and he was dreaming about being professional. He couldn't, and watching his son, living his own dream, but at the same time, my father's dream as well. It's amazing for him as well, and I'm really glad, to have him with me, living his dream as well, watching all the tennis players, and it's something that I'm really glad to share with him.
Oh. Well, you wrote your name into the history books, Carlos. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll see you here in New York for the U.S. Open.
Thank you very much. See you there.
All right, so if you woke up feeling a little bit lucky this morning, it just might be your day. The Powerball jackpot has jumped to a staggering $900 million after there was no winner on Saturday night. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has all the details on tonight's high-stakes drawing.
The odds of taking home the Powerball jackpot forever not in your favor. They are 1 in 292 million. But that being said, the jackpots up for grabs tonight are high enough basically to make a believer out of anyone. On the Powerball end, you have $900 million up for grabs. If you take the cash lump sum up front, that's $465.1 million. Also with Powerball, you have the chances to take home some kind of smaller lump sums. If you get 5 numbers without the Powerball, you can bring home $1 million. 4 numbers without the Powerball, you can take home $50,000. And again, Mega Millions also up for grabs this week. That drawing is tomorrow night. That's now up to $640 million with a lump sum of $328 million. We already have tickets for both at this point here in Illinois, and that's in part because last year, again, here in Illinois, a resident who still remained anonymous to this point took home a Mega Millions jackpot of $1.34 billion. So it has happened before, it can happen here, and people around here really hoping lightning strikes twice. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, thank you. Up next, the superstar celebrity testimony defending actor Kevin Spacey at his sexual assault trial in London. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. We're back on this Monday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Russia has suspended a wartime deal allowing Ukraine to make international grain shipments without interference. This is a pretty big blow to global food security. The unprecedented Black Sea Grain Initiative allowed Ukraine to send shipments to countries in Africa, to the Middle East, and Asia, all places where hunger is a growing threat. Now, Russian officials say they plan to suspend the deal until Moscow's demands to get their own agricultural shipments to the world are actually met.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is back in India for the third time in 9 months. Yellen plans to meet with finance ministers from the group of 20 nations to discuss global economic challenges facing low-income countries, including climate change. The trip will also promote closer ties between India and the U.S.
And SpaceX has launched a new round of Starlink satellites into orbit. A Falcon 9 rocket with 54 satellites lifted off from Florida's Cape Canaveral space station on Saturday. SpaceX says the satellites will deliver high-speed internet to users all over the world.
We start this half hour in London, where some surprising witnesses testified in the defense of Kevin Spacey in his sexual assault trial today, one of those being legendary performer Elton John.
Now, today marks the start of week 4 in Spacey's criminal trial. The actor is facing a dozen charges, including sexual and indecent assault, brought by 4 different men. He's pleaded not guilty to all of them. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following the trial for us. Josh, it's good to see you this Monday. If you can, just sort of break it down for us. We know that Elton John, his husband, they both appeared remotely today. Just sort of walk us through what they said.
That's right. Elton John and his husband appearing via video link from Monaco. And their testimony really stemmed from one particular allegation against Kevin Spacey from an accuser who said that while Kevin Spacey and he were in a vehicle on the way to a big gala at Elton John's home in Windsor in either 2004 or 2005, that the actor had sexually grabbed this individual, forcing him almost to drive the car off the road. But the Elton John testimony, as well as that from his husband, came to the defense of Kevin Spacey by saying, look, Kevin Spacey wasn't at the party in either of those years. It's a big annual fundraiser that Elton John holds. And the singer said that Kevin Spacey had only attended once in 2001 and had attended after arriving on a private jet. His husband testified that he went back through all of the photos from the years in question and was able to determine that Kevin Spacey was not there at the time that this accuser says that this incident happened.
Josh, who else do we expect to hear from testifying on behalf of Kevin Spacey, and what's it looking like in terms of when this trial may wrap up?
Well, as you mentioned, we're at the start of week 4, and the estimates have been that this would take about a month. And so we're likely to see this go on a little bit longer, likely to wrap up before the end of this month. Who else may be called in the defense? We don't know exactly, but Kevin Spacey was the first person to testify in his own defense, and his witness, his legal team has also called several former actors from the Old Vic, where Kevin Spacey was the artistic director here in London. They have testified to Kevin Spacey's good character. And in terms of what actually Kevin Spacey is facing in this trial, the most serious allegation charged against him is about penetrative sexual activity without consent. If he is convicted on that count, he could face jail time.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, the search for an escaped murder suspect in Pennsylvania is finally over. Police say they captured Michael Burham on Saturday, more than a week after he broke out of a prison using rope made out of bed sheets. Authorities say they tracked him down after getting a tip from a couple whose dog started barking at a man near their home. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live outside the Erie County Prison. George, you've been following this case from the beginning. I know that you spoke with a couple who called in the tip. Walk us through what happened. What did they say they thought when they finally heard their dog start barking?
Yeah, Morgan, what a tale for this couple, Cindy and Ron Eklund. They were basically just going about their day when all of this unfolded, all in their backyard. They got in their golf cart. They went to inspect something that their dog was barking at, and then all of a sudden they have a manhunt descending on their home, near their home. About 2 hours later, after they made the call to 911, the suspect was taken into custody, ending this ordeal, this very tense week in this community that is very tight-knit. A lot of people saying a lot of people didn't even lock their doors in their neighborhood before all of this happened. And so we had a conversation with them. It was very insightful. They were in shock. They were emotional. They were really just going through a range of emotions because all of this was something they, of course, didn't expect was going to happen, is specifically unfolding in their backyard. Listen.
We get in the golf cart to go see what he's barking at, and so we go down the creek, and he's still barking, and the gentleman stands up, and I asked him, so what are you doing? He says, I'm camping. I'm like, all right, have a nice day. We come up here, and we weren't halfway up the yard, and I'm like, dial 911, I know exactly who that is. I've seen his picture enough. You know, he's been all over the news.
Tucker is the name of that dog, and boy, what a good boy he is, Morgan.
And give us a sense, George, I mean, what is the latest at this point on the investigation? Do police really have any idea whether Burham did have any help? I know there was some suspicions that he perhaps was getting assistance and that he was a survivalist during that time.
Yeah, at that point, that is still part of the ongoing investigation. Officials do want to know if he had any help escaping, any help on the outside. He is here at the Erie County Prison right now being evaluated by a psychiatrist. He is in a jail cell under close surveillance. He has only sandals. He's wearing a smock. He's on suicide watch, according to the warden here. And most importantly of all, he has no bed sheets in his cell. That is a question I asked the warden. But all kidding aside, just looking at this facility, they are making sure that what happened in Warren County does not happen here. Morgan.
NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you.
Morgan, we turn now to growing questions surrounding the Alabama woman who returned home more than 48 hours after she went missing following a strange 911 call. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more on her mysterious disappearance.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe. So thankful.
The search for Carly Russell is over. The missing 25-year-old nursing student returned to her family home Saturday night. Police say she arrived alone and on foot. Angela Harris helped lead the community search for her.
You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home. Right. What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, "Is she okay?" And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
Officials say Russell was taken to the hospital for evaluation and has since been released. Her safe return putting an end to a days-long search that began Thursday night with a puzzling 911 call. Police say Russell told an emergency operator she saw a toddler walking alone on an interstate.
459 South, mile marker 10. It's going to be a child walking on the 3 or 4-year-old child walking on the side of the interstate.
It's believed she then stopped to check on the child and was on the phone with a family member when she disappeared.
She heard a scream and then some type of running type shuffle.
Russell's parents horrified.
I just felt immediately that she was in danger.
Video from the interstate where Russell vanished shows a car driving slowly with its flashers on.
Just be advised, her vehicle is unlocked, running. All her personal belongings except for her phone.
Police say when they arrived, they found Russell's car, her cell phone and purse on the road nearby. But there were no signs of Russell or a child. An urgent search ensued, both on the ground and on social media.
I need everyone to stop and pay attention.
Where her disappearance quickly went viral. Celebrities including Wanda Sykes, Viola Davis, and Octavia Spencer spreading the word. Still, questions remain about where Russell was for those 48 hours and who she was with. A man identifying himself as Russell's boyfriend writing on social media she was literally fighting for her life for 48 hours and that she is not able to give any updates or whereabouts on her kidnapper. The police chief telling NBC News in a phone call they've spoken to Russell and are following up on the information she provided. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
All right, so if you've recently browsed the internet, you've likely been faced with a pop-up notification on websites asking, do you accept all cookies? I see them all the time. Now, virtually all sites use cookies, but it's fairly recent that companies have started asking for people's consent. So what exactly does it mean if you click accept all? Vicki, here as always to break it down for us. Vicki, first, can you just tell us what internet cookies actually are?
Okay, the simplest terms, Morgan, an internet cookie is a web tracker. Basically, it serves a lot of important functions, like it remembers your preferences when you visit a website. It remembers your login or what's in your shopping cart. So with first-party cookies, these are the cookies that originate on the website itself. Generally, all of your data is going to stay right there on that website. It's the third-party cookies that are part of the issue here, Morgan, that's caused regulators to take a closer look at how we are being tracked. Third-party cookies, mostly used by advertisers. They want to follow your activity across a bunch of different websites. So think about it. When you're looking at those red shoes on one website, you go off to look at some news articles. Suddenly there those red shoes are. Once again, those are the cookies that are now causing pop-ups asking us, do you want to accept this?
It's like those cookies can sort of read our mind. I mean, why are we seeing this sudden increase in cookie pop-ups? Why now?
So it started back in 2018, right? That's when the European Union said, you know what? We want to enact a law, and we're going to require websites to tell you that they're tracking you and also to get your permission. It really started blowing up in 2020. That is when California enacted its own law, very similar in the same way, requiring websites to notify you. So that's why you started seeing these everywhere, because even if you're not browsing the internet in Europe or in California, these sites operate globally. They're still going to ask you for that permission because they don't want to get a fine in these places.
So, I mean, the million-dollar question, what should we actually do when we see these pop-ups? Are there any kind of real ways to block them?
Well, so first, let's take it at what should you do, right? This is going to be a personal decision. How much do you care about your privacy or that your information is potentially being tracked? tracked. Here's the thing. You think that if you click on that little X and you close out the box, maybe that just makes the cookies go away. No, actually, most of the time, that means you consent to what's happening there. If you don't care, then you can ignore it and go on your merry way. If you do want a little bit more privacy while you're browsing, and this is what a lot of internet experts would recommend, then open the tab, take the 30 seconds to then deselect all of the options that you can. You have to accept the necessary cookies. That means that the website can still continue functioning, but that it can't track you. Either way, it's not going to affect your experience browsing on that website. Sometimes you might not be able to select any of those options. That's when you have to decide, do I actually want to stay and proceed on this website?
Wait, I'm glad you said that, because I always assumed that I wasn't going to be able to access the website if I actually said no. What if you accidentally said yes, or you did the X as you mentioned, and then you've sort of given your consent? Is there a way to go back and sort of retrieve that information?
Yes, you can. You can clear your cache and go back to that website and readjust your options if you want to. Okay. And you asked me earlier about the different apps. Are there a way to block this and just make it like think free for you? Yes. On Apple's Safari browser, there's something called the Hush Nag Blocker. You would install this, and then you want to make sure you go into your settings and then go down to Safari extensions. That's when you will enable the app. For Chrome, Firefox, Microsoft Edge, and also on Safari, you can check out Consent-O-Matic. This one developed by a university in Denmark. And in your browser, just go to the Extensions tab and then search for Consent-O-Matic. Install it, and that should make your browsing experience that much smoother. But just I think about cookies the same way I think about Hansel and Gretel, Morgan. Like they were going through the forest, leaving little crumbs behind. Cookies kind of are like that when we are bebopping around the internet. We're leaving little clues behind about what we're interested in, what we're searching for. It just comes down to how much of that do you want to be public? How much of that do you want companies to have access to?
All right, Vicki, thanks for the latest and greatest. We appreciate it. And straight ahead, everything you need to know about food allergies and how EpiPens work to treat severe cases. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More than 50 million Americans have some form of an allergy, whether it's to certain foods, animals, insects, or even just seasonal allergens. This all according to the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology.
Well, now the Centers for Disease Control says food allergies affect up to 6% of all kids across the country and about 4% of adults. New research shows those numbers are rising exponentially. Thankfully, now we have immunology expert Dr. Tanya Elliott. She's also a national spokesperson for the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology. Dr. Tanya, first question. I mean, a lot of these allergies we're finding are developing in adults. I actually wasn't aware that you could get a lot of these severe allergies into adulthood. How common is that?
So again, up to 5 to 6% adults can develop food allergies, and most commonly, fish and shellfish actually present in adulthood, whereas things like milk, egg, peanut, and tree nut allergy tend to happen more commonly in children.
And do we know why that happens to us later in life? Is there anything we can actually do to prevent that or be aware of it coming on?
There are two leading theories. One is the use of proton pump inhibitors, which impact the acidity in our stomachs, and the other is the use of alcohol. So the thinking is that because the pH in our stomach is changing, the way that the food protein is broken down in our stomach suddenly looks a little different to the immune system. So the immune system says, hey, wait a second, this is different than what I've previously seen. It must be something foreign, and then develops an allergic response to it.
Now, we grew up kind of understanding that EpiPens were the things you kind of keep around should something like this ever occur. But we also know that there was sort of a shortage on EpiPens a while back. Are EpiPens still widely accessible, and is that still the go-to thing to have on hand?
The good news is that we are no longer in a shortage of EpiPens, and there are also a lot of generic options available. That said, it's important to know the difference between a food intolerance or sensitivity and a true food allergy. So if you have a true food allergy, meaning at risk of anaphylactic shock, so shortness of breath, hives, swelling, difficulty breathing, those are all indications for the use of an EpiPen, and it is the only thing that will stop an allergic reaction from progressing.
Okay, so if that is the only thing, there are not any other real options on the table if you're having an emergency. What do you do if you don't have an EpiPen? Should you pop some Benadryl on your way to the ER?
So you should have an EpiPen with you is the recommendation, and I would everybody, well, if you have a food allergy, absolutely carry it with you. People sometimes say, oh, I just take some Benadryl, my symptoms get better. Food allergy is incredibly unpredictable, so you can't predict whether or not the next time you eat something you're allergic to, the reaction is going to be life-threatening. And again, an epinephrine autoinjector, an epinephrine, is the only thing that will stop an allergic reaction from progressing to true anaphylactic shock.
Speaking of anaphylactic shock, let's just back up for a minute. What are the signs of anaphylactic shock? What should we be looking for?
So the most common signs are skin symptoms, which occur in about 90% of people. Also, shortness of breath, swelling, GI symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea, all these things happening within the first few minutes to hours of ingestion.
Okay, that's super important. And then lastly, what is your advice when it comes to eating out? And are there foods that we should be avoiding as adults if we're worried about sudden onset allergies?
I wouldn't recommend avoiding anything up front. In fact, we say early introduction and continued introduction of foods is really important. What you should do if you do have a true allergy, do your research ahead of time. See if there are any restaurants that are recommended on online communities. There are also some really good food allergy apps that crowdsource from other people who have food allergies to say, hey, this is an allergy-friendly restaurant that you should try. Call ahead of time, let somebody know that you have a food allergy. Tell your server, that's also really important. But most importantly, carry your epinephrine with you at all times.
All right, immunology expert Dr. Tanya Elliott, thank you so much for joining us today. Great advice, yeah.
And you're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Chemistry in the kitchen earned these two female New York City chefs Michelin stars.
Today, co-host Carson Daly got a first-hand look at how the duo run Raf's. It's a lower Manhattan restaurant with a French-Italian twist.
I'm going to take you inside exclusive access to a place where two powerhouse female chefs are absolutely killing it, and they're doing it with the help of a nearly 100-year-old oven. This is Raf's. Come on in.
Baby, tell me why.
Executive Chef Mary Attia and Executive Pastry Chef Kumari Mick worked so well together at the famed Michelin-starred Musket Room restaurant, they teamed up again with Raf's.
How did your guys' sort of relationship in the kitchen work?
It was just the two of us. We would be listening to true crime and Broadway, and we just bonded outside of food.
You guys bonded over true crime and Broadway?
Yes.
Bread, Broadway, and true crime.
Raf's serves up French-Italian cuisine and fresh baked goods in a location with a rich history. Even brick ovens called hearths from the 30s are still used today.
They put these ovens in the back that we have running now.
These same ovens that are here?
Same ovens, yeah.
Have been here almost 100 years?
Yeah.
What
It's
makes
incredible. Knowing that the hearth was the heartbeat of the neighborhood, they were here making bread. We wanted that to be the first thing people saw when they walked in the restaurant.
The chefs co-own Raf's. They partnered with the owners of the Musket Room, twin sisters Jennifer and Nicole. Raf's is named after their grandmother, Raffaella.
The sort of, empowerment that's happening with women in this space, not just the partners that are sisters, elevating women, that's a really cool part of this story.
The example we set for younger women wanting to do this and see that we can be successful.
I'm a girl dad. I got three girls. You can do anything. Made fresh today, I can tell.
Perfect. Fresh out of the oven.
God, that's good. What are we going to eat today?
Because you work on a morning show, I've brought you out a candied orange almond croissant.
That looks too good to eat. Oh, wow. Not too orangey. That's delicious.
French ham, jambon de Bayonne. It's one of our popular dinner time snacks. Start the meal.
Oh my God, that's great.
Yeah, right?
I could eat this for breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
Yeah. This is our sfincione. On the bottom, as you can see, this crispy, nice crust is our house-made focaccia.
It's a Sicilian pizza, more or less. And we believe they were probably cooking these in the hearth 100 years ago.
So a little bit of homage.
Yeah.
Lost their flour.
You need another log on the fire, Chef? I love it. It's behind you. And your spidey senses tell you that the 1935 oven is down a log. Can we cook something together?
We will. We'll let you by the fire. We're going to show you the sfincione.
Yes. Let's do this. Mine's not so bad.
No, I think...
James Beard nominee.
I think you're actually hired.
I think it's huge in there.
Oh, yeah. It goes 14 feet back.
14 feet back.
So then we do one more layer of cheese.
Okay. It's like practice boxing here.
I know. We can only hire shorter people.
Hey, it's a beauty. Can I get a doggy bag, please? All right, on to my croissants. All right, we got a croissant.
A croissant? No?
No.
No, good job, good job. Ooh la la. Roll like the wind. How are you with piping bags?
Ooh, you might have exposed my new fly zone.
So
I've never done a piping bag in my life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. C'est magnifique. Cheers.
Oh. Appreciate it. This is incredible. What you guys are doing here.
Come back soon.
Carson Daly, NBC News.
We'll have to try that one out.
I know.
Missing
I wanna
samples
go.
on set. All right, well, here is what's trending right now. Singer Taylor Swift making history once again. She is now the first woman ever to have 4 albums charting simultaneously on Billboard's top 10 list.
The albums include Speak Now, Taylor's Version, Midnight's Lover, and Folklore. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and don't forget, you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Your news continues right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, everyone. Good Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, July 17th. Georgia killing spree. The man accused of killing 4 neighbors in an Atlanta suburb was declared dead after a shootout with police. How officials were able to track down the suspect and put the community finally at ease.
Medical miracle. A new drug is being hailed as a turning point in the fight against Alzheimer's. More on how it could slow the disease's progression and when it could hit the market.
Production pause. Hollywood has gone dark now that both the writers and actors unions are both on strike. We'll take you live to the front of the picket line where all the action is happening.
Bedtime boundaries. More than a third of American adults have opted for a so-called sleep divorce from their partners. So what exactly does that mean? And could it be right for your relationship? More than a third, Morgan.
I know, that's a lot of a surprising number of people.
I agree.
It's sort of a hangover from the pandemic.
Perhaps.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now in a suburb of Atlanta where people are breathing finally a sigh of relief now the suspected killer is dead. Police say that they tracked down 40-year-old Andre Longmore after an intense 2-day manhunt. He died in a shootout with law enforcement just yesterday.
Longmore is believed to have murdered 4 people in broad daylight Saturday in a residential area of Hampton, Georgia. Police say his motive remains a mystery. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live now. Sam, good to have you on this. So walk us through this. How were police able to locate this man and what happened during that confrontation?
Yeah, Vicki and Morgan, good to be with you this afternoon. This was nearly 30 hours of sheer terror for this community, Hampton, of only about 8,000 people just south of Atlanta. Here's what happened as we just got brand new information from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, at about 3 o'clock on Sunday. So this is roughly 26 hours after these murders allegedly happened. They spot a stolen GMC Acadia that they believed Longmore had taken and was driving. So both Henry County deputies, they call in help from Clayton County as well, go to where Longmore had taken this car. He parks it in an area. As the officers and deputies are arriving, they say in an ambush-style attack, he shoots at them, injuring a Henry County deputy, and then also takes one of the patrol cars, guys, and drives it across the street and leaves it at a local high school. So now all of these authorities are chasing after Longmore. He goes through the wood line and, according to the GBI, is in people's backyards in a nearby neighborhood. This is right on the border between these two counties, and is trying to gain entry into their homes. Ultimately, he does actually get inside of one of the homes, and police officers are coming in the front door of the same house. That's when he fires and shoots 2 more officers, and they kill him. Now, the sheriff of Henry County culminates or describes the culmination of this saga for this South Atlanta community. Here's what he said.
The monster's dead. We engaged the suspect. Suspect returned fire and hit the ground running. We gave chase. Re-engage the suspect. The entire state of Georgia can breathe a little easy tonight. The suspect is off the street.
And we mentioned that 3 law enforcement officers were injured in multiple shooting confrontations. The good news, guys, is that earlier today we learned that 2 of them have been released from the hospital. Another is right now in stable condition.
And Sam, tell us more, though, about the victims. You mentioned stable conditions. How are these victims being honored tonight?
Yeah, Morgan, it's crushing. You're talking about 4 people, 3 men and one woman, who are in their 60s in this community. And there's going to be a vigil later tonight about 7:30 at a local park. We're learning that one of them was a married couple, 66 and 67 years old. That's Scott Levitt and Shirley Levitt. According to a family friend, they were actually living with their daughter and grandkids. They were looking forward to retirement. You have Steve Blizzard there as well. He was a military veteran. And then Ron Jeffers, who was a congregant at a local Baptist church and was honored on Sunday during church proceedings there. But you're just talking about regular people living in their community. And right now, authorities are trying to figure out what was the connection to Longmore. Was this targeted or random? And why would these murders have been perpetrated?
All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, as always, thank you.
Morgan, we turn now to Pennsylvania, where one community is coming together to help search for 2 missing toddlers after fatal flash flooding this weekend in the village of Washington Crossing. At least 5 people were killed as catastrophic storms hammered the Northeast. Officials say they're not sure if those still missing are alive. Here's what the local fire chief had to say about that flooding.
I can say, as a witness to that, in my 44 years, I've never seen anything like it.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live in nearby Yardley, Pennsylvania, with the very latest for us this afternoon. Emily, forecasters warn more flooding is possible in some areas of Pennsylvania. What is it like where you are today, and are the conditions improving at all for those who are out searching for those missing kids?
Hey there, Vicki. Well, you can see this brief reprieve from the heavy downpours we've witnessed over the past couple of days. It's allowing officials to really ramp up not only their cleanup efforts, but also search efforts. Take a look, this buckled roadway here from the fierce flooding that washed over the area. But I want to show you something, and it's the creek. That is the typical level of the creek in this area. But what you look at the debris, how it pushed through this guardrail. That will give you a sense for just where the water line was over the weekend, completely taking over this roadway. And it was flash flooding like what happened in this area that led to at least 5 deaths throughout Bucks County, Pennsylvania, including, sadly, a mother. She was with her family. They were driving on a road trip from South Carolina to a barbecue over the weekend. Now, several members of the family did make it to safety, but as I mentioned, the mother perished and 2 more are still missing. Officials are ramping up those efforts today as we speak. Because of this, again, brief reprieve from the downpours we've been witnessing. They are relying on drone technology, canines. They are using boats on the Delaware River, less than a quarter mile from where I am, trying to find a 9-month-old baby boy and a 2-year-old girl, Vicki.
We wish them luck in finding those 2 children. We know other parts of the Northeast also saw severe storms. What are forecasters saying that people should be ready for in these coming days, Em?
Yeah, Vicki, you bring up a good point. Pennsylvania was just one of a handful of states throughout the weekend that witnessed that really heavy amounts of rain. Parts of New York saw more than 5 inches of rain within just 24 hours. We saw the New Jersey's governor declare a state of emergency. In Massachusetts, a tornado touched down, and for parts of the region, parts of the Northeast, they're bracing for more downpours to come. Now, they aren't expected to be to the same degree of what we saw with the severe weather over the weekend, but for these areas that have already been absolutely inundated, it could prove problematic. Keep in mind, the soils are already so saturated, the trees could more easily come down. So definitely exercising caution as we see more rainfall in the coming days, Vicki.
Really important to stay safe. Our NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa live in Pennsylvania. Emily, thank you.
Well, Vicki, yet another Alzheimer's drug could soon be entering the market. New research released today shows Eli Lilly's donanemab slowed the progression of the disease by 35%. Now, this is all coming just days after another similar drug, Leqembi, was granted FDA approval. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. Torres, we've talked a lot about these drugs over the past few months. Tell us how this new drug, donanemab, is actually different from the other new Alzheimer's treatments like Leqembi.
And Morgan, like you talked about, Leqembi was just approved by the FDA less than 2 weeks ago, and that was the first drug approved for Alzheimer's that showed not only getting rid of those amyloid plaques, which are important in the progression of Alzheimer's, or at least we think they're important in the progression of Alzheimer's, but it also showed some improvement in cognition, or in the rate of decline of cognition was improved. And so this is the second drug to come along and look at the study results showing exactly the same thing, that is improving that decline of cognition over time period. And in this case, 28% improvement of cognition. They slowed the decline down. This is comparable to the Leqembi, which was 27% over essentially the same time period. But this one, even more importantly, if you look deeper into the data, for people that had mild Alzheimer's, it showed a 60% decrease in that progression of decline with Alzheimer's. And so it slowed it down even more. And almost half of them at a year point had essentially had stability of their Alzheimer's. It had not progressed beyond that point. And so the important thing here, remember, is not only is it getting rid of the amyloids, but it's also helping with that cognition, which is the important part here. And we're certainly on our way to getting to that point we want to, which is the cure.
And Dr. Torres, we've talked certainly about whether the risks outweigh the rewards. What are the adverse side effects? I know that Leqembi, of course, is a huge development, but there are still concerns about brain swelling. Is this new drug sort of any better?
Exactly, and both of them actually showed a similar type of side effects. They're both monoclonal antibodies, and they get infusions, IV infusions. With Leqembi, it's every 2 weeks. With this, it's every month. And this one also had the brain swelling on top of it. 37% of people taking this drug had brain swelling or bleeding. Important part to remember, much like Leqembi, is much of these were what we call asymptomatic. They were seen on CAT scans, but they didn't cause any symptoms for the patient. There were 6% that did cause symptoms, and so those are the concerning ones, and they'll need to find out why that's happening, and hopefully with future results and future drugs be able to slow that down.
All right, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres for us there. Thank you so much.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Many Americans getting tired of flight delays and lost luggage. They are now choosing, get this, Morgan, an alternative form of travel. Flixbus North America says its bus ridership jumped 63% year over year during the 4th of July weekend.
Very interesting. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, 30 to 40% of small motor coach companies have vanished since 2020. How could this sort of renewed interest in bus travel now boost the industry?
A paradigm shift may be right, Morgan, Vicki, to your point here. So the industry, like so many others that was hard hit by COVID-19, obviously there was a good amount of interest in this, and it's very welcome for the most part. The operator of one bus line told the Wall Street Journal that people are still booking despite higher prices for those bus fares. He thinks it's because those higher prices are still just a fraction of what people have to pay in terms of airfare. But again, travel woes are happening all over the place, but maybe people are seeking alternatives. Also, Ford is cutting the price for its F-150 electric pickup truck, the Lightning model. The automaker says the prices for the least expensive version of the Lightning will fall by roughly $10,000 per vehicle. Prices for all versions will drop by at least $6,000 from prices that were set back in March. Ford attributed the price cuts to boosted production and lower costs for battery minerals. Ford stock, though, is down on the news. And a new study claims artificial intelligence can keep up with the top 1% of performers on at least one test. Researchers submitted the Torrance test of creative thinking to ChatGPT and recorded 8 different responses. They then compared the results to 2,700 students nationally who took that same test. Their research claims the AI responses were as creative as the real students who actually received those top marks.
Wow.
So people are wondering, right? The writer's strike in Hollywood is going on. They're saying people could never be replaced creatively by robots, but maybe in that tiny sliver they can, and that's scary.
Dom, I talk about this every day. It's coming. I hate it. I'm just...
Vicky's over it.
Somebody's got to save us from AI, truly.
Vicky, Morgan, all of us in the news business, I'm scared that like 20, 30 years from now, we're all going to be out of work.
Well, it's not just that, it's the misinformation right now.
For sure. I actually think misinformation is what's going to save us. People will need to turn to trusted news sources.
To human beings.
To understand, is this all being reported correctly, or is this some sort of AI, right, like pumping out fake news?
That's why we're here.
You know, fingers crossed, Dom. But creativity, wow, that's a big one.
I mean, that's a huge one.
All right, Dom Shu, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dom. And coming up, the scary moment aboard a private flight when the pilot passed out, prompting a passenger to jump behind the controls. We'll tell you about the amazing details of this crash landing just after the break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand elections.
All right, it just me too.
We turn now to the arrest of a suspected serial killer linked to the Gilgo Beach murders on Long Island. It seems the case may have finally been cracked after more than a decade of unanswered questions. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss tells us how DNA led investigators to their prime suspect.
Rex, did you do it?
The suspected serial killer behind the Gilgo Beach slayings is behind bars.
Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, a predator that ruined families.
59-year-old Rex Heuermann is accused of murdering Megan Waterman, Melissa Barthelemy, and Amber Costello. The victim's remains found wrapped in burlap within a quarter-mile stretch on Long Island's Gilgo Beach back in 2010. A witness helped crack the case, according to court documents.
Witnesses provided a description of the individual, which was detailed and indicated that the person was somewhat unique.
Describing a large white male with dark bushy hair driving a Chevy Avalanche. Detectives connecting that vehicle to Heuermann, as well as using DNA samples from bottles and this pizza crust pulled from the trash. The case had haunted Long Island's South Shore for over a decade after the remains were initially found. Those who lived there afraid a serial killer was on the loose. Heuermann, an architect and a married father of two, was allegedly hiding in plain sight and living a double life all along. Even using burner phones, say investigators, who tracked Heuermann's phone activity near his Fifth Avenue office in Manhattan and his suburban home in Massapequa Park on Long Island. Investigators also believe Heuermann used Melissa Barthelemy's cell phone to make taunting calls to her family members after she disappeared. His arrest unraveling years of secrets, with court documents detailing escort services and fake dating profiles. A stark contrast to the everyday businessman seen in this video taken last year.
When a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Authorities now continuing to investigate if Heuermann is connected to the murder of other women, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Just over the weekend, a small plane crash landing just off an airport runway in Martha's Vineyard. A passenger took control after the pilot suffered a medical emergency. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has the latest.
A miracle on Martha's Vineyard. A small plane crash landing just off the airport runway after the pilot suffered a medical emergency.
A single aircraft down and approaching at runway 6. One patient unresponsive at the time.
This video posted online, unconfirmed by NBC News, but matching descriptions of the scene by Massachusetts State Police, showing first responders on the ground after a 79-year-old pilot became unresponsive midair before his female passenger took the controls.
What can you tell us about how difficult it might have been to land something like this?
It is not a trainer, so it's going to require more skill. It's going to approach the airport at higher speeds.
The small plane, a 2006 Piper Meridian, took off from Westchester, New York, Saturday afternoon en route to Martha's Vineyard. On final approach, the passenger had to jump into action, the plane's left wing breaking in half after a hard landing. Just last year, Darren Harrison made a similar heroic landing in Florida.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
We had now gone into a dive.
Harrison spoke to our Savannah Guthrie about taking control and safely landing with zero experience in the cockpit.
As I knew it was a life or death situation. Either you do what you have to do to control the situation or you're going to die. And that's what I did.
Massachusetts State Police say the pilot was flown to a Boston hospital in serious life-threatening condition and the passenger wasn't seriously hurt. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
What a miracle. All right. The alleged murderer who escaped a Pennsylvania jail finally captured. How he was tracked down after more than a week on the run. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
All right, it seems like everyone is buzzing about the upcoming movie Oppenheimer, set to hit theaters this Friday. The star-studded film focuses on the creation of the atomic bomb. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz explains the historic anniversary that's linked to the movie.
The dawn of the nuclear age began 78 years ago with the flash of a man-made sun rising over the New Mexico desert. It was perhaps the most consequential and dangerous scientific experiment of all time, and the man who led it was Robert Oppenheimer.
If it was needed to put an end to the war and had a chance of so doing, we thought that was the right thing to do.
The events of that day now the centerpiece of the new Christopher Nolan film Oppenheimer, the movie recreating the top-secret nuclear bomb test in Los Alamos, New Mexico on July 16, 1945.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world? Chances are near zero. Near zero. What do you want from theory alone? Zero would be nice.
There were 100 things that could be done wrong, any one of which, as far as we knew, and we knew pretty much, could make the test a failure.
But the test was a success, and in its aftermath, scientists say the ground at Ground Zero turned to glass by the heat of the explosion, and the Earth sunk by 9 feet.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent.
Then just 3 weeks later, the next time the bomb was used was on Hiroshima, then Nagasaki, forcing the Japanese to surrender and changing the world forever.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Fast fashion company Shein is facing fresh controversy. The Chinese retail giant is now accused of stealing designs in a new lawsuit. Here's NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber with more on these serious allegations.
This is Shein. Fast fashion giant Shein once again facing serious allegations.
Big Shein haul today.
The Chinese company, popular with influencers, is one of the largest fashion retailers in the world, known for its extremely low prices and for adding thousands of products to its site every day. But now a new lawsuit filed in California federal court is accusing the retailer of such aggressive copyright infringement that it violates the RICO Act, a racketeering law that was originally created to target organized crime.
The RICO Act did this by allowing them to use businesses in the realm of criminal charges.
The 3 plaintiffs cited in the suit, independent artist Krista Perry, Larissa Martinez, and Jay Barron, allege Shein, quote, produced, distributed, and sold exact copies of their creative work.
Shein here is being accused of having used copyright infringement as the centerpiece of their business. So basically the allegation is that their entire business is a fraud.
The lawsuit also alleges that Shein's business model uses a, quote, decentralized structure that allows it to plausibly redirect blame to third parties. In a statement to NBC News, Shein says it takes, quote, swift action when complaints are raised, and that it'll, quote, vigorously defend itself against the lawsuit.
To affordable style.
This is just the latest in a string of controversies for the fashion company.
Our undercover cameras will go behind the doors.
The company's factory is the subject of a documentary by UK's Channel 4, where Shein factory workers claimed they are paid as little as $20 a week and are working 17 hours a day. Here in the U.S., lawmakers on both sides of the aisle asking the SEC to look into allegations Shein was failing to disclose forced or unpaid labor of the Uyghurs in its supplier factories. Sheen has repeatedly denied allegations of forced labor or harsh working conditions and tried to clear up what they say are rumors with an influencer tour of its so-called innovation factory in Guangzhou, China. However, the trip resulting in more backlash, with many online accusing the brand of propaganda, pushing some of the influencers who went on the trip to later publicly address the controversy.
I'm someone that can take accountability for my actions, and I want to be better.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Major actors are now joining Hollywood writers on strike. What that all means for your favorite TV shows. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. A freight train derailed earlier today near Philadelphia, forcing officials to call for precautionary evacuations. More than a dozen cars veered off track, leaving several damaged and closed roads. It's not clear what was on board the freight train, but police say there's no known hazard to the public, and so far, no injuries have been reported.
Edward Caban has been named the first ever Latino police commissioner of New York City. Mayor Eric Adams made the announcement earlier today at the 40th precinct in the Bronx, where Caban began his career in 1991. He had been serving as acting police commissioner since July 1st.
Attention all Powerball players. The jackpot prize is now up to $900 million after Saturday's drawing failed to produce a winning ticket. This is the third largest prize in Powerball jackpot history. The next drawing happens tonight at 11 p.m.
Time to get our tickets, Morgan.
I know.
All right, well, the Ukrainian military has just launched a deadly attack today on a key bridge connecting Russia to the annexed Crimean Peninsula. This is according to the Kremlin. A spokesperson for Ukraine declined to comment on whether his country was involved.
Now, in the meantime, Russian officials announced they're backing out of a deal that allowed Ukraine to export millions of tons of grain from its Black Sea ports. The agreement was set up last year to help prevent a global food crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more.
Yeah, well, this is still quite recent, so information is still coming in. Now, in addition to what you've just said about the incident, we're hearing from the Russian side that the damage was the result probably of underwater drones that slammed into the bridge overnight. And as you can see, those investigators, they're working now. The bridge appears to be badly damaged, but it is still at least somewhat intact. And we've heard from the Russian side that train service across the bridge has resumed already as of this morning. So that's another clue. This attack didn't incapacitate the bridge quite as much as a previous attack back in October. That one shut the bridge down for months. But in terms of implications beyond Russian and Ukrainian borders, the suspension of this grain deal is really the most momentous news out of Ukraine today. It could be felt around the world. And that deal is now a year old, and it was always set to expire today. But without it, we could very well see a surge in grain prices that will have a huge effect on food prices and availability, particularly in developing countries. Russia, and particularly Ukraine, have long been called the breadbaskets of the world because for decades they've provided affordable wheat and grain to much of the world's poorest. And it was the United Nations and Turkey who negotiated this deal last year. And, so far, it's allowed for 3.9 million metric tons of food to be exported out of the Black Sea, which is essentially a war zone. And almost half of that went to developing countries. Now, according to the International Rescue Committee, about 80% of East African grain comes from Russia and Ukraine. And food prices were already up by about 40% this year, so that could have a major effect. Now, this isn't the first time that Russia has withdrawn from this deal, so there's still hope that diplomats could get everyone back to the table to renegotiate. And that would be important for the diplomacy around this war in general, because this grain deal had represented the most important and really the only diplomatic agreement between Russia and Ukraine ever since the war started last February. So without it, these two countries have only battlefields between them.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
And we're now hearing from a couple in Pennsylvania who helped authorities track down an escaped murder suspect after spotting him near their home.
Police say they captured Michael Burham on Saturday. He was on the run for more than a week. He broke out of prison using a rope made of bed sheets tied together. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live outside the Erie County Prison. So, George, we understand this couple called police after their dog started barking at something outside. What else did they tell you about what happened?
Hey, Vicki and Morgan, quite the remarkable tale from this couple who was simply minding their own business. Their dog Tucker takes off into the backyard. Dog doesn't stop barking and then doesn't come back. So they have to, of course, go and investigate. And who do they find but the escaped inmate, Michael Burham, there hanging in their creek? They didn't ask a lot of questions. They just got out of there, called 911. And all of a sudden, a large police presence descends on this neighborhood, as they've already been there searching for him for about 9 days at this point. And sure enough, he's taken into custody. The image is very dramatic there, as you see on your screen. The couple saying they were flabbergasted by the whole incident. They had no idea. They, on second thought, probably wouldn't have gone knowing that he was out there still waiting to be captured. It's really an engaging conversation. Listen. Walk me through that moment again. What is it when you come face to face with the person everybody is literally looking for?
Oh, my.
I was scared.
Yeah, yes, it was.
We were both scared
quite...
because they said he was possibly armed. We don't know if he was. We never did hear, but there was a possibility. And I'm like, let's just go. I mean, you don't know what he's going to do.
Our immediate thought was call 911, get them here, get him caught, get him back where he belongs.
Yeah, Michael Burham was not armed when he was captured, but authorities say he did look tired and worn. He's not here at the Erie County Prison where he's undergoing a psychiatric evaluation, guys.
George Morgan here. Have authorities said sort of how he managed to evade them for so long? How did he hide?
Yeah, Morgan, that's still part of the ongoing investigation at this point. They're going to be looking to see if he had any help escaping as well as any help on the outside. You might recall that authorities did find bags out there in the woods with some supplies. They know that he was a survivalist with military background, so that may be attributable to that. But here at the prison, again, I mentioned he's going under that psychiatric evaluation. He has sandals. He's under watch right now. They have said they have given him no bed sheets. They're really making sure that what happened in Warren County does not happen here, guys.
All right. NBC News correspondent George Solis for us there. George, thank you.
Well, today marks the start of the first official week of the Screen Actors Guild strike, with both the studios and the union far apart on many of Hollywood's biggest issues.
Now, the first double strike in 60 years has caused major TV and movie productions to shut down, including the next Mission Impossible film and the Andor Star Wars series. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now. Lindsay, what are the actors saying who are there behind you in the front lines?
Well, they were picketing today, Morgan and Vicki, outside here at 30 Rock from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. They'll be back out tomorrow. And there are some sticking points here with the negotiations. One is they say they want to earn a livable wage. They want to address residuals, which they say have dwindled in the streaming age. And they also want to address AI and their concerns that their likeness would be used in perpetuity without compensation and without their permission. So these are the sticking points here. This is why they have decided to strike. Some 160,000 members, 98% of them voting to strike. And I spoke with a Broadway star this morning who was on the picket lines, and she actually told me just 6 months ago she lost her health insurance because she wasn't making enough money. Luckily, her Broadway insurance kicked in. But this is what she told me.
I'm reading a lot about, oh, the Hollywood unions are striking. Oh, the rich just want to get richer. We're 90% working class union. Our stars support us because they came up the same way we did, and they understand that we are working for minimums. When we set the minimums, that's what people are working for, except for the people you see getting those huge deals.
So Morgan and Vicki, I asked how long they're preparing to do this, and they say as long as it takes.
Lindsay, let's talk about some of the major productions we mentioned at the top of the hour. You know, some Disney productions, Mission Impossible. What are some of the impacts we are already seeing from the strike?
There are so many ripple effects. We're going to put up a graphic here showing all the productions that we know of so far that'll be impacted. We're talking Beetlejuice 2, Deadpool 3, Gladiator 2, Lilo and Stitch. You mentioned Mission Impossible. We're talking Mortal Kombat 2, Venom 3, and Wicked. But then we also have video of the Haunted Mansion premiere at Disneyland on Saturday. And actors aren't allowed to be on the red carpet. So instead, Disney put their villains up to walk that red carpet instead. And then also, we remember, you guys, the Thursday London premiere of Oppenheimer, the highly anticipated film. A lot of big names. They actually got up and walked out of that London premiere when SAG-AFTRA decided to strike. So a lot of ripple effects. It includes premieres, production. It includes appearances. For example, San Diego Comic-Con coming up on July 20th. That could be impacted if an agreement isn't reached, you guys.
Those were some dramatic moments at that Oppenheimer premiere, and more drama ahead. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser. Lindsay, thank you so much.
Now, this is an interesting talker. For many Americans, for better or worse, doesn't necessarily extend to their sleep. A new study shows that more than 1/3 of adults in the U.S. are opting for a so-called sleep divorce.
Yeah, this trend has couples sleeping separately from each other to try and catch some more Z's. So how beneficial is this actually? Well, joining us now is board-certified sleep specialist Dr. Carol Ash. Dr. Ash, always good to have you. So here's the thing. We know it can be really annoying to deal with someone who is snoring or moving around. It makes it difficult to get a good night's sleep. You've got a little baby, so she's exempt. She's exempt.
There's a lot of movement.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Some people really worry. And what do you say to couples who say, oh, my gosh, a sleep divorce, maybe that's a down payment on an actual divorce. Ooh. Should we try it?
Well, I would say try the sleep divorce first before you go to the actual divorce. The idea of the sleep divorce is we all have a range of normal physiology, and some people, you know, social demands in their schedules, or if they have a sleep disorder, as long as it's being treated, it makes it difficult to sleep in the same bed, right? The alarm clock going off early morning and you want to sleep in. So it's really okay to sleep in separate beds or separate rooms. And in fact, 33% of homeowners are looking for houses with dual master bedrooms.
33%?
Wow. 33%. Now, it's an extra 9% cost to have an extra master bedroom.
I can imagine.
But you can do the Scandinavian sleep method, which is just sleeping in separate beds in the same room. Which,
okay, that might be a little more. Yeah. I mean, those numbers are interesting because I feel like anecdotally, I've heard a lot more people talk about this, right? And sometimes it's sleeping in separate bedrooms or separate homes. Sometimes it's sleeping in, you know, separate cities. But, you know, when we look at sort of the numbers, 86% of couples report that if they're sleeping close together, that they're happy.
Yes.
Are there benefits to sleeping in the same bed?
There really are. So, you know, if you can communicate with each other and figure out what are the needs, because some people do need a little cooler temperature, the optimum being 65, the room quiet and dark, right? And then just being mindful of each other's needs and having that conversation, because sleeping together, the love hormone, oxytocin, gets released when you're close to someone, and that actually can help improve your sleep and reduce depression and anxiety and stress, and that will help you avoid the real divorce.
Yeah, and the key being that you can actually sleep when you are together. I think we want to reassure people it's okay to be separate and get your sleep if that makes you a better person, right?
Correct.
That's important. Talk to us about overall sleep. We you know, a reminder of why it's so important.
Yes, and the younger generation seems to want this more, which suggests we're educating people more on the importance of sleep. So it's not necessarily a bad trend.
Yeah.
But when you talk about sort of the need for sleep, I know some people have warned that perhaps choosing to have a sleep divorce or sleep in separate rooms could mean that, you know, you're kind of evading some red flags. Maybe you're trying to avoid talking about them.
You don't want to go in that direction, right? It's always the balance, right? If you've really had that communication and you really care about each other and each other's needs, and you don't want it to be like, I don't want to sleep with you, I'm sleeping over there because I can't stand you.
It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah. It should be about the sleep, not the person.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
There it is. There it is.
There we have it. Dr. Carol Ash. Dr. Ash, thank you so much. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
Morgan. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up, Elton John testifying in Kevin Spacey's defense for the actor's sexual assault trial. What he said about an alleged incident connected to his annual gala. That's straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Summertime. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Soccer superstar Lionel Messi officially joining his new Major League Soccer team, Inter Miami. One of the best players of all time, electrifying soccer right here in the U.S. Thousands of fans braving the rain to see him sporting his new jersey for the very first time. NBC News correspondent Juan Venegas was there for the big moment.
It's a new era for American soccer.
Sí, muchacho. Nos vemos en Miami.
Lionel Messi, soccer's GOAT, dressed in Miami pink and set to play in the U.S. through 2025. The 36-year-old officially signing with Inter Miami on Saturday. His arrival setting off the so-called Messi effect with a giant new mural, a special hamburger, and even a beer rolled out in honor of the much-loved Argentinian.
For us, it's like Michael Jordan is coming to town type of thing.
Soccer fans already following his every move, including his low-key visit to a grocery store this week.
Like a god. Like, wherever he goes, everybody gets crazy, like everybody wants to kiss him.
Even real estate brokers in Messi's new neighborhood are benefiting.
The moment Messi announced, there was like a flourishing of offers.
Soccer fans hoping that Messi's arrival to the MLS will help make the U.S. a top soccer destination.
Every team in the world would want a Messi.
The last time a player of Messi's caliber came to the U.S. was in 1975 when Pelé joined the New York Cosmos. The late great star tripling attendance and setting new audience records. Announcement comes just days ahead of the Women's World Cup hosted in Australia and New Zealand, where the Americans are ranked as favorites to win. The tournament also a farewell of sorts for another soccer legend, Megan Rapinoe, who's hanging up her boots at the end of the year.
What a World Cup for Megan Rapinoe!
Juan Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
Very exciting. Well, despite a sluggish summer at the box office, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is shattering records. An amazing feat, considering one of its animators is, get this, just 14 years old. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has the story of how Preston Mutanga grabbed the attention of the movie's filmmakers.
Swinging into summer as a bona fide smash hit, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is setting new heights for Sony Pictures Animation, raking in more than $600 million. It's the animation studio's most successful film yet. This is unbelievable. What's really unbelievable? One of the film's animators is just 14 years old. When the movie's first trailer came out, Toronto native Preston Mutanga decided to recreate it shot for shot with computer-generated Legos.
Not bad, kid. I eventually finished it in like 2 weeks. Then once I posted it online, it was started getting all sorts of traction. And the next thing I knew, Sony was like emailing me.
An email that would change his life.
And it had been passed around amongst the Spider-Verse crew and, you know, some of the best animators in the world, looking at it going like, no way, a 14-year-old kid did this? No way, no way.
The email was a job offer to animate a Lego scene for the movie.
What was it like to get that call, to get that email?
Getting that email was honestly so surreal.
At some points, you must have been going to school and doing this, right?
Yeah, I had to balance out doing schoolwork and doing the animation for the movie.
Preston's parents encouraging him every step of the way.
Yeah, we wanted him to succeed, so we really dedicated time during that period to make sure he had everything he needed.
Including a computer they built for him from scratch that was powerful enough to get the work done faster.
What was that like, working with Chris Miller?
He's like one of my idols. Like, it lit me up.
For Chris, the feeling was mutual.
It was really the part of my day that I would look forward to the most on this movie. I was like, oh, we get to have a meeting with Preston this afternoon. That's going to be great.
Hiring a 14-year-old to take part in a major motion picture, that's kind of a gamble there.
Obviously, it's a big risk that you're going to like put this in the hands of a kid, and is it going to work out or not? But it was so exciting and such a fun idea that we all just rallied around it.
What'd you learn about yourself in this whole process?
I found out like I was capable of so much more than I thought I was.
With more than 22 million views on YouTube, animation seems to be a superpower.
What's the advice you have for other parents out there?
Love your kid for who they are.
Preston's advice sounding a lot like something Miles Morales might say.
Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. You can.
Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
Don't let anyone tell you can't do it. You can.
I love everything about that story. Congratulations to that 14-year-old. His future is bright.
Very. Well, you're watching to NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Okay, you have probably heard of red and green flags when it comes to dating, but what about beige flags? You gotta watch those beige flags. It's a new trend on TikTok where users are posting videos about their partner's quirks. It's cute.
But what does it really mean? And are they good or are they bad? Here's NBC News Now, Savannah Sellers, to break it all down.
They're beige.
You know the age-old warning sign.
My boyfriend thinks I'm fat. Whoa, whoa, partner. Little red flag going up.
That means you might want to steer clear of a potential romantic partner.
Red flags.
Big red flag. No more red flags, right?
But sometimes things aren't so red or black and white. Sometimes they're beige.
She was really cool. And then, out of nowhere...
Beige flags are the slightly unusual traits or habits people notice in their significant other or possible romantic interest. Like dunking Pop-Tarts in water or setting a timer to wake up instead of an alarm. They aren't quite deal breakers, but they make you go, The idea going viral online and racking up over 950 million views, with people posting what they think are beige flags. Each flag set to smooth jazz, from a husband that's truly always right to a girlfriend who can't tell left from right. In Commie Bear's case, her boyfriend's beige flag is how he throws random surprise parties for only her, like this Peppa Pig themed one.
I definitely cried tears of happiness because I was just so confused. Like a massive Peppa party, but I just did not expect it.
Naya Hertz's fiance's beige flag, Joanne Maurice asks really intimate questions while out to dinner. From which parent are you most like to when do you feel most vulnerable?
I like to have, some sort of conversation, whenever we go out to eat or, just go on a date. That was just something that I usually do. Just look up some questions, relationship questions.
Different from like, how's the weather? How's work?
Yeah.
When Naya raised the flag on TikTok, nearly 6,000 comments responded. Some saying Joanne's beige flag flies a little green. One person commenting, this is so cute. Another, he's a keeper.
And you just like, we're right here. We're gonna get into this.
Right.
Roll the tape. So, what's your childhood memory?
This is making this make more sense to me, though, hearing your story about why, for you, it's a beige flag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not just all green.
Who needs 5 almost empty Speed Stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
But can a beige flag be a real concern?
If it's making you furious and you've discussed it with them and they can't change and you can't overlook it.
It's okay to overlook certain things?
Absolutely. It's just try to think of the good things about the person. Don't dwell on the bad. But the brain is built to notice the bad, and you don't want to spend the next 50 years with somebody if it's driving you nuts.
In the end, for people like Naya and Joanne, beige flags aren't about pointing out the things that divide.
We all connect through love. Like that's the story right there. That's it. Everybody wants their one person that's gonna throw them a Peppa Pig party. Like
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending right now. We're getting a first look at the star of ABC's new dating series, The Golden Bachelor. 71-year-old Jerry Turner of Indiana will be the first bachelor on the reality dating show for seniors. The format will be similar to the original Bachelor franchise, but it will feature women 65 and older looking for love. I love it.
I think it's going to be a hit, Morgan.
Great
I do.
premise.
Superstar Elton John testified in defense of actor Kevin Spacey for his sexual assault trial. Spacey is accused of assaulting a man while driving to Elton John's house, causing the driver to almost crash. Well, the singer told the court that Spacey never attended his annual party that year, calling into question the timeline of these alleged assaults.
And some exciting new changes for NBC News Now starting today. Look at this. The network will now be available on the Xfinity channel guide, continuing our expansion as the fastest growing growing streaming news network. And additionally, our colleague Zincle Asamoah, who you see there on the screen, will join Kate Snow as co-anchor of NBC News Daily, 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern. We are so excited of our very deserving colleague Zincle. Please stay tuned to see more of her right here.
A huge congratulations to Zincle. I know Kate is so happy to have a permanent partner now. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zincle Asamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, July 17th, 2023, washed out. The devastating aftermath in Pennsylvania, still reeling from this weekend's deadly flooding, where crews are focusing their efforts, including the frantic search underway for 2 missing children.
Phoenix rising, no relief from the relentless heat in Arizona or anywhere else across the South. We're tracking the record-shattering temperatures and how much longer they could last.
Off the set, Hollywood actors join writers on the picket line for another day. The impact their dual strike could have on the entertainment industry if a deal isn't reached soon.
And food for thought, the new data that shows food allergies are becoming an even bigger threat. How you can tell early on if you or your child may be at risk.
Welcome, everyone, to NBC News Daily. It is a very big Monday for us as we officially welcome Zincle Asamoah as our co-host. So great to have you.
I'm so glad to be here and partner with you and to continue bringing you all the news you need every single day.
Absolutely. And we are going to have much more on you and who you are and all of that a little later in the hour.
Yeah, but we're going to get started with the major news of today. 2 major weather stories are developing right now. The extremely dangerous heat and another round of deadly flooding in the Northeast.
Yeah, right now in Pennsylvania,
crews are assessing the damage after flash flooding caused by torrential rain overwhelmed parts of the state. 5 people were killed over the weekend. Among the dead, a mother of 3. 2 of her kids, a 9-month-old boy and a 2-year-old girl, are also still missing. Search teams are out in full force today, searching by land, air, and water to try to bring those kids home.
Yeah, at the same time, it is another day of brutal and oppressive heat for a large swath of the country. At this hour, more than 70 million people are under heat alerts spanning from Florida to California. So let's bring in NBC News correspondents Emily Aketa and Marissa Parra. Also with us is meteorologist Bill Cairns. So Emily, I want to start with you. I know you're in Pennsylvania. What is the latest on the search for those missing children we're hearing so much about?
Hey there, Clay. Well, the relief from those dangerous downpours is giving authorities the opportunity to multiply their search efforts for, as you mentioned, the 2-year-old girl and the 9-month-old boy. And we're just going to walk along here so I can give you a sense of just the kinds of conditions that authorities are up against. Really a tangled mess. You can see the debris just completely pushing this guardrail here. And when you look over the edge here, you can see the creek where it typically lies, the babbling brook down there. But then you get a sense for, okay, well, the water was actually completely just washing over this roadway, bringing the debris along with it. You see the buckled roadways here. And this search effort at this point is really quite widespread. We're talking about the car, the family's car that had been submerged, was actually about 2 miles down the road from where I'm standing, and this is considered part of the search region. They're also using boats on the Delaware River about a 1/4 mile from where I'm standing, and they're also relying on sonar technology. They're using drones, canines, all in an attempt to bring those 2 young children back to their family. As you mentioned, the mom sadly perished in those floods when their car had been overtaken by water. Several other family members had made it to safety. We've heard from witnesses describing what this section, this part of Bucks County was like when that flash flooding set in. Take a listen here.
Floating down the side of the road, clinging to trees, clinging to vines, clinging to whatever we could, a log. Saw cars floating, saw a Jeep flipped over. It was like nothing I've ever seen.
And there's another news conference at 4 p.m. today. We should learn more updates on that search and rescue mission.
And Emily, how are cleanup efforts going meantime?
Well, you can see it's a massive undertaking. Just taking a look behind me, you'll see road closures just about every direction from where I'm standing. In Pennsylvania, it's not alone in the parts of the sections of the Northeast that have been hammered by an immense amount of rain over the course of the weekend. Parts of New York had seen more than 5 inches of rain in a 24-hour span. New Jersey's governor declared a state of emergency yesterday afternoon. There was a tornado that touched down in Massachusetts. So a lot of work ahead after the severe weather, and parts of the Northeast will continue to see more showers. So for areas that have already been inundated, a long road ahead.
Yeah, hoping people stay safe. Emily, thank you. Let's now bring in Marissa Parra. I know you're in Arizona, and 18 straight days in Phoenix of temperatures over 110 degrees. That actually ties an all-time record. How hot does it feel there today? And also, how are people coping?
Well, I can tell you it's hot enough that we ourselves have had some of our technology malfunction while we've been out here. It is uncomfortable, but here's the thing. It can also be dangerous. If you don't have a place to go to seek refuge where there's air conditioning, this can even be deadly. So this is putting a strain on hospitals. It's putting a strain on rescue workers. We'll start first with the hospitals. We had a chance to go inside of the ER of Valley Wise Health, one of the local ones. What we saw were crowded hallways filled with people on stretchers, hooked up to IVs, drowsy from heat exhaustion. You can actually see there some physicians and med staff getting an ice bath ready because sometimes they have internal body temperatures, these patients, of 107. So those minutes are critical trying to get those temperatures down. And in fact, they had one person who died from an internal body temp of 110. And some of the injuries that they're seeing related to heat illness are not just strokes, but third-degree burns. We know that the Phoenix Fire Department, we're at fire station number 61 here in Phoenix, and they've been responding to a lot of people with all kinds of injuries and illnesses and burns. But they themselves are struggling to keep cool. They've got an ice bath behind me that after a particularly grueling call, they jump into themselves. So guys, we are in a marathon of heat. This is an area that's used to heat, just not this many days consecutively. So there's a lot of strain on a lot of people here.
Yeah, Marissa, thank you. It does feel like Groundhog Day. Let me go to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, it just feels like it's never going to stop. And then we have smoke as well as heat in the country today. What do you see?
Yeah, I like how she used it, heat marathon. Like, there's two things you don't want in common, like together, a marathon and heat. Trust me, I did it in the New York City Marathon. It's horrible. So as far as the heat goes, the alerts are in place across the country. The heat has been focused. We hit our peak this weekend in areas of the West. Las Vegas, we came close, but we were 1 degree shy of your all-time record at 117. Yesterday was 116. Now we get things a little better, maybe a tiny bit, not a lot. And then Phoenix, today is when we tie that record, the 110-degree day streak at 118. Right now we're at 17. Then it's 117 3 days in a row, so Phoenix stays very hot right through the rest of the week. So the highs today, as far as chances of records go, a few spots in Texas and also throughout the Southwest. Then tomorrow, we're going to take some of the heat and really build it through the South. We could be near 100 degrees in Birmingham, Alabama, New Orleans, mid-90s, San Antonio, 104. Dallas is going to bake too. We're going to be very hot up towards Wichita Falls. So it stays very hot. Yes, we've peaked, but it's not like getting comfortable anytime soon.
All right, Bill Cairns, Marissa Parra, Emily Aketa, thank you all.
Also happening today, TV and film stars are walking off the set and onto the picket line.
This is the first full week of picketing for the union that represents 160,000 actors and performers. They, of course, join members of the Writers Guild who've been on strike for more than 2 months now.
Union members are picketing today in major production cities from Los Angeles to New York City. And we should note NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast, is part of the organization that represents the major entertainment studios. Our Lindsay Reiser is live in New York City for us. So, Lindsay, I know you've been talking to the actors all day who are actually on the picket line. What are they telling you about their decision to strike right now?
They were picketing from 9 to 1 Eastern. They'll be back at it again tomorrow. And they told me what the sticking points are. 1, they want a livable wage. 2, they're worried about residuals. They've really dwindled, they say, because of streaming. And 3, they want the whole concern around AI to be addressed. They're worried that their likeness would be used forever without their permission and without compensation. And so these are the sticking points here. I talked to Linda Powell. She's a Broadway star. She actually told me 6 months ago she lost her health insurance because she wasn't making enough. This is what else she told me.
The money that's concentrated at the top isn't not just trickling down to the bottom, it's not trickling down to the middle anymore, and it's become unsustainable for us. This is not just an actress problem, this is an American problem right now. You look at all the unions in the country that are fighting for outsized minimum increases. You look at the effect of the gig economy on all our workers in the United States. It's not a Hollywood problem, and Hollywood is not all stars either. There's a lot of working class people out here.
So I want to also mention what the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers are saying. This is a statement from last week where they say this is the union's choice, not ours. And they say rather than continuing to negotiate, SAG-AFTRA has put us on a course that will deepen the financial hardship for thousands who depend on the industry for their livelihoods. Kate and Zinclay?
Yeah, thousands. It's not just a Hollywood problem.
Yeah. Well, I also want to ask for those of us, who watch the content, the shows and the movies that we've been looking forward to, what kind of impact could this have?
We're already seeing an impact. We're going to put some of the television shows up on your screen. Some of the productions currently on hold: Abbott Elementary, American Horror Story, Billions, Family Guy, Hacks, Severance. And then when we consider motion pictures, Gladiator 2, Mission Impossible, Deadpool 3, Venom 3, Wicked. And so there's already a ripple effect. Also, actors, they're not allowed to be on the red carpet. So we're seeing a ripple effect for premieres. And also even something like San Diego Comic-Con on July 20th, that can also be impacted. So Kate and Zinclay, right now, no schedule for negotiations. The people that I talked to said they were going to be out here every day this week and maybe for as long as it takes.
All right. Lindsay Reiser, obviously standing right outside our own building, outside NBC.
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, turning to financial news, a major update for fans of the popular Call of Duty franchise, and it's a box office miss for Mission Impossible.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, let's start with shares of Activision Blizzard because they're popping right now after Activision Blizzard did say that they're keeping a deal. So this would be between Microsoft and Sony. They signed a 10-year deal to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. Microsoft makes Xbox a direct competitor to PlayStation, so the move may help ease concerns from regulators over this Microsoft deal to buy Activision Blizzard. So that's why the stock is dropping right now. Call of Duty is one of the best-selling games on PlayStation for the last several years. It seems like every year. Switching gears, Russia has ended its landmark Ukraine grain deal, and wheat prices jumped 3% almost immediately today. The deal created a humanitarian corridor to deliver key Ukrainian grains to needy global markets like Africa, even as Russia's assault on Ukraine continued. And last but not least, not sure if our viewers saw this movie, but the latest Mission Impossible film fell a little short at the box office on opening weekend, according to Variety. Tom Cruise and company brought in $56 million at the domestic box office, which was below expectations, but the movie did open midweek, so that could have a role in the reasons why tickets weren't as great.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good Mission Impossible.
Do you?
No one does a stunt like Tom Cruise, so.
And there's supposed to be,
he does all his own stunts,
exactly.
right?
And there's supposed to be some doozies in this film, right?
So maybe still worth a watch.
Maybe people were.
I think so.
It was
For
raining in a lot of places.
And putting his life at risk. We gotta at least watch that on TV or movies.
Absolutely.
Well, Christina Partsenevelos, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Still ahead, it's not just here. Sizzling heat also has a grip on Europe. How major cities and tourists are trying to keep cool.
But first, a passenger on a small plane forced to make a crash landing after the pilot suffered a medical emergency mid-air. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Summertime.
Terrifying moments in the sky. A small plane crashed while trying to land at the airport on Martha's Vineyard near Massachusetts Saturday after the pilot suffered a medical emergency on board. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. Stephen, what do we know?
Yeah, such a scary situation here, Kate, that actually ended up pretty lucky for the couple that was on this plane. It was a 79-year-old pilot who became unresponsive on this flight from Westchester, New York to Martha's Vineyard. It was in the final approach. The only other person on board, that 68-year-old passenger, had to jump into the pilot's seat, and she was able to make that crash landing. It was incredible. People on the ground ready for her. Let's listen to what some emergency officials had to say as this was happening.
Got a single aircraft down and approaching the runway 6. One patient unresponsive at the time. I just need an ambulance out here on scene, please. West side of the airport. We're going to need a 90 unit. Airplane's crashed.
We need a 90 unit as soon as possible, Edgartown, or priority one. Priority one.
So the plane was going very fast when it actually did land, and you can sort of see it in the images there. The wing broke in half because of the force of impact whenever it actually landed. Incredibly, though, the fuselage remained intact, Kate.
And Stephen, do we have any idea how the pilot or the passenger are doing today?
Well, Massachusetts State Police do say that pilot had to be airlifted, taken by helicopter to a nearby hospital in serious condition. So definitely trying to get updates on him. Incredibly, the 68-year-old woman who actually landed the plane, State Police said she was unhurt in this incredibly lucky situation for that woman.
Yeah, lucky for her. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Today, a nationwide manhunt is over. An inmate who escaped a Pennsylvania jail and was on the run for more than a week has finally been captured. A couple riding in a golf cart says they spotted Michael Burham on their property not far from where he escaped. And they say it was all thanks to their barking dog. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now with the latest. So, George, this is pretty wild, these details. I know you actually spoke with that couple. What did they say happened?
Yes, and Clay, no doubt you've probably heard of McGruff, the crime dog. We have to introduce you to Tucker, the case-cracking canine that's really responsible for all of this. So, yes, Cindy and Ron Eklund were there in their home, just minding their own business, and all of a sudden their dog, Tucker, goes off into their backyard in their creek, starts barking. They go to investigate, and who did they find but Michael Burham just hanging out there. Ron Eklund asks him what he's doing there. He says he's camping. Ron Eklund doesn't buy it. He gets back in the golf cart, goes back to his house. He calls 911, and then all of a sudden, they see all of that massive police presence descend on their home. Michael Burham, as you see him there, is taken into custody about 2 hours later. He's processed. Then he's brought here to the Erie County Jail, where he is now going in psychiatric evaluation. A lot of people still want to know how he orchestrated this escape and wondering if he had help on the outside. But really, just this story of how he was caught and how this dog helped solve it is really what's really been fascinating to a lot of people. Here's my conversation with the couple.
We get in the golf cart to go see what he's barking at. And so we go down the creek, and he's still barking. And the gentleman stands up, and I asked him, so what are you doing? He says, I'm camping.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, right then and there, they knew that Michael Burham was the person that was out there because, frankly, his face was plastered all over television for the past week as authorities were trying to close in on him. But again, the question here is whether or not he had help escaping. Authorities here at the Erie County Prison will be evaluating him for the time being. At this point, it's unclear if this is where he will remain or if he will be transferred to another facility for some of the other charges and cases that he's also being investigated in Clay.
Yeah, and I mean, George, did the couple say, were they scared? How did they feel when they realized who it was? And I know you touched on where Burham is now. What happens to him next?
Yeah, they were definitely scared. Ultimately, they wouldn't have gone to check, but curiosity got the better of them. They were just like any pet parent. They wanted to know what was happening with their dog. And once they encountered the suspect, they really didn't stick around long to find out what would happen next. They knew that they needed to call police. They went ahead and did the right thing. And for that, we now know they will be rewarded with some prize money for the apprehension of Michael Burham, about $2,000 last check that we checked in Clay.
Well, hopefully that dog gets a treat, too. George Solis, thank you for that.
Coming up, how investigators put together a case to charge a suspected serial killer after more than a decade. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live on all those places you see on your screen, as well as Xfinity as of today. The news continues right after this.
a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, anyone who has gone out on a date knows a red flag when they see it, right? But there's a new online trend that has people calling out so-called beige flags. NBC's Savannah Sellers has the details.
You know the age-old warning sign.
My boyfriend thinks I'm fat.
Whoa, whoa, partner. Little red flag going up.
That means you might want to steer clear of a potential romantic partner.
Okay, red flags.
Big red flag. No more red flags, right?
But sometimes things aren't so red or black and white. Sometimes they're beige.
She was really cool. And then, out of nowhere...
Beige flags are the slightly unusual traits or habits people notice in their significant other or possible romantic interest. Like dunking Pop-Tarts in water or setting a timer to wake up instead of an alarm. They aren't quite deal breakers, but they make you go, The idea going viral online and racking up over 950 million views, with people posting what they think are beige flags. Each flag set to smooth jazz, from a husband that's truly always right to a girlfriend who can't tell left from right. In Commie Bear's case, her boyfriend's beige flag is how he throws random surprise parties for only her, like this Peppa Pig themed one.
I definitely cried tears of happiness because I was just so confused, like a massive Peppa party, but I just did not expect it.
Naya Hertz's fiance's beige flag, Joanne Maurice asks really intimate questions while out to dinner. From which parent are you most like to when do you feel most vulnerable?
I like to have, some sort of conversation, whenever we go out to eat or, just go on a date. That was just something that I usually do. Just look up some questions, relationship questions.
Different from how's the weather, how's work?
Yeah.
When Naya raised the flag on TikTok, nearly 6,000 comments responded. Some saying Joanne's beige flag flies a little green. One person commenting, "This is so cute." Another, "He's a keeper."
And he's just like, "We're right here. We're gonna get into this.
Right.
Roll the tape." So, wait for your child's memory.
This is making this make more sense to me, though, hearing your story about why, for you, it's a beige flag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not just all green.
Who needs 5 almost empty speed stick deodorants? What are you, a crazy bag man?
They're different smells.
But can a beige flag be a real concern?
If it's making you furious and you've discussed it with them and they can't change and you can't overlook it.
It's okay to overlook certain things.
Absolutely. Just try to think of the good things about the person. Don't dwell on the bad. But the brain is built to notice the bad, and you don't want to spend the next 50 years with somebody if it's driving you nuts.
In the end, for people like Naya and Joanne, beige flags aren't about pointing out the things that divide.
We all connect through love. Like that's the story right there. That's it.
Right.
Everybody wants their one person that's gonna throw them a Peppa Pig party. Like.
A beige flag.
Here's my married woman advice.
Please.
Everybody has beige flags. I have them. My husband has them. You have to put up with a certain amount of beige.
Yeah, it's in sickness and health and through, through the good and the bad,
And the beige flags and
the beige and the red and the black and the white.
We have some good news for lottery dreamers. Nobody won the Powerball drawing on Saturday, and that is sending tonight's jackpot soaring to an estimated $900 million. And you see the top ones there. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us this is the third highest of all time.
The odds of taking home the Powerball jackpot forever not in your favor. They are 1 in 292 million. But that being said, the jackpots up for grabs tonight are high enough basically to make a believer out of anyone. On the Powerball end, you have $900 million up for grabs. If you take the cash lump sum up front, that's $465.1 million. Also with Powerball, you have the chances to take home some kind of smaller lump sums. If you get 5 numbers without the Powerball, you can bring home $1 million. 4 numbers without the Powerball, you can take home $50,000. And again, Mega Millions also up for grabs this week. That drawing is tomorrow night. That's now up to $640 million with a lump sum of $328 million. We already have tickets for both at this point here in Illinois, and that's in part because last year, again, here in Illinois, a resident who still remained anonymous to this point took home a Mega Millions jackpot of $1.34 billion. So it has happened before. It can happen here, and people around here really hoping lightning strikes twice. I'll send it back to you.
Fingers crossed. You're watching NBC News Daily. Summertime. Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Russian officials say Ukrainian drones attacked a key bridge linking Russia with the annexed Crimean Peninsula. According to the Kremlin, one couple was killed and their daughter was severely hurt. Shortly after the attack, Russia withdrew from a deal that they had agreed upon that allows exports of grain from Ukraine. That deal had been brokered by the United Nations to avoid a global food crisis.
Elton John has testified for the defense in the sexual assault trial of Kevin Spacey happening in the UK. The star singer was called to testify about an annual gala he used to host in England. An alleged victim says Spacey once assaulted him on the way to that event. Spacey has pleaded not guilty to all 13 charges of sexual assault.
And an Australian sailor and his dog have been rescued after being stranded in the Pacific Ocean for 2 whole months. Tim Shattuck and his dog Bella were stranded when a storm wiped out all the electronics on their boat. They were finally spotted by a helicopter off the coast of Mexico, where they had started out from. Shattuck says they survived by eating raw fish and drinking rainwater. Wow.
Well, today there are growing questions surrounding the disappearance of a young woman in Alabama. Carly Russell vanished after she pulled over to call 911 to report seeing a toddler walking along an interstate. But now, more than 48 hours later, she's back home safely with her family. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is following this story for us. Good to see you, Priscilla. So I know there are a lot of questions and confusion here now. What more do we know about what happened?
Yeah, Zinclay, let's start with what we do know. I went and spoke with the police chief this morning, and he says they have accounted for all of Carlee Russell's movements up until the point when she made that 911 call. And of course, they know that she returned home on Saturday, and they know what happened after that. But it is still an open question of what happened during those roughly 49 hours that she was missing. But of course, today, so many in this community just grateful that she is back home and safe. I spoke with Angela Harris, who led the search efforts here, and I want to play a little bit of how she described hearing that news and also the conversation that she had with Carlee's mother moments after she returned. Take a listen.
I'm so thankful that Carlee is home safe.
You spoke to this family moments after Carlee came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, "Is she okay?" And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
And so obviously a lot of joy here that she is back, but also so many questions about where she was, what happened, and of course that initial 911 call. Notably, a man identifying as Carlee's boyfriend posted on social media saying that she had been fighting for her life for 48 hours and that she was unable to speak about right now her kidnapper or where they might be. I did ask the police chief about that. He declined to comment, but says that they are investigating. Zinclay?
And Priscilla, let's dig into that 911 call. Do we know anything about the missing child Carlee Russell reported seeing?
Yeah, so police say that 911 call that they got from Carlee Russell was the only call that came in about a child being on the interstate. They also never received any reports of a missing child, so that is still just one of the many mysteries that police are working to investigate here. But they did speak with Russell when she was at the hospital on Saturday overnight into Sunday, and they said that they do expect to speak with her again in the coming days. Zinclay?
All right, really great reporting, Priscilla Thompson. Thank you.
We're getting new details in the case of a suspected serial killer believed to be behind a series of murders on New York's Long Island, known as the Gilgo Beach murders. They spanned more than a decade and made national headlines. Authorities say DNA helped lead to the arrest of Rex Heuermann. He is now charged with 3 counts of murder. Heuermann has pleaded not guilty to those charges. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, what more are we learning about the police work that led to the arrest?
Well, we know that the investigation is also still continuing. They investigated a self-storage unit that the suspect had out on Long Island. They checked out one of those yesterday, and they went back to a different one that they also had on Long Island, trying to find any other portions of materials or evidence that they could connect him with these crimes. They're also continuing to check out what's in his home. Authorities saying that that continues to be a crime scene. In his connection with the murders of 3 women that he's charged with their murder, Megan Waterman, Melissa Bartholomew, and Amber Costello, the victims' remains, as you know, were wrapped in burlap within a quarter-mile stretch on Long Island's Gilgo Beach back in 2010. And a witness, according to authorities, a witness helped the police crack this case, providing a description of a man, a very tall man, which Rex Heuermann is, and a vehicle that he was driving at the time. They say it was a Chevy Avalanche. Detectives were able to connect that vehicle to the suspect, and they say using DNA material, microscopic DNA material from a bottle and a pizza that they found in a New York City trash close to where his architect firm is located, they were able to connect it to Rex Heuermann. Okay.
Wow. And Rahema, he had entered a not guilty plea, right, in the 3 murders that he's charged with. But I understand authorities say he's also a suspect in a 4th disappearance and a death. What are we hearing from his attorney?
His attorney is saying that his client is entitled to a trial. In fact, I want to put up for you a statement from his attorney, which he has said he has insisted he did not commit these crimes. There is nothing about Mr. Heuermann that would suggest that he is involved in these incidents. So they're saying that they're going to mount a vigorous defense in this case and that their client is innocent. Kate?
Rahema Ellis tracking that story for us. Thank you, Rahema.
In political news, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, once seen as a frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, has now fired roughly a dozen campaign staffers. The shakeup comes as DeSantis is struggling to break into former President Trump's lead, while his campaign appears to be burning through money. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now from Washington. So, John, this is not exactly an encouraging sign for DeSantis as we're leading into 2024. What more can you tell us about this shakeup and what we're hearing from the campaign right now?
Yeah, that's an understatement, Zinkley. This is not good news for Ron DeSantis. His poll numbers have slipped recently. His fundraising was big. He got $20 million in 6 weeks, but the problem was his burn rate was very fast. Burned through about 40% of that money. Some of the money that he raised can only be used for the general election, and about 70% of what he raised came from donors who are not allowed to give to him again, which means as he projects out for the next couple of months, it's going to be harder and harder for him to sustain the kind of spending that he's been doing. So his staff was up to about 92 people. He has gotten rid of about a dozen of them so far. We're not sure if there are going to be more changes coming. But his campaign is responding. His spokesman, Andrew Romeo, said the following, said defeating Joe Biden and the $72 million behind him will require a nimble and candidate-driven campaign, and we are building a movement to go the distance. Now, at the polling that they're at right now, Zinkley, at 19% roughly in the national average of polls against Donald Trump's 53 or 54%, they're going to have to look at this as a marathon, not a sprint, because they're losing the sprint. But if they're not able to get some traction soon, it's going to be problematic.
And, John, put this in context for us and those viewers who maybe don't follow the horse race politics. Have other campaigns in the past shed staff early on, like DeSantis, and then made a comeback?
There have been times where campaigns have had to really budget crunch before and come back. Actually, the best example I can think of is Joe Biden, the president right now. But he didn't really start to run out of money until a little bit later in the cycle. There was a crunch where they were looking at options for cutting staff or possibly trying to figure out how to take extreme measures to make payroll around the New Hampshire primaries in 2020. Biden did not end up, of course, closing down his campaign, ended up rebounding, winning the Democratic nomination and eventually the presidency.
Yeah, anything can happen. John Allen, thank you.
Take care.
We've been covering the extreme heat for weeks now. We covered it at the top of the show, but the oppressive weather is not just impacting the United States. Parts of Europe are also experiencing dangerously high temperatures, as well as the threat of wildfires. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from his base in Rome. So, Claudio, you fill us in. How hot is it where you are now? How is the rest of Europe being impacted?
Hey, Kate. Well, it is about 8:30 in the evening here, so finally it is a bit cooler. It's 90 degrees, and you can see a lot of people are out and about. But I can assure you that throughout the afternoon, I was here, and up to an hour ago, a couple of hours ago, there was nobody here apart from the odd brave tourists, because the Italians and the Romans and the Italians from the other 15 cities on red heat alert have all gone away since last weekend to the mountains, to the lakes, to the sea, wherever they could find some respite from these hot storms. And the tourists were here where, as you can see, some of them there, there's some fountains dotted around the city where they could drink and cool down a little bit. But of course, Italy is not the only country in Europe that is feeling the heat. Other Mediterranean countries, Greece, Spain, France, are also reporting record temperatures. But this could go as far as other countries that usually don't experience heat waves, like Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic, Kate.
Yeah, and you mentioned the tourists. I know a lot of Americans who are going to Europe this summer. They're not stopped. They're not deterred by the weather, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, today, literally the only people that I saw around here were tourists, and many of them were Americans who were complaining about how hot it was. But they did say that they did read about it. But one word of advice I had for them was that, well, you know, don't think that because you managed to go through the day today, then you should go out tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day when the record temperatures are expected to hit this country. We're expecting temperatures of up to 118, 120 degrees Fahrenheit somewhere in Sardinia, an island on the western coast, off the west coast of Italy. And that may even break the record for the hottest day in Europe recorded here in Italy a couple of years ago. And, of course, lots of people elsewhere. Acropolis in Greece, the Vatican here where there's no shade, so there's dangers everywhere.
Yeah, those are like Death Valley temperatures here in the United States. Claudia, thank you so much. Stay cool.
Yeah.
Up next, inside the rise of food allergies, the ones becoming the most common, and how to treat reactions. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, more than 50 million Americans have some kind of allergy, whether it's to certain foods, to animals, or even just seasonal allergens.
Yeah, according to the CDC, food allergies affect up to 6% of U.S. children and about 4% of adults. But new research show those numbers are rising exponentially. Joining us now to talk about this is immunology expert Dr. Tanya Elliott. She is also a national spokesperson for the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology. Thank you for being with us, doctor. So first off, what are the most common food allergies, and is there any way to know if your child may actually be at risk of developing one?
Sure. So family history is important. If you do have a family history of allergies, then you do want to take some precautions and concerns as to whether or not your child may have an allergy. So we talk about the big 8. That is milk, egg, peanut, tree nut, fish, shellfish, wheat, and soy. And I should say that fish and shellfish are actually much more common in adults, not in children.
Well, and how do you know if you're an adult how seriously to take a food allergy? I mean, my father, for example, became allergic to shellfish later in life. So how do you deal with that when you're eating out or when you're at restaurants?
So it's actually not uncommon for adults to develop shellfish allergies and fish allergies in particular. And so you'll know if you have an allergy. You eat something, all of a sudden your face blows up, your throat closes, you have difficulty breathing. So the only thing that can treat an allergic reaction is epinephrine. So that's really important. If you do have a food allergy, even in adulthood, it's important to keep epinephrine with you at all times.
And I mean, you're talking about that, which I know many also use as EpiPens. Is that right?
Yeah, so EpiPen is the brand name, but epinephrine injector, and they come in two different forms. One is an auto-injector, meaning you have to do something to it in order for the needle to come out. And then they also have syringes themselves where you just remove the safety cap and then inject it.
No, that's really helpful. I mean, I was one of those adults who developed an allergy later in life, and now I have an EpiPen. How seriously should people be taking their allergies if they're new, right? Some people might think, oh, I can still eat peanuts or apples. Should you be doing that?
Absolutely not. So if you have a true food allergy, and that's different from a sensitivity or an intolerance, if you have a true food allergy, which means at risk for anaphylactic shock, swelling, difficulty breathing, you need to carry EpiPen with you at all times, and there is no substitution for that. So don't just pop a Benadryl. It's not going to work. You want to make sure you have an epinephrine auto-injector with you.
Really important news there.
Yeah.
Dr. Tanya Elliott, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it is a really exciting day here at NBC News Daily. We mentioned it at the top of the show. We are so thrilled to officially welcome Zinkley as our new co-anchor. Round of applause. She and I are going to be here every afternoon, streaming live on NBC News Now, also on your local NBC affiliates, whichever way you're seeing us. We're here. Zinkley, I wanted to give our viewers just a little sense of who you are. You've been filling in a lot. You've been around a lot, but tell us, where are you from?
Yes. Who am I?
Who are you? Where are you from?
Yeah, well, Kate, I'm so excited about this and to partner with you. So I am a first-generation American. My parents are from East and West Africa, but I grew up in Boston and Maryland. And so I've always had a heart for storytelling. I actually started behind the camera as a filmmaker. So my background is actually documentary film. My premiere film was focused on the Black Lives Matter movement and won a Gracie Award. And from there, that's where I got my start into journalism.
Which is a big award, by the way.
It's a pretty fun award. Yeah. And so from there, I went on to anchor and be a correspondent for a digital outlet, Now This News. But I always had my sights set on NBC and News Now because no one quite does streaming and broadcasts like us, as you know.
That is true. I mean, not to brag, but we are like the fastest growing streaming service. You came back in 2021, right, to NBC.
Yeah, that's right.
And fill us in on what I know what you've been doing, but tell the audience what you've been doing the last few years.
Absolutely. So most of the time, I have spent my days on the road as a correspondent. I cover culture, poverty, and justice. So I've done a lot of different reports spanning Black maternal mortality, AP African American history. But most recently, my focus has been the Jackson water crisis. And so I did a lot of our breaking news coverage around that. And that ultimately grew into a short documentary, Boiling Point. Ultimately, for me, all my stories are about people who are impacted by the issues. And so I'm so excited to keep telling those kinds of stories right here with News Daily and next to you, of course.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I share your affinity for those kind of investigative pieces. Where can people see Boiling Point?
Oh, yes, you
Peacock?
can find that anywhere you stream, Peacock, YouTube. Check it out. It's worth a watch.
Our eagle-eyed viewers may remember that this is not the first time that we've been on the anchor desk together. We actually had to look back. Look at this. This was last year.
Circa June 2022, Kate. And little did we know we would be here now every day, 2 to 4 p.m.
No idea at the time.
I'm so excited to partner with you. You are just embody empowering women and just a strong journalist. So thank you for inviting me.
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, we're having a love fest here. I'm sorry, but I have so much respect for everything that you do as a journalist. You are top-notch, careful, you know, just have such integrity, and I really value that, and I know we're going to be able to share that with you guys.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun right here on NBC News Daily, so don't go anywhere, and thanks for the warm welcome. You can follow us anywhere.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. The player many consider the greatest in the history of soccer now officially wears the jersey of an American team. Lionel Messi is the newest member of Major League Soccer's Inter Miami. Thousands of fans gathered in Fort Lauderdale, Florida last night to celebrate the club's announcement. Here's NBC's Guad Venegas.
Lionel Andres Messi!
The king of soccer has arrived in America.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Overnight, superstar Lionel Messi introduced for the first time as a player for Inter Miami CF, a stunning move to the MLS that has sent the soccer world into a frenzy.
How is Miami feeling right now?
Miami's getting crazy about Messi. The Argentinian legend receiving a hero's welcome in South Florida at the franchise's home stadium. Thousands of fans waiting through a lengthy weather delay to welcome their hero in person.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todos por este día.
Messi telling the crowd he plans to enjoy playing in Miami while assuring good things are coming as he thanked the tens of thousands in attendance. Recognized as one of the greatest players of all time, his resume speaks for itself. He's won a record 7 Ballon d'Or awards given to the world's top player, has scored more than 800 goals for club and country, and led Argentina to the World Cup title last year.
Why is this the most popular jersey right now? It has Messi in the back symbol.
Messi's new boss in Miami, another soccer legend, David Beckham, joining the celebration on stage. The now co-owner of Inter Miami knows a thing or two about making a major MLS splash. After years in Europe as a soccer icon, Beckham spent several seasons stateside playing for the LA Galaxy before moving into the owner's box. In 2020, Beckham telling Today,
Nothing goes on without me overseeing things.
Guad Venegas there. One community in Washington state raising the bar for the concept of neighbors helping neighbors. A mother's social media plea sparked a birthday surprise her daughter will never forget.
Hi, guys. Did you get bubbles?
These were the moments just before the big reveal.
Gather by Ellie's house with the big sign.
In this neighborhood near Seattle, the whole community turned out to celebrate one little girl. See her there in that car? That's Ellie Hoffman pulling up to her own surprise 7th birthday party. Her parents, Justin and Nicole, had just moved the family there and were overwhelmed by the support.
When you saw Ellie's face, Justin, that day,
yeah,
what was that like?
It was so exciting to watch her just explode with joy.
Because it's your birthday.
It was very emotional. It was very special because I knew I couldn't do what I wanted to do for her. My friends, the fellow mamas, my community, my neighborhood, they all rallied with me.
Oh, I love it.
And the whole Hoffman family, you guys are just such an amazing blessing to this community, and we love you guys so much.
They rallied because Nicole had been fighting cancer and was too weak to plan the party of Ellie's dreams. So instead, she posted on social media, asking neighbors to send Ellie a few cards. Moms Melanie Panito and Renee Carter decided to do a whole lot more.
Why'd you feel you had to do more than just cards?
This is just what people do. They step up and help each other out when things get tough.
I looked at Mel and just said, can we do something different? Like, let's throw a party. She said, yep, absolutely. And it really just took off.
Happy birthday to you.
For Ellie, it was a day she'll never forget.
What was your favorite part of that whole day, Ellie?
Everybody made me have the best birthday ever.
A community united in tough times and showing the true meaning of friendship.
It makes me feel so strong and able to keep fighting. Even I live with cancer, so it's just so special to know that I have my family to just help me get through whatever comes.
Nicole is still in treatment, but she is now, she says, cancer-free.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. That was so heartwarming. Thank you, Kate.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can follow both of us on social media. We'll put it up again. You can find Zinkley at Simply Zinkley on all the platforms. And I am TV Kate Snow.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Please follow us. Stay in touch. We're so excited to be with you. And there's a whole lot more news ahead.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, July 17th, 2023, dangerous weather. At least 5 people were killed during flooding in Pennsylvania as tens of millions prepare for heat so stifling even cacti may not survive. How long the record temperatures could last.
Off the set, Hollywood actors join writers on the picket line for another day. The impact their dual strike could have on the entertainment industry if a deal isn't reached soon.
Following breadcrumbs, police in New York State are finally able to make an arrest in a notorious serial murder case. How a pizza box may have led them to a suspect.
And a new hope for people dealing with the early stages of Alzheimer's, the brand new drug that could help them, and what we know about the potential side effects. Welcome, everyone, to NBC News Daily. It is a very big Monday for us here as we officially welcome Zinkley Asamoah as our new co-anchor.
I am so excited to be here with you and partner alongside you, Kate. We're going to have a lot of news for you starting today and every single day, and we'll have more on that later.
Super glad to have you here. Much more on Zinkley to come later in this hour.
But we're going to begin with 2 major developing weather stories right now, the extremely dangerous heat and another round of deadly flooding in the Northeast.
Yeah, right now in Pennsylvania, crews are assessing the damage after flash flooding caused by torrential rain overwhelmed parts of the state over the weekend. 5 people were killed. Among the dead, a mother of 3. 2 of her kids, a 9-month-old boy and a 2-year-old girl, are still missing. Search teams are out in full force again today, searching by land, air, and water to try to bring them home. You're seeing their pictures.
Yeah, at the same time, it is another day of oppressive heat for a large swath of the country. At this hour, more than 70 million people are under heat alerts spanning from from Florida to California.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondents Emily Ikeda and Marissa Parra. Also with us, meteorologist Bill Cairns. We'll start with Emily. You're in Pennsylvania. We just learned some new information about those children. What can you tell us?
Yeah, some breaking information in the last hour or so from police, Kay. We are learning the identities of the two young children that authorities are urgently searching for. They're being identified as Matilda Shields and Conrad Shields, a 9-month-old baby boy and a 2-year-old young girl. We know that their mother, 32-year-old Katie Seeley, tragically perished when they were driving on a roadway much like this, about 2 miles from where I'm standing, when the flash flooding set in, overtaking their car. Several members of their family had made it to safety, but the mother, again, tragically dying. And now they are urgently searching for those two young ones still, and really over a widespread area. They're looking about a quarter mile from here on the Delaware River. We know they have boats there. They're on foot exploring regions, including where I am now. Also drones, sonar technology, pouring as many resources as they can, especially when we're seeing some relief from those dangerous downpours. Here's what we've learned so far from officials. Take a listen.
We have search teams that are assisting us from Delaware, Chester, parts of Bucks County, New Jersey. We also have deployed K-9 units, underwater assets, air assets. As you are aware, this is going to be a massive undertaking involving the coordination and the cooperation from numerous departments and agencies throughout the state and the region.
And I want to show some video to you to give you a sense of just how vicious that flooding, that waterway was in parts of Bucks County. As we've reported, at least 5 people tragically dying in the flash flooding. You'll see roadways completely transformed into waterways. And now you see what's left here on the ground in Bucks County. This completely buckled roadway, you'll see, that will take a decent amount of time to repair. You'll see the creek over me. That's typically where it lies. But now you see the water line, the debris all the way up here, actually pushing the guardrail in. That is how high these floodwaters came through the area, guys.
Yeah, Emily, your reporting really shows just how dangerous this all can be. I do want to bring in Marissa Parra in Arizona. Marissa, the forecasted high there is 115 degrees. How are people coping?
Yeah, I mean, it is hot. It's a different kind of danger out here. We know what Emily was describing is its own type of danger. Out here, it can be deceiving because people who are used to this, people who are from Phoenix, Arizona, yes, the temperatures get hot, but usually not for this amount of days consecutively. And also, those people might be running from one place of air conditioning to another, right? If you're just going from your car to the house, may not be that bad. But this, make no mistake, is deadly. It's already proven to be so. We got a chance to go inside of an ER. They tell us that they're already using overflow. This is putting a strain on them because they're seeing all kinds of heat-related injuries ranging from heat exhaustion, heat stroke. We're talking about third-degree burns, and what you're looking at right now on your screen right next to me are physicians, med staff putting together an ice bath because some people are coming in with internal temperatures upwards of 107 degrees. They said one man who died just a few days ago had a temperature of 110. So those minutes are crucial when they're trying to cool them down. And when we talk about the strain this is putting on, it's not just the med staff, it's first responders, it's volunteers at cooling shelters extending their doors. And guys, when we talk about the consecutive days, this isn't expected to end through the weekend. So we're probably on track to break that consecutive all-time record.
Wow. Marissa, thank you. Let's go over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Now, Bill, it does feel like this heat wave is never ending. What's the outlook for this week?
Yeah, this is like week 3 or 4 of talking about this. And yes, we have peaked. We hit the crest. That was this past weekend, but it's not like we're coming down the wave. I mean, it's just going to be very gradual. So all of the real impressive stuff was in the west. Vegas, you were so close. You almost hit 117. Officially, you were 116, so 1 degree away from your all-time hottest temperature. Today's not exactly a easy day, 114. Then we're back down to what we call like typical hot Vegas weather, around 110 to about 112. In the Phoenix area, obviously, we're going to break that 110-degree streak. That's today. And then look at 117, 117, 116. But what really gets me about Phoenix is that it's just not cooling off at night. So 90 degrees or warmer. The last time that Phoenix dropped below 90 degrees was July 9th at 9:13 a.m. That's 195 hours in a row of being 90 degrees or warmer. I mean, that's just no relief. I mean, think you want to go out for a jog or have the kids play outside. Even at night, it's almost too hot. And today we're going to be be near record highs many areas, but then we're going to see tomorrow, we're going to shift things towards areas of the south. Alabama even has a chance of hitting 100 degrees tomorrow, and with humidity, much worse than that.
Oh, wow. Bill Cairns, Marissa Parra, Emily Aketa, thank you all.
Stay cool. Well, also happening today, TV and film stars are walking off the set and onto the picket line.
This is the first full week of picketing for the union that represents 160,000 actors and performers. They join members of the Writers Guild who've been on strike for more than 2 months now.
Union members are picketing today in major production cities from Los Angeles to New York City. And we should note NBC Universal's parent company Comcast is part of the organization that represents the major entertainment studios. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston is in Los Angeles. But first, let's bring in Lindsay Reiser right here in New York City. Lindsay, I know you've been talking with actors all day on the picket line. What are they telling you? What have they told you about their decision to strike right now?
And those picket lines are just a couple of floors below you guys here at Rockefeller Center. They picketed from 9 to 1 today. They'll be back out tomorrow. You mentioned other cities like LA, Atlanta, and Hawaii. They're all picketing there as well. And there are many sticking points here. We're talking livable wage, the issue of residuals, and the issue of AI, artificial intelligence, and how that is just changing the media landscape. And so I've been talking to actors all day here, and they tell me a lot of people, when they think of this industry, they think of the Tom Cruises, but look, that's just the top 1% that are making that kind of money. Everybody else is just out here trying to get a livable wage. I talked to a Broadway star who actually told me she lost health insurance because she wasn't making enough, and she was out here picketing. This is what she told me.
We're 90% working class union. Our stars support us because they came up the same way we did, and they understand that we are working for minimums. When we set the minimums, that's what people are working for, except for the people you see getting those huge deals. We're scale plus 10. We get the scale plus the 10% for our agents, so we need the scale to be higher.
So the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers released a statement last week. We're going to go ahead and put some of that on your screen. They said this is the union's choice, not ours. They continued by saying, rather than continuing to negotiate, SAG-AFTRA has put us on a course that will deepen the financial hardship for thousands who depend on the industry for their livelihood. So right now, there were no breakthroughs over the weekend, and there is no schedule for negotiations. The actors I spoke to said they will picket for as long as it takes. Kate and Zinclay.
All right, Lindsay, thank you. Let me go over to Julia Borston. We've been talking a lot about how this strike could impact our favorite shows, TV shows, movies. How serious of a financial hit could these dual strikes bring to the entertainment industry as well, Julia?
I mean, we're talking about a massive potential impact, not just on the LA economy, but also in other places around the country where productions traditionally take place. I mean, the thing to remember here is that there were some productions that were still finishing up and still trying to shoot without writers, but you cannot shoot without actors. And the Milken Institute estimates that this combined strike could cost an estimated $4 billion to the national economy. And that's only if the strike is resolved in the next 30 to 60 days. If it goes on longer than that, then the financial impact could be much greater. So the thing that we're seeing here as we see the writers and actors striking together behind me is it's not just them who will be impacted. It's also everyone who works on a set, from makeup and costumes to grips, people who build the set. So really a massive impact to the LA economy and other places such as Atlanta and New York.
All right, Julia Borston, Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much. We've already heard about shows stopping and movies shutting down production as well.
A lot goes into movie magic, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. A popular airline has reached a deal with its pilots, and get your texting fingers ready. Today, I didn't know this, is World Emoji Day.
All right, Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Steve.
Hey there, yeah, the labor issues just don't stop. Pilots at United Airlines will see pay increases up to 40% over the next 4 years. The airline announcing a preliminary $10 billion labor deal this weekend, ending months of tense negotiations and airport pickets. It comes months after both Delta and American pilots also negotiated higher pay. From the skies to the roads, though, the head of the union representing some 340,000 UPS employees says he asked the White House to stay out of it if the workers end up on the picket line. Teamsters and the company are working against a July 31st deadline to come up with a new contract or face a strike that could amount to billions of dollars in losses. And like you guys said, it's World Emoji Day. So why use words when you can use a digital icon to get your point across? Like the crying with laughter face, that's actually the #1 used emoji in 2023 so far. That's according to Emojipedia, which is, guys, a real thing. Also in the top 5, the red heart and prayer emojis.
Well, I hear Gen Z says you're not supposed to use the crying face. You're supposed to use the skull face, as in I'm dead laughing. I'm laughing
yes,
so hard.
that's the one, yep.
Yeah. See,
the salute is very popular, too.
The salute, you know? What's your favorite?
My older kids have told me to stop using emojis altogether. Like, Mom, don't even try.
We don't like that. We love emojis here. Heart emoji. Steve, go back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, how one sailor and his dog managed to survive months stranded at sea.
Plus, what police are hoping to learn about a young woman's disappearance after she suddenly returned home over the weekend. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it love
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have an amazing story to tell you about a rescue after months at sea. A stranded sailor and his dog were found in the South Pacific Ocean. Tim Shattuck and his dog Bella departed from Mexico 3 months ago. A storm apparently damaged his catamaran 1 month into the journey, wiping out all his electronics. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following this one for us. Stephen, what more do we know about this incredible rescue?
Yeah, just amazing stuff here, Kate. In fact, I'm never going to complain about my travel woes again after hearing this. 2 months lost at sea. The storm that you mentioned that they were in knocked out communication. So Shattuck, who's 51, says he and his dog Bella were able to survive just by eating raw fish and drinking rainwater. Importantly, he was also able to avoid severe sunburn by using clothes and hats that he had on board and also sheltering under the boat's canopy. Well, Shattuck is from Australia, and this happened as they were traveling from La Paz, Mexico to French Polynesia. That storm did damage the boat as well, but it did manage to stay afloat, thankfully. But this area in the South Pacific Ocean where they were lost is just massive. It was a real needle in a haystack type situation. It took a lot of luck to be found, and they got that in the form of a tuna fishing vessel, one that uses a helicopter to help scout areas to fish. So that crew spotted Shattuck and Bella and got them both on board. A doctor who treated him telling 9 News Australia that Shattuck has shows normal vital signs, and Bella also appears to be in good health. Shattuck telling the channel that he has not had enough food for a long time, as you can imagine, saying, quote, "I'm just needing rest and good food." Hopefully he and Bella are both getting something delicious, something other than fish, hopefully this time around. Incredible
Oh, my
stuff.
goodness. Yeah, Stephen, the images that we have now from 9 News Australia are unbelievable. I can't believe he did that, but good for him and the
That
dog.
beard, the hat, yeah, he looks like he's been through something.
Yeah, exactly, but alive and well. Stephen Romo, thank you.
A nationwide manhunt is over. An inmate who escaped a Pennsylvania jail and was on the run for more than a week has finally been captured. A couple riding in a golf cart says they spotted Michael Burham on their property not far from where he escaped, and they say it was all thanks to their barking dog. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now with the very latest. And George, I understand you actually spoke with that couple. What did they say happened?
That's right, Clay. They are just as flabbergasted as everyone else is about this story. They said Tucker, their dog, their Labrador, was just hanging out, goes out into the creek in their backyard, starts barking. They go out and inspect, and who do they find but the escaped inmate Michael Burham? They did not waste any time. They called authorities, and then this search for him comes to a dramatic close. He's now here at the Erie County Prison. For them, this was exciting as it was a little nerve-wracking, right? Because they knew that the suspect could have been armed and dangerous. In hindsight, they say maybe they wouldn't have gone and checked him out. Take a listen to my conversation with them.
We get in the golf cart to go see what he's barking at. And so we go down the creek, and he's still barking. And the gentleman stands up, and I asked him, so what are you doing? He says, I'm camping.
Yeah, he had such a casual answer to what he asked. And so they called 911. The police got there. Remember, there was about 200 law enforcement officers that were already in the area looking for him for a week. This was a guy that they wanted people to really keep an eye out for. He was potentially armed and dangerous, as I had mentioned. They had found some bags in the woods there with some survival supplies. So a big question to all of this was whether or not he had help escaping the Warren County Jail, and if he had help once he was already on the outside. Clay.
I mean, George, it's really incredible. And you said it right. The couple was very matter of fact. But how did they feel realizing it was him? And also, what happens next to Burham?
Yeah, it was a moment of shock for them. They recognized him from just the images on TV. They said they saw his tattoo. They raced back home, called 911. Here at the Erie County Prison, he's going under a psychiatric evaluation. He only has a pair of sandals. He's has a mattress in his cell. He's not allowed any bed sheets. That's what authorities say he used to escape from the other jail. He's going to be evaluated by the feds, and they will decide whether or not he will stay here at this prison or be relocated to another facility. Clay.
All right, George Solis, thank you.
Coming up, how investigators managed to hunt down a suspected serial killer after more than a decade. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can also watch us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. And as of today, we're also on Xfinity. So watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this. Don't go anywhere.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered Tuesday.
All right, it just me too.
You've probably seen them online when you're surfing the internet. Those little pop-ups on websites asking, do you want to accept the use of so-called cookies? They're popping up more and more, but how do they work? What are they for? What are we supposed to do? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent and anchor of NBC News Daily, Vicki Nguyen, is here to break it down. Thank goodness. Vicki, I don't even know what it means, frankly, to accept cookies. Can you help me?
Hey, Kate, we're getting back to life's basics, right? What is a cookie if it is not chocolate chip? Think of it this way. They are web trackers. Hansel and Gretel, they went through the forest and they left little crumbs behind on a trail. Well, when we're traipsing around on the internet, we're sort of doing the same thing, leaving little clues about what we're interested in. When you think about web trackers, really what they're designed to do is make your browsing experience better. So you go to your favorite website, it remembers your login, it remembers your preferences, it remembers what you put in your shopping cart. It's like Cheers, where everybody knows your name, right? But it's these third-party cookies that kind of got a lot of attention a few years back because those are the cookies that don't just stay on that first website with you. Advertisers use those third-party cookies to track you across all the sites. So maybe you're done looking at the shoes, you go to look at a news article and suddenly an ad pops up for the shoes. That's what caused these pop-ups to come about.
Yeah, I've totally had that happen, a pair of boots, and it shows up everywhere.
Yeah.
It does seem like the question of do you accept cookies is popping up more and more. Is that right?
It absolutely is. It started in 2018. If you remember back then, the European Union, the regulators there decided we're going to enact some laws to make it more transparent for consumers. We want people to know they are being tracked, and we want people to consent to that tracking. So that's when we first started to see those little pop-ups. It really went widespread in 2020 when California said, you know what? We're going to do it too. And you may say, I'm not surfing the web in Europe or California. But guess what, Kate? A lot of these websites operate globally. And so they don't want to get dinged by the EU or California. They're like, you know what? Wherever you see our website, you're going to see these pop-ups.
Okay, so the big question, what do we do when it pops up? Do we say yes?
Okay, so this is really important. People oftentimes just want to hit that little X, make the pop-up box go away, and they think, okay, don't ask, don't tell, I don't know what that is. But when you hit the little X and close it, it actually means you are consenting to the cookies. So it really depends on your personal preference. If you are a person who doesn't really care too much about your privacy, you don't mind who's tracking you online, then you hit the X, you ignore, you move on with your life. If you want to take a little step further, and I would advise you to do this because this is what the internet privacy experts do themselves when they're surfing the web, open up that box. It takes 1 second. You say yes to accepting the necessary cookies. That means the stuff that website just needs to function. Then you say no to everything else to prevent the tracking.
Okay, and it takes a little bit of time to do that, but it's worth it, you're saying.
Yeah, and it's not going to affect your experience on that website one way or another if some of those options are grayed out. Now, if you don't get any options, then maybe you don't want to be on that website. You make that decision at that point.
Can you block that message? Can you, pop-up block the pop-up message?
Yes, there are actually some apps that will help do some of that work for you. One is called Hush Nag Blocker. That one works on Apple's Safari devices. You just look for that. The thing is, after you download it, you're going to have to go into your settings, down to Safari, open up extensions, and enable Hush. Then on Consent-O-Matic actually works on Safari. It works on Chrome, Firefox, as well, and Microsoft's Edge. This one, developed by a university in Denmark, works very much in the same way. You just want to make sure that once you've installed it, you enable it so that it can work for you.
Gotcha. Going back to the decision that you make about cookies, if you choose to block cookies, can you then not browse as many sites?
No, not at all. Look, this is important for you to know when it comes to internet hygiene, cyber hygiene, if you will. You are trying to make sure that your experience is protected as possible. The websites would argue, hey, we want to make sure that it's as seamless as possible for you, that you're getting the ads that are tailored to your needs, things you might be interested in. So there's constantly that sort of tug of war. But I think ultimately what you want to know is what are your rights and what are the things you are opting into versus the things that you are opting out of.
And it sounds like your bottom line is don't opt into everything.
Absolutely. When you can limit what is being tracked about you, do it.
Vicki Nguyen, always great to have you. Thanks so much.
You got it.
Coming up, how one animator landed his dream job on the new Spider-Man movie at just 14 years old. Stay with us. We've got that and a whole lot more. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories that we're following on NBC News Daily.
More than a dozen freight train cars derailed in Pennsylvania early this morning, forcing people nearby to evacuate. The cars were carrying different chemical materials, but police said they were not hazardous and posed no risk to the public. The train's owner said the cause appeared to be weather-related. The entire rail industry has been under scrutiny following the February train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal is apologizing for comments she made on Sunday, characterizing Israel as a, quote, racist state. The remarks were made in response to pro-Palestinian protesters who disrupted a panel discussion at a conference over the weekend. Her comments drew criticism from both sides of the political aisle. Jayapal later clarified that she did not believe Israel as a nation is racist, but rather that the country's government had engaged in racist policies.
And in music news, Taylor Swift has made history once again. She's the first woman to have 4 albums on Billboard's top 10 list at the same time. Her latest release, Speak Now, Taylor's version, debuted at #1. The other 3 albums are Midnight's Lover and Folklore. She's only the 3rd artist ever to accomplish the feat.
Yes, ma'am. There are growing questions today surrounding the disappearance of a young woman in Alabama. Carly Russell vanished after she pulled over to call 911, reporting seeing a toddler walking along an interstate. But now, more than 48 hours later, she's come back home. She's safe with her family. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has been following this story all weekend for us. Priscilla, a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. What more do we know about what happened?
Yeah, Kate, so we know that police have now been able to account for all of Carlee Russell's movements up until she made that 911 call and vanished off of the interstate for more than 48 hours. She then returned on Saturday night on foot and alone, showing up on the doorstep of her family home. But there's still no answers about what happened during the more than 48 hours that she was missing, although today her family and this community certainly grateful to have her back here. I spoke with Angela Harris, who led the search efforts on the ground here, about her reaction to all of this, and I want to play a bit of what she shared with me.
I'm so thankful that Carlee is home safe.
You spoke to this family moments after Carlee came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down, and I said, "Is she okay?" And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
And so certainly a lot of gratitude here, but also a lot of questions about what actually happened and where she's been, and also that 911 call that started it all. Kate?
Yeah, and do we know anything about the missing child she reported when she made that 911 call?
Yeah, so police say that no one else called to report a toddler on the interstate, that Carlee Russell's call was the only one they got. And since then, there have been no reports of a missing child. So that is another one of the mysteries in this investigation. And I did ask police about that. They say that they are looking into that and that they have had one opportunity to speak with Russell when she was admitted to the hospital when she first returned home. But they are hoping to speak with her again in the coming days as this investigation continues. Kate?
Priscilla Thompson for us. Thank you, Priscilla.
We're getting new details in the case of a suspected serial killer believed to be behind a series of murders on New York's Long Island. Known as the Gilgo Beach murders, they span more than a decade and made national headlines, and authorities now say DNA helped lead to the arrest of Rex Heuermann. He is now charged with 3 counts of murder. Heuermann has pleaded not guilty to the charges. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now with the latest here. So, Rahema, I know you've been on this for a while. What more are you learning about the police work on this case?
Well, we heard from authorities today saying that they had searched his home, and we know that much, but what we didn't know is authorities saying they found over 200 weapons in a vault in the basement of Rex Heuermann's home. They said simply that is concerning. They don't know if that is connected with the case at all, but it is concerning to authorities as they continue this investigation, not only at his home, but also in 2 self-storage units that he had in 2 different locations, looking for any kind of evidence that may continue to connect him with this investigation that is ongoing, because while he is charged with first-degree and second-degree murder of 3 women, he's also a suspect in a 4th, and authorities want to see how much they can find that might definitively connect him to that case. Then, Clay?
And of course, this is all decades in the making. What are we hearing from his attorney right now? I know he's entered a not guilty plea, correct?
He absolutely has. His attorney says that his client is innocent until proven otherwise. In fact, a statement from his attorney says that his client has insisted he did not commit these crimes. There is nothing about Mr. Heuermann that would suggest that he is involved in these incidents. And so it's a mystery for some neighbors around the community where Rex Heuermann lived in the home, apparently, according to neighbors, the home that he grew up in and the home where he lives now with his wife and 2 adult children, as to how this man who lived right next door could be called a demon living in plain sight.
And Rahema, what are we hearing from the victims' families?
Nothing. It has been silence from the family. As you can imagine, they have not been seen in the area, from what we're told, because their home is being constantly searched by the police, so they are not there. They are keeping silent. And the only word that we're hearing right now in reference to the suspect is coming from his attorney.
All right, Rahema Ellis with that important reporting. Thank you so much.
Good.
Politics now. The campaign of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis going through a bit of a shakeup. NBC News confirmed that he has now fired roughly a dozen campaign staffers. It all comes as DeSantis is struggling to break into former President Trump's lead in the polls while his campaign burns through money. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins me now from Washington. John, everything I just said, not exactly encouraging signs for any campaign. What more can you tell us about the shakeup and what we're hearing from the campaign?
Certainly not encouraging, Kate, but let me first just congratulate you and Zing Clay on the inaugural broadcast of this dream team. You guys are doing great today. So I just wanted to
Thank you. Really
in
appreciate that. The dream team. Thanks.
But it's not encouraging for DeSantis. The problem that he's got, of course, is that he's stalled in the polls. He had a huge launch with a lot of money coming into his campaign. He raised about $20 million in 6 weeks. And then what you saw was him stall out. And as a result of that, you're seeing contributions come in at a slower pace than they were before. And he burned about 40% of the money that he raised. And 2/3 of the money that he raised came from what are called max out donors, people who gave him the maximum federal limit and can't give to him again. So this is all problematic enough to the point that he is having at least a little bit of a shakeup here, firing some of his aides. And we've heard from a spokesman for him, what they think is going on here with getting rid of about a dozen people. The spokesman, Andrew Romeo, said, quote, defeating Joe Biden and the $72 million behind him will require a nimble and candidate-driven campaign, and we are building a movement that will go the distance. Now, it is a big question what kind of campaign they thought they were going to run, if not a nimble and candidate-driven one. But certainly they are trying to aim more in that direction now, Kate. As you can tell from polling recently, DeSantis is in second place, but in a very distant second place. The Real Clear average politics of national polls shows Trump at about 54% and DeSantis at 20%.
And John, just quickly, I've covered a lot of campaigns myself. I know sometimes you think someone's down and they're back up. Like, things can change, right? Have other campaigns shed staff and then come back?
Great question, Kate. Joe Biden was in a huge cash crunch for a lot of the 2020 campaign, certainly at the end of 2019, early 2020. His campaign was talking about extreme measures to try to make payroll. And of course, he came back, won the South Carolina primary, won Super Tuesday, won the nomination, and won the election. So things can change in politics pretty quickly. You just never know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of what makes it fun for guys like you, right? Jonathan Allen. John, thank you so much.
Someone out there could be just hours away from becoming the next multi-millionaire. Nobody won the Powerball drawing on Saturday, and that's sending tonight's jackpot soaring to an estimated $900 million. As NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa tells us, that's the third highest Powerball jackpot of all time.
The odds of taking home the Powerball jackpot forever not in your favor. They are 1 in 292 million. But that being said, the jackpots up for grabs tonight are high enough basically to make a believer out of anyone. On the Powerball end, you have $900 million up for grabs. If you take the cash lump sum up front, that's $465.1 million. Also with Powerball, you have the chances to take home some kind of smaller lump sums. If you get 5 numbers without the Powerball, you can bring home $1 million. 4 numbers without the Powerball, you can take home $50,000. And again, Mega Millions also up for grabs this week. That drawing is tomorrow night. That's now up to $640 million with a lump sum of $328 million. We already have tickets for both at this point here in Illinois, and that's in part because last year, again, here in Illinois, a resident who still remained anonymous to this point took home a Mega Millions jackpot of $1.34 billion. So it has happened before. It can happen here, and people around here really hoping lightning strikes twice. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming up, what new research is revealing about a new Alzheimer's drug just approved and why it could be a game changer.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. We take you to Wimbledon, where Carlos Alcaraz is the new men's singles tennis champion. On Sunday, Alcaraz bested tennis legend Novak Djokovic, the overwhelming favorite. Certainly a very good reason for to rest on the grass. Of course, there were a lot of celebrities there, too. Definitely the game to watch.
The King of Spain was there.
I mean,
he's Spanish, and the king was watching.
It was pretty impressive to see more NBC News Daily right after this.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, we've got very important news for people suffering from Alzheimer's. After the FDA approved the first ever drug designed to slow the progression of the disease, there may soon be another treatment option available.
Yeah, a lot to talk about, but that new one could also come with higher rates of dangerous side effects. Joining us now, NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace. You've been tracking this, Berkeley, for a long time. Let's start with the experimental drug, the news today. It's made by Eli Lilly. What is it? How does it work?
Yeah, so donanemab is very similar to Leqembi, which was just approved a couple of weeks ago. So people are given a monthly infusion of this drug, and it's trying to remove amyloid plaque. That's that sticky plaque in the brain that is thought to play a role in the disease. And so what they found is after 18 months, there was a slowing. They experienced a slowing of the disease after 18 months. And so what that meant in terms of like practical time is about 7.5 additional months of time for people to do the tasks that they normally do. Overall, the slowing was 29%, but in some cases it was higher, about 35 to 36% slowing.
So, Dr. Lovelace, with all that said, how is this new drug actually different from Leqembi, which I know was approved by the FDA earlier this month?
Yeah, so they're really not different. They both target amyloid in the brain. Leqembi targets the protein that kind of builds up the plaque in the brain, and this drug, donanemab, removes or targets the amyloid plaque in the brain. But something that was interesting in this study is that this drug was so effective at removing amyloid plaque in the brain that people were actually able to stop taking the medication about 6 months to a year into taking the medication, which is important because that reduces the risks of side effects and also can save patients money.
Berkeley, I know there were side effects with the first Leqembi because you and I reported together on that for Nightly News. Are there concerns with the Eli Lilly drug about side effects?
Yeah, so there are concerns about this medication as well. And so this drug and other drugs in this class come with side effects such as brain swelling and brain bleeding. And so what they found is about 37% of people in this trial developed brain swelling or brain bleeding. About 6% developed side effects, and 3 patients died. And as you recall from the Leqembi trial, 3 patients died as well. And so that led the FDA to issue a warning label, a pretty serious warning label on Leqembi when it was approved, and I've been told that's likely to happen with this medication as well.
So just to clarify, is it similar amount of side effects for each of these drugs? They're similar?
So for this drug, it's actually slightly higher. So with Leqembi, it was a little bit lower. With this drug, it's a little bit higher, but in terms of, yeah, it's very marginal.
And then how soon could someone at home actually be able to get access to this medication?
Yeah, so Lilly says that it expects approval by the end of the year. And so we don't know yet how much this medication will cost, which is also very important. Typically, that information doesn't come out until after the FDA approval. But if it's approved, Medicare has said it will cover the cost of this medication, which is important because they are quite expensive. Leqembi, as you know, costs more than $26,000 a year. And so coverage from Medicare is very important.
All right, our health and medical reporter, Berkeley Lovelace, thank you so much for that.
It is a really exciting day here at NBC News Daily. We are so thrilled to officially welcome Zinkley aboard as our new co-anchor. She and I are going to be here every afternoon from 2 to 4 Eastern Time. We're on your affiliates. We're on streaming. We thought you should know a little bit more about Zinkley. So tell us about you. Tell us about where you're from to begin with.
And I'm so excited for this journey. So I'm Zinkley. You probably wondered where my name is from. My name is South African. My parents are from East and West Africa. Beautiful. But they met in warm Boston, Massachusetts. And so I grew up in Boston and Maryland and Washington, D.C. And really, I got my start in documentary film. I actually started behind the camera. And so I did a film on the Black Lives Matter movement in Ferguson that won a lot of awards, including a Gracie Award. And then prior to being working at NBC, I worked at Now This News, a digital outlet, and I was the anchor of their flagship show for 3 years and also anchored one of their political magazine interview shows. And so really, I'm so thrilled to get to bring those skills here to NBC News and News Now. I've always loved it here, and it's been a fun ride so
So
far.
what you're saying is you're a total slacker, right? Did you all hear that list of things that all the documentaries that you did? It's impressive work. Tell me about what you've done at NBC.
Yeah, so since joining NBC, my focus has really been culture, poverty, and justice. That's the heart of all the stories I tell. I've done a lot of reporting on Black maternal mortality as well as AP African American history. And really, one of my main reports has been around the Jackson water crisis. And so after a lot of my breaking news reporting last year, we ended up publishing a documentary, Boiling Point. And all of my stories, whether it's breaking news on Roe v. Wade or just the latest trending story, really is about the people. And so I'm so excited to get to keep doing that here beside you with News Daily.
Yeah, there's overlap between us, right? Some of the issues we discuss off air are because we're both passionate about the same kinds of things that affect humans and affect people. Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that you and I have been together a lot lately.
It's true.
But even going back further, we discovered that the first time we were on the anchor desk together.
It was June 2022, and who knew that a whole year later, we'd be doing this every single day, 2 to 4. And I have to say, Kate, it has only been a pleasure and an honor working alongside you. I have long watched your work, admired your work. You are a class act, and I'm so pumped, so very pumped to do this with you.
Okay, well, I don't want to continue the love fest, but right back at you, honestly. You're a pleasure to have around. You're so intelligent. You're such a good storyteller. You're the full package, and I'm so, so excited to be on this journey with you.
I'm excited.
I am too. You can follow us. You can tell us where you're watching from. Anything. Send us your comments. Social media.
Yes.
Zinkley is simply Zinkley on all the platforms. And I am TV Kate Snow.
So please reach out. We always watch it, and we hope you'll keep watching. There's a lot more news ahead on NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
So So the movies have always been about dreaming big, right? That is exactly what's happening with the new hit film Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
That's right. Some of the industry's top animators are part of the project, and as NBC's Gotti Schwartz shows us, so is a teenager who started building his dreams one Lego at a time.
Swinging into summer as a bona fide smash hit, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is setting new heights for Sony Pictures Animation, raking in more than $600 million. It's the animation studio's most successful film yet. This is unbelievable. What's really unbelievable? One of the film's animators is just 14 years old. When the movie's first trailer came out, Toronto native Preston Mutonga decided to recreate it shot for shot with computer-generated Legos.
Not bad, kid. I eventually finished it in like 2 weeks. Then once I posted it online, it was started getting all sorts of traction. And the next thing I knew, Sony was like emailing me.
An email that would change his life.
And it had been passed around amongst the Spider-Verse crew and, you know, some of the best animators in the world looking at it going like, no way, a 14-year-old kid did this? No way, no way.
The email was a job offer to animate a Lego scene for the movie.
What was it like to get that call, to get that email?
Getting that email was honestly so surreal.
At some points, you must have been going to school and doing this, right?
Yeah, I had to balance out doing schoolwork and doing the animation for the movie.
Preston's parents encouraging him every step of the way.
Yeah, we wanted him to succeed, so we really dedicated time during that period to make sure he had everything he needed.
Including a computer they built for him from scratch that was powerful enough to get the work done faster.
What was that like, working with Chris Miller?
He's like one of my idols. Like, it lit me up.
For Chris, the feeling was mutual.
It was really the part of my day that I would look forward to the most on this movie. I was like, oh, we get to have a meeting with Preston this afternoon. That's going to be great.
Hiring a 14-year-old to take part in a major motion picture, that's kind of a gamble there.
Obviously, it's a big risk that you're going to like put this in the hands of a kid, and is it going to work out or not? But it was so exciting and such a fun idea that we all just rallied around it.
What'd you learn about yourself in this whole process?
I found out like I was capable of so much more than I thought I was.
With more than 22 million views on YouTube, animation seems to be a superpower.
What's the advice you have for other parents out there?
Love your kid for who they are.
Preston's advice sounding a lot like something Miles Morales might say.
Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. You can.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
I love that.
I love that he said you're capable of so much more than you think you are.
Yeah.
Wisdom from a teenager.
You truly are, and I'm sure he's going to have the best college admissions essay ever. Talk about a job, yeah.
It's some summer job, right? Hey, let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
Starting with Wimbledon, they have a new king and queen of center court. Marketa Vondrousova is now the first unseeded woman to ever win the championship. And in the men's final, 20-year-old Carlos Alcaraz beat defending champion Novak Djokovic in 5 sets.
What I've done yesterday is it was a dream come true for me. It was tough to deal with the nerves, you know, facing Novak in that stage, but I'm really glad that I did.
Vondrousova and Alcaraz are both slated to play their next Grand Slam tournament at the U.S. Open in August.
That's going to be fun. Hey, we're used to Steph Curry on the basketball court wowing us, right? But who knew he had tricks in his golf bag? The NBA All-Star knocked in a hole-in-one during this weekend's American Century Celebrity Golf Championship in Nevada. He did it on the 7th hole on Saturday from 152 yards away. Curry says this is his second ever hole-in-one. The Warriors guard went on to win the whole thing.
Of course, some people are just talented.
Yeah.
And it's never too late to find love. A 71-year-old grandpa from Indiana will be ABC's first ever Golden Bachelor. Jerry Turner lost his high school sweetheart 6 years ago after 43 years of marriage. His bio says he loves hosting barbecues, playing pickleball, and cheering on his favorite Chicago sports teams. The Golden Bachelor is the latest spin-off in the Bachelor franchise. I don't really watch The Bachelor, but I would watch Golden Bachelor.
I feel like I would watch that too.
Yes.
Yeah,
so if anyone's in the market, well, there you have it.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley Asamoah. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us free 24/7 on NBC News Now and Xfinity Comcast, and you can follow us, TV Kate Snow and Simply Zinkley. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
If it's Monday, the DeSantis campaign is burning through cash, laying off staff and struggling in the polls as the Florida governor and presidential candidate tries to hit the reset button. Plus, scorched earth and flash floods. The record heat wave baking the Southwest is set to expand as Pennsylvania authorities search for 2 missing children swept away amid a torrential rainstorm. And Democrats' divisions over Israel, as the party's top progressive apologizes after calling Israel a racist state just days before their president is set to address Congress. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker reporting in Washington. We're tracking new troubles for the DeSantis campaign. Of all the potential roadblocks facing the GOP candidate, money wasn't supposed to be one of them. But a staff shakeup and a new NBC News analysis of its fundraising operations are both raising serious questions about the campaign's solvency. DeSantis has touted the $20 million he raised last quarter. But more than that, 2/3 of the cash came from donors who gave the legal maximum, which means they're tapped out. They can't donate again. And the campaign is struggling with the other big source of cash, small dollar donors. Only 14% came from donations of $200 or less. Meanwhile, the campaign has been burning through cash, spending millions of dollars without much to show for it in the polls, as the field's frontrunner, Donald Trump, keeps attacking DeSantis on the trail.
The sanctimonious and his establishment handlers are wasting such precious time and resources to divide the party. They're dividing the party. Although he's dropping so quickly, he's probably not going to be in second place much longer.
Now, DeSantis' campaign seems to recognize the need for a shakeup. NBC reports the campaign has fired roughly a dozen staffers, with more on the way in an effort to cut costs. And after a week of blaming the media for his political struggles, DeSantis is set to do a rare mainstream national TV interview this week. It comes after DeSantis defended his current strategy while vowing to engage more with national media.
I've done more press conferences as governor than any governor in history. We have CNN come, NBC comes on the campaign trail. We have all these people out there, and we take questions. And we are going to be doing more. I don't know necessarily about some of the shows, but we want to be engaged. At the end of the day, I think that some of our best moments as a governor and as a candidate are when we're in hostile environments. So we're going to do that. We're going to do more of it.
But even amid internal struggles, DeSantis still fares far better than the rest of the expansive Republican field. And right now, he remains the only serious challenger to Donald Trump for the Republican nomination. NBC's Ali Vitale is covering the DeSantis campaign at Christians United for Israel event in Arlington, Virginia. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. So what did we hear from DeSantis today? What are your key takeaways?
Well, look, Kristen, you're right to point out the landscape. And in terms of my landscape, I will be whispering because you've stood at the back of these rooms before as well. You don't want to overly interrupt the event. But look, while DeSantis was up here, you're right that he is at this moment of inflection within his campaign. We have donors who are worried about the fact that he seems stalled in the polls, about the high burn rate of all of the fundraising money that's coming through. But then also we saw him here instead just focusing on the basics, focusing on Israel, focusing on foreign policy. In his book, for example, he talked a lot about the ways in which he influenced the then Trump administration, specifically as it pertained to moving the embassy to Jerusalem. That, of course, something that Trump himself has trumpeted on the campaign trail in recent years. But for DeSantis, this was largely a friendly crowd with a friendly message and no talk of the troubles, though certainly he still has them.
Yeah, you know, Ali, it's, first of all, well done whispering. It's been really notable that DeSantis has been running, it seems, to the right of former President Trump. Strategically speaking, do you anticipate that we're going to continue to see that. And what else are they doing inside the campaign to deal with the issues that we laid out?
Well, look, you got to run somewhere, right? We're watching how the rest of the field is struggling by either running in line with or maybe to the center of Trump on certain issues. Foreign policy, for example, abortion is another. For DeSantis, he's really trying to stake out this rightmost flank. And look, it has him in second, but it has him in a distant second, and he's not really moving very much. I think that's one of the things that the campaign is pointing to, and it's why I think there's a few headlines here that I don't know that I could have anticipated when the DeSantis campaign had first started. The idea that solvency is an issue for their campaign. I never thought this would be a campaign that was worried about money. And the second piece of this, that they're doing mainstream media interviews. At the start of this campaign, even before DeSantis officially got in, advisors and allies were very clear with me in my conversations with them. You can come cover us, but they're not going to give any access. They're not going to try to make it easy. Certainly now it seems like they're changing that posture in the wake of, yes, tough funding numbers and pressure from donors, but also the fact that his poll numbers have remained pretty stagnant since he got in the race. And, you know, the one comparison that I hear often, I know you've heard this before too, is whether or not the idea of Governor DeSantis is equivalent to a 2016 version of then Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker. Walker, someone, of course, who came into 2016, a lot of fanfare, a lot of expectation, big donors, and big state in the polls. And then we watched him pretty quickly, upon getting into the race, build a top-heavy operation that made him burn through cash at a high rate. He stumbled in media interviews and on the campaign trail. There are a lot of parallels here, and it's a comparison point that the DeSantis folks have worked hard to push back on, but news cycles like this one only reinforce a narrative that they very much don't want to take hold.
And Ali, very quickly before I let you go, as NBC reported, they're slashing a number of staffers. How are they addressing the concerns about that and the potential instability that may bring?
Well, look, you look at the fact that the DeSantis campaign, before these dozen or so firings, had roughly 90 or so people on their campaign staff. That made them the biggest campaign operation in the field writ large. The next campaign, I think, had 50 or so staffers. Most campaigns here are trying to be lean. They're trying to get their message out there. The DeSantis campaign took an entirely different approach. I do think what's notable and what we should continue to watch is the ways in which the DeSantis campaign proper functions alongside of the super PAC that is really the big bolster and complement to their organization. They've got hundreds of people out there in that apparatus, and that's likely where we know those resumes have flowed from the official campaign side to the PAC side. Whether or not they actually get picked up is notable, but yeah, it is another way that they can go, even as the campaign itself is in difficulty.
Ali Vitale, fantastic reporting, fantastic whispering. We appreciate your Herculean efforts there. Thanks so much. And with the campaign trying to hit the reset button, NBC's Dasha Burns has more on an enormous and unusual effort by the super PAC supporting DeSantis to bring in donations.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis stumping in Iowa and Tennessee and touting how much money his campaign has raised.
We raised more money than Joe Biden did in the second quarter, who's the sitting president. And we raised more money than Donald Trump did into his campaign, who, of course, was the former president.
Despite new campaign finance disclosures revealing he's burning through that cash fast, and that many of his donors have already hit their legal limit, which could spell future fundraising trouble. It's why the super PAC supporting DeSantis, Never Back Down, which already plays an outsized role, is poised to become even more critical. In June, NBC News got exclusive access to ground zero for their strategy to knock out Trump with a door knock. A makeshift classroom in West Des Moines, complete with a fake door and pretend voters. Paid canvassers from across the country are put through 8 days of training before being deployed to early primary states in a $100 million ground game effort to convince voters to turn out for DeSantis.
Is that typical?
It is not typical, and it is a lot. But we think that investment in our staff is worth it because we think that's the difference maker.
History tends to agree. Senator Ted Cruz's presidential campaign had a famously sophisticated operation in 2016 that helped him win Iowa. And former President Obama's legendary ground game was key to his winning record.
It can be the difference between first or fourth.
Is Team DeSantis ahead of the game here?
I'd say by probably 2 to 3, 4 months. There's a lot to be determined, but they are certainly going and verbally saying what they're going to do and putting the effort and grabbing all the people that are going to make for at least the largest effort we've seen on this side of the aisle.
And it's getting larger. The goal is to train and deploy 2,600 door knockers by Labor Day. How many hours a day are you expected to be out there?
Well, it's an average of at least 7.
Yeah,
seven, almost 7.
6 to 8.
And how many days a week are you doing this?
6.
6 days a week?
Yeah.
Tim and Marissa have graduated the program.
We kind of educate them things that they know or that they don't know. And we love having those longer conversations with people because it's about the relationships.
How did the training here compare to what you've had before?
Oh my gosh, this is on a different level for the training. They want to make sure you are on point, and anything that the voter throws at you, you are able to tell them.
And when we met these young canvassers, they were only a few days in.
I think it's been incredibly in-depth. I really appreciate, considering there's a lot of big names in this upcoming race, us really being thorough, being able to really educate ourselves on all of the policy issues to make sure that we can put our best foot forward.
How long are you committed to doing this?
To be honest, for me, as far as we can get with Governor Santos, if he makes it to the presidency, I want to be a part.
A massive effort, which supporters hope will help push through a campaign slump to try to open the door to the White House. Dasha Burns, NBC News, West Des Moines, Iowa.
Our thanks to Dasha for that report. And now I want to bring in my panel, Eugene Scott, senior political reporter at Axios, Joe Crowley, former Democratic congressman from New York, Sarah Chamberlain, Republican strategist and president of Main Street Partnership, and Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Thanks to all of you for being here on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Eugene, let me start with you. We've been laying out the challenges the DeSantis campaign is dealing with, a lack of cash flow, and also a big staff shakeup. I mean, is it getting late for him to right the ship here?
Well, no, I mean, there's obviously still time, but I think what was very clear when they launched this campaign, which, as we all would agree, came later than I think we initially thought it would, was that more people would be on the DeSantis train by now, assuming that's an actual thing. And we're not seeing that in the polls, and this is what happens when you don't see that type of support come along when you were hoping that it would to move you forward.
Yeah, in fact, what we are seeing, Sarah, is a whole lot of people still on the Trump train. I mean, what do you think needs to happen inside DeSantis' world for him to start to turn this around?
Well, I think he's starting with new staff. I think that's extremely important. And I think he maybe needs to pull back. He's a little too Trump. I mean, he's trying to outdo Trump, and you can't outdo Trump. Trump is very unique, so kind of pull back a little bit on that. But I think he's only got a month to 6 weeks to correct this.
Amy, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, usually when a candidate or a campaign complains about something going wrong, it's the staff or it's the consultant. You know what it's always about? It's the candidate. It's always about the candidate. So this is the challenge, and I think Eugene was right. There was the sense when he announced that there was going to be this like big boom, almost like a sonic boom, and you were going to feel it everywhere. The dollars were going to come in, the momentum was going to begin, and it just hasn't. And I think the real question for him will be that August 23rd debate. I kind of think that's do or die for him. He either proves that he is the candidate that some people want him to be, which is the guy who could take down Donald Trump, or somebody else is going to shine at that debate. And that usually happens too, right? We find a lower polling candidate gets a big bump.
Joe, do you think that the first debate is make or break for DeSantis? And we should say he's doing an interview with Jake Tapper on CNN. So this is a shift in strategy.
Yeah, well, as to who is actually in the debate, I think will be important. He
right
will
now,
be.
Trump says he's not going to be.
But I think it goes back to what Sarah had said too. And by the way, Amy, I never had to fire any of my campaign managers during. But going back to the point about trying to outdo Trump, as depraved as you may be, Trump will be even more depraved in terms of what he'll come back with. He will always outflank you because he has no boundaries. And I do think that DeSantis and these other candidates, they have some level of boundaries. And I think that's the big difference. But I also think the voters are looking for someone different. And I think that's what we're waiting to see in the Republican side. who will become the real antithesis of Donald Trump? And that really hasn't been established yet.
Yeah. Eugene, former President Trump says he's not going to appear in the first debate. He signaled he's not going to appear in the second. That could always change. But what do you think would have to change in order for him to change his calculation? Do you think he could surprise? Chris Christie says he won't be able to stay away. I'm not sure Christie's right about that, but it would be an interesting surprise.
Will Christie qualify? Maybe.
He says he's got his 40,000.
He says he's going to.
Yeah.
He says he's going to.
Well, I mean, DeSantis might want to be concerned if Christie does qualify because Christie's coming straight for DeSantis. In terms of Trump, what would he do in terms of whether he actually will stay away? If there's a change in the polls and somehow strategy makes him feel like he has to show up and the race is more competitive than it currently is. But as of now, his whole idea that, like, I don't need to show up to win, you know, more support or keep the majority of the support of Republican voters seems to be supported by the data.
Well, he's right. Right now.
Sarah, how much weight are you giving to the first debate? Is it make or break for DeSantis?
I believe it is, and I do agree if Trump is not on the stage, everybody's going to be going for DeSantis. And can he survive that onslaught? We'll have to wait and see.
Amy, what were your other takeaways from these first quarter finance reports? What else stood out to you? Obviously, President Biden did quite well.
Sure. I was also looking at the House and Senate fundraising, as former congressman knows. That's where every dollar is so much more important. These presidential candidates, forget about the primaries for a second, but Joe Biden, the Republican nominee, they're not going to lose because they don't have enough money. House candidates, it's really critical. And if you talk to the Republican campaign committee, they look back to the last two cycles and say, our problem was we relied too much on super PACs. We need our individual candidates to up their fundraising, and the most vulnerable candidates did. On average, they have almost $2 million in the bank. That's about $1 million more than the most vulnerable Democrat. So that is a good sign for the House Republican side of the ledger.
What do you make of that? I mean, given particularly the disappointing results some Republicans would say in the midterms. I mean,
well, it's nice to be in the majority. Majority has its privileges, and one of them is raising money. But the other is, I think that the committee members, that the head of the NRCC and those in leadership are saying, hey, you know what? We can't come and bail you out, but it's more important for you to raise the money because only you can tell your story. A super PAC can run attack ads, but they can't tell your story.
Well, and the members are helping each other. Like, all of the majority makers are in the Republican Main Street Partnership, and they're helping each other, which is more than they've done that in the past. They're raising millions for each other and moving the money around from, like, leadership PACs to the PACs.
And they don't want to lose control. I mean, at the end of the day, the Supreme Court decision is going to have an impact. Redistricting is going to have an impact in a couple of states that we're very familiar with. Including New York. I think at the end of the day, money matters. It does make a difference. But there are some other outlying issues out there that will also have an impact on this as well. And I do think Democrats are going to have the money they need to be competitive and to hold on to the seats as well.
The other headline that I keep hearing is that Senator Tim Scott seems to be gaining momentum. Republicans are watching, the Trump world is watching, the White House is watching closely. Eugene, what do you make of that? Could he come from behind?
Well, he's certainly hoping so. I mean, he's a generally well-liked lawmaker on the right. I mean, he even has Democrats coming out supporting him, like, you know, Cory Booker, not supporting him for the race, but who speak positively of him. And we know there are quite a few independent voters who historically lean right, who are looking for someone other than Trump, who DeSantis was hoping he would get, but right now, you know, he doesn't have them yet. And so whether or not Tim Scott's going to be able to maintain that interest beyond just narrative will be interesting, especially if it gets to needing to attack
And he's
Trump.
spending more money in Iowa than almost anybody else. So when I want to see some good polling out of Iowa to see if that's having an impact, because that money is nice to have, but if you're already putting in $4, $5, $6 million, you're not moving the needle.
Speaking of Iowa, go ahead.
To just a point, I think Tim is gregarious. He's very well liked. I mean, I served him in the House. I served with him when he was in the Senate. Always outgoing. Always, you know, jovial. So I think that's why I think you're seeing that from Democrats as well. They don't look at him, never looked at him as that threat. I do think if he becomes the nominee, he will be a very formidable threat, I think, for Democrats.
Yeah, I think that a lot of Democrats are raising eyebrows about how they would actually go after him if he were to become the nominee, which would be a long shot. Let's go back to Iowa for a second, because DeSantis is saying he would potentially consider Iowa's governor as a running mate. What did you make of that, Sarah?
little bit of desperation. I mean, it's like, okay. I know so all the members in the delegation are members of the Republican Institute Partnership, and they're telling me the polls, he's not doing any better than Trump is doing in the polls. Tim Scott, though, is picking up some momentum.
Yeah.
So I think he's just trying to throw anything against the wall. But she would be a good VP. I mean, I do agree with him on that.
Well, and obviously she's gotten a lot of attention because she just signed the 6-week abortion ban into law.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, listen, when you go to Iowa, you pander. Whether it's or whether it's the elected officials,
state fair,
the state fair, you eat whatever.
You eat whatever's fried.
Exactly, whatever they put on a stick and put in front of your face. That's what you got to do.
So very quickly before we go, Eugene, the New York Times had this really fascinating report today that former President Trump wants to expand presidential powers and limit the authority of independent agencies. Not necessarily a surprise, but new details about what he and his team may be considering.
Yeah, and this isn't a surprise to, many of his critics or even supporters. I mean, Trump has been very vocal about his belief that there are people within these departments who are the deep state who are working against him and whatever he believes would make America great. And he's promising if elected, he will get rid of them. And this, I believe, is a gift to Democrats who will use this to fundraise.
Is it a gift, Joe?
Absolutely, I think it is. Look, surprise, surprise. Right. 1-6 happened. It didn't happen. Did it happen? Did not. Look, again, just a kid from Queens. We've known this guy for a long, long time. This is in the playbook. Yeah. And I think given all that's happened to him right now and where he stands in America, this is the only natural next step, in my opinion. And that's why I think he's such a threat to our country.
All right. Well, great conversation. Thank you all very much for joining me. Appreciate it, Eugene, Joe, Sarah, and Amy. Great conversation. And still ahead, third-party push. I'll talk to one of the leaders of a bipartisan effort to put a third-party candidate on the ballot and the leader of a brand new group opposing that effort. And later, we'll get the very latest on the scorching heat and recovery efforts after that deadly flash flooding hit southeastern Pennsylvania. You're watching Meet the Press now.
summertime.
Welcome back. Expect more hand-wringing among Biden supporters this week over the potential for a centrist third-party candidate running in 2024. Tonight, West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, who hasn't ruled out running for president, and former Utah Republican Governor Jon Huntsman will be headlining an event in New Hampshire hosted by the group No Labels. The group, which is pushing a potential unity ticket to run in 2024, has also rolled out a book of broad policy statements meant to appeal to the middle of the electorate. While the group works to get ballot access nationwide, some Democrats worry the effort could hurt President Biden's chances for re-election. A group backed by former House Democratic leader Dick Gephardt and former Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel, named Citizens to Save Our Republic, launched this week aimed at opposing the No Labels effort. We will speak to former House Majority Leader Gephardt in just a moment, but first joining me is former North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory. He is a national co-chair for No Labels. Governor McCrory, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. It's always good to see you.
Great seeing you too, Kristen. Congratulations, too.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that so much. Well, look, No Labels is saying, your group is saying, they're not going to decide to run a ticket until April. So why hold this event in New Hampshire now? What's the goal?
Well, we have two goals. One is to come out with issues where the American people actually believe that we can solve some very complex problems that our nation is facing, and issues that are not being solved in Washington, D.C. So we talk about 30 issues in a book that we just released today, which basically talks about immigration, the economy, crime, all the social issues. We're not running away from anything. And this is a bipartisan effort. It's an effort by people including Joe Lieberman, Ben Chavis, Larry Hogan, myself, Republicans and Democrats, who are frankly tired of the labels being thrown at politicians, whether you're right-wing or left-wing or conservative and liberal. We think most people in the United States frankly have a different opinion on many different issues. Some might be moderate, conservative, liberal, but they each think of every issue on their own, and we need to solve these problems and bring the nation together to get results now more than ever. Well, the American people are not satisfied right now with the two leading candidates, Trump and Biden. We've never seen this in American history where over 65% of the people are saying we don't want either Trump or Biden. And so we've got an insurance policy getting on the ballots to determine maybe after Super Tuesday, basically in March, we'll make that decision then.
Governor McCrory, and I do want to actually get to your policy book in just a moment, but I want to ask you about where you think Senator Manchin is in actually making a final decision. He says he's not going to make a decision for several months until December, but do you think he's inching closer to getting into this race?
I just saw him, and I don't know. I do not know, sincerely. He's obviously very qualified, along with Jon Huntsman, is a qualified Republican.
Where's Jon Huntsman in his consideration process?
I don't know. We have not begun the process to consider candidates because we're waiting to see what the two parties do with the selection from their primaries. And right now, all indications it'll be Biden and Trump, and yet so many people, the great majority of people, don't want either one. And so we're saying, do the people deserve another chance? And there are people fighting us. They're trying to stop us from getting a ballot in North Carolina, my own state right now, even though we've met all the requirements of signatures and verification. There are outside forces trying to delay efforts to challenge the established two political parties, which is not the American way.
Well, the polling previews what the impact of a third-party candidate could be. Our latest NBC News poll shows more Democrats than Republicans are actually interested in potentially supporting a third-party candidate. So when you look at those numbers, how can you say that a No Labels bid won't effectively help elect Donald Trump if he's the nominee?
Well, first of all, something you leave out of that polling is independents. And right now, for example, North Carolina, independents outnumber both Republicans and Democrats, which is a signal to my party. I'm a Republican. I'll continue to be a Republican. I'll vote in the Republican primary. But right now, neither party is speaking to the majority of the American people. And hopefully this booklet that we're presenting today will make them change their agenda and seek candidates that appeal more to the vast majority of American people, as opposed to the establishment trying to stop the American people from having a choice. And that's the American way, is to have a choice.
Governor, let me ask you about your policy on abortion. I'm going to read you what your book says. It says, quote, abortion is too important and complicated an issue to say it's common sense to pass a law nationally or in the states that draws a clear line at a certain state of pregnancy. So can you get specific with me? Will a no labels candidate take a position on limits to abortion or exceptions?
Well, what we've learned and what most American people are telling us is they want no total opposition to abortion, but they also want some limits. And listen, I've played the game. I know the game. I'm here to expose the game. When you run in primaries, you have to be either here or over here. And there's no exception. And yet the people are about right here on not only abortion, but most social issues.
But have you talked through where those
crime.
limits, where would those limits be?
Well, our surveys
weeks,
are, most surveys are showing from approximately 12 weeks to 15 weeks, but we're going to allow the candidates, we're not going to do a manifesto for the candidates. They're going to have to also determine where they stand, but we're looking for candidates who understand where the American people stand on not only that one social issue, but many complex social issues, and also foreign policy issues, economic issues, immigration right now, which neither party seems to handle. Like right now in immigration, the Democrats don't want to control the border as tight as the Republicans do. The Republicans don't want the Dreamers to come in. The American people are saying, do both. It's common sense.
All right. Well, let me ask you about this, because in your political career, you have been very outspoken against political groups who do not say where they are getting their funding from. And right now, we do not have a clear sense of where you're getting your funding from. So can you tell us where's your funding coming from? Who are your donors?
We're a nonprofit right now, and we do what all other groups, including the groups that are attacking us, including maybe Mr. Gephardt's group, where he's getting his money from, and MoveOn.org, which is attacking us. So we have money in which the people who give the money, they're protected, because a lot of them are worried about.
If you want to back a third-party candidate and you want to be a big player in this next presidential elections, why not be transparent now?
Because we have to protect, the two parties are so powerful right now, and the people donating, both small givers and big givers, they're actually afraid of retribution from the powerful elite in D.C. I mean, that's how it works right now. And by the way, these same groups that are asking us this question are being funded also. But once the candidates are selected, we're not going to run their campaign. We're not giving them money. No Labels is not going to run any campaign. That's going to be up to the two candidates if we end up doing this after Super Tuesday. And we're only going to do it if the polls show that we have a viable chance to win. And it's going to be interesting. We've never seen the numbers like this before. Usually about 40% of the people disagree with the two candidates coming from the two parties. We've never seen 65 to 70% express such dissatisfaction.
All right.
And if that's the case, maybe the two parties can wake up between now and Super Tuesday.
We'll see what happens. It is going to be interesting for sure. Governor Pat McCrory, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And joining me now is former House Democratic leader Dick Gephardt. As we mentioned, he is a member of Citizens to Save Our Republic, an effort to stop a third-party bid from No Labels. Leader Gephardt, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Great to be with you.
Well, it's great to have you. And the Washington Post is reporting that you are launching this new bipartisan group to effectively oppose the No Labels third-party presidential effort. What can you tell us specifically about what your strategy will look like?
Well, first, I want to say that I like No Labels. I like especially the problem solvers, which they have put into being. They're the only hope we have in the Congress now of getting bipartisan solutions to tough problems, compromises, if you will. So I support all of that. What we're worried about now is that this effort in the country we're in now is very dangerous. And let me tell you what I mean. If these were normal times, we would have no problem with this. These are not normal times. We came within a whisker of having a broken election in 2020, only because Mike Pence and 6 or 7 state electoral officials, all Republicans, stood up against the pressure of Donald Trump. Did we avoid a broken election and the chaos that would come from that? Donald Trump tried to overthrow the federal government and the electoral process in January after the election. He cannot be allowed back in the White House again, quoting Liz Cheney, who said that a number of times during the January 6 hearings. So our worry is that this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. What is No Label saying? It's saying that they would do this as an insurance policy if the two parties nominate Joe Biden as their nominee and Donald Trump as their nominee. That's precisely the moment we think they should step away from this process.
So, Leader Gephardt, what are you going to do? What are you and your group going to do to stop them? What's your strategy look like?
We are just urging. We're not trying to keep them off the ballot. We have nothing to do with that. We are releasing all of our donors as people give donations. And our entire effort is to try to convince No Labels to not do this if Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party, because we believe that will ensure his reelection in the general election in November of 2024.
And they say that they're not going to make a final decision about launching a ticket, as you heard, until about April. What specifically will you do until then? What does this urging look like? You will be visible on television programs, or will you take it a step further? Will you try to take steps to prevent them from being on the ballot?
We shouldn't do that. That's un-American, as the governor just said.
Are you soliciting donations?
We're trying to do messaging. We're going to do messaging from now until next spring to their donors, their supporters, the people that are worried about these two candidates, Biden and Trump. And I understand the concern, but, you know, there's no elites in either party that pick the candidates. The people pick the candidates. And I think if No Labels is going to put some candidates up, who's going to pick their candidates? The people are picking the Republican candidate and the Democratic candidate in primary elections, open elections. So this is just a worrisome process. And we just hope we can bring common sense to the people in No Labels that this is a dangerous effort if Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party. I think it's...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All the evidence you can look at today is that if it's Biden and Trump, if you put a third-party candidate in, it will elect Trump. It will elect Donald Trump. Even if they could get some electoral votes, which has never really happened in American history, certainly in modern American history, they could throw the election into the House of Representatives under Amendment 12 to the Constitution. That would be a real mess.
Leader Gephardt, let me ask you about what Governor McCrory's main point was. He basically said you have a majority of voters. He said we've never seen numbers like this. In our poll earlier this year, 70% said President Biden shouldn't run for re-election. 60% said former President Trump shouldn't run for re-election. If you are a voter who does not like either of these potential candidates, what do you do?
Well, that's the point. Look, if you look through history, when the candidates are announced or before they're announced, the American people are always looking for the perfect human being to be president. And I understand that. It's the toughest job in the world by far. And so people always want a perfect human being to do it. But when they get into the polling booth to make a choice between two people, they have to make a choice. Sometimes in life, you don't get two good choices or even one good choice. Sometimes you have two choices you don't like, but you got to make a choice. If No Labels puts into that mix a third-party candidate that will pull more votes, if Joe Biden's the candidate and Trump's the candidate, it will pull more votes from Joe Biden, which will elect Donald Trump to be president. Look, Donald Trump has the most impressive base that I've ever seen in modern politics. It's between 30 and 40% of American voters. But to keep that base stoked up, he does things, says things that make him unacceptable to 60% of the American voters. So he's got to have as many third parties as he can in order to get the electoral college vote that he needs to be president of the United States.
All right. Former leader Dick Gephardt, thank you so much for your perspective and for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, we've got breaking news out of Iowa on the issue of abortion access. We'll tell you about it. We'll bring you that right after a quick break.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have breaking news out of Iowa, where a judge just issued a temporary injunction to block the state's new 6-week abortion ban. The ban was just signed into law Friday by Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. NBC's Shaquille Brewster has more on this breaking development. Shaq, what can you tell us?
Hi there, Kristen. Well, we're still going through the order right now, the injunction from this district court judge in Iowa. But you got that main headline that he is essentially putting a pause on this 6-week abortion ban that was passed last week and signed by the governor on Friday. This ban went into effect immediately after the governor signed it. So the ban actually was in effect for about a weekend or so before this injunction. But the judge saying that the court believes it must follow Iowa Supreme Court precedent, and he says that this is essentially, he acknowledges this likely will make its way back up to the Supreme Court. He goes on to clarify one specific point. He says that he is allowing part of the law to go forward, and specifically the part that directs the board of directors, medical group in Iowa, to essentially go and make rules and set the consequences. For example, if a doctor or healthcare provider provides an abortion that is in conflict with the law once it goes forward. But bottom line, Kristen, is that this law is now on hold. It is being held up by a district court judge. We'll expect to see some information from Planned Parenthood in the form of a press conference to come. And we just got a statement from the governor who said that, and I'll quote here, she says, "I will fight this all the way to the Iowa Supreme Court, where we expect a decision that will finally provide justice for the unborn." So definitely this is something that will continue, and it's going to be a fight and a battle that continues in Iowa for months to come, Kristen.
Absolutely. And Shaq, just big picture very quickly, the issue of abortion has obviously been a flashpoint. We saw it as a major contributing factor during the midterms. It's something that all the candidates are talking about in 2024 on the campaign trail.
That's exactly right. I mean, this is something, it goes to how we saw Governor Reynolds sign this law. She signed it at essentially what was a campaign event. It was a conservative forum in Des Moines. You saw multiple presidential candidates there. They were applauding her throughout the day for signing this legislation. This is legislation that she tried to pass pretty quickly after she became governor. This passed in 2018. It was blocked by the courts, but we know how much has changed since then. We're talking about both at a federal level, where you saw Roe v. Wade completely overturned, and at the state level. That Iowa Supreme Court is much more conservative than it was back in 2018 and 2019 when it first litigated this first attempt at a roughly 6-week abortion ban. So this is something that will play out not just in the state of Iowa, but will be a major factor in presidential politics, and it's something that we're continuing to see nationwide. You're seeing the rollback in many of these southern states. You're seeing a rollback in the abortion access that women once had before Roe was overturned, Kristen.
Really great reporting on this breaking news. Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And coming up, the very latest on this summer of extreme weather as a heat wave grips the country and rescuers search for 2 children washed away in flash flooding on the East Coast. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Officials in Bucks County, Pennsylvania have just declared a disaster emergency after flash flooding there killed at least 5 people in recent days. And search and rescue operations are continuing for 4 people still missing. Among them, a 9-month-old boy and a 2-year-old girl. The children's mother is among those 5 killed. Officials say 7 inches of rain fell in just 45 minutes in parts of Bucks County on Saturday. One fire chief said he's never seen anything like it in more than 40 years on the job. And it came during a weekend in which parts of the western U.S. and other parts of the globe experienced historic and deadly heat. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins me now. Bill, thanks so much for joining me. So where is this all going? Is there any sense that relief is in sight?
A little bit of relief for the severe weather and the flooding. I don't think we're going to see stories like that this week, but the heat isn't going anywhere. In Europe also, tomorrow some areas are going to be the hottest that they've ever been, especially in southern Italy and also Greece. And this weekend in our country, we didn't set all-time records. We were close, but it's just going to stay just really high, well above average. So yesterday was 116 in Vegas. 117 is their all-time record high. We were 1 degree away. Phoenix today just hit 110 plus again, 18th straight day. That's the longest streak. Tomorrow they will break that. In El Paso, a month straight of 100-degree temperatures. Now El Paso is typically hot, but they've never even come close to this many days in a row before. So is it going to cool off? Are we going to get this nice relief? Not exactly. I mean, 116 yesterday to Vegas to 114, 112, 113, 112, 111. You get the idea. When the temperature's supposed to be hot, like 105, you can feel the difference when it's in the low 1-teens. And as far as Phoenix goes, I think this is one of the crazier stats. At night, it's just not cooling off, even in the desert. So the last time they were even in the 80s, so they've been 90 degrees plus ever since July 9th at 9:13 a.m. That's 195 hours straight of 90 degrees. So say you want to go for a run, you want to go play tennis or basketball. And they do that late at night in Phoenix because that's the only time they can. I mean, that's not even comfortable. So we're continuing here from California all the way now through areas of the South. And the story in the coming days is going to be the heat and humidity. It's 104 right now in Dallas. Well, 105 in Del Rio. And it's just going to get hotter, and some of this heat's going to spread. Tomorrow we could have record highs in Alabama. In the Carolinas, it's going to start getting mid to upper 90s. And these are areas where it's humid too, Kristen, as you know. So that's going to be problematic. And then on top of everything, it's not going to cool off. I mean, here's the outlook for next week. And everywhere in the desert Southwest and the West looks well above average. We should get some relief in the mid-Atlantic region. But it's the same spots over and over that are getting all the worst weather. And Kristen, did you notice outside today the little haze in the sky? The wildfire smoke is back. It's over 100 million people, 120 to be exact, that have these air quality alerts. It's been that summer. It's like you got the flooding, and then it clears out, and the next thing you know, we're getting the air down from Canada again. It's blowing the smoke in, and that's going to be with us. And it's it's in the hazardous level here, the unhealthy for a lot of areas from Ohio, Pennsylvania, around the Capital District, New York City, D.C. right now is in the unhealthy for sensitive groups, and these numbers are 140s and 150s. I pretty much tell everyone once it's above 100, you don't want to be outside exercising, Chris. It just doesn't, you can feel it in your lungs.
Bill, I just can't believe we're still talking about it. I mean, it's just so extraordinary. And those temperatures just look brutal. So obviously, reminder to everyone to stay hydrated, stay indoors if you can. Bill, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Up next, the Democratic divide over Israel as top Democrats push back against controversial comments from progressive leader Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, who's now apologizing after calling Israel a, quote, racist state. We'll delve into that. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog is set to address Congress on Wednesday. And ahead of that visit, fractures within the Democratic caucus over Israel are on full display. House Democratic leadership on Sunday put out a statement saying Israel is not a racist state. That statement did not mention Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal by name, but it came after Jayapal, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, made these comments on Saturday.
I want you to know that we have been fighting to make it clear that Israel is a racist state, that the Palestinian people deserve self-determination and autonomy, that the dream of a two-state solution is slipping away from us.
Now, Jayapal is walking back those comments, saying in a statement yesterday, quote, "I do not believe the idea of Israel as a nation is racist. I do, however, believe that Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government has engaged in discriminatory and outright racist policies, and that there are extreme racists driving that policy within the leadership of the current government." NBC's Ryan Nobles joins me now from Capitol Hill. Ryan, thanks for joining me. So let's talk about these divides within the Democratic caucus. How are they navigating this at this really critical moment where they're poised to hear from the Israeli president?
Well, the first thing they did, Kristen, was not wait around to react to the comments by Congresswoman Jayapal. As soon as those comments started making their way around the internet, you saw the House leadership, and you rightly point out, the top 4 Democrats swiftly come out and not mention Jayapal by name, but strongly defend Israel as a state and push back on the idea that it is racist. And then you saw Jayapal also quickly walk back her comments and really point her criticism more at the current regime than Israel as a whole. But this isn't necessarily going to get rid of the issues that exist within the Democratic caucus. There is a growing movement of progressives that are unhappy with the direction that Israel is heading in. Some of them preparing to boycott President Herzog's speech later this week. And there is a very strong faction of Jewish members of the Democratic caucus that have a very powerful voice within the Democratic Party. So this is something that they still need to reconcile. And of course, Kristen, it's not something Republicans are going to let go. They've been very much honing in on Congresswoman Jayapal's comments. The House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying earlier today that the Democratic caucus should do more to somewhat punish her for those remarks and make sure that it doesn't happen again. So this is an ongoing issue for Democrats, one that likely won't be resolved anytime soon.
Yeah, I anticipate we'll hear a whole lot about this coming week. Ryan, let's switch gears now, talk about another story that's making some waves about the issue of anti-Semitism. Democrats are preparing to push Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan to essentially rescind their invitation to Robert Kennedy Jr. to testify before a House Select Subcommittee this week. And it all comes after Kennedy, who's a candidate who's thrown himself into the ring for the Democratic nominee, made these comments obtained by the New York Post. Let's take a listen.
There's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not. But there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact.
So Kennedy there basically pushing this conspiracy theory that COVID is targeting certain groups. He responded on Twitter saying, "The New York Post story is mistaken. I have never, ever suggested that COVID-19 virus was targeted to spare Jews." That's the quote I'm reading. Ryan, what has the reaction been from Republicans to this?
Well, Republicans have said that they don't agree with what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had to say, but that's not enough to stop them from giving him a pretty high-profile platform to appear on this subcommittee on the weaponization of government. And the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, was pressed on that earlier today, and this is how he defended the idea of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appearing before the Congressional Committee. Take a listen.
Your question about RFK. I disagree with everything he said. The hearing that we have this week is about censorship. I don't think censoring somebody is actually the answer here. I think if you're going to look at censorship in America, your first action to censure them probably plays into what some of the problems we have.
So, Kristen, the short answer here, they don't like what he said, but they're not going to take away his platform to say things like this and others at this hearing later this week.
All right, Ryan Noble's covering all the angles for us. Thank you. And thank you for being with us this hour. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air right now with that frantic search for 2 missing children in Pennsylvania, lost after deadly floodwaters swept away their mother and killed 4 other people. We'll take you live to Bucks County with what we're learning about that mission, and to Arizona, where it's so hot the pavement is burning the people who touch it. Also new tonight, details on what police are saying about a man at the center of a decades-old serial killer mystery, with prosecutors saying it's only a matter of time before he's linked to another murder. Plus, in tonight's original, new numbers showing some welcome news about the pandemic, even as a new study demonstrates long COVID is still a problem for so many. Some answers tonight on who it's hitting hardest. Then the incredible real-life castaway story in Australia. No volleyball, but a guy and his dog found after 2 months on the open water. We're live with more on how they survived. And a new soccer ad isn't quite what it seems, hoping to change how some people see women's sports. We've got more on that deepfake commercial going viral, along with the Messi mania here in the U.S. That's later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we start tonight with that desperate search ramping up as we speak for 2 little kids who've been missing for nearly 48 hours after catastrophic flash flooding in eastern Pennsylvania. Scenes like the ones that you're seeing right now. We've just heard from police that they're adding more people and more resources to the mission to find 2-year-old Maddie Shields and 9-month-old Conrad Shields. Their mother was one of at least 5 people killed by that flooding in Bucks County. As you see some of the rescue there, today is giving us a clearer picture of the damage left behind. Buckled roads, trees that are down. Listen to how people are talking about it.
There is no way anybody would survive this. The force was pulled down the metal and pulled up highways.
So that is the situation out east. Out west, it's not the water, but the heat that is so dangerous. People getting what one official calls horrendous burns just from touching or falling on the pavement. We've learned tonight one man has died just outside Phoenix after he got a flat tire on a bike ride. Police say that is heat-related. More than 85 million people across 15 states are under alerts, with records set today in El Paso and in Phoenix. Same thing overseas, where southern Europe is slammed with a triple-digit heat wave they've named Cerberus. That's a mythical monster who's said to guard the gates of hell, to give you an idea of just how hot it is. Marissa Parra is live for us in Phoenix on that, with meteorologist Bill Cairns tracking air quality alerts affecting millions more of us. But I want to start with Emily Aketa in Pennsylvania, where in just the last 10 minutes or so, we've heard an update from police on these floods. And Emily, importantly, on the search for those 2 little kids. They are really trying to ramp up tonight and into tomorrow, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. Good to be with you. Some chilling details coming out of the news conference in the last couple of minutes about just the sheer intensity of those moments of the flash flooding that happened across Bucks County, and that those flooded waters rushing over areas like where I'm standing right now. This roadway, as you can see, just completely buckled. You'll see a creek down the area there. It's pretty low, but then when you look at the debris, you get a sense for just how high the water was. Debris just completely pushing against this guardrail, actually even bending the guardrail up here. And so that's that's what people were facing over the weekend when they were in their cars. They described it as a wall of water coming out, people trapped in their cars. Some 11 different vehicles that were trapped about 2 miles from where I'm standing. We haven't been able to access that region because of authorities, including tragically a family. 32-year-old Katie Seeley, we're told, sadly perished in those floodwaters over the weekend. Several members of the family in that car were able to escape and make it to safety. But two young children, Matilda and Conrad, they were trapped, and now they're missing, according to authorities. They are multiplying their efforts today because we are seeing this brief relief, this reprieve from the downpour, the dangerous downpours. They're using drones, they're using canines, they're using helicopters. We're close to the Delaware River. They're using boats over there. We heard from a family representative, the father's brother-in-law, who held back tears as he thanked first responders for their continuing efforts. Take a listen here.
We respectfully ask for privacy and space, both for our family, for our friends, and loved ones, as we deal with this horrific tragedy. As you can imagine, we are utterly devastated by the incredible loss our family has suffered.
And Bucks County did declare a disaster declaration today because of the result and the severity of the floodwaters that we saw pan out over the course of the weekend. Keep in mind, Hallie, I mentioned before, we're about a quarter mile away from the Delaware River. So this is an area that is familiar to flooding, especially with all these small waterways. And as more people traverse the area, they're living, they're working in the area, that's increasing the amount of runoff from the watershed. Over the course of several years, between 2004 and 2006, just north of me, we saw some $745 million in damages from 3 different flood events. And before that, back in 2001, here in Bucks County and Montgomery County, from a tropical storm, 7 people died from the flooding. You look at the climate connection, we are seeing an increasing number of heavy precipitation events, especially in the Northeast over the past 50 years or so. And more events are including those really rapid rainfall rates, 1, 2, 3 inches of rain an hour. And that's what leads to that really dangerous flash flooding that we saw prove deadly this past weekend, Hallie.
Emily, you've given us such an up-close and personal look at some of the damage there as you're walking around on one of these streets. We're seeing some of these images here of just horrific flooding that is affecting people's lives in such a big way. Obviously, not just for the people who lost loved ones, but for people who are out now. We understand that there are community members, people who live in the area that have kind of taken it upon themselves, right, Emily, to get out there and look for these kids.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people feel so close in this community. And even though this family was from out of town, they were from South Carolina, a lot of people just trying to survey the area, trying to help, because they're looking at a really widespread region, Hallie. As I mentioned, they were searching this area, and I'm 2 miles from where the car was washed away. So it's a massive undertaking that they are using and taking on by air, water, and land.
Emily Aketa live for us there in Bucks County. Emily, thank you so much. Let's get to Marissa Parra, who's in Phoenix, where it is not the water but the heat that is such a concern. Where you are, Marissa, a record streak now of 18 days in a row, breaking the record of the day before it because it is just so hot. It is so dangerous.
Yeah, and that's something we're seeing firsthand. In fact, my producer, Stephen Week, had mild burns on his feet just from walking. He had shoes on. That's just from walking on the black asphalt, which sometimes can get it hot as 180 degrees. I mean, we're talking about black, which absorbs the sun's heat. It's left out there for hours. We've seen just how dangerous that can get. In fact, we had a chance to go inside of a local hospital. What you're about to see is footage from inside Valleywise Health Hospital. They said they're seeing an influx in patients from heat-related injuries. What you're watching right now is them prepping an ice bath because some of them come with critically high internal body temperatures, Hallie, 107 degrees. In fact, they said one man had a body temperature of 110, and unfortunately that man did not survive. But when this is something that they can try to save, it is so important those minutes, even seconds, really count towards saving someone's life. And Hallie, we talked about the burns people can get. We know that there was a man who had third-degree burns all over his body last week just from accidental accidentally being on the asphalt. And we understand that man might have been someone who was experiencing homelessness. So this is putting a strain on hospitals. This is also putting a strain on rescue workers. We're obviously inside of a fire department here in Phoenix. This is fire station number 61. They gave us inside access to the calls that they've been going on. We're talking about heat calls, people who've been calling from either heat exhaustion, suffering from symptoms of a heat stroke. And even if it's not a heat call specifically, heat, they tell me, is always a factor, because regardless what the call is, this is something that everyone is experiencing, right? They're asking people, regardless of the call, have you had enough water? Do you need water? They have ice packs. In fact, even the IVs that they're providing people, they're putting on top of coolers full of ice in order to keep those IVs cool. So, Hallie, you know, the thing to remember here is all of these guys in Phoenix, they're used to the heat. They're used to hot temperatures. But this is 18 days straight of 110 degrees or higher. So I think it's also this marathon of heat that's putting a strain on everyone involved in trying to keep the residents of Phoenix safe.
Marissa Parra live for us there in Phoenix. Marissa, thank you so much. So there's the heat, there's the floods we talked about, and now you have millions more people facing another round of really bad air quality today, 100 million of us, and it's still from those high ozone levels and smoke from those Canadian wildfires. Take a look at Cleveland. It's at an unhealthy level. You might not be able to tell, but that's pretty hazy for Cleveland. I want to bring in Bill Cairns, and quite a mix here, Bill.
Yeah, it's like that friend, you know, that said, can they sleep on your couch for one night? And they've been there for like 3 or 4 days in a row. And you're like, yeah, time to go. That's how we feel about the smoke. It's like, all right, we've done this. We've been here. Let's get it over with. But until those fires are put out, anytime the wind blows from Canada, we're going to do this. And we're doing it all over again. And this time, by the way, all the smoke on the East Coast is not from Quebec. We can't blame them for that one. Those fires are not blowing away. This is all the way from British Columbia and Alberta, all the way up in Western Canada, and it's come down through the plains, and now it's just right over the top of the Ohio Valley and all through the Northeast. And it's going to dissipate a little bit tonight. You'll probably see it tomorrow morning at the sunrise, and then by Tuesday afternoon, we're pretty much done with it. But the air quality, when you combine the ozone, which is what we used to call smog, and with the wildfire smoke, I mean, a lot of the country here is on, you know, moderate to unhealthy. Some areas are in the unhealthy for all age groups and all people. So if you're sensitive already and you're in the 160s in Pittsburgh, that's not good. New York City's at 151, and even Roanoke's at 152. So you probably have it in D.C. too.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much. I know you're going to have a busy couple of days ahead of you. Appreciate it. So listen, right before we came on the air, we heard from New York State Police saying their involvement in the investigation in the Gilgo Beach murders goes back to last year, when they put all available resources into finding the suspect who's now been arrested and into looking into others who may potentially be involved. Listen to what we've just heard.
We were more than willing to assign an investigator full-time and open up the full resources of the New York State Police to the task force that was being created.
So you see investigators here out on Long Island. This is today, looking at a storage unit that could be related to the case police have spent more than a decade trying to figure out. Remember, this is after that surprise arrest we brought you back on Friday, with police charging a married father of 2 in the murder of 3 of the victims of those serial killings. Brahima Ellis is joining us now. We heard in that news conference just a few minutes ago that police are being a little bit tight-lipped on details because this investigation still is so active. What else could be coming down the pike?
Well, we don't know yet, and they're not sure, Hallie, because that's part of what this investigation is all about. What they did tell us was how they came about with state police getting involved, New York State Police getting involved in this investigation back in 2022. In February, when a task force was formed of a lot of different law enforcement agencies around the area. And from February to March, by March, a state police detective investigator who was assigned to the case had come up with the name of the suspects, Rex Heuermann. And this was stunning information that this person was assigned definitely and singularly to focus on this case of the Gilgo Beach murders. They have also been continuing their search into the home of Rex Heuermann. Listen to what one of the Suffolk County District Attorney said about that investigation and the search into that home just a short while ago.
We've executed a number of search warrants, including the house. We are looking for everything from trace evidence to DNA to blood. The house is cluttered, and we're going to go inch by inch through that house. We're going to get everything. We're going to evaluate it, and then we'll make further comment.
One of the things we did hear about what they found in that house was that they found over 200 weapons in a vault in the basement of that house. The authority says it is concerning, but they wouldn't say anything more about it than that. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, thank you very much for staying on top of that one. We are also following reports from the West Coast now out of Oregon about another group of linked killings. Police from 9 different agencies there say they can connect the deaths of 4 women to each other. All of them have been either found dead or reported missing in and around Portland over the last 6 months. They have now linked, they say, 1 person of interest to these deaths. They say there's no evidence of a broad or active danger to the community. You see the women on your screen here: Ashley Real, Kristen Smith, Charity Perry, and Bridget Webster. Police so far have not filed any charges related to these investigations, but we're going to keep an eye on this one and bring you updates as we get more. Overseas now, late today, you've got the Secretary of State blasting Russia for pulling out of a deal that lets grain get from Ukraine to countries in Africa and Asia that very much need it to fight hunger. Listen.
Never should have been necessary in the first place. The only reason it became necessary is because Russia invaded Ukraine. The result of Russia's action today, weaponizing food, using it as a tool, as a weapon in its war against Ukraine, will be to make food harder to come by in places that desperately need it and have prices rise.
This comes as Russia's promising to hit back after another attack damaged a key bridge that Russia uses to get supplies to its troops. This is the bridge connecting Russia to Crimea, essentially. Ukrainian broadcasts say their country's intelligence forces and Navy blew it up in a special operation. Keir Simmons is joining us now live from New York. And Keir, there are some reports now, because you and I talked about this back in October when there was the first attack on this bridge. It was a huge deal. If I remember correctly, you went out there. You got a chance to actually see some of the damage yourself. It sounds like from some of these reports, this time around it is not as serious, but it is still a perhaps morale blow to Putin and his troops?
Yeah, Hallie, I've travelled across that bridge after it was repaired. You're right, it doesn't look as if the kind of damage we saw last October has been repeated. It does appear, just listening to Ukrainian media, that Ukraine was behind the attack this year. That we're looking at now, I think, is October's attack. And it appears to have been carried out, this latest attack, by a drone, but we know very little beyond that, Hallie. It is a really important bridge. That's the damage done just in the past few days. It is a very important bridge. It is a supply line for Russia to its forces in Ukraine. It's also emotionally important to President Putin. He opened it in 2014 when he annexed Crimea, and he drove across it. It is going to be a psychological blow for him to see it damaged again. He's calling it a terrorist attack and vowing revenge.
On the other piece of it, Keir, the grain deal that the Kremlin announced it's going to suspend. Again, this is something else that we've talked about here on this show that's been covered widely because this was such a big deal to make sure that these sort of lanes opened up to get food to the people who need it. We just heard late today the Secretary of State here in this country accusing Russia of weaponizing food here. What could change that? In other words, is there any scenario where Russia is, opens that pipeline back up?
Yeah, well, what Russia is saying is it is claiming that the deal that was done hasn't been honoured. So it obviously has its own food that it wants to export, and it says that that hasn't happened in the way that it thought would. Now, of course, what you heard the Secretary of State saying there was, well, Russia, you're responsible for this whole thing. You invaded Ukraine. Right. So therefore, you can't really complain. Will there be a change? Russia is saying it needs a new deal. It needs a new commitment before it would be prepared to change that. As you mentioned, it's being accused, for example, by many in Europe of basically food blackmail. It's terrible that, of course, it's the poorest who are likely to suffer. Russia, and, well, you take this with a pinch of salt, I guess, Russia saying that food wasn't really reaching those countries. It's vitally needed, though, and there will be many, including in Turkey, President Erdogan saying who are working now to try to get this deal done again.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much for reporting on this and for staying on top of it, as always. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Let's take it to Manchester, New Hampshire now. You are getting a live look. You're about to be getting a live look at what's going down up there with speculation over a third party jumping into the 2024 race. Has some Democrats freaking out because they think it could cost them the White House. You're looking at a group here called No Labels. These are some of the leaders And in just a couple minutes, you're going to see these two. Senator Joe Manchin, one of the headliners, to talk about this kind of bipartisan middle ground platform. He's a centrist Democrat on the left. On the right, you see John Huntsman. He's a moderate Republican, the former governor of Utah. So wait, could this be what you're looking at here, a presidential ticket? That's the question. And you've got some Democrats hoping the answer is not yes, because if it is, that kind of more centrist ticket could be more likely to take votes away from President Biden rather than whoever the Republican candidate is. And if that happens, listen, it doesn't take a lot to move the needle. Just look at how close the margins were in 2020. You had President Biden winning Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes, Georgia by 12,000, Arizona by just a little over 10,000, meaning a difference of less than a percentage point could have handed the state to Donald Trump and swung the whole race the other way. Now, listen. Nobody linked to No Labels has said publicly what the plans are here, right? Is there a presidential ticket coming out of this or not? But our Vaughn Hilliard is there doing his damnedest to try to find out. Listen.
Are you considering running for president on the No Labels third-party ticket?
We're not considering anything about running for any office.
Are you taking it off the table?
We're not taking anything off the table.
So how will you determine whether to run for president or not?
This is not about running. I'm not in that decision.
But it's an outstanding question.
It'll be next year.
Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now from outside that event in Manchester. Props to that press person who tried to get you to wrap it up and get out. Because listen, I hear that Senator Manchin doesn't want to talk about any kind of presidential announcement today. But you have this group that has made a lot of noise about wanting to find sort of common ground, a middle ground. You've had those conversations. I've had those conversations. It is the natural next question, right? If you're rolling out a policy platform, where's that platform going? Talk us through this and why it is seen as such a sort of almost potential spoiler in this race right here.
Right. Let's make no mistake about this. It's not like Joe Manchin is just running around with a group that's raised a couple $1,000s. Their leader tells me that they have raised almost $70 million towards this effort to put forward a No Labels bipartisan presidential ticket. This would be the most serious, well-financed third-party run for president in more than a century, Hallie. That is why this is so significant. And Joe Manchin, look, he is the moderate Democratic senator who has often bucked his party and has national name recognition. I want to let you hear, because I talked with Nancy Jacobson. She is the leader of No Labels. She's been running this group for 13 years. I asked her about the mission of the organization and why they're looking to do this. Take a listen.
What we stay true to is if the American people want a choice, and they, on both sides, it looks like they don't want the choices that they're given, so there is a path for victory, to not spoil, but to win. No Labels would offer the ballot line to a ticket to go off and run and win.
Hallie, we hear that word spoil, and of course that is the concern of particularly national Democrats, but those who are opposed to a second Trump presidency. And that is concerned that if somebody like Joe Manchin were to get into this race, could they siphon off votes from Joe Biden and potentially help boost Donald Trump back into the White House?
So you've talked about the sort of rival potential campaigns perspectives here, Vaughn. What about voters' perspectives? In other words, what's the appetite for this? Talk us through that.
Right. Right. Well, look, NBC News polling just here in the last month has showed that 44% of American voters said that they would be open to considering a third-party presidential ticket. And if you've got three major tickets, I mean, 44% could win it for you. I want to let you hear from a couple voters that we talked to about the prospects of a potential Biden-Trump rematch here in 2024 and whether they look beyond. Take a listen.
We need someone in the middle. You know, the issue is one extremist versus another extremist, and no one's ever going to agree if we just keep picking the extremes.
No, I need somebody else.
That is not Biden or Trump.
Right.
Yeah, I can look forward to that if it's a decent candidate. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, the hardest part about this, Hallie, is that Joe Manchin said he will not make the decision whether to do this ticket until next year. And we don't know who the Republican would be or the Democrat would be. And so third party is kind of fill in the blank. It is what you like to have in your mind. It would be a whole different story once there are actual names put on the ballot.
That's
but
right.
For the moment, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars towards this effort. And nobody should be sleeping on the potential candidacy of this No Labels bipartisan ticket, Hallie.
You're sure not, Vaughn. Hey, I got to just ask quickly, and I know that we're like skipping through hypothetical land here, but like Senator Manchin tells you he'll make a decision maybe next year, sort of what he said to you. The caucuses, Iowa, New Hampshire, I mean, that's January. It's not like there's a lot, I mean, voters will be voting in mere months from now. How, is he talking like January 3rd? I mean, realistically, right, if you were to play it out, how long could he wait? And what would that look like if he came out after, let's say, you know, South Carolina, but before Super Tuesday?
Right. Our great colleague Ben Camisar, Hallie, actually just checked with the West Virginia Secretary of State's office, and Manchin's kind of in a conundrum because he has to decide by January 27th next year whether he wants to run for re-election to the U.S. Senate. So that's kind of the timeline that Joe Manchin is working off of. But the No Labels Convention, it's not till next April. So the organization, they've got a little bit of time, and there are no primaries or caucuses, so it's very much on their own timeline, Hallie.
Right, that's a good point, Vaughn. They wouldn't have to worry about it, but still fascinating. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Deeply appreciate you. Great work out there. More of it, by the way. The Vaughn's conversation with Joe Manchin, the senator, the leader of that group tonight on NBC Nightly News, 6:30, wherever you get your local NBC station. So listen, more questions and answers tonight in the mystery over an Alabama woman who disappeared for 2 days and who's now at a hospital to be evaluated. Carly Russell was reported missing Thursday night, not long after she pulled over to call 911 to report seeing a toddler walking alongside a highway. Officers responding to the call found Russell's car and some of her stuff nearby, but no sign of Russell or the child she reported seeing. But on Saturday night, Carly Russell came home. She just showed up alone and knocked on her parents' door just before 11. Police say they're not sure how Russell got there. Priscilla Thompson is joining us now. Still a mystery as to what happened and what little we know about this. Tell us more about the timeline.
Yeah, Hallie, still a lot of questions, but we'll start at the beginning. Thursday night, Carly Russell leaves work. She goes to pick up food, all of this around 8:20 p.m. local time, and then she's driving home on the interstate. And that is when, at around 9:34, she calls 911 and says that she sees a toddler on the side of the road. And we have surveillance video of her car, or what appears to be her car, with the flashers on. We know that police are analyzing this video, and the car stops at some point, and within minutes, police are getting there to check on the toddler. At the same time, Carly Russell was on the phone with a family member who described hearing her ask someone, "Are you okay?" And then the family member heard a scream, they heard shuffling, and that was it. They heard traffic noise only after that. When police got there, they found her vehicle still on, her purse and other personal items strewn in the roadway, but no sign of Carly Russell or a child. And police say that they never got a report of a missing child. And for more than 48 hours, volunteers were out searching for any sign of her. And then Saturday night, police say that she showed up on her family's front doorstep, and the medics were dispatched. They took her to the hospital. She was released on Sunday morning. But we spoke to one woman, Angela Harris. She led the search efforts here for Carly Russell, and she spoke with Carly's mother just a few moments after she arrived home. And I want to play a little bit of how she described that conversation and just her reaction to the news that Russell was safe.
I'm so thankful that Carly is home safe.
You spoke to this family moments after Carly came home.
Right.
What did they say?
It was just kind of like a very emotional phone call. I just broke down and I said, "Is she okay?" And she said, I don't know, she seems to be okay. She just seems to be in shock.
And so obviously folks here are very grateful to have her back, but there are still a lot of questions about where she was during that 48 hours and what exactly happened. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, studio executives warn the window for getting show productions running again is closing because of this actors' strike. What kind of collapse they think could happen, and what we're hearing from the unions. Plus, lawsuits settled in that Murdoch deadly boat crash case. What we're learning about it later on in our 5 Things.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The actors' strike tonight is heading into its first full week with some real doom and gloom predictions from the studio side if they don't all figure something out soon. Those executives predicting they only have until Labor Day, they say, to get cameras rolling again, or else we could be looking at a ripple effect, messing up the sales and streams of most of 2024. Now, that's the studio perspective. That's their warning. These picketers saying, hey, studios, it's in your control to prevent that. Listen.
If it drags on, it's going to be bad, and I think the AMPTP has to wake up and realize that all of the collateral damage that they are causing needs to stop. We are in working class people. We stand with everybody who's a working class person who's simply trying to pay their rent.
CNBC's Julia Boorstin is out there in front of the picket line covering this for us live from Los Angeles. Tell us more about what you're hearing on this and where this goes.
Well, Hallie, the picketers were out here until just about 20 minutes ago. They just wrapped up for the day, but they are saying that they are in this for the long haul. They understand the deal they negotiate now will have ripple effects, not just for years, but also for decades to come in terms of the way they are compensated. Sources from the studio side telling me they think this strike will last months, not weeks. And media executive, longtime media veteran Barry Diller, chairman of IAC, he said that he sees really catastrophic effects if this strike drags on much longer. Take a listen to what he said on Sunday.
So this actually will have devastating effects if it is not settled soon. And the problem with settlement in this case is there's no trust between the parties. But these conditions will potentially produce an absolute collapse of an entire industry.
Diller outlining how if this is not resolved by say the end of the year, then people will be canceling their subscriptions, not just to streaming services, but also potentially to pay TV providers. And that'll mean when it comes to restarting production and when the strike does end, those media companies won't have so much money to do so. Hallie.
Sure. Well, Julia Boorstin, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, wrongful death lawsuits over a deadly boat crash involving convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh's son. So Alec Murdaugh, this is his son, have now been settled, according to lawyers familiar with the negotiations. Our affiliate in Savannah reports the settlement was $15 million, most of it going to the family of Mallory Beach. Officials say this boat incident led to the 19-year-old's death. Police believe Murdaugh's son, Paul, was the one driving the boat that night. Number 2, the FDA today approving a new drug that could help stop RSV in infants and toddlers. It's the first injection for RSV approved for all babies, regardless of whether they're healthy or have a medical condition. A CDC panel will meet next month to make recommendations on how the drug should be given. Number 3, organizers for the Paris Olympics next year doing a test run at the opening ceremony today. Look at this, boats sailing down the almost 4-mile route. The opening ceremony is expected to bring in some 600,000 people, the first in Summer Olympics history to be held outside a stadium for the opening. Number 4, Taylor Swift, now becoming the first woman ever to have 4 albums on Billboard's top 10 at the same time. 4 in the top 10 at the same time. That's after Speak Now, Taylor's version. That's her latest album, debuted at number 1 last week. That's not the only record she's setting. She's also now becoming the female artist with the most number 1 albums in history. Number 5, no big winner yet for the big Powerball prize, with the jackpot up to $900 million. That's a lot of money. The 3rd biggest, according to Powerball, in U.S. lottery history. 3rd biggest lotto. It's going to keep getting bigger until somebody wins. Maybe it'll be you. Probably not. Maybe, but nah. When we come back, a new French soccer ad is going viral for a kind of shocking twist. The conversations it's bringing up ahead of the Women's World Cup. Plus, the race to relocate all of these rabbits taking over a neighborhood in Florida, how much it's going to cost to get them a new house.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And there is some perhaps welcome news tonight on the pandemic. People are no longer dying at an unusually high rate in this country. It's called something called excess mortality, right? It's sort of the number of deaths you typically expect versus how much we've actually been seeing. And you can see on this graph, it went way up in the pandemic. It is now back down to around pre-pandemic levels. But there are still so many people feeling the effects and living with long COVID, long a mystery. But a new study is telling us more about their symptoms and how they could be treated in the future. Dr. Akshay Sayal has more.
Ever since Shamir Sweeney started experiencing harrowing symptoms 3 years ago, she's been looking for answers.
There's not an answer to my pain.
She's one of the estimated millions of Americans living with long COVID. Now, the third leading neurological disorder in the U.S., impacting 15% of those who get COVID.
When we go to the doctor, sometimes we simply can't put into words because we've lost our words, right? Word association is difficult, and so many neurological issues that have come about because of long COVID.
But after years of searching, doctors are finally getting some answers to what's happening in the body. Northwestern Medicine just released new findings using years of data that it says can help us better understand the biological causes of symptoms. Of the more than 1,800 patients tested, 85% of patients said their quality of life was worse. About half had cognitive impairment, 45% had altered lung function, and 83% had abnormal CT scans of their chest. And the data show middle-aged women were most likely to display symptoms and seek treatment.
There is I think, misconception that a lot of these individuals, a lot of the symptoms may be overblown or quote unquote in their head. This study, I think, helps dispel that. If you run the right tests and you hear those stories, you see the patterns, and it's everything but in their head.
Dr. Mark Sala, co-director of Northwestern Medicine's Comprehensive COVID-19 Center, says the findings show long COVID isn't just one thing, and it can't be treated with a one-size-fits-all approach.
Someone who is in the ICU is going to have a very different constellation of findings on their imaging and their symptoms than someone who is treated at home, who never had to enter the hospital. And so what it really emphasizes is the need for multiple specialists to have eyes on these patients.
It comes as researchers are also discovering another potential breakthrough, a gene linked to long COVID. This could pave the way to answering a big question. Why do some people get long COVID while others are spared? And hopefully, potential preventative measures for those at risk, and maybe even treatments for people impacted. Patients like Sweeney, grateful for answers, but wanting more.
While so many great things have happened to me, and I'm extremely grateful for all of those things, getting married, moving to a new city, having my own home now, there are times when I still sit and cry because while so many great things are happening, I'm in still a lot of pain.
Dr. Sayal is joining us now. So, Dr. Sayal, one of the big questions for a long time has been what happens to these long COVID patients? Why does this exist? There's a lot of new information now in this study, but still lots of questions, right? What else is in the works to help get people some answers?
Yeah, Hallie, I think the big sort of million-dollar question here is why is somebody like Ms. Smith in the piece you just saw, why does she get symptoms of long COVID? And why does somebody like myself, Hallie, who's had the virus twice, why am I not getting long COVID symptoms? And that's kind of the big question we're hoping to answer. But Hallie, there is some potentially exciting news. There is a big study the government is running where they're testing a drug a lot of us have heard of, Paxlovid, to see if it can kind of help prevent those symptoms in long COVID patients. Because Hallie, one of the sort of ideas here is that there's tiny bits of virus left over in the body that's causing that inflammation. If we can get rid of that virus, we can hopefully get these patients feeling better. So a lot of us are looking forward to the results of that big study.
Dr. Sayal, thank you so much. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to, including evacuations today after a train derailed near Philly, why hazmat crews say a leak is nothing to worry about. Plus, the American women released months after being kidnapped in Mexico, what investigators are looking for next.
Summertime.
The controversial so-called morality police in Iran are going back to patrolling the streets nearly a year after those huge protests there. You remember scenes like these, incredibly powerful images of women and girls cutting their hair, burning their hijabs at demonstrations. A lot of them making a statement by simply refusing to cover their hair in public. The moment that ignited that movement, the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. She died in police custody after being detained over a dress code violation. Months and months and months into the protests, Iran quietly pulled back these morality police, in what seemed like a move to try to calm things down. Until now, things seem to be changing. Ali Arouzi has more.
So Iran's much feared, much hated morality police are back on the streets, cracking down again after a 10-month or so absence after the death of Mahsa Amini, who was arrested by the morality police and died in their custody, sparking off massive nationwide deadly protests. Now, while those protests were going on, the morality police disappeared because there were just running battles going on between the people people and the police, and not only were women not wearing the headscarf, but many of them were just burning them on the streets. But after the authorities in Iran crushed those protests with sheer brutality, the morality police didn't show up on the streets again. Instead, the authorities chose to enforce it through surveillance cameras. They would catch women on the streets not wearing a headscarf through surveillance cameras, and then they would be fined and they would lose sort of administrative abilities to do their banking, pay their phone bills, go on social media. But the authorities deemed that that really wasn't working, so they felt they needed to put the physical presence of the morality police back on the streets to force women and young girls to do what they don't want to do, wear a headscarf. Now, so far they've tried to enforce it, but with humiliating laws. So it's a very different situation in Iran. Women are determined, so many women are determined not to wear the headscarf anymore, and there is going to be more renewed tension between the authorities and the regular people as that gulf of understanding just keeps growing and growing between the population and the ruling authorities.
Our thanks to Ali Ruzi for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, the FBI says a woman from California kidnapped in Mexico last year is finally home safe. Surveillance video captured the moments that she was forced into a vehicle. You see it here. She was walking her dog. And officials say held captive for something like 8 months. It's not clear why she was released now, but the FBI said it was constantly working to try to secure her freedom. You see that moment here. Somebody gets out. The Bureau is still looking for information on the identities of her captors. Out of our Northeast Bureau, a freight train derailed near Philadelphia this morning, forcing some folks there to evacuate for a little bit. More than a dozen cars went off the tracks. Police say something was leaking from at least one of the cars, but it was silicone pellets, so not a threat. Hazmat crews said no chemicals spilled anywhere else either. And out of our Southern Bureau, Florida neighborhood is dealing with an invasion of rabbits, lionhead rabbits. They're in Fort Lauderdale. They've taken over the streets of one neighborhood. They're descended from a bunch of rabbits apparently let loose by an illegal breeder a few years ago. People who live there are now trying to raise tens of thousands of dollars to get a rescue group to capture, neuter, vaccinate, and then rehome all of these rabbits. They're everywhere. Still to come. We'll take you to Florida in the middle of Messi mania, how his star power could maybe be a game changer or not for pro soccer here in the U.S.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
A new soccer ad is going viral for reasons you may not expect. I want to show it to you right out the gate here. Take a look at this video. It was made in France. It's from basically a French company there. And it shows just some very exciting stuff, right? Lots of great plays, fancy footwork, very dramatic goals. Look at that. Boom. You can't hear it, but the commentators are like, yes, brilliant. Oh, it's the beautiful game, etc. There's even the star men's player, Mbappe, there. But then about halfway through, the big reveal, the big twist, if you will, the big sort of deep fake situation revealed. Look at this. Turns out you weren't watching men play soccer. You were just watching men's faces superimposed onto women soccer players. That's right. Women kicking it, crushing it, playing the incredibly exciting and gorgeous game that they play in an ad that is getting so much attention because of how it tries to subvert expectations about women's soccer versus the men's game. Because those expectations, those stereotypes seem to still exist. People don't always get it right. Look at, for example, when Lionel Messi led Argentina to a World Cup championship last year. FIFA said that Messi was the only player to score in World Cup games in his teens, 20s, and 30s. That's not actually true. 2 women did it first. FIFA also said Messi had played the most minutes in World Cup history, 2,300 minutes. Actually, a woman played the most minutes in World Cup tournaments. Christine Lilly, retired American captain, 2,500 minutes. Noah Pransky is joining us now. It's such an interesting look, Noah, I should say, this ad that is getting so much attention because it does sort of grab people and then twist up the way that they were thinking about this moment, right? If you watch the whole thing, I think it's like 2.5 minutes long. It's almost a little emotional. I mean, for me, I think for people that I know,